Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the mysterious rooming house, where robbery and death walk by night, until a woman's heel and a fishing knife brought detectives face to face with the unknown killer.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable William T. Fitzgibbons, Chief of Detectives of the Buffalo, New York Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Fitzgibbons, you told me it's very seldom that police have to cope with the kind of murder mystery typical of detective fiction.
That's right, Don Gardner. Nearly all murders are crimes committed in the heat of passion, with the killer easily identifiable and easily apprehended. Or they are felony murders committed during the course of a robbery or burglary.
Well, Chief Fitzgibbons, I know you're going to tell us how Buffalo detectives recently conducted their investigation into a particularly brutal and baffling murder. So why don't you start right in?
All right, Bob. Suppose we begin in Buffalo about 2:30 one morning, somewhat more than a year ago. The screaming siren of Lieutenant Edwin Grounder's squad car broke the silence of the night as it pulled to a stop in front of a rooming house on Main Street, where, despite the lateness of the hour, a sizable crowd had gathered.
Stay by the car, man.
Right, Lieutenant.
Okay, police officer, coming through.
Coming through. Folks, there's nothing to see. Go on home, will you?
Hello, Lieutenant.
What is it, O'Neill?
One of the roomers stabbed to death. Guy about 60 named Gahagan.
Who's upstairs?
Sergeant Clank is in charge.
Okay.
All right, folks, stand back, please. Go on home. There's nothing.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Emil. You got trouble again, huh?
That such a thing should happen to me, Lieutenant.
What do you mean, Emil, to you? You talk like you're the victim.
I run a respectable rooming house, Lieutenant.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Where's the detective in charge?
Upstairs, room 10. Here, I'll show you.
I can find it. Didn't he tell you to get in your own room and stay there until you were called for?
He asked me to bring this room register.
All right, come on.
Oh, what a mess. What a mess.
Who is this Gahagan, anyway?
9 years he roomed with me. 9 years.
Well, I guess he lost a good roomer, Emil.
Now, there. That's room 10.
Yeah.
Such a thing.
Okay, wait here. Sergeant Clank?
Oh, Lieutenant. Some mess, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got that register, Emil?
Yeah, sure, I got it right here.
Okay, let's have it.
Here it is.
All right, Emil. Back downstairs to your room. Wait till we call you.
Oh, sure, I'll wait. What else am I going to do? What a mess.
Want to look around, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
This is the ambulance surgeon from General Hospital, Dr. Hoffman, Lieutenant Grounder.
Hello, Lieutenant. Doctor? What's it look like, Sergeant?
Dead on arrival. Stabbed several times with a short-bladed knife, looks like. Also kicked and beaten. There's no telling now which came first.
You'd better stick around until the medical examiner gets here, Doctor.
Okay.
Is this the way you found the room, Clank?
This is it.
Whoever did the job sure was looking for something.
Yep. Look at these floorboards. Must have thought there was a loose one. Oh, didn't see that before. Well, what do you know?
Let's see that.
Heel off a woman's shoe.
Doesn't look like a woman's work, does it?
You know, hey, come to think of it, there was a strange woman in the house tonight. She knocked on almost every door.
Is that so? This lift came off a spike heel, wouldn't you say?
Offhand, yeah.
Do you want to give me what you have, Clank?
Sure. Oh, first we found another room that was pretty much messed up, too. Room 1.
Who lives there?
Nobody. Empty.
Empty? Well, let's have a look.
Stick around, Doctor.
That's on.
We'll be right back. Room 1's at the end of the hall.
First, give me a rundown on what you've got.
Oh, yeah, sure. James Gahagan, age 62, resident here 9 years. employed as a janitor at St. Paul's Church. Lived frugally, no known enemies, few friends. Supposed to have been loaded with cash. Probably what they were after, and got.
What about the woman?
Well, she knocked at a couple of doors a little after midnight. She was looking for a Bob somebody. She's about 30, red hair, wearing a black dress, long black gloves, and high-heeled suede pumps.
Bet the lift could have come off out.
That's right. Nobody ever heard of this Bob she was supposed to be looking for.
Well, it might have been just a stall to find Gehagen's room. Go on, let's have a look at number 1.
All right. Emil told me Gehagen had one friend, much younger, a cab driver named Jackie Regal.
Oh?
Played a lot of chess together, it seems. Emil says he didn't like the looks of the guy.
Well, that makes us even. I don't like the looks of Emil.
I'll get the light.
Wow.
Ever see such a mess? Besides room 10, I mean?
Emil says this room is unoccupied?
Since Friday. Guy named Horner had it moved to Syracuse.
Well, they really did a job on the floorboards in here, too.
Maybe they thought this was Gehagen's room.
No, the closet's empty. There's no linen on the bed. Anybody would have known this room was unoccupied.
That's why I sent Emil for the register to see who occupied the room before. They could have hidden something and come back for it.
And why should they kill Gehagen?
Well, maybe what they hid was gone. Maybe they thought Gehagen took it.
We'll see.
Lieutenant,
Oh, come in, O'Neill.
I think we've got the knife that did the trick.
Yep, that looks like it.
I found it in the alleyway between this house and the next, practically under Emil's window.
Uh-huh. You see?
Not so fast, Sergeant.
Well, Emil's are way up on my list. He could have had his eye on Gehagen for a long time.
And why do you have to go to all the trouble in this room?
Well, cover up.
Well, maybe. That knife looks like the kind fishermen use.
Well, there's lots of fishermen, Lieutenant.
Well, we'll put some men to tracing it in the morning. Clink.
Yeah?
Your job is the redhead.
Gotcha.
O'Neill?
Yep.
Gehagen had a friend, Jackie Rigo, cab driver. They played chess together. Find him and have a talk with him.
just a second, you.
Oh, me?
Yeah. I want a word with you.
Well, you'll have to wait, brother. Mike down and check his family book.
You're Jackie Rigo?
That's right.
I'm a police officer.
A police officer?
William O'Neill, Detective Division.
Oh,
You're a friend of James Gehagen's?
that's right. What's the matter?
You played a lot of chess together, huh?
What happened?
Your friend is dead.
Oh, no.
Somebody stuck a knife in him, looking for his dough.
Oh, gee, that's awful.
Did Gehagen ever tell you he hid a lot of money in his room?
No, he never told me, but there was some talk. Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it?
Did you?
Listen, I've been working. I've been pushing this hack all night.
Let's see your call sheet.
Well, sure, that proves it. Here.
Uh-huh. All right, come on, Jackie. Let's take a ride downtown.
Oh, why?
It says here, 1:10 you had a call to Genesee and Eureka Place. Not another fare after that until 2:15.
So what? Business was slow.
I'll tell you so what. Gehagen was killed about 1:30. You have a little explaining to do about that time lag in your call sheet. Let's go.
Lieutenant, why can't I go home now, please?
There's a few things we'd like straightened out, Emil.
My rooming house business. Nobody's there to take care of the place.
Would you call this redhead pretty, Emil?
Pretty, not pretty. Who knows it was dark in the hall?
You heard that James Gehagen kept a lot of cash in his room.
I heard nothing. My roomers' business is their own.
See that knife there? Is it yours?
I never go fishing.
If you never go fishing, how do you know it's a fisherman's knife?
Well, somebody said so.
I've got the cab driver, Jackie Rigo, out here.
Good, bring him in, O'Neill.
Inside, Jackie.
There he is. That's him. That's the one.
The one that what?
He knew about Gehagen's money. They played chess.
You're nuts.
Chess. He wanted Gehagen's money.
Listen here,
All
you
right,
old...
that's enough, Jackie.
Now, I want straight answers from both of you. If I don't get straight answers, I'll ask the district attorney to hold you both as material witnesses. You understand that, don't you?
Well, I got nothing to hide.
Nothing to hide.
If you don't cut it
All
out,
right,
you won't.
shut up.
I'm willing to cooperate, Lieutenant.
And you, Emil?
Well, sure, Lieutenant. I always cooperate.
Now, just a second. Lieutenant Grounder.
Sergeant Clink, can you step outside a second, Lieutenant?
Something on the redhead?
No, but just as good.
I'll be right out. Stick here with these two, O'Neill.
Right.
I'll be right back. What is it, Frank?
Guess who lived in room 1 a year ago, according to the register?
Who?
Do you remember that string of house burglaries last year?
Yeah?
You remember we figured it to be a guy named Ken Snyder, and we couldn't nail him with the goods?
Snyder occupied room 1?
Nobody else?
Uh-huh.
Now, you remember he got a year for car theft, and after Snyder went away, the burglary stopped?
Yeah?
All right. He's out now. Been out for 2 weeks.
You think maybe he hid the swag from those house burglaries in room 1 and it was there until last night?
When he could have gone back for it and decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, the other bird being Gehagen.
Mm-hmm. Was room 1 searched when this Ken Snyder was suspected of the burglary?
It was, but the burglary squad says they didn't look under the floorboard.
Any idea where Snyder is now?
We can start checking. What about those 2 in there?
Well, I've got a few more questions to ask them. Then I'm going to turn them out on the street in about 15 minutes. Put men on both of them.
Got you, Lieutenant.
And you, Crank. You get me that redhead.
So, Don. Lieutenant Edwin F. Grounder, in charge of Buffalo detectives investigating the murder of James Gehagen, had 4 likely suspects, any one of whom might turn out to be the guilty party. But the list of suspects was soon to increase, and the mysterious killer came very near eluding police before their trap was sprung.
Now, you were telling us, Chief Fitzgibbons, that Buffalo, New York detectives investigating the mystery murder of James Gehagen had several suspects under consideration.
That's right, Don, but 2 of these remained to be located. Ken Snyder, the ex-convict who a year before had occupied room 1, and the mysterious red-haired woman. Detectives were not aware of the fact at the time, but the red-haired woman was Kate Coogan, a nightclub hostess. And that afternoon, she was sitting in the living room of her apartment on Elm Street, reading a magazine. There was a knock at the door. Although hardly dressed for visitors, Kate went to answer.
Okay, take it easy. Yeah, who is it?
It's Emil. Open up.
Oh, go home, will you?
You know what's good for you. You'll open up.
All right, just a second. I thought I told you off last night.
Yeah, but a lot's happened since last night. Why did you kill him, Kate?
Kill him? Me?
Well, maybe not you. Maybe somebody with you.
Hey, just watch who you're accusing, Emil. You're the one always talking about Gehagen's dough.
The cops are looking for you.
Yeah, well, let them look.
I didn't tell them nothing. I didn't tell them nothing at all.
What do you want, a bunch of roses?
Be nice to me, Kate, and I'll never tell them nothing.
Just get away from me, you slime. I said let go. Guess you understand that.
You didn't have to hit me.
Go on, tell the cops. Tell them anything you like. You're afraid. You're afraid because I bet my bottom dollar you're the guy that gave it to Gehagen.
That's a lie.
Yeah? Go on, Emil. Get out.
Be nice to me, Kate, or I will tell the cops.
Tell them anything you like. I got a good story.
Yeah.
I was a little drunk. I was looking for Bob, so I gave the cab driver your address instead of his. That's logical, ain't it?
Yeah, but how are you going to explain how you lost part of your shoe in Gehagen's room? How, huh?
I didn't lose nothing.
Didn't you? Well, the cops got it.
Well, I did stop in to say hello.
Yeah.
But I didn't kill him. I had nothing to do with it. Now get out of here, Emil, before I kill you.
Oh, now me too.
Get out.
All right, I'll go, but take a tip. You better be nice to me.
Lieutenant Grounder.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Blake. You think we've got the redhead, will you?
Oh, good work. Who is this redhead?
Her name is Kate Coogan, Lieutenant. She's still in her apartment.
Lieutenant. Hold on a second, Clink.
All right.
I located a guy who's been running with Ken Snyder.
Nice going, O'Neill.
And he's a fisherman.
Uh-huh. All right, Clink. Bring Kate Coogan in.
You bet you. About 20 minutes to see you.
Now, who is the friend of Snyder's, O'Neill?
Harry Kennedy, a big guy. He's a puddler at Republic Steel. No criminal record, but a fisherman.
What's his connection with Snyder?
The 2 of them have been around a lot together since Snyder got out. Make the bars, you know.
Any trace of Snyder?
No, but Kennedy ought to know where we can put our hands on him.
All right, pick Kennedy up.
I can get him right after he finishes work.
Yeah, who is it?
Kate Coogan.
Who is it?
A police officer. Open the door.
All right, just a second.
Hello, Kate.
What do you want with me?
You mean you haven't any idea?
I haven't.
Supposing you invite me in, we'll talk about it.
Come in if you want to.
How long have you known Emil?
Oh, he's a pest.
But you went visiting at his rooming house last night.
I was looking for a friend of mine, Bob. I got mixed up and gave the cab driver Emil's address.
Must have had Emil on your mind.
I was a little drunk.
You know there was a murder there.
Yeah, I heard.
How many times before last night were you in Gahagan's room?
Never. Not last night, not ever. I didn't even know him.
So you never met Gahagan?
Well, I just told you.
Now, Kate, think. You might save yourself a lot of trouble.
Okay. I met him. Just because I met him don't mean I had anything to do with getting him killed.
And what time was it you stopped in his room?
I wasn't in his room, I told you.
How many pairs of shoes do you own, Kate?
1,000. How should I know?
Do you mind if I look them over?
Sure I mind. If you want to look at shoes, go to a shoe store.
All I have to do is call downtown. They'll be out here in half an hour with a search warrant.
Okay, I saw Gahagan.
I thought you would.
But I didn't kill him. I had nothing to do with it.
You lost a heel lift in his room.
I don't know where I lost it. I lost
It was in his room. You still got those shoes?
Well, I don't throw out brand new pumps, not the way prices are today.
You would have if you had the chance.
Okay, so I would have.
Who was it with you last night? Where's this Bob?
Look, there was nobody with me, and Bob had nothing to do with it. Lots of the roomers saw me. They saw me alone. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I was looking for Bob. I met him as taking the houses.
Yeah, let's see. Come on, let's get those shoes and take a ride.
Hi there. Can I buy you a drink?
Who are you?
You're, Kennedy, huh?
So I'm Kennedy.
I'm looking for Ken Snyder. Seen him around?
I don't know any Snyder.
That's funny. I heard you were pals. I heard you got chummy just after Snyder got out of Elmira.
You heard wrong.
Well, as long as you don't know where Snyder is, you'll do.
Go on, buddy. Hit the ties. I like to drink alone.
Come on, I'll give you a lift downtown.
I ain't going downtown.
I'm a police officer.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think you'd better come along with me.
Now, wait a minute.
Take it easy, Kennedy. You're liable to get something you're not looking for.
Okay, let's go. We'll see how long you keep me.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, Lieutenant. They're all out there waiting.
You suppose they thought about it long enough, Colt?
Well, none of them was getting any happier.
Yeah.
Jackie and him are about to jump on each other, and Kate's getting as red as her hair.
What about Kennedy?
Hasn't said a word.
Still won't open up about Snyder.
Says he doesn't know any Snyder. That's all.
Okay. Let's get started on him.
Ladies first?
I think I'd like to get better acquainted with Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, Lieutenant. All right, quiet, Alder, quiet. Sit down.
The sergeant said sit down. Go ahead.
Okay, Kennedy. Inside.
Hey, what about me? I work pretty late, you know.
Quiet.
About time I got some consideration. Inside, Kenny. You'll get plenty of consideration. Lieutenant Grounder has a few questions.
I don't know what you got me down here for. I don't know nothing about this deal.
Sit down, Kennedy.
I can stand.
Lieutenant said sit down.
Oh, that's better. You'll be more comfortable.
Who can be comfortable in a police station?
All right, Kennedy, I guess you know you're in a jam.
What kind of jam? I told you I didn't know any Snyder guy.
Kennedy, we've been doing a little bit of checking. If you don't know anything, I do.
Okay, if you're so smart, you tell me something.
Snyder and you got pretty chummy, huh?
I don't know any Snyder.
He told you he was an ex-con. He told you he had a lot of jewelry and cash hidden under the floorboards of a rooming house. Loot from burglaries he pulled before he went away.
What are you giving me?
Snyder offered you half, didn't he? Half if you'd break into the room with him. And to make things even more attractive, he told you about the supposed miser, Gahagan, who lived in room 10. You could really make a night of it.
Got no right accusing me.
So you and Snyder went to Gahagan's room. This is your knife. Snyder told you to kill him. You stabbed him 3 times with this knife.
No, I couldn't.
With this fishing knife that you bought on June 3rd at Miller's Hardware.
Who are you trying to scare? Where'd you find all this out?
From the party that knows best. Besides you.
Got Snyder in jail.
I didn't say that.
You got him, haven't you?
Why should I tell you?
He thinks he's going to get out easy by laying everything off on me. He's crazy.
It was all his idea.
Sure, it was his idea. I was roped in.
Are you ready to tell us all about it? And the truth?
Yeah, I'll tell you. He thinks he's going to put anything over on me.
First, you can tell us where Snyder lives.
I don't know where he lives. He's got a cousin on Elm Street. Goes there sometimes. That's all. Hey, you don't have Snyder at all, do you?
No, but we'll get him.
You made me think you did. Sit still, Kennedy. What? Sit still.
Okay. Sergeant Crank?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Get on Neil and start checking on Snyder's cousin.
Yeah. How'd you guess Kennedy's so right?
It's natural. With what we had, I just figured how it'd be if Kennedy and Snyder did do it. And they did. I'll get going after Snyder.
You betcha. Right away.
Here, Mayor. Hold it here. Not right in front of the house. Right, Lieutenant.
Glad you got here, Lieutenant. We're all set.
You're sure it's Snyder?
Yeah, sure enough. Elgin made him from the picture. It was still daylight, and he got a good look.
Where's O'Neill?
Covering from the alley.
All right, Sergeant. Let's take the front door. It's a good bet he knows we've got Kennedy. He's liable to be set for us.
That makes us even, Lieutenant. I'm set for him.
Okay, up to the door. Knock. And stand aside.
Looks like he's got all the lights turned off.
Yeah.
I don't care for this too much.
Knock again.
What do you say we try?
Hold it. Somebody's coming.
Yeah, what is it?
Open up. We're police officers.
What do you want?
Open up.
Yeah, sure.
Watch him, you guys. Watch him, got a gun.
Nice going, Clank.
Doesn't look like he wanted to cooperate.
Come on, let's get him in.
Yeah, Lieutenant. I'm kind of anxious to hear that singing contest between him and Kennedy. That, Don, was how detectives of the Buffalo Police Department cleared a real-life murder mystery. Snyder and Kennedy are now serving maximum terms of life imprisonment at the New York State Prison at Attica.
Well, thank you, Chief Fitzgibbons. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the Buffalo detectives who participated in the brilliant investigation leading to the arrest and conviction of these savage killers. Gangbusters! Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Myron McCormick and Walter Vaughn in leading roles.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Presents the case of the Carnival caper, when robbery rode the big show train, until police officers found a mysterious passenger and stopped murder on the Carnival Midway.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Victor E. Anderson, United States Attorney in Minnesota, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Mr. Anderson, you told me that the crime in tonight's case was one of the most extraordinary in modern times.
That's right, Don Gardner. It was never ascertained exactly in the jurisdiction of which state the criminals finally got their hands on the loot they sought.
Well, do you mean that they got the loot in midair, so to speak, Mr. Anderson?
You'll see, Don. Suppose we start one spring afternoon a few years ago in the city of East St. Louis, Illinois. A flashily dressed, slightly built man in the middle 30s walked toward a second-floor door in an old but nicely kept apartment building. He set on the floor what looked like a brand-new suitcase, then knocked with a rhythm.
Yum. Oh, I guess I'll set it back. Madam, let me introduce myself. I have here the...
Yeah? Oh.
Madam, I have here...
Come on in, Cookie.
I have here the finest kitchen utensil ever put on the market.
You have what?
It saves you 93 steps a day plus 116 separate and distinct motions. Hiya, May.
What's this all about?
What's it all about? Ain't it obvious? I got myself a keister and $3 worth of potato peelers, and I'm a businessman. How do you like the keister?
Oh, Cookie.
Look, you press a button and legs pop up.
Yeah.
See? Ain't that some gimmick? You see a crowd gather, you go over. Boom, you make the pitch. And the potato peelers ain't bad either.
Who needs a potato peeler?
Well, if you fixed a meal around here once in a while, one would come in handy.
Oh, yeah?
Look, I was walking down Broadway this afternoon. I see a grifter giving his pitch to a bunch of women standing there with their mouths open. The dollar bills was rolling in, and the junkie was passing out. Wasn't worth a dime. Not a nickel.
What do you need the keister for? Carnival gets rolling in a week. You got a good job waiting for you.
Look, that's just the idea, May. I decided I ain't going on the road with the show this season. Here, you want to try one of these potato peelers?
No.
The Atomic Super Skinner, it's called. Great moniker, huh? Lots of sell.
Oh, this morning you were hot to get back with the show. This afternoon you got a keister and Atomic Super Skinners. Why the quick switch?
Well, baby, I figured 5 months without you. That's too much for me.
Cookie, you're such a big liar. They ought to put you in the freak tent.
No, honest, May, I'm nuts about you. I couldn't stand it.
Why aren't you going out with the show?
That's the truth.
Yeah?
All right, I ran into Vince Beggs, and we had a couple of beers.
Well, what's he got to do with it?
Well, Vince has got an idea. He and another guy, Walt or something. You know him?
No.
Well, the idea is, since the show's a big moneymaker, the safe in the office wagon ought to be loaded. He figures they could knock it over like that in some jerkwater town we're playing.
So, you're leaving the show?
May, you know how Vince is. If I went out with the show, he'd make me promise I'd do the finger work. Well, I ain't going out with the show. I'm through being a rotten Connie. I got a keister and I'm a businessman.
You could have just said no to Vince.
Who, me?
Yeah.
To Vince? How can I say no to Vince? Look, May, once was enough. I don't want to get jammed up again. I like the fresh air. I don't want to see the inside of no jailhouse again.
Cookie.
So I'm through with the show.
How much do they keep in that office wagon safe?
I don't know. At the right time, maybe 30, 40,000. Look, May, I ain't getting involved.
Cookie, don't you love me?
What's this got to do with love?
Cookie, think of all the things we could have.
Yeah, stripes I could have. And about 10 years to wash them off.
You got the easiest part of it.
I know, but... Look, May, don't start pounding it in two, will you?
I think you ought to go out with the show and do it for Vince. And for me.
Oh.
After it's over, we'll have the time of our lives. Just you and me, honey.
You really think it's okay?
Sure, it's okay, honey. Now, just forget about that keister and those potato peelers. You're going back with the show and treat him to the biggest stunt that Carnival's ever seen. Hello, Vince.
Well, May?
Cookie got himself a keister and some potato peelers. He told me he wasn't going out with the show.
Oh. Sit down, baby. Didn't you talk to him?
Sure, I talked to him, Vince.
And everything's okay?
He leaves Tuesday.
May, you're a wonder.
Because Cookie does handstands for me, that makes me a wonder?
Baby, you're a wonder because I say so.
Okay. Now, what's in this deal for me?
Figure out what's in it for me, and that's what's in it for you.
You sure must think a lot of me, Vince, making me keep Cookie happy.
That's business, baby. After Cookie goes out with the show, that's when our pleasure starts. With Cookie in there pitching with the information, it ought to be as simple as driving down Main Street on Sunday.
Let's hope so. You've got more faith in Cookie than I have.
Cookie's job is easy. All he's got to do is pass along the dope and keep his mouth shut.
That's easy, keeping his mouth shut?
Easy enough. After I have a nice long chat with him.
Who's this Walter somebody? What's he in the deal?
A working man. An artist.
Oh?
One of the slickest guys with a safe dial and combination I know.
And he's going to take a big slice, huh?
He's worth it. You want a drink, babe?
No, let's get out of here.
How about your place?
No, thanks. Cookie's home.
Okay. I can think of some place he isn't. Let's go, baby.
Honest, May, I don't want to go out with the show.
If he missed the season with the Carnival, he'd die. Isn't that right, May?
Yeah, come on, get on the train, Cookie. It's going to pull out.
Well...
Your eyes open, Cookie.
Yeah, Vince, sure.
Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, goodbye, Cookie.
I'm going to miss you, May.
Don't forget to change your socks.
Oh, May.
Keep those letters coming, Cookie.
Yeah, I'll keep them coming. So long. So long!
There goes, baby. There goes our meal ticket.
And into the water. What's the prize? Did you say what's the prize? Well, you get to see that beautiful golden-haired creature take a bath. 3 balls for a quarter. Yeah, bud.
Hey, Vince, I don't expect to see you in Minneapolis until tomorrow.
3 balls for a quarter. Knock the little lady into the drink.
It's a big deal. We decided to spend a little more time on the job.
Look, don't make yourself so obvious around the lot, will you?
3 balls for a quarter. How about that, fella? 3 balls for a quarter.
I got Walter at the Hotel Henry. Meet me there tonight after the show closes.
Hey, Fred!
Listen, Vince, I don't want to go through with this deal. I've been out with the show long enough. I want to go back and see May.
Is that so?
Yeah. 3 months away from her's enough. I got to go back home and see her.
Meet me at the hotel, Vince. There's a little surprise waiting for you.
What kind of surprise?
I knew how much you missed May, so I brought her along.
You're kidding?
She's at the hotel.
Oh, Vince, you're a pal, a real pal.
Come over after the show's closed.
After it's closed, I'm coming now.
Stick on the job, will you? The big day's soon. I don't want you to do nothing but cause talk.
But May... Okay.
3 balls for a quarter, gents. Come on, 3 balls for a quarter. Knock the little lady off a perch and into the water. What's the prize? Did you say what's the prize? Why, you get to see that beautiful golden-haired creature take a bath. 3 balls for a quarter. 3 for a quarter.
I asked you, Vince. I asked you not to tell him you brought me along.
So I told him. He's got to be kept happy. Isn't that right, Walter?
Oh, no.
Well, I didn't come all the way to Minneapolis to keep Cookie happy.
Look, I'm just a mechanic in his deal, but I say we're all in this for the dough we can get out of it. I don't care who's happy. Well, is this Cookie guy?
He'll be here, Walter.
When? It's nearly 2 in the morning.
What are you, an early riser?
Strangely enough, yeah.
All right.
Safecracker who's an early riser.
There he is.
Let him in, May.
Why me?
I'm not glad to see him.
Yeah, I'm tickled to death. All right, take it easy.
May, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Cut it out.
May, I'm so glad to see you. It's been like being a year back in stir.
Hell, I'm glad to see you, too.
Come over here, Cookie.
Hi, Vince. Come on, baby. Gee, it's great seeing you.
Yeah.
How you doing, Cookie?
Hi, Walter. What do you say we all go out and get a few drinks, huh?
No. We got a lot of talking to do, Cookie.
Talking? We can talk anytime. Let's just...
Cookie.
Oh. Okay. Talking.
The show breaks out in Minneapolis Saturday night. What's the schedule, Cookie?
Well, the show train gets loaded Sunday morning. Pulls out later in the day. We open in Wichita, Kansas, Tuesday.
What about the stops?
Well, the first one's scheduled for Farmington.
Farmington? Where's that?
Still Minnesota.
They got to water and feed the menagerie. I guess the train will lay on the side in a couple hours.
Does the office wagon still ride on a flat car up near the front?
Didn't I write to you dead?
They could have changed it sometime during the season.
Well, if they changed it, I wouldn't have written to you. Wouldn't I, May?
Yeah.
All right. We'll be in Farmington when your show train pulls in. That all right with you, Walter?
Any place all right with me, just as long as I got room to cut a hole in the bottom of the office wagon.
You got plenty of room. The wagon rides on top of flat car, like I told you.
Okay. That's it. Walter and I'll drive out there today and locate a good spot for us to wait. We'll let you know where to meet us, Cookie.
Meet you? For what?
It's a 3-man job, that's for what.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Wait, nothing, we need you.
This is my part of the deal, the information. I didn't bargain for nothing else. Ain't that right, May?
Don't look at me. I don't know what kind of deals you made.
You'll be there to give us a hand. And after it's over, you go back to the show and stay with it the rest of the season.
Do I have to?
Sure, you have to. You leave the show after the job and you look suspicious.
Yeah, but I got to spend some time with May.
You'll have all winter with me, Cookie. All winter.
We'll let you know where to meet us in Farmington. Okay, Walter?
Looks like a soft touch to me. An awful soft touch. So, Don, as soon as the train got underway, these criminals planned to saw a hole in the floor of the Carnival office wagon, which was loaded aboard the flat car. The escapade looked like a certain success, until another train brought an unwanted passenger.
Now back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, United States Attorney Anderson, that burglars planned to board a flat car of a Carnival train on which was loaded the office wagon of the show.
That's right, Don. And it was their intention to saw a hole in the bottom of the office wagon as the train rolled through the dead of night and open the small safe in which the funds of the show were kept. Late on the night of September 7th, the train had pulled onto a siding at Farmington, Minnesota to water and feed the menagerie as Cookie said it would. In the high weeds near the spot where the office wagon car had stopped, the other two conspirators were waiting.
Murder that Cookie. I'll kill him for not showing up. The two of us can manage, Rince. Don't look so tough after all. When I tell him to show up, I want him here. Better keep your head down in the weeds. One of them trainmen's liable to spot us. Looks like you got finished up back there. Okay. Grab the tools. Got him? Let's go. Okay. Get on. Give me your hand. Come on. Okay, I'm okay. That's the signal to pull out. Lay low. Here comes the guy with the lantern.
Forward! All aboard! Forward! All aboard! All aboard!
I'll say we're all aboard. Shut up and lay low. Hey, that Cookie punk doesn't come in for a full cut. We'll see. He didn't show up for the job, did he? I'll take care of Cookie. Let's get busy on the floor, boys.
From the Director, Federal Bureau of Investigation, to all field offices. Robbery of Reuben and Cherry Exposition show train while in transit Minneapolis to Wichita, Kansas. Total loot, $64,697. Cash included bills of $100, $500, and $1,000 denominations. All field offices directed to be on alert for spenders' unusually large bills.
Three balls per quarter. Knock the little lady off her perch and knock her into the drink.
Hey, Cookie. Did you hear about it, Cookie?
I hear about what?
There's FBI guys all over the lot. Some from St. Paul, some from Kansas City. Come here to Wichita special.
No kidding.
They got an idea it was an inside job.
Well, sure it was an inside job. Where'd anybody get the dope on the office wagon unless it was an inside job?
Are they questioning you yet?
Me?
Sure you. They're questioning everybody on the lot, everybody, from Mr. Sign the checks all the way down.
What do they want with me? 3 balls for a quarter. How about it, fella? 3 balls per quarter?
What do they want with you? What do they want with me? I was on the grill for an hour nearly.
No kidding.
I told you, there's FBI's all over the place.
They'll never get a line.
I ain't too sure they ain't got a line already.
Huh? Who are you, J. Edgar Hoover?
It's okay. I got information.
Yeah?
Yeah. The rides foreman told me he had it from the ticket boss who got it right from Mr. Signer Checks himself. The FBI's on the right track, and they'll wrap the whole thing up before the show breaks Wichita.
3 balls per quarter. Here you are, fella. 3 per quarter.
And he said it's somebody right here on the lot. That's who they're after, somebody right here on the lot. Fact of the business is they know who it is already. They're just waiting for him to make a move before they haul him in.
Go on, Joe. Get back to your stand before somebody hauls you in. Here you are, gents. 3 balls for a quarter. Knock the little lady off her perch and into drink. Knock her into drink and see that beautiful golden-haired creature take a bath. See her take a bath right before...
No, Vince, cut it out. I have to finish packing.
There's lots of time for packing, baby. We could stay in East St. Louis for another week. Come here.
Vince.
Tell me how much you miss Cookie.
Look, I really have to finish packing. You want to make Hot Springs the first night.
So we won't make Hot Springs.
And it'd be much nicer if we didn't have to drag that Walter along.
Walter's good for a lot of things, May, baby.
What's the matter?
Somebody's putting a key in the door.
I'll bet it's Cookie.
Oh, you're crazy. He couldn't be here.
May, are you...
Hey, what are you doing back here?
What's it look like I'm doing? I came back to see May. Hi, sweetheart.
Well, Cookie, you shouldn't have come.
Who wants to stick around that show any longer? Things are getting hot.
I told you to stay out the season. Why didn't you show up to do the job?
I'll tell you why. Because I played it smart. That's why. The FBI was around questioning everybody where they were the night of the job.
They didn't talk to you.
Sure they did. I was on the back end of the train setting up all night, playing pinochle. I had 7 witnesses. Counting kibitzers.
You should have stuck out the season like I told you.
Yeah, well, you go back and work that lousy midway in my place. I came home to see my May. And I was going to... Hey, where were you counting on going?
What do you mean?
What are you packing your bags for? That's what I mean.
She was going to catch the train tonight for Wichita to meet you.
Is that right, May?
Sure, Cookie. Where else would I be going?
You better get back to the show, Cookie. Tell them you were picked up for being drunk or something, but get back today.
I told you I'm staying right here, me and May. And while we're on the subject, which we ain't, where's my cut of the dough?
Walter and I haven't talked it over yet.
What's there to talk over? You take it and you cut it 3 ways.
You think you're entitled to a full share?
Shut up, May. Whose side are you supposed to be on, anyway? I asked what there's there to talk over.
You didn't show up for the job. That entitles to only the tipster's end. 10%.
What are you giving me 10%? I spent a whole summer on the job. You 2 guys spent 1 night. I don't settle for no 10%.
You're getting a little tougher than you used to be, Cookie.
Why shouldn't I get tougher after I see a few of the things that's going on around here? Packed up, huh? Going to Wichita, huh?
Yeah, I was going to wire you, Cookie.
Yeah, you were going to wire me. Anyhow, Vince, what about my dough?
We'll meet Walter tonight and talk it over.
Okay. I'll meet Walter. But I'm getting my full share. Where'd you put that keister of mine, May?
Keister?
Yeah, and the potato peelers.
Oh, in there, in the closet.
Much obliged. I'm going in the potato peeler business this afternoon, which is what I should have done 3 months ago.
Well, what are we going to do now?
So we leave tomorrow instead of today.
He's not going to sit still, Vince.
I've been taking it easy with him, baby. I didn't want him to cause us any trouble. Not until we're set. But tonight he gets the law laid down. About his cut. About you.
I'm Joe Carey. They said they wanted to see me in the office wagon.
Yes, I want to see you. I'm Special Agent Smith, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, how you?
Sit down, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. You know, another one of you FBI guys talked to me yesterday.
I know. It's about something different today.
Look, I didn't have nothing to do with the robbery, if that's what's on your mind.
I know you didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh, that's good. Had me worried for a minute.
You know that your friend Cookie left the show?
He did?
Yes, he did.
Well, that's funny. I was talking to him just last night. He didn't say nothing about leaving.
He didn't say anything to anybody. He just left.
Say, you don't think he had anything to do with... Oh, not Cookie.
Well, let's see. He gives an East St. Louis, Illinois address. Do you know whether that's where he lives?
Yeah, that's where he lives, but you're barking up the wrong tree, mister. Anybody but Cookie.
We'll have to check up on him anyway. Leaving the show so suddenly doesn't make it look too good for him. Now, I'm going to ask you a few more questions, and you give me the best answers you can. All we're trying to do is clear this thing up, and we intend to.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Look, Vince, I ain't satisfied with no 5,000.
Get it down, Cookie. There's people in the joint.
I'm telling you, 5,000 is more than you're entitled to, Cookie.
And it's final. Oh, yeah, Walter? Well, now let me tell you guys something. All I gotta do is peep one little word, see? Just one little word.
Cookie.
Don't cookie me, May. I know what you've been trying to get away with behind my back. How stupid do you think I am?
5,000 is all, Cookie.
Yeah?
And who are you counting on peeping that one word to?
To who do you think? To the law, that's who.
Oh. That's not a very good idea, Cookie.
You could get some sense, will you?
Shut up.
Take the $5,000, Cookie, and be glad you got it.
You don't take it and keep quiet. You're looking for trouble.
Trouble, huh? What kind of trouble could you give me?
Okay, Waller.
You sit still, Cookie. There's a gun in my lap. It's pointed right at your gut.
You see, Cookie?
You guys can't bluff me. Give me my third and I'll get out of here.
Sit still, jerk. We ain't bluffing.
Let's just imagine he was going to make trouble for us. After all, $5,000 is $5,000.
Now, look, fellas, all right, I'll take the $5,000.
You're a little late, Cookie. I think you'll take a nice swim in Horseshoe Lake.
May, to talk to him, huh?
With a rock around your neck.
May, tell him I was kidding, huh? I'll take the $5,000.
I got no influence, Cookie.
Now, get up and walk for the door.
Been scared, and he said... Now, look, fellas.
Now, walk for the door.
May, do something for me, will you, May? Shut up. Do something, May, please. After what we've been together, May.
Had to get topped, didn't you, Cookie, huh?
May.
All right, hold it.
What?
Hey, watch what you're doing. FBI, don't move. Hey, listen, you... Stand still.
Oh, brother, am I glad to see you.
We're glad to see you. Now, get over, all of you. Walk out that door and don't give us any trouble. Because we just welcome trouble from guys like you. Now, walk.
That, Don, was how agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation rounded up this gang whose crime might be called clever if they got away with it. But they didn't. The principal members of the gang were found guilty of theft from an interstate shipment and sentenced to a term of 8 years in a federal penitentiary. The other conspirator was given a term of 3.5 years.
Well, thank you, United States Attorney Anderson, for this most interesting case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to the federal agents who rounded up this troublesome gang of criminals. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Bill Smith and Gene Ellen in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040. Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the golf course murder, when death drove along the fairway until a strand of hair and a woman's ring put an end to the grisly game.
And now... Masters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Sullivan, you've told me tonight's case was a murder mystery.
Well, Don Gardner, it was. But I think it would be best if we follow this gang of dangerous criminals through every move, and then see what the police did with the facts as they turned up in the course of investigation.
All right, Chief Sullivan, go right ahead.
Thank you, Don. Suppose we begin a little more than a year ago in the Astoria section of New York City on a dark, rainy night. A lone man had parked his car at the curb in front of an old frame house. Walked up on the porch, looked through the lighted window, then rang the doorbell.
Who is it? Come on, Nick, open up.
Brayer?
Yeah, open up.
Okay.
Nice night out, huh? I didn't come to talk about the weather. Give me your raincoat.
Carrie,
Yeah?
come on downstairs. We got company.
Okay, in a minute.
I want to talk to you, Nick. Not with her.
Okay, let's go in the parlor.
I ran into Gabe today.
Yeah?
He tells me he's been doing okay.
You know, Gabe. talks big.
You better start talking big, Nick.
What do you mean?
Your bookkeeping's been all wet.
Who are you going to believe, Gabe or me?
Till I learn different, Gabe.
You've been getting every cent that's coming to you.
I don't like to be held out on, Nick.
The original deal has been lived up to.
Gabe said his kids picked up 43 cars last month.
Gabe is a liar.
The original deal was that I'd also get $50 for every car Gabe's kids picked up. I want the rest of my dough.
Gabe's kids only brought in 18 cars. You got paid for those. I'll show you the books if you want.
I believe your books as much as I believe you.
Look, we got a good thing here, Brer.
Trouble is, it's better for you than for anybody else.
Well, why shouldn't it be? Who goes to all the trouble painting the cars, fixing up the motor numbers, shipping them out of town?
Look, Nick, gonna get my dough one way or the other.
Hey, cut it out. Look on me, will you?
Playing rough, boys?
Oh, Carrie. Come in.
Hello, Brer. Haven't seen you around in a long time. I missed you.
This is the last time you'll see me. Now, listen to me, Nick. I'm gonna get
Nick!
that... Yeah?
I'm fixing drinks. You'll have to come in the kitchen and open the bottle for me.
Sure, okay. I'll be right back, Brer.
I'm not going anyplace.
Corkscrews scare me to...
What did you offer him a drink for?
To get you out of the spot.
That idiot, Gabe. They could wring his neck.
If you ask me, that'd be wringing the wrong neck.
Jerk.
Brayer's the guy that's putting up the beef. Either you pay him off with cash...
You don't get a cent.
Or you just pay him off.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a little too smart for this setup. You can't make any money out of the smart ones.
So how are you going to do it?
I'll figure out a way.
Here?
Yeah.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Then what?
We dump the strip out in the country.
What about Gabe?
Who knows? Maybe we'll give him the same treatment.
Get the bottle.
Yeah.
Let me keep our customer happy.
Well, how about out to the Pines, Gabe? That's a nice place.
Oh, Carla, baby, I don't feel like driving way out there in all this rain. Besides, the joint stinks.
It was all right when they had that blonde singer out there.
Oh, are you going to throw that up to me again, Carla? I never even met the dame. Just because once I said she looked okay, I'm nuts about her.
Watch it, Gabe. You got a red light.
I see it.
So? Where are you going to take me?
I don't know yet. First, I want to drive over and see Nick for a minute.
No?
Yeah.
For crying out loud, what are you going to go see him now for?
Because I want to talk over something with him, that's why.
You always got something to talk over. Can't you ever do anything without Nick? Always Nick.
You can come in if you want. Carrie will be glad to see you.
Yeah, well, I won't be glad to see her. How long are you going to be?
Only a couple of minutes, that's all.
I'll wait in the car.
Can't you come in?
I said I'll wait in the car. Go ahead. The light's green.
Dames.
Another drink, Brer?
One's enough. When do I get my money?
Okay. I'll settle with him. Carrie.
I said I didn't want another drink.
This ain't for a drink. Carrie's the treasurer of the corporation. Carrie,
Yeah, Nick?
get me $12.50 for Brer.
$12.50.
That's what he said.
Has he got that much coming?
Yeah. Get it.
Well, come on, Brer.
Why?
Where do you think to get your dough?
You give in too easy to suit me, Nick.
Well, I guess he likes you. Don't you, Nick?
All right, Brer, don't move.
Put that gun up. What do you need a gun?
On your feet, Brer.
Look, Nick, you're not doing yourself any good.
On your feet. That's it. Now, don't try anything. Start backing up. Go ahead, back up. Open the door, Carrie.
Yeah.
All right, Brer.
What's down there?
The cellar.
What else?
Can't you guess, honey?
Go ahead. Back down the stairs.
Supposing I don't want to go.
That's no problem.
Shove him.
Now go. Come on, Carrie.
He's out cold.
No good, Chestnut.
What are you kicking him for? Do it cleaner.
I feel like kicking him, that's why.
Shoot him in the head, Nick. Make it good and clean.
Sure. Good and clean. Stand back.
Nick.
I hear it.
Who is it, Nick?
How should I know?
You better answer.
You see who it is. Send him away. Tell him anything.
All right. But you keep your eye on this
Go
one.
on.
All right, I'm coming. Yes, who is it?
Me, Terry. Gabe.
Gabe? What do you want?
Want to see Nick?
Nick's busy.
Hi, Carrie. Can I see him for a minute?
I don't know. Come on in. I'll ask him.
I can only stay a minute.
I'll see if Nick will talk to you.
Well, he sure ought to.
Okay. Nick?
Yeah? Tell him I only got a minute, Carrie.
It's Gabe.
Yeah? Come down here a minute, Gabe.
Hey, steps are dark.
Go on, you'll find your way. I thought you'd want to make this a double party, Nick.
What are you doing down here, Nick? Counting your money in the dark, huh?
Over here, Gabe.
Hey, how about a little light?
Turn on the light, Carrie.
Sure.
Oh, that's better. What happened to him?
Everything would have been fine, Gabe, if you hadn't opened up your big mouth.
What did I do?
You talk too much. You and Bray are going to get it together.
Me?
You heard him.
Hey, now, Nick, please. Nick, I didn't do nothing. I work with you, Nick. You know I work with you.
You got it coming, Gabe.
Nick, I didn't do nothing, honest. Carrie, tell him not to kill me. Tell him, Carrie, would you, please?
I'm not saying a word.
Nick, I'll do anything you say, Nick. Anything.
Get out of the way.
Nick, you're not going to kill me, are you?
I haven't made up my mind yet. Stand back.
Yeah, sure.
I ought to wait until Brer comes around so he'd feel this.
Go ahead, Nick. Get it over with.
Yeah.
I'll do anything you say, Nick. Honestly.
You talk too much.
Please, Nick, don't. I'll do anything.
Yeah? Think you can get rid of this stiff?
Me?
Yeah, you.
And get rid of the gun, too.
Now?
Sure now. This ain't any morgue.
But I got Carl outside in the car.
Okay. Take her home, then come back here.
Okay, Nick, right away.
And be sure you come back. If you don't, I'll know where to find you.
I'll be back, Nick. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
That, Don, was exactly how the gangland execution occurred. The murder itself was over, but the task of disposing of Blair's body still remained. That and the gang leader's faith in his control over Gabe led to complications the criminals did not see until it was too late.
Now back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, how the gang leader Nick Manter murdered his Confederate Brayer and then ordered another underling to dispose of the body.
That's right, Don. Brayer's body was stripped of all identifying clothing, then loaded into Nick's new Pontiac sedan. Gabe was under orders from Nick to report by telephone as soon as he had accomplished his task.
Get it, Carrie.
Sure. Hello.
Carrie? Gabe, let me talk to Nick.
Just a second. Nick, it's Gabe.
Everything go all right, Gabe?
Yeah, Nick. I dumped the load right in the spot you said. The gun, too, right to the golf course.
Good work, Gabe. Come on back here.
There's one thing, Nick.
What?
Now, look, Nick. It wasn't my fault.
What happened?
It was nothing, Nick.
Well, what was it? Tell me.
It was nothing. Just that after I got rid of the load and wanted to drive away, the car got stuck in the mud.
Stuck in the mud?
Yeah, but it's okay. I got away all right.
You're sure?
Yeah, sure. It was a cinch. With a tow truck.
Tow truck? What tow truck?
Couldn't be helped, Nick. Honest, the car was...
Listen, you idiot. You'll be back here in 10 minutes.
Okay, Nick. I'll be there.
Stupid jerk. I know I should have given him the business, too. Dumping a stiff. He gets stuck in the mud. They find the body. They find the tow truck guy. They find Gabe.
So what's the matter with that, Nick?
What isn't the matter with it?
Honey, the cops will think he killed Brayer. They'll have him dead to rights. He was dumping the body, wasn't he? All you have to say is Gabe and Brayer are here. They had words, and then they left together. And that's the last we saw of either of them.
Well, what about the car? The garage guy will remember my car, sure.
What kind of a problem is that? You just tell Gabe to take a trip in your car. Then report it stolen. If they don't get him, nobody loses. If they do get him, he fries.
Yeah. You've got a head on you, Carrie. I'll see that Gabe starts on his little trip tonight.
He sure got it going over, Captain. A good beating and 4 shots in the head.
Yeah. I hate to see it start again. We haven't had a gangster ride since Chippy got us.
Well, he sure wanted to get rid of this one, all right.
Well, if it is a ride job, he's sure to have a record. We'll see what turns up with the fingerprints. Sergeant Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
Stick around until the medical examiner gets here.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Frank. You going to make plastic casts of those footprints?
And the lab crew's on the way out. And those tire tracks, too.
Good.
That's a pretty deep hole in the mud there. It looks like the murder car, if it was the murder car, had to be towed out.
We'll put a check in garages.
First thing, Captain.
Well, Frank, I've got to get back to town. I want to check on this gun. You let me know if there's any identification through fingerprints?
As soon as I hear, Captain. See you later.
So long.
This is a fine thing, Gabe. Get your things together. Throw them in a car. Start out. Drive for who knows where.
Oh, Carla, leave me alone, will you? All day you've been at me.
I never heard of leaving in such a hurry. You just don't do things like that.
You didn't have to come unless you wanted to.
I feel naked without my rings. I packed in such a hurry I even left my rings. That's no way to start in a trip.
How many times do I have to tell you your rings will be there when you get back?
How can I go any place without my rings?
I wish you'd have stayed home and sent your rings.
That's the way you feel about it. I'll go back.
Oh, baby.
You're going to stay a while in Richmond?
I guess so. I got some business there for Nick.
And a while my landlady to send my rings there?
No.
Oh, please.
I said no. Nick don't want nobody to know I'm out on this trip. Nobody.
Captain Bailey speaking.
Lieutenant Frank, after we got an identification on that murder victim.
Oh, good.
The fingerprint showed up. He's Joe Breyer. Has a record for car theft.
Breyer, huh?
That's right, Captain. He was handled a little while back. Suspected of being part of that car theft ring, but Auto Theft Bureau couldn't make anything stick against him.
Is there an address on him?
Well, he's got a room down in Brooklyn.
Okay, pick me up, Frank. We'll go by there. Maybe we'll turn up with something.
Well, go on, Carrie. What else?
Wait till I turn the page, Nick. Yeah, the 2 boys ran across the body as they were walking across the rain-soaked golf course.
Mm-hmm.
A .25 caliber automatic of Belgian make was found nearby. Police would not say whether this was the gun that killed Breyer until ballistics tests were completed.
Well, so far, Carrie, so good.
I can't make up my mind, Nick, whether I'd like to see him catch Gabe driving your car or whether I'd like to see him get away.
Well, either way, Carrie, it doesn't make any difference. We're in the clear. That's the important thing.
Yeah, there's only one thing about this. Getting rid of Breyer is okay. Gabe, too. But it kind of puts a crimp in the organization. We can't make dough out of stolen cars if we haven't got people.
Don't worry about it. We'll get new people, better people. Cops are getting too close to Breyer and Gabe anyway. We got lots of cash. We're sitting pretty. Don't worry about it.
Okay, Nick. I'm not the worrying kind.
Well, Captain, we found the garageman that hauled that car out of the mud near the spot. It was Sunday night. Green Pontiac sedan, 2-tone, brand new.
Good work, Frank.
And he made a note of the plates. The car is registered in the name of Nick Manta. Reported stolen Monday morning.
Nick Manta?
Rings a bell, huh? Well, it ought to. The auto theft boys have been trying to hang a stolen car deal on him for months.
Ah. I thought I recognized the name.
Yeah, Captain. Seeing that Breyer had a record as a car thief.
Okay, Frank. What do you say we go out and see Mr. Nick Manta?
I'm ready. Let's.
Okay, just a second. What do you want?
I want to talk to Nick Manta.
Well, what do you want to talk to him about?
Open up. This is our police officers.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
Thanks.
Nick,
Yeah?
you got company. Cops.
Who are you?
I'm Carrie, Nick's girl.
I hope you gentlemen have come to tell me you found my car.
Yes, Nick, that's one thing on our minds, your car.
That's too bad about Brer. I was going to call you.
Oh, you were?
Hey, maybe I got some information for you guys.
Every little bit helps.
Brer was here Sunday night.
The medical examiner thinks he was killed sometime Sunday night. Or Monday morning.
There was another one here, too. Gabe Miller.
Two of them work for you?
We had dealings.
In the stolen car racket?
I'm a legitimate garage man. You can't prove nothing different.
Yeah, we'll try. But for now, what about your guest Sunday?
Well, they got pretty drunk, didn't they, Carrie?
Uh-huh.
And the next morning, my car was missing. I reported it.
Yes, I know.
Well, then I read about Brer. Gabe hasn't shown up since. Then tonight, I noticed the gun I had around the house was missing. A Belgian automatic.
25 caliber?
Yeah, that's the one. I figured Gabe took it, took my car, and killed Brer. Isn't that right, Carrie?
That's what he figured.
Yes, I suppose that's about the size of it. Why didn't you report this information sooner?
Well, you know how it is, Captain. Nobody likes to get mixed up in these things.
Mm-hmm. No, Lieutenant. Let's go. Captain, come on. Yes, sir.
We're sure glad we were of some help.
You're not planning on taking any trips, are you?
Oh, no. We'll be right here.
That'd be a good idea. You can never tell when we might need you again. Just stick around. Come on, Lieutenant.
Bye.
I'm not going to leave those two on the loose, Captain. For a while. But get men on them and keep them in sight. And in the meantime, Frank, get descriptions out on the car and Gabe Miller. Also, I want a complete report on Gabe's contacts around town. Right.
Description of car believed driven by man previously described. 1946 Pontiac sedan. Painted green, two-tone. New York license 3P5612. All departments requested to be on alert for this car and detain occupants. Notify Chief of Detectives, New York City. Captain Bailey.
Right, Captain. I've been checking up on Gabe's girlfriend. She left on a trip Monday.
Uh-huh. Gabe needed company.
Well, listen to this. Her landlady got a wire from her this morning. She left some rings here. The landlady should mail them to her.
Where?
The Suites Hotel, Richmond, Virginia.
That's our break, Frank. How would you like it down in Richmond instead of the rings?
Captain, I'd like it fine.
To gangbusters.
Gabe, let's go see if there's any mail.
Mail? Who are you expecting mail from?
Nobody, I guess. I just like to look at it.
Ah, forget about the mail. Let's go have some breakfast.
Okay, I'll look in the mail later.
We don't know a soul in Richmond. Nobody knows we're here and she's looking for mail. Hey,
What?
you didn't send for those rings after I told you not to.
Gabe, I just had to have them.
No good news. I ought to break every bone in your body. Come on, we're getting packed and getting out of here. Come on. I should have known better than bring you along.
That's far enough, Gabe.
Hey, who are you?
You're under arrest. Going back to New York. Charge is murder.
Murder?
Hey, now look.
Come on. Get your things together. You're going back to New York.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long, Mr. Manta. And you too, miss.
Oh, we didn't mind. Did we, Nick?
Oh, no, Captain. If we can help, okay. Brer was our friend.
Yes, well, I've just finished questioning Gabe in my office.
And he admitted the murder.
No, quite to the contrary. He accuses the two of you.
Us?
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. And he's sticking to a story. He said you shot Brer in the cellar of your house and forced him to dispose of the body.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It sounds that way, doesn't it?
If I was the killer, do you think I'd let a dope like Gabe in on it? Do you think I'd report my car stolen?
Well, you've got a point there. Would you mind stepping into my office?
Oh, sure, anything.
This way, please. Gabe's in there.
Oh, that rotten heel.
I'll have to ask you to control yourself. I don't want a disturbance.
All right, Captain, for you.
Nick.
Sit down, Gabe.
There they are, the dirty double-crosses. They did it.
Quiet, Gabe. Would you have those chairs there, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Gabe, Nick and Carrie deny all your accusations. And I'm afraid that at the moment I'm inclined to believe them.
They're lying. That's all they do is lie. I'm telling you straight, they killed him.
Excuse me.
Certainly, Captain.
Captain Bailey.
Frank, Captain, we're all finished out here.
Oh, what'd you find out?
We tore the cellar drain apart, Captain. The test showed everything you thought it would.
Good. Come back into the office and make out a report.
Okay, Captain. So long.
Well, as I was saying, we've got the case washed up. I'm going to ask the district attorney to file formal murder charges.
Hey, you see, Gabe? You do something like this, you pay.
I'd like to get my hands on you, Nick.
No, I'm afraid you misunderstand. The murder charges will be filed against you, Nick, and Carrie.
Who are you kidding?
You see?
Yes. While you've been waiting out in the reception room, my men were out at your house. Traces of blood and human hair showed up in your basement drain. Brea's blood and hair.
No, look.
Shut up,
Captain,
Carrie. I've got an explanation for everything.
No further explanations are necessary. If you have a story, you can tell it in court.
So, Don, the criminals were tried and convicted of first-degree murder. Nick was sentenced to death in the electric chair. Carrie was given life imprisonment. Gabe was convicted as an accessory.
Thank you, Chief Sullivan, for giving us an insight into how police conduct a murder investigation. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the police officers who were responsible for bringing these murderers to justice.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Cowboy killers, the gang of bandits who counted a right hook to the jaw with hot lead to the heart that bought them a ringside seat in the death house.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Chief Sullivan, you've told me tonight's case is about a gang of reckless New York hold-up men who operated almost in the old Wild West style.
That's right, Don Gardner. And that's why newspaper reporters referred to them as the Cowboy Killers. Their fast-riding mode of operations and their readiness to shoot down anyone, man or woman, who opposed them, gave New York police a near nightmare trying to apprehend them.
Well, Chief Sullivan, this sounds like an unusually important case, so why don't you start right in?
Certainly, Don. Let's begin on a chilly November evening a couple of years ago in a quiet section of Brooklyn, New York. A husky blonde youth, almost 6 feet tall, climbed the stairs of a small apartment house. Stopped in front of apartment 2B, read Ferdinand and Stella Osborne.
Hello, Freddie.
Oh, Russ. Hello.
They here?
Who is it, Freddie?
It's Russ. Yeah, in the kitchen having coffee. Come here.
Hi, Stella.
Did you tell him, Freddie?
No.
Tell me what?
Go ahead, Freddie.
Yeah, go ahead, Freddie.
Well, look, Russ. We don't want no trouble.
Then don't make any.
Freddie means we don't want you meeting here anymore.
Now, that's not friendly, Stella.
Oh, it's nothing personal, Russ.
Shut up. Stella, we like this place. It's convenient. Convenient for everybody, and besides, you make good coffee.
We don't want any trouble with the cops.
You don't mind having trouble with me?
Now, don't get sore, Russ. Stella's just a little bit scared.
They're the wrong people. All the cops can do is throw you in a can. I can think of a lot more things than that.
Oh, she was just talking, Russ.
She talks too much. Button her lip or I'll do it for you.
Shut up, Stella.
That's the ticket, Freddie. Every time a babe runs off at the mouth, some guy gets slapped down. You're being smart.
They're in the kitchen. Why don't you go in there?
I will, baby. You can cry on Freddie's shoulder, but keep it quiet. I don't like being disturbed.
Hi, Russ.
Hello, Dave. About time you showed up. Been making some changes in our plans, Vic.
Good change. Dave's already heisted the car. We all got rides. We knock over that saloon, split the take, and that's it.
Yeah, we split what? $100? That ain't much for a night's work. Get smart, Vic.
I don't see no diamonds on you.
And I've never seen any barred windows in front of me. You have. That makes me the bright boy.
In your opinion.
Mine, too.
What, do you carry the kid brother here around for support?
Dave pulls his own weight. You gonna be unreasonable?
I don't like last-minute changes. You said you can knock over a saloon? Let's do it.
Who's changing or figuring? I'm just adding to it.
What do you mean?
Look, Vic. Instead of 1, we knock over 7.
In one night, Russ?
That's right, Dave.
You're nuts. Why, we'll have every cop in Brooklyn on our trail.
That's part of the plan.
Then I want no part of it. Stop beating your gums. Let Russ finish.
I'll show you what I'm driving at. I made a map. Now, this covers Brownsville and East New York. Now, mark the streets. See?
Yeah. Go on.
Now, these crosses on the map. 7 of them. Each one's a bar and grill. They're all pretty close together. We knock them off 1, 2, 3.
You'll never get past that third one.
The more we do, the better our chances are, up to a point.
How do you figure that, Russ?
We knock over the first one, what happens? Somebody calls the cops. In a couple of minutes, there's 2 radio cars there.
Yeah?
They get out, chew the fat, ask some questions, and meanwhile, we're taking a second joint.
There's more than 2 radio cars in Brooklyn.
Sure, but every time they call new ones, they got to come from farther off. If we work fast and quick, we'll always be ahead of them.
Just like a bunch of cowboys on the loose.
You've been seeing too many westerns, kid. That's the idea.
Well, I'm game, Russ. Count me in.
How about you, Vic? Scared?
I'm not scared of doing anything you guys will do.
I'm in. Good. It's 11:30 now. Figuring about 15 minutes to each bar, we'll be finished by about 2 if we get started right away. Let's go.
Got any ideas about searching this? We get a belly full of lead. Sit on the telephone.
From this hand, there'll be a big, big fan.
Come on, Jim, I'll buy you a drink. No, thanks. Let me have to go on. That's not the sleeping ticket. A cop can sleep anytime. It ain't every day you get to celebrate Bummy Davis' style. You ready to quit in the ring, Bummy? Oh, I made my bundle and finished. You sold this joint. Come on, have a drink with me to celebrate. No, thanks, Bummy, no thanks. You think you're too good? And don't get sore. That temper of yours is going to blow you right into a mess of trouble someday. I just don't want to drink. Sorry, Jim. Should know better to get tough with a cop, even if you are off duty. Wait till I settle up. I'll give you a lift home. Okay. All right, this is a stick-up. What? Here you go, woman. Stand stiff and straight. Nobody will get hurt. Don't want to pick up the dough. Check. Why don't you leave this guy alone? No, we'll get them when they go. He just bought the place. Give him a break. Look, mind your own business. Don't shove that gun in my belly. I said get him up, all right, guys? Come on, let's get out of here. Cops. There's some medicine for cops.
sedan. License number PC3031. These men have held up 7 taverns in Brooklyn and Queens in the past 2 hours. Have shot 2 men. Exercise caution.
But you can't hide out here, Russ. You've got to get out of here.
Bertie, you like this, babe. You shut her up or I'll cut her tongue out. So help me, I will. Take it easy, Russ. Stella.
But every cop in Brooklyn will be here.
Hey, Russ. Russ, this hurts. Gotta do something.
Okay, kid, I will. How's your shoulder, Rich?
I'm bleeding. Ooh. We would run into a cop on the last pitch.
I have to get a doctor working the kid brother and you.
Your kid brother, maybe. Not me.
What, are you crazy?
I'm scared of doctors.
Nuts. Bertie, you know any sawbones that are right?
Oh, look, Russ, we don't want to get in any deeper.
I'll dig up a doctor somewhere.
No, not for me, you won't. I was going to cut me up.
Don't be a screwball.
You're talking. You're the screwball. I was right the first time. Should have stuck to knocking over one joint.
You feel that way, you're on your own.
It's a pleasure.
Then get out of here.
Okay, genius, I will.
So long.
Russ, you gotta get the kid out of here for his sake, if not ours.
Right.
Russ, it hurts. My back. What's up?
Easy, Dave, easy.
Russ, I want to go. It's Russ.
He's out.
You gotta do something, Russ.
Yeah. You got a car, ain't you, Freddie?
Oh, yeah.
Where is it?
In a garage a couple blocks away.
Get it.
Wait, Freddie, what for?
A trip to Kansas City.
Oh, but
that's my hometown. I'll find someone there to take care of
We
the
won't
kid.
do it. We don't want the cops on us.
What do you say, Freddie?
Okay, Russ.
Freddie, we'll
Why don't you keep your yap shut? Now, Freddie, you get that car. And if you're thinking about double-crossing...
Oh, I wouldn't do that, Russ.
If you're even thinking about it, remember, it'll take the cops a couple of minutes to bust in here. And you like this babe. You'd be surprised what I could do to her in a couple of minutes. Now get out of here and get that car.
So, Don, the disintegration of the Cowboy Killer's gang had begun. Tough hoodlums had turned into frightened rats. And like rats, they scattered, leaving a trail that rambled all over the map and wound up in a bullet-ridden alley in Brooklyn and a hideout in Houston, Texas.
Now back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, how the Cowboy Killer gang fell apart and scattered to the four winds.
That's right, Don. It became the job of the police to bring them together again under one roof at Sing Sing, New York. To that end, Detective Sergeant Guilford of the New York Police was placed in charge of the case. His job was to coordinate and follow up on all information about the Cowboy Killers. A few hours after the killing, he was in his office talking to a newspaper reporter assigned to police headquarters.
You got a mimeograph department handout, Rod. All the information we're prepared to release is there.
No questions, Kelly?
You got any?
You list 7 holdups by this gang. Are you sure they were all done by the same outfit that killed Bummy Davis?
Positive.
Wasn't that a lot of territory for one gang to cover in 2 hours?
It was over a small area. They figured our radio cars would cover their last job while they were pulling another one. They'd always keep one jump ahead, they thought.
Pretty smart thinking, Gilly.
Smart? What's smart about it?
Well,
they killed one man and stuck up 7 taverns for a grand total of $600. Put that amongst all of them, what's it amount to? Not much, the cost of living today. Anything else?
This handout has the usual line. The police expect an arrest within 48 hours. Couldn't you vary the time a bit?
What for? We've got 24 witnesses who've identified one of the killers from a Rogues Gallery picture. An ex-con, a kid. First killing he's been mixed up in. We'll get him.
In 48 hours?
Listen. Sergeant Guilford. Yeah, put him on. Hello, Nelson. What do you got? Oh, you sure? Where are you now? Yeah, I got it. Okay, stick there. I'll be out in 15 minutes.
Hey, wait a minute, Gilly. Anything more for the paper?
Yeah, you can change that 48 hours to 48 minutes. So long.
Hello, Nelson. Hello, Sergeant Guilford. far away. Is he alone? Guess there's somebody already in. I saw him here from the movie. Better stay clean in the back just in case. I did. Went through 41st Street. How'd you reach into him? The girlfriend lives here. Had the place covered. He showed up for him for 5 minutes, came out and went to a movie. I trailed him back here. Didn't want to call him until he settled down. Good news. Let's get him. Okay. Go inside. Second floor, you said? Yeah. In the rear. Good movie? Down this street. Oh, a private dick Sunday. Of course. And a beautiful blonde was in it. Naturally. And in a bathing suit in Miami. Blondes in Miami. That's the life. Is it? Yeah. Let's be polite. Who is it? Police. Get it in. Getting cute, Nelson. Let's break it in. Hold it, Manetta. I wouldn't go out that window. There's more cops at the end of that fire escape. Not half as nice as us. What do you want? What do you want to get away for? I don't like cops. Maybe you'll change your mind if you've known us for a while. You got nothing on me. Why run? Maybe he doesn't like our company. We like his. Come on, Vic. We're going to have a nice long talk at headquarters in private. Now, look. Don't make us do it the hard way, Vic. Be a nice kid and tell us all about it. I ain't saying nothing. Nobody ever does for the first 5 minutes. About you don't have to say anything. We got you cold. 24 witnesses, no alibi, bad record. Adds up to sure conviction. And you're going to be awfully lonely up there without your friends. I ain't saying nothing. Monotonous, isn't it? Vic, like a father, I put my arm around your shoulder. Oh! What's the matter? Maybe he's sensitive. No. No, it's all right. We'll see. Nelson, help him off with his coat. No, I don't want to. The cold will turn up the heat. Take his coat off, Nelson. Come on. Oh! There. What do we got here? Blood. All dried up around a bullet wound. And you didn't change your shirt. That's not sanitary, Vic. All right. I got into a fight with a guy. He winged me, and I didn't want to get mixed up with the cops. Sure you didn't get this in front of Duty's Tavern in Canarsie? No. Patrolman Jim Madden threw 4 shots at the killers. I wasn't there, I tell you. We'll find out when we dig that bullet out. Dig it out? Sure. You're going down to the doctor's now. No, I won't. I don't authorize it. What? Big words he uses. Get wise, Manetta. We're going to find out where that slug came from. Okay. It came from the cop's gun. I don't want no doctors digging around in me. That's better. You won't let them operate, will you? I don't like doctors. I'm scared of them. Keep up the conversation. Who are the guys with you? We know what they look like. What are their names? Russ and Dave Donahoe. Where are they now? I don't know. That's not helpful. Well, I don't. Where'd you leave them? At a place we used to meet. Where's this place? 211 Baker Street. A guy named Ferdinand Osborne's apartment. Nelson, you stay here. Take down everything Manetta's going to say in capital letters. Okay. I'll call you back with what I get. We'll see if we can make 1 and 1 equal 3. Homicide, Nelson speaking.
Sergeant Guilford, Nelson.
How'd you make out?
No good. Nobody home. There hasn't been for a day and a half. You get a full confession out of Manetta?
Yeah. Descriptions and everything. I'm putting them on the wire now.
Well, add this to the alarm. Gray 1938 Pontiac sedan, license number 4D324. 4D324. Pickup car and any occupants.
The Donahoe's stealing?
No, it's Osborne's car. I found the insurance policy in his apartment. Also a couple of snapshots. Rick Manetta's in them with 2 other guys. If he identifies them as the Donahoes, we'll get them out by wire photo. See you in 10 minutes. So long. How's the kid, Stella?
Still sleeping, Russ, but he won't be able to take much more of this driving.
You won't have to. We're coming into Kansas City now.
It's about time. I'm pushed. You've been driving for nearly 2 days straight.
We split up here, Russ, right?
Maybe.
Well, you said...
Shut up. I said maybe. 30, turn right to the next corner.
Where you taking us, Russ?
Turn right. There's a hospital 4 blocks down.
You gonna leave the kid there?
Yep.
Up to the last question. What are you going to say?
Me? Nothing. You'll answer. You're going to take him in.
What?
No, he won't. He and Freddie don't want to get in any deeper.
Bertie don't want to get his head blown off either.
On a rapid car.
This is it. Now listen, Freddie, you're going to carry him into the hospital. But tell him you found him out on Route 22, about 3 miles out of town. There's a roadside joint there that used to have a lot of trouble. They'll fix up the kid and investigate afterwards.
But supposing they can stay.
So what? Better you than me. They can hang a murder rap around my neck. You're clean.
Russ, why don't you...
Shut up, baby. You're staying here. You get that, Freddie? So don't get ideas. I'll turn this cutie into a corpse with the greatest of pleasure. Now pick up the kid and get going. Okay, let's get out of here. Everything went all right?
Yeah.
Will anyone recognize
I don't know. I told the story like you said, Russ. And I sneaked out when they weren't looking. Come on, let's get started, huh?
Yep.
Russ, you said you'd leave us in Kansas City.
I will, baby. This kid off my hands is going to travel faster than light. Oh, Russ, you wouldn't. Don't get scared, baby. It ain't going to be that. I'll drop you both in the middle of town.
Okay, Russ.
If I hear that you so much as look at a cop, either one of you, I'll come back from wherever I am. You get the idea? When you hit Brooklyn, lead a nice, quiet life. So you'll wind up in a nice, quiet grave.
Guilford, homicide.
Nelson, Sergeant. Your husbands are back. I just got a call from the man we planted out there.
Good. Have a squad car sent around. Going to play a game of 20 questions with Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand Osborne.
Oh, but Sergeant, you don't know this guy Donahoe. He's crazy.
Freddie, anybody who kills is crazy. The odds are stacked against him. Unless he's got a guy like you covering for him.
We're not covering for him, Sergeant. I'll tell you.
No. He'll kill us if he ever suspects we turned him in.
And I'll throw you in the can. Which do you prefer?
Well, you can't. We haven't done anything.
Except help murderer escape.
Not willingly. He held a gun on us.
Not holding it on you now.
Well, he'd get us. I know he would.
Get right. You're going to live in terror of him all your life. Because if you are, you're going to spend most of it in jail.
All right. It's better than being dead or whatever else I can think of doing.
I don't know. I've been a cop for 20 years, and I still can't figure out the minds of people like you.
Well, don't try to. Just let us alone.
There's one crook carrying a wounded guy on his back. He's on the lam. Cops are searching for him all over the country. You're more frightened of him than you are of the whole police force.
Well, they'll get to it somehow.
Freddie, I think...
Don't think. Russ never liked it.
Look, honey, you got more sense than this rabbit of yours. You talk. Now hold you as a material witness. Put you up in a nice, comfy hotel with a squad of police around you day and night.
All right, Sergeant.
Shut up, Freddie. Now, you're a smart girl, kid. Get your stuff, and we'll go down to headquarters. You too, Freddie. Maybe you'll get smart on the way. Nelson. Yes, sir. Here it is. Freddie and his wife drove the Donahoes to Kansas City. They dropped the one who was shot, Dave, at the Mercy Hospital. Send a wire to the KC police to pick up the kid.
Okay, we'll do.
I'll be back with anything else they spill.
Right. Hello?
Sergeant Guilford? New York homicide?
Just a minute. Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah?
For you. Thanks. Sergeant Guilford speaking.
This is Lieutenant Milton of the Houston, Texas Police.
Yes, Lieutenant?
You've got an alarm out for Russell Donahoe, wanted for murder, right?
You bet we have. Don't tell me you've got him, Lieutenant.
No, but we've just got a call from a man who works in a refrigerator plant down here. He heard the description of Donahoe broadcast over the Gangbusters program. Says his place just hired a man who fits that description. Brooklyn accent and all.
Well, nice going, Lieutenant. You spare a man to tail him?
Sure. Be glad to.
Good. Keep a close cover on him. We'll fly down to Houston with positive identification. Help you pick him up right away.
Now back to Gangbusters. How much farther is this refrigerator plant, Lieutenant?
Just a block more and then around the corner.
How many exits does the building got?
3. One through the office, one through the loading platform, and one directly out onto the street. I've got a man cover call.
Now, we may need him. Donahoe plays pretty rough from what his friends tell us. This building here?
Yeah, I'm pulling up to the factory entrance.
With your permission, Lieutenant, we'll go in and leave you to take charge of the men outside in case anything goes wrong.
Okay. Your party.
Come on, Nelson. Same, Joey? That's it. Slow down this aisle along the wall. Okay. you, Donahoe. You're nuts. My name's Douglas. Robert Douglas. Robert Douglas. Russell Donahoe. Haven't you guys got any imagination? Look, guy, I don't know what you're driving at. Get your hand off that ranch. No, cop. I'm sorry, I'll get her. Let go. Come on. Drop that right. Drop it. Hey! You broke my wrist. Thanks, Gilly. Smashed my wrist. It's bleeding. You dropped the wrench. You wouldn't have got it. Take him outside, Nelson. I'm going to the office and call New York.
That done ended the case of the Cowboy killers with a very strong assist from your own Gangbusters program. David Donahoe was picked up at the Mercy Hospital in Kansas City, but died in a Brooklyn hospital before he could be brought to trial. The other killers were convicted of murder in the first degree and are now serving life sentences.
Thank you, Chief Sullivan, for this important case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the police officers who participated in the investigations leading to the arrests and convictions. Tonight's case was dramatized by Palmer Thompson and directed by William Sweet, with Mandel Kramer and John Larkin in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Presents the case of the Cincinnati Narcotics ring, whose deadly dealings in drugs spread across two nations until the Royal Canadian Mounties, the Federal Narcotics Bureau, and Cincinnati Police cornered the ringleader in a final duel to death.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Clem W. Mers, Chief of Detectives of the Cincinnati Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Mers, I know the case you're going to tell us about tonight has an international flavor.
Well, that's true, Don Gardner. But most important, it shows the effectiveness of cooperation between federal, local, and Canadian authorities, despite the handicaps of international border lines.
Well, it sounds as though you have quite a case for us, Chief Mers. Why don't you start right in?
All right, Don. Suppose we begin just a few months ago in the city of Toronto, Ontario. Late one night, two men were in a room on the fourth floor of a second-rate hotel near the Union Station. One, a middle-aged, bald fellow, strangely nicknamed Sonny, sat on the edge of the bed, while the other, Big Jim Labard, occupied the only upholstered chair in the room. After a moment, Big Jim got up and walked to the dresser to pour drinks to bind the deal they'd just closed.
Okay, Sonny. We'll have a drink on it.
Take it easy with mine.
What's the matter, Sonny? Our Canadian whiskey bites a little hard?
It all bites hard after you tease it too much.
Here you are, Sonny. May you make a fortune out of the deal.
Much obliged, Jim, for wishing me a fortune. You already made yours when a licking I took.
Nobody asked you to come here and buy. You want, you got to pay the price. Well, here's luck.
$400 apiece. It's the first time I ever paid $400 an ounce in the last. Here's the last.
Look, Sonny, an ounce of heroin's just as hard to come by in Canada as it is in the States.
Yeah.
And I'm the hottest guy in Toronto just now. They got 3 King's warrants out for me. I should lay low. If there is a deal, I got to make.
Okay, you may. Don't beef. When do you deliver?
When are you leaving? All you got to do is walk across the hall to my room. You can pick up the package anytime.
What do you mean, pick up the package? I ain't carrying 30 pieces over the border. You got to deliver to Cincinnati.
You take it with you, Sonny.
Who are you kidding? My understanding of the deal was you deliver to Cincinnati. I ain't running no drugs across the border. That ain't my business.
It ain't my business either, Sonny. Not at 400 an ounce, it ain't.
Okay, you won't deliver to Cincinnati. The deal's off.
Sit down there.
What's the matter with you?
You made a deal, you stick to it.
Not if I got to run the border, I don't.
It'll cost you an extra 100 apiece if I got it delivered to Cincinnati.
Who do you think you're holding up?
You.
An extra $3,000 for running the border with a 2-pound package? What do you think I am, crazy?
You can run the border for nothing, Sonny. It won't cost you a dime.
Okay, you robbed me. When do you deliver?
Won't be in a hurry. It'll get there. Come on across the hall to my room. I'll show you what you bought.
Yeah, that's always a good idea, seeing what you buy.
Have a look in the hall.
It's okay. There's not a soul around.
All right, you can go. Wait a minute.
What?
Back inside fast.
What's the matter?
Somebody's in my room.
You're crazy.
Did you see that light over the transom? I didn't leave no lights.
Law?
How should I know? We'll find out quick.
Don't be a dope. Stick in here a while.
I got about 50 pieces of heroin over there. I got to protect my investments.
If you got any sense, you'll duck that gun. You'll stick here.
Come on.
You don't get me involved killing no cops.
I need help in your
Now
arrest.
look,
Shut up and open that door. Go on. The door was on latch. Walk across the hall. Open up and jump back.
Now look.
Go on. Hold it. Okay. Open. All right, don't move. Well. What are you after, sister?
I'm sorry. I must have made a mistake in the rooms.
Is that so?
Yes. I must be on the wrong floor.
Sonny.
Yeah?
Come in and shut the door.
Really? It is a mistake.
Mm-hmm. As long as you made a mistake, you figured you might as well take advantage of it, huh? Is that why you piled up my clothes, ready to go out the door with them?
Take it easy, Jim. Maybe she's Law.
Law? She's a sneak thief. Ain't that right, sister?
Please, I've never done anything before. Don't call the police, please.
What's your story?
I'm stuck in Toronto. I want to get back home to Montreal. I had to get fair somehow.
So you pick on me, huh?
I didn't know it was you. I didn't care who it was. I tried every door. Oh, please don't call the police.
Jim, she didn't find the... you know...
Don't worry. That'll take a good deal of looking. What's your name?
Lucille. Lucille Beauvais. You won't call the police?
No. I don't think so. You're a little too pretty to rot in jail. I think I'll give you your lesson myself. This is what you need. A lot of it you need. That ought to cure you.
Get rid of it, Jim.
All I wanted was fair to Montreal, that's all.
Well, you can walk it. Go on, get out.
Oh, all right. Oh, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank me. For what?
For not calling the police. Goodbye.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Lucille, didn't you say?
Yes.
How'd you like to earn car fare to Montreal?
Earn it? How?
Are you off your nut, Jim? Get rid of her.
Stick your head out of this. What's in Montreal?
That's home. I'm broke. There's no place else to go.
You got a job, Lucille.
I have?
Jim.
Sure you have. Now go in there and get rid of those tears. I'll tell you all about it when you feel better.
Okay. In there?
Yeah. Go on.
Thanks. Thanks ever so much. You know, you're really nice.
How crazy can you get, Jim?
Did you ever see such eyes? Black as the ace of spades.
What do you want to get mixed up with a lousy sneak thief for?
She was telling the truth. It's the first thing she ever tried.
Who are you kidding? They all got the same story.
She was telling the truth. Dreamed about running into one like her.
How can a guy as hot as you take a chance? How do you know she won't crack the law the minute she finds out?
You want your 30 pieces delivered to Cincinnati, don't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Not much. Except little Lucille is going to carry him across the border for me.
Oh, well, I don't care how, just as long as it gets across.
It will. Tomorrow you take a train to Windsor.
And you?
I'll drive with Lucille. You check into the Buckingham in Windsor. You'll hear from me by Tuesday night. So you've never been on a trip across to the States, Lucille?
I've always wanted to go.
You have your wish tomorrow. First thing in the morning. Let's have a drink on it, huh?
Jim, why do we have to lie to them? Why do we have to tell them we're married?
Oh, saves a lot of unnecessary questions, baby, that's all.
How?
No, for just a couple from Toronto going on a little vacation, there's nothing to it. We drive right across.
Well, I suppose it's all right.
Sure, it's all right.
Only, I don't have the clothes to take a vacation.
Wait till we get across to Detroit. You'll get nice clothes.
Honest, I can't get over it all. Especially when I think I could have been in jail. How could I have done such a dumb thing?
Well, at least you picked the right room.
You've really been swell.
That's because I want to be. Don't worry about it.
What's the matter?
Sit still and keep your mouth shut. Those two guys coming to cops.
Cops?
Mm-hmm.
Are you out for a good time, Big Jim?
Yeah, I like a good time as well as anybody.
Oh! Right out of my way. You stay with her.
Hello?
Sonny?
How's this, Jim?
Yeah.
Had some trouble?
Plenty. A couple of cops made me in the joint. I just did get away.
You didn't lose the goods?
No, I got the goods. It was in the car. They hauled in Lucille.
So what? As long as they didn't get you with the goods.
You got a pencil handy?
Yeah, why?
I'm going to give you the name of a lawyer. Get hold of him, tell him to get a writ or make bond for her. Anything.
Are you kidding?
I want her out, do you hear?
You don't need her to get the stuff across, and you know it.
Get hold of that lawyer and get her out. You get on a train and head for Cincinnati. I'll see you there in a couple of days. Have my dough ready because I'm going to need it. Don't forget the lawyer. If she don't get out, the 30 pieces stay in Canada.
So, Don, the fugitive Big Jim Labarde, a notorious Canadian dealer in narcotics, had a narrow escape from capture. The next time he was face to face with police officers, a shower of bullets closed the gap between them.
You were telling us, Chief Mers, that the Canadian narcotics dealer, Big Jim Labarde, narrowly missed arrest in Windsor, Ontario, the night before he planned to smuggle 30 ounces of heroin into the United States.
That's right, Don, but the police did pick up the girl, Lucille Beauvais, whom Labarde planned to use as an aid in the smuggling venture. Well, there was no evidence against her, and she didn't even know the identity of Labarde, so she was released shortly after dark the next night. She walked out of the house of detention for women. A stranger in town, Lucille had no particular place to go, and she headed toward a brightly lit restaurant, which was the first thing she saw as she walked out of the jail door.
Lucille.
What?
Keep walking. Keep your head straight.
They told me who you are.
I was about to tell you myself before I had to leave. Meet me in an hour. Victoria Park. Bench under the Queen's statue. Make sure you aren't followed. Change cabs a couple of times. Here, here's some dough.
I don't know whether I want to meet you.
Be there. I'll see you. Hello?
What?
It's me.
Oh.
Back here in the shadows. I wanted to see if you had the place set up with cops.
You know I wouldn't do anything like that.
I didn't know. Mind if I come around and sit down?
No.
Well, what'd they tell you about me? I'm a pretty mean customer, huh?
That's what they said.
Would you still like to go across to the States?
To help you smuggle dope.
Do you care why? Cigarette?
Yes, thanks. I didn't know what to think of you bringing me from Toronto, wanting to take me to the States. Especially when you caught me robbing your room. I thought maybe you fell in love with me.
Maybe I did.
You wanted to use me. You had a purpose.
If I only wanted to use you, why should I take the chance meeting you tonight? If they caught me, it'd be 10 years, baby, at least.
That's what they told me.
Come here.
Please, no.
I said to come here.
Please, Jim.
There. Does that look like I just want to use you?
I want to go back home to Montreal.
You think you're too good for me? You think a sneak thief is any better than I am?
It's not that, Jim.
Come to the States with me.
No, I can't.
You want to and you know it.
All right, I want.
What are you waiting for?
All right, Jim. I'll go with you.
Sure you will.
They're watching all the borders, Jim, I know. They've got the U.S. Customs in the lookout. Oh, you'll get caught.
Yeah, plans have changed, baby. We're not going as tourists anymore. Now, come on.
All right. Hold me, Jim. I'm freezing.
Hold yourself, baby. Got to keep my eye out for the patrol. How much longer, Mac?
Another 15 minutes, maybe. Keep your voice down. Carries over the water.
Oh, Detroit sure looks near. Looks like it could reach out for those lights.
15 minutes, baby, that's all.
15 minutes seems like a century.
Get it done.
What are you worried about? Isn't? Hey, turn around, Mac. At the patrol boat?
Oh, Jim.
Hey, that looks like it. Get doing.
Jim.
Shut up.
Jim, what are we going to do?
Don't you know when to keep quiet?
Jim, let go. You're hurting me.
Then keep quiet.
Stay low on the boat. Maybe they'll pass us by.
Jim, if one of their searchers...
Shut up. Jim, drop the package overboard.
Not on your life.
Drop the package and I have us for nothing.
I don't throw 15 grand overboard. I fight for it.
Jim, please.
What goes over, Jim?
Watch out, Mac. You'll be the first to get shot.
Very well.
The boat's going away, I think.
Aye, it is. It's a pleasure craft.
Jim.
That was a squeaker.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to Detroit.
Yeah. Go on. Row.
Captain Hoffman. Lead off, Captain. Agent Laney of the Narcotics Bureau, Treasury Department, is here to see you.
Laney? Laney, is he from the Cincinnati office?
Just a second, Captain. You from the local office, Mr. Laney?
No, I'm out of Washington.
He's from Washington, Captain.
Ask Mr. Laney to come in.
Right. Right through that door, Mr. Laney.
Thanks. Come in, Laney. Hello, Captain. Well, I'm glad to meet you. Have a chair. Thanks. I'm in Cincinnati on a special job, Captain.
How can we help?
Did you ever handle a narcotics dealer, Sonny Wilton?
Yes, we've handled him.
Do you know where I can put my hands on him?
At the moment, no, but I'll put a couple of my boys to checking with you.
Well, we're more interested in a guy he's been dealing with lately, Big Jim Labard, a Canadian.
You think he's in Cincinnati, too?
Well, it's just a tip. The Canadian Mounties have been looking for him on 3 warrants, narcotics cases.
Mm-hmm.
They picked up a boatman who's been running smugglers across the Detroit River. Their information is that Big Jim made a deal with Sonny and came to Cincinnati.
Okay, we'll be on the lookout for them both.
The Mounties almost got their hands on this Big Jim last week. He saw them coming and ducked out of a bar. They couldn't shoot on account of the crowd, but they did get a girl he was with.
Oh? How does she figure in it here?
Well, they had no charge to hold her on. According to the boatman, Big Jim just took her along when he smuggled in the narcotics.
I see. Excuse me a second.
Sure.
Yes, Captain?
Ask Mayor and Stuss to step in here right away.
Yes, sir.
They're a couple of my best men on this kind of deals.
Oh, good. We don't have too much to go on, Captain, but the Canadian authorities are doing a little further checking on the girl. If they find out anything, we'll hear about it. They want Labard and want him bad.
Jim,
What?
I don't feel like going out and drinking and staying up all night again tonight.
I do.
Do you think it's time we got out of Cincinnati?
Sonny's friends are good people to know.
Well, I don't care for them.
Well, act like you care for them. This is business.
Oh, Jim, I want to go home. I want to go to Montreal.
You don't stop nagging me about going home. I'll give you something really to nag about.
All right, Jim.
Made a lot of dough off Sonny. A good chance to make more.
We're not taking that boat trip again.
Yep. And you're going to help with the load.
More dope?
No. No, something's just as hard to come by in Canada. Guns.
Guns?
Yeah. A lot of guys I know will pay a good price for a heater. And that's what we're taking back. A good stock of guns.
Didn't you make enough money?
There's never enough money. And listen, baby, wake up when we get to that party. These are people I'm doing business with. I don't want them to think I got a corpse traveling with me.
All right. I'll wake up.
Captain Hartman.
Laney, Narcotics Bureau, Captain.
Oh, hello, Laney. Anything new?
I think so. I just spoke to Washington. They got a message from the Canadian Mounted Police. They had a mail cover on the home of the girl's mother in Montreal.
Oh?
A letter showed up from her.
Mail from Cincinnati?
Yep, with a return address on Maple Avenue. I went by and looked at the building. It's a big apartment house.
Uh-huh. I suppose we put a plant there and wait for them to come out.
That's all right with me.
Okay, you come on by here, Laney, and we'll see what arrangements we can make. Hello, Laney. How's it going?
You haven't seen a soul that looks like a bard of the girl, Captain.
Well, a lot of people live in the apartment house. Stick here long enough, and we'll spot them.
Yeah, I suppose so. If we... Wait a minute. Someone coming out.
Yeah.
No, it's not Big Jim. Like I say, if we...
No, it's not Big Jim, but... Wouldn't you like Sonny?
Is that him?
I couldn't miss Sonny 2 blocks away. Come on.
Right there.
Let me handle this, Laney. I know him.
Right ahead.
He's coming this way. Let's stop and light a cigarette. Have one?
Thanks.
Light?
Thank you.
Where do you think you're going, Sonny?
Hey.
Police officers.
Is that so?
Where's Big Jim?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He lives in that building, and you know it.
Why'd you go in and get him?
Okay. We're going to knock on every door. And you're going to be right in front of us.
No. Look, you don't get me mixed up in this.
Which is his apartment?
He's got guns. He's got plenty of guns. He'll use them. You don't get me to knock on his door.
Which is his apartment, Sonny?
H5. Look, don't take me up there. Haul me in. He'll use those guns.
All right. We'll see that you get a nice seat on the sidelines.
Good. That's where I want to be, on the sidelines.
You keep your eye on him, Laney. I want to call downtown and get a couple more men out here. We may need them.
Yeah, I'll say you will.
Go on, Captain. I'll watch him till you get back.
Listen.
What?
Come on over here and give me a hand with this stuff.
Oh, Jim, I'm busy trying to pack. What is it?
Let me get the stuff out of that drawer and into the carton. Well, come on.
Jim, I don't want to handle guns.
Guns are the safest thing in the world when you know how to handle them. Come on, help me pack them.
Are they loaded?
Sure they're loaded. What good do you think they'd be if they weren't?
I can't touch them.
You want to go back to Montreal, you'll give me a hand.
No.
Listen,
Jim.
when I tell you something, I mean it.
Please, you're hurting.
You hurt too easy. Now, give me a hand.
Who's that? Expecting anybody?
Go on, answer it. You'll find out.
Yes? Who is it?
Sonny, open up. I want to see Jim.
Jim, it's Sonny.
Well, let him in. He can give me a hand.
All right, Sonny, just a minute. Sonny, I thought you were...
We're police officers.
No.
One side.
Jim.
Okay, Jim, get him up quick.
Yeah.
Watch him, he's got a gun.
Jim, no!
Get him! Watch out! That did it. Come on.
Jim.
Looks like he's through, miss.
I owed him so much.
I can imagine.
Lead off. Call an ambulance.
Yes.
All right, miss. Now let's have the story. From beginning to end.
That, Don, was how Cincinnati police and agents of the Narcotics Bureau Treasury Department dealt with James Labard, a dangerous fugitive from Canada. The girl, Lucille, was deported to Canada to face various charges. And Sonny Wilton, the Cincinnati narcotics dealer, was held on a charge of parole violation and returned to prison to complete his term.
Well, congratulations, Chief Mers, to all the officers, Cincinnati, Federal, and Canadian, who showed such excellent coordination in bringing about an end to this dangerous criminals. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Frank Reddick and Susan Douglas in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040. Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Busters. Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Chicago Tunnel Gang, who dug their way to thousands in stolen currency until their ringleader's passion for saving a dollar put them in the hole.
Gangbusters has asked Lieutenant Thomas J. McGrath, retired of the Chicago Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
Thank you, Don Gardner. But first, I'd like to mention that one of your Gangbusters listeners, a Missouri sheriff, just last Sunday apprehended a murder suspect from Ohio, whose description he had first heard on Gangbusters. I think that the sheriff and Gangbusters deserve a lot of credit for this latest assist to law enforcement.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant McGrath. As a matter of fact, we hope to have the sheriff himself tell the story of this capture to our Gangbusters listeners on a later program. But now, how about tonight's case?
Well, Don, this case had its beginnings in the city of Chicago just about a year ago on a cold, windy morning. Inside the candy store she ran, Bella Mama, as she was known, straightened the magazines left poured over by the kids who dropped in on the way to school to spend their nickels playing her punch boards. She heard a bell on the front door tinkle and looked up to see a slightly built, red-haired man come in out of the cold.
Hello, Bella Mama. Oh, lean out.
If you expect warm, go to Florida.
It's coming, don't worry, it's coming. You got a scratch sheet yet?
You know 11 o'clock comes the scratch sheets. Hey, I just straightened out the magazines. Keep your hands off, huh?
Okay. Gotta do something waiting for Nick.
Nick's here in the back.
He told me he was gonna get a haircut.
He's getting a haircut in the back.
You're kidding.
In Joliet, they teach Harry the trade to be a barber. So Nick lets him practice and saves a few cents.
Yeah. Don't make any difference. Let Harry butcher him. Save a few cents. That's important, huh?
Sure, it's important.
Yeah, I know. In back, huh?
I just tell you, no?
Bring me a scratch sheet when I get here, will you, Bella Mama?
I bring.
Hello, Nick.
Come in, Red. Hold your head still, will you, Nick? Get through, Harry. I'm getting nervous. Okay. You're next, Red.
No, thanks.
What's the matter? I'm doing a beautiful job on Nick. Just get through and keep the hair from running down the back of my neck. So you'll take a bath.
Be careful about them baths, Nick. They run up the water bills.
You got some objection to saving money?
I make big, I spend big. A 10-cent tip to a barber, I think nothing about it.
Okay, you don't have to get wise. Is everything sent?
Set as it'll ever be.
Okay. I want a clean job. Hold still, Nick. Yeah. Well, spell it, Red. The works.
It's an easy mark, Nick. 15 or 20,000, no less.
How much? Cut the hair. Okay, but after that haul, I'll throw the scissors right down the sewer. Let's have it, Red.
The money wagon gets there about 11 o'clock in the morning. Maybe a few minutes sooner, a few minutes later.
And the burglar alarm?
2 cashier's cages. Foot button in each of them.
Foot button? Hey, that's not good. Cut the hair, will you? A guy can't even have an opinion around here. What about the gift shop next door?
Yeah. That's the ticket, all right, Nick. It's a one-man outfit. The guy opens up for business about 9 in the morning.
Okay. We do it that way. Will we have any trouble getting in the gift shop?
None that I can see, Nick. There's a window in the alley. 2 minutes with a Jimmy and we're inside.
Hey, what's the gift shop got to do with this? We're taking the check cashing outfit. What do we want with the gift shop?
Finish the haircut, will you,
Tell
Harry?
me what the gift shop has got to do with it. Now finish the haircut. You think that's the only thing I got to do with this is cut your hair? You know, I got a stake in this thing, too, you know.
We got a burglar alarm to worry about. We can't walk into the joint and heist it just like that. One of those cashiers will step on the button.
Well, what do you need the gift shop for?
You tell him, Red.
Tell him yourself.
Well, somebody tell me.
Look, we break in the gift shop the night before.
So?
We go to work on the wall.
What wall?
What wall do you think? The wall between the gift shop and the check cashing joint.
Oh.
We cut it down to a thin layer of plaster. The truck delivers the money bags, the truck goes. We take a sledgehammer, knock out the plaster, and we're in the joint.
Well, what's the matter? Walking in the front door is too simple for us? We got to make it a big production?
Look, we knock out the wall. We're in back of the cashier's cage. We can see that they don't put their foot on the button. We make a cleaner getaway.
Well, I don't know. Hey, what about the guy that runs the gift?
We won't shoot.
That was neat, Nick. Neat.
Shut up with the names. Drag him back and get him tied.
Yeah, come on, Red.
Go on, do it yourself. He won't give you any trouble.
But he's heavy. He's
do it yourself, will you? We got to work this thing out.
Yeah, all right. Come on, you big jerk.
Got to get the sign up.
Okay, right away.
Wait a minute.
What?
The money truck pulls up at 11 o'clock.
About then, yeah.
You go outside and wait for it.
It's almost 2 hours.
Go outside and wait in the street. And give me the high sign when the money truck pulls away.
Okay, boss.
It's okay. They left the dough?
Yeah, sure, they left the dough.
What do you say? What are we waiting for?
How's Junior back there?
Oh, he ain't going no place.
Okay, grab one of them sledges.
All right, I got mine. Now stand back.
Hey, get easy, will you? Get on that side.
Here, you mean?
Yeah, there. You all set, Red?
I'm set.
Okay. Now when I give the word, both of you knock out the wall. I'll jump through with the gun, and you come right after me.
Yeah, come on. Give the word.
Get set, Harry.
I'm set.
Okay, knock it through.
There she goes.
Watch as I'm coming through. Go on, get him up, all of you.
What do you want?
It's a heist, lady. Keep your foot away from the button. Go on, keep him covered.
Please.
There's the dough in the bag. Get it.
You bet your boss.
Okay, all of you, move to the back.
Go on, move.
Come on. All right, in the closet. All of you.
Get in there, will you?
Go on, you.
Shut it. All right, lock it.
Yeah.
You got the dough?
Yeah, come on.
Come on, let's go.
Well, what does it come to, Nick?
Let me add it, will you, Red? 2. Yeah. 14,332 and some change.
Who needs a change? Come on, cut it up.
Why don't you wait for Harry to get back from dumping the car?
He'll get his. You take it and you cut it 3 ways.
Just a second.
Where you going?
Just a second. Bella Mama,
Yeah, Nick?
come here a minute, will you?
Sure, Nick. What's the matter?
Come in.
What's the idea, Nick?
Bella Mama, how'd you like to make a fast C note?
This is a real money?
What do you think it is, jelly beans?
Listen, Bella Mama, when Harry gets back here, tell him things got awfully hot. A couple of cops are around.
Uh-huh.
Red and me, we flew to the hotel. And that he should wait until tomorrow morning and give me a ring on the telephone. Okay?
Why, Nick?
You want your C note?
Sure.
Then never mind why. Give her 100, Red.
Okay. 20, 40,
You
60,
take the 100 and tell Harry, huh?
80,
Okay, Nick, if you say.
100. Hey,
20, 40.
That's all there.
Go on, Bella Mama. Get out front.
Sure. You want a spot sheet, Red?
Yeah, bring one in, will you?
He ain't got time for horses today. Go on, Bella Mama.
Yeah, I'm going.
What's the pitch, Nick?
Harry's good for cutting hair, but he wouldn't know what to do with this kind of dough.
He worked, didn't he? He's got his slice coming.
Don't $7,000 sound better to you than 4.5?
A little better. Harry won't be so pleased.
Well, style him along. I got another job just like this one. It's all set. We could use his help. Then, the kiss off.
Look, you do this to Harry, maybe you got me in mind.
Now, Red.
Don't give me that now, Red business. I know how you are with a buck. We'll cut it half in two right now.
There's plenty of time.
We cut it half in two right now.
Okay, if you want it that way.
Yeah, I want it that way. What happens about Harry when he wises up?
What's the matter? You don't think there's enough water in the lake?
Oh. Yeah, I guess there's plenty.
But we need him on the other job, so we stall. Okay, Red?
Yeah, okay. Come on. Let's split it half in two.
So, Don, within an hour after this sensational robbery, the ringleaders were already planning to dispose of the weakest member of the gang and share the money between themselves. But what criminals consider a weak link often proves the strongest wedge for investigating authorities.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Lieutenant McGrath, you were telling us that a gang of bandits led by Nick Lococo held up a Chicago currency exchange and robbed it of a large sum of money.
That's right, Don. And the first move of the police was to thoroughly question the witnesses in the case for information that might lead to an identification of these men. The next morning, Captain Rogers of the Chicago detectives went to the hospital where the gift shop proprietor was taken for treatment as a result of the blow on the head he'd received. While the victim rested, Captain Rogers sat alongside his bed, attempting to get facts that would be valuable in the investigation.
Now, Mr. Klein, how much of a look did you get at these men?
Well, not much at all. I'm afraid they hit me almost as soon as I walked into the store.
Would you be able to recognize any of them if you saw them again?
Well, the one that dragged me back, I don't think I could recognize his face, but when he was pulling me, I did notice something.
Oh? What?
Well, he thought I was unconscious, and I wanted him to think I was so he wouldn't hit me again. But when he was dragging me, I noticed he had a tattoo on his arm.
Huh? Which arm?
Let's see now. He was pulling me backwards. He had... Yes, it was the right arm, between the wrist and the elbow.
Do you remember what kind of a tattoo it was, Mr. Klein?
It was a girl, I think, a bathing beauty.
You're sure of that?
Well, I'm pretty sure, Captain.
Well, I think this will be a lot of help to us, Mr. Klein. If anything turns up, we'll be in touch with you.
Hello, Bella Mama.
Oh. Hello, Harry. Say, it's not safe here.
Look, I don't care what's safe anymore. I'm trying to locate Nick.
Well, I didn't see him since yesterday, not since the cops was around. You didn't call him at the hotel?
Yeah, I called him, but he ain't there. I got to get in touch with him. He's got something of mine.
You know, Harry, I like to help you, but I don't know nothing.
Okay. Give me a change for a quarter. I'll try to call him again.
Sure.
You, ain't seen Red either, huh?
No, neither of them. Listen, Harry, the cops was here. You'll get in trouble.
Give me the change.
Sure.
I'll try him once more. How do you like that? I'll get it.
Okay, Harry.
Hello, Bella Mamas.
Let me talk to Bella Mama.
Is this Nick?
Harry?
Yeah, it's Harry.
I've been trying to reach you all over.
What do you think I've been trying to do? I want my dough.
Red and me, we had to fly. We think we're hot. We spent last night in Kankakee.
And you had to leave me. Well, listen, I need the dough. Where can I meet you?
We decided to pull another job tomorrow in Cedar Grove. We'll pick you up tonight. You know where.
Yeah, I know where, but what about now? I want my end.
You'll get it. We take what we get tomorrow, add it together, and split up the whole business.
But I need it now.
Be there tonight. We'll talk about it.
What's to talk about?
You be there.
Come on, Nick. Let's start splitting up the dough right now. This is the second
Listen,
job.
Harry, right now we got more to think about than splitting up. There's a million cops in the neighborhood. Traffic's pretty bad, eh, Red?
It ain't good. Well, look, this is the second job I broke my back over, and I ain't seen $1 yet.
Pull over, Red, quick.
Yeah? Well, what's the matter?
Listen, Harry, the traffic's heavy. 3 guys in the car looks bad. Now, go on. You take the streetcar to Bella Mama's out court.
Now, wait
Go on, make it snappy, will you? Every cop in town is headed this way.
Okay, give me the score. I'll take it to Bella Mama's.
Get going, will you? We can't stand here.
Nick,
Go on. I'll phone you in an hour.
Okay, but be sure you do.
We'll phone him all right, Red. He'll never want to talk on the phone again.
cashier made an identification. The guy with the tattoo.
Oh?
Yep. She nailed one picture immediately. Harry Wagner. This one.
Ah, good. Good work, Sergeant. Have you got a line on his present whereabouts?
Now, the records show his last address to...
Oh, I'll be right with you, Sergeant. Captain Rogers. Oh? Where? Cedar Grove? Cedar Grove. Okay, we'll get going out there. See you. Come on, Sergeant.
What's up?
Another currency exchange stick-up. Same tunnel game. Let's get out there.
I'm right with you.
Hello?
Is this Bella Mama's?
Yeah, is that you, Nick?
Yeah, it's me, Harry.
Where are you, anyway?
Never mind where we
Well,
are.
then listen, where can I meet you? I want my end.
What end?
What end do you think? The dough from those two jugs? Hey, what's going on?
That's too much money for you, Harry.
Now, listen, Nick, I got a right to my cut.
I'll give you a right to something else. Now get your things together and get out of town.
Out of town?
Yeah, and the farther the better for you.
Oh, please, Nick, give me some of it. I got a right.
Didn't you just hear me tell you to blow town?
I don't leave without my cut.
Okay, Harry. I'll send a couple of guys over to see you.
What for?
What for do you think? You're gonna get pushed.
No, Nick, don't send no guys. I'll get out. Just give me a chance to go home and get my stuff together.
I'll give you nothing. Well, Red, you like the way I handle it?
Not too well, no.
You think you could have done better?
You got his cut, why scare him to death? You might want another free haircut sometime.
The more he's scared, the faster he's out of town.
Nick, you're a wonder. With Harry. But just think twice before you try something like that on me.
Open up, Harry. Open up.
Let's push the door in, Sergeant.
Looks like that's the only way we'll get in. He's got it bolted on the inside.
All right, together. All right, once more.
Given.
Again. Okay, Harry, don't...
Must be around someplace.
Hey, the closet.
Watch him now.
Okay, Harry. Come out of that closet. Come out of there or we'll shoot through the door. Come on.
Now, listen,
guys.
Let go, guys, please. I'll get out of town. Tell Nick you can keep my cut. I'll get out of town. No, look, tell Nick I don't want to get pushed. I'll get out. He can have my end.
Your end of what, Harry? The tunnel jobs?
Who are you guys? He didn't send you, did he? You're law.
Yeah, Harry. We're law. What were you saying about Nick?
Nick? Nick, I don't know any such guy. Nick.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, come on, let's go downtown. We'll see how much you do know.
Red.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Sit down, Red.
Thanks. Are you buying the drinks?
You got plenty of dough.
So have you.
Listen, for the last time, don't make any more cracks about me being tight with $1.
Okay, forget it.
You hear anything from Harry?
No, did you?
He must have left town okay.
So I'd say.
Look, Red, I got another guy lined up and another job, prettier than the last two.
What do we do with the other guy after job? Dump him like Harry?
Maybe.
Or is it me this time?
Now, Red.
Just watch your step, Nick. Harry and me are entirely different guys. In more ways than one. Hey, bartender, over here.
Well, Captain, I'd say Harry don't know any more than he's told us.
Nothing doing on that hotel address he gave for Nick, huh?
Nope. Nick checked out 3 days ago.
And Red?
Him, too.
Well, I guess Bella Mama's candy store is the only bet, huh?
But it's a good bet.
Okay. Keep a setup on the place. One of them's bound to show up there sooner or later. From force of habit, if nothing else. When one shows up, he'll lead us to the other.
Hello, Bella Mama.
All right.
All
Red, you don't like Bella Mama no more.
Oh, I love you, Bella Mama. I love you like a mother.
But I don't see you no more.
You know how things are. Got a fast-moving business.
Mm-hmm. How's the Nick?
Oh, he's fine. The richer he gets, the more worried he gets about breaking a dollar.
And, Harry?
Well, I don't see Harry much anymore. Hey, you got a racing for him?
Sure, Red. Help yourself over there.
Bye. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones going tomorrow.
Bella Mama, don't play the horses.
That's the only thing I don't like about you. You remind me too much of Nick. Hey, keep the change. Hey, Nick.
Yeah?
What's out in Willamette?
The job, Red. What do you think?
You sure nothing else?
What do you mean?
I just want to tell you. I got about $20 in my pocket. And that's all.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Plenty. Because I got an idea you're going to get me out there and pull a gun.
Now, Red.
Don't now, Red, me. You don't think I'm dope enough to cart around that 10 grand with me, do you?
I told you, this is a job tonight.
Okay, partner. This is a job tonight.
Take the other bridge, Red. Huh? What's the matter?
I think we're being dogged.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's sedan in back. The two guys.
Cops, you think?
Hold on, we'll find out.
They're staying with us.
That's so?
Give them more, Red.
An awful lot of traffic.
Here they come. It's cops, all right.
Hold on, I'm going to take the turn.
Watch it, Red. They're going to crowd us.
Let's go.
Go on, hurry.
Police officers, stay where you are.
Come on. Oh. Okay, copper.
Okay, don't either of you move.
What's the idea?
Shake them down, Sergeant. Yep. You, keep your hands up.
All right.
That's more like it, Nick.
Nothing on him, Captain, except that racing sheet from Bella Mama's.
Okay. Go on. Walk over to the sidewalk.
Go on. Walk, he said.
And that, Don, was the end of this notorious gang of tunnel bandits. The ringleaders are now serving maximum terms of 40 years each in the Illinois State Penitentiary at Statesville.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant Thomas J. McGrath, for this most enlightening case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the members of the Chicago Police Department.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. The case of the 24-hour twins who dreamed up a new system for stick-ups, but who found that New York detectives solved the system with the aid of a heroic taxi driver and a crossword puzzle.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Sullivan, you've told me that the gang in tonight's case caused New York City police great concern a year or so ago.
That's right, Don. But when criminals follow a pattern, investigating detectives cut themselves a pattern, and somewhere the two are likely to cross, as you will see.
Well, why don't you tell us about it, Chief Sullivan?
Okay, Don. I think the best place to start would be in the living room of a small apartment in the section of New York City known as Chelsea. It was late at night, and the three persons in the room seemed more occupied with their own thoughts than with each other. A tall, not unattractive bleached blonde was sprawled on the studio couch working a crossword puzzle. Across the room, a young man about 30 sat reading one of New York's tabloids. In a straight chair near the door, another man about the same age, but dark and wiry, just sat thinking. Finally, the thinker got up and, with some effort, walked across the room to the reader.
Hey, Luke, you got a pencil?
No.
Can't you get your nose out of the headlines for a minute?
I got no pencil.
Well, you had one before. I seen it.
I lent it to Angel to work the crossword puzzle.
Oh, whoever heard of a house with only one pencil? Hey, Angel.
No, I need it. Hey, what's a four-letter word means combustion?
Who cares?
Ends with an E, I think. If strangle's okay for choke.
F-I-R-E.
Yeah, that's it.
What do you need a pencil for, Alfie?
I want to draw pictures.
Didn't I tell you not to write any letters?
Oh, now listen, my mother's entitled to know where I am.
What are you, kidding knee pants? You got to tell your mother everything you do?
Well, she's an old lady. She'd like to know.
So would a few cops around Chicago. They probably figure you're dope enough to write home, so don't.
Yeah, but she's an old lady.
Alfie, sit down.
Oh, now wait a minute.
We left Chicago because they had us made in those stick-ups. Another 2 or 3 days there, they would have had us, right?
Maybe.
Because we've been a month in New York don't mean the Chicago cops ain't still itching for us. So just don't write any letters, that's all.
Luke.
What?
Get out of this dump. Let's go get something to eat, huh?
Work your crossword puzzle, will you?
Month we've been in New York. I don't know Times Square from Grant's Tomb.
You don't shut up, you'll get acquainted with your own tomb.
Honest, Luke, I really ought to write her.
Don't. You haven't got time. Not tonight.
Hey, we're not going to do some more work, not tonight.
What are we waiting for? Too much of a job, carrying around all the money I'm making you?
Well, you talk like I'm on charity. I do my share, you know.
Of the legwork, yeah.
But the thinking, too.
Yeah, it was you who had the bright idea with the East Side Power Company, huh?
Okay. You can take all the glory. Yeah, but tell me why tonight? Why can't we rest for a change?
Because tomorrow is payday at the power plant on 41st Street. Because that means tomorrow night the bars and liquor stores in the neighborhood around there will be loaded.
So what's that got to do with tonight?
We got to go out and look over the joints we're going to make, don't we? We can't walk into them cold. We got to make a selection.
You're going to leave me alone again tonight?
You got your crosswords, haven't you?
There's a lot more in life than crosswords.
Luke, why don't you go by yourself and look over those joints? You don't need me to make up your mind.
Get your hat, Alfie.
Oh, okay, I'll get my hat.
Wouldn't you like to take me along for company?
No. I don't want you involved.
Don't want me involved. I traveled with you from Chicago to New York. You're hot for 9 stick-ups there. You already pulled a dozen here. I came of my own free will, and you don't want me involved. What do you think I am, a newborn babe or something?
Make yourself comfortable, Angel. I'll bring you back some more crosswords. What do you say, Alfie?
I'm ready.
Then let's go.
Mackie.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Where's Sergeant Ryan?
Well, he went downstairs to the detail room a minute, Lieutenant, and he said that... Oh, here he comes now.
Ryan.
Yeah, boy?
Come in here a minute, will you?
Something doing, Lieutenant?
Stick around, Mackie. We may have something for you.
Right, Lieutenant.
Hey, come on in, Ryan.
Boss. Find a ray of hope?
Yeah, I think maybe I did.
I hate to be a wet blanket, Lieutenant, but this pair won't be so easy to run down.
Well, I sat up nearly all night doing some thinking.
Yeah?
Those two knocked off 6 taverns and liquor stores all in one night. And all between 14th and 23rd Streets, each at 2nd.
This I know. So?
Well, it's all in the neighborhood of the East Side Power Company's downtown plant.
Oh, now, boss, if you think it's a couple of guys who pull a job and duck down into a manhole...
No. Wait a minute, Ryan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Monday night, they did their work. Monday was payday at the downtown power plant. I just checked.
Well?
Well, a couple of thousand employees get paid off. This bunch figures the bars and liquor stores in the neighborhood must be loaded with cash.
He called you on the phone and said that's how they figure, huh?
Well, it's a shot in the dark, but at least it's a shot.
Oh, you got a point, but how does that get us, the 2 guys?
Today is payday at the Midtown power plant at 41st Street.
And we can expect them to hit the joints in that district tonight?
They had a lot of luck with the other payday. Why shouldn't they try to repeat?
Boss, when they made you a lieutenant, they were right. I admit it.
I'm much obliged, Ryan. Now, I think we ought to pick out a dozen or so saloons and liquor stores near that Midtown power plant. We'll set them up tonight with 2 detectives in each place in the back or somewhere, okay?
Yeah. Can we get the men?
I just spoke to the chief's office. They're assigning us 20 extra for tonight. They'll send them down from the Bronx and from Brooklyn, and a few from Queens.
Well, it's worth a shot, all right.
And we'll pick the places we want to stake out.
Do I get first choice, boss?
You get first choice, Ryan.
Alfie?
What?
What's the capital of IRAQ?
Well, how should I know what's the capital of IRAQ? Look, Angel, it embarrasses me to sit in a saloon with a girl working crosswords. Why don't you order a drink? If you don't want it, just keep it in front of you.
Where is that place, anyhow?
Where is it? What is it? Who cares? Luke said 2 o'clock. Meet him here at 2 o'clock. I'm jumpy already. He's going to have me in fine shape for them jobs tonight, keeping me waiting.
Got an extra puzzle.
Look, how can I work a crossword if I don't know what's the capital of Asia or something? Hey, did Luke tell you he's got 6 joints he wants to knock over tonight?
So what? You figure 5 minutes each and the whole business is done in a half hour.
You figure. What do you think this is? What's
the matter?
He's here. 2 o'clock, he told us, and it's 3 nearly.
He never missed a train in his life.
What's this got to do with trains?
Hello, Angel.
Hi.
Where you been anyway? 2 o'clock I got here sharp.
I've been shopping.
Sit down, Luke.
Been shopping for a present for my Angel.
For me?
Didn't he say it?
Is that it, that package?
Yep.
What is it, Luke? Can I open it now?
When'll you get home?
Oh.
Let her open it, Luke. I'm curious.
I know what it is. It's a dictionary.
It's not a dictionary.
Oh, it isn't?
Oh, come on, Luke. Let her open it up.
If Luke says wait till I get home, I can wait.
What are you drinking there, Alfie?
What do you think? Whiskey? My old lady always said, Alfie, if you got a drink, drink whiskey, and drink it straight.
Good for your old lady, but make this the last one.
The last one? It's the first one.
Better still. We got a big night. I want you with a clear head. I got it all mapped out.
Not including that liquor store on 41st.
Yeah, including the liquor store on 41st.
Now, look, I didn't like that one from the beginning, and I don't like it now. The breakaway's going to be tough.
They do a lot of business. For a lot of dough, we can stand a tough breakaway.
But it's too near the theater there. There's always a cop on the corner, sometimes two.
By the time the cop on the corner hears about it, we'll be far enough away to stop for a short beer.
Who drinks beer? My old lady says beer's
quit
bad.
with your old lady, will you? How you spell peddler? How many D's, I mean?
What difference does it make? Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, wait till I finish my drink. That's it.
Come on, will you?
See, Alfie? One's life is never one's own.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see.
This is going to be a long, hard night, Mackie. I hope you brought your hot water bottle.
Yeah, you should have reminded me sooner, Sergeant. Now, how did we happen to draw this 41st Street store, anyway?
Well, I had a long chat with the lieutenant.
Oh, what are you handing me? If I was sticking up saloons and liquor stores in this neighborhood, this would be the last place on my list. There's always a cop on the corner not 20 feet away.
Maybe, but the size of the till can make up for a lot of disadvantages.
We shall, as the saying goes, see. After you, Sergeant.
Much obliged.
Can I help you, gentlemen? We have a special today on our own brand of Puerto Rican rum.
Rum? Are people still drinking that stuff?
We're from the police department.
Was that so?
Is Mr. Simon here?
I'm Mr. Simon. Something the matter?
No, not yet. I'm Sergeant Ryan. This is Detective Mackey.
Oh, how do you do?
Sir?
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
What's through that door behind the partition there?
Well, just a little stock room.
A room for the two of us until the store closes?
I think so, but why?
Now, we've got an idea that you may have a couple of visitors tonight.
Visitors?
Stick-up men.
I don't think so on account of the location. I've been in business here 14 years. I haven't had any trouble yet, Sergeant.
You've been lucky.
I wouldn't call it luck. There's always a cop right on the corner.
We won't be in your way, though, if we stick around just the same, man.
Well, listen, it's your time. Spend it here if you want.
We'll just make ourselves at home back there, okay?
Anything's okay.
And we'll leave the door open a little so we can hear what the customers have to say.
I know my business, Sergeant. I guess you know yours.
Let's hope I do. Come on, Maggie.
Yes, Sergeant.
Just go right in.
Well, it's not exactly what I'd call home.
No. Close the door, son.
Yeah. How's that?
Ought to do. Well, let's get as comfortable as we can.
So, Don, through brilliant deduction, detectives were planted at one of the very places the stick-up men, Luke Stone and Alfie Riga, planned to rob that night. There was a tragedy ahead, and like all tragedies, it was least expected by the victim.
You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, that Lieutenant Hanson of the New York City Police had planted teams of detectives at various bars and liquor stores near a 41st Street power plant, anticipating that any one of them might be held up.
That's right, Don. Sergeant Ryan and Detective Mackey were assigned to hide in the stockroom of a certain liquor store on 41st Street. And this particular store was on the list of robberies planned for that night by Luke Stone and Alfie Riga. It was near midnight, 4 hours since the detectives started their watch in the stockroom. The owner of the store was alone in front, straightening his stock. He heard the street door open and looked around.
It's miserable outside. Miserable.
We have a special tonight on rum, Puerto Rican rum.
I look like a rummy? Give me a pint of wine.
I don't think I'll give you anything. You look like you had a big night already.
I tell you, it's miserable out. What do you mean you won't give me anything? You're in the business of selling, ain't you?
And I want to stay in business. Now, go on.
Look, I got money, lots of money. I got $1. Is that enough for a pint of wine? It's enough for a quart, maybe a gallon.
It's enough for a taxi to take you home.
Look, I don't want to go home. It's too miserable. I want a pint of wine.
Now, go on home, will you?
Listen,
I got other customers. Good evening, gentlemen.
What do you say?
Too miserable to go home.
We have a special tonight, Puerto Rican rum.
You like rum, pal?
I hate this stuff.
It's miserable.
Well, just take the dough you got. Reach.
Go on, get him up.
All right, don't shoot.
Hey, all I want some wine.
Shut up, you. Get around the back there, pal. Get the dough.
Yeah, you betcha.
All right, we're police officers. Drop those guns.
Luke, come here, you.
Let go. Drop those guns. Oh, man, will you?
Listen, copy. You shoot this guy.
Oh, me?
Stay still.
You better get smart, boy.
Take another step, he gets shot anyway. You understand?
Let him go.
Shut up, you. Okay, rumpot, we're going out the door. Come on.
Hey, I don't want to go out.
Come on. Stay where you are, copper.
I don't want to.
Shut up. Get the door, pal. Now, listen, coppers. We're taking this guy with us. Stay in here and don't move or we'll kill him. I swear to you, we'll kill him.
Let me go, you.
Still, you.
I want it.
Okay. Go on, move. Don't need any cooks.
All right, drop that gun.
Yeah?
Answer him. Come on, let's go.
Down to 37th Street. I chased him, Lieutenant. He ducked in someplace, I don't know where. The other one lit out to a Tudor City with Mackey after him.
Yes, I know, Ryan. We just got a report from the neighborhood. The one Mackey was chasing hopped in a cab and headed downtown. Mackey must be following him.
Yeah, what about that man, the drunk?
Well, the ambulance is there now. Abbott just reported in. He's dead on arrival. Yeah. Look, I'm just going to leave here now and head for the scene. Meet me there, will you, Ryan?
Yeah, boss. Just as soon as we make sure this other one isn't in the neighborhood.
Hey, what's the matter? Can't you get a little more speed out of this hack?
Look, mister, I'm going fast enough for Lexington Avenue. I don't want to spend no morning in traffic.
I say move, so you move.
If you don't like it, I'll pull over. You can flag another cab. There's thousands of them.
Look, there's a gun in the back of your head, buddy. Now move this crate downtown.
Oh. Okay, that's the way you put it.
Yeah, that's the way I put it.
There's a red light at the next corner. What do I do? Stop or go on through?
You stop.
Okay, I stop.
Don't get nervous, buddy. You'll get taken care of for this.
Don't take care of me. Just get out of my car, will you? You can forget what's on the clock. It's on the house.
Yeah, I like you.
Thanks for the compliment. Don't do me any favors.
Hey, go on. Get going.
That's what you say.
Go on, get going. It's the law.
That's just what I was looking for.
Right.
Okay, you come out of there.
Watch him, officer. He's got a gun.
Drop it.
Okay. Okay, don't try nothing. I'm cooked.
Drop the gun.
Yeah, it's dropped.
Now, come on out of there.
Yeah, sure. Let's take it easy, huh?
Driver.
Yeah?
Reach back there and get me his gun off the floor.
Yes. I got it.
Now, listen, officer.
Shut up. Now, give it here, driver.
Yeah.
That was nice words. Give me a signal to follow you.
Thanks, officer. I'm sure glad you noticed my lights blinking.
Okay. Follow us to the station house.
Yes, sir.
Okay, mister, in my car. Make it snappy.
Yeah, I'm getting.
All right, in the car.
Okay. I'm in.
All right. East 51st Street Station House. Let's go.
Yeah, who is it?
Come on, Angel, open up.
Yeah, look, just a second.
Alfie get here yet?
No, wasn't he with you?
Yeah, we had some trouble. We had to split up.
What kind of trouble?
Guy was shot.
Is he dead?
I didn't stick around to find out. Look, if Alfie hasn't shown up yet, maybe the cops got him.
Well, if they got Alfie, you don't want to be around here.
I had to find out. They won't get anything out of him for an hour or so, at least. Look, Angel, Get the bags packed. We're moving out.
Out of New York?
Sure, out of New York.
I like it here.
Get the bags packed. And meanwhile, I'll get out in the street. If Alfie shows up, everything's fine. If he don't, we gotta move.
But if they got him, cops will be all over this place.
Okay, here's how we'll work it. It's a little after 1. I'll get out and stay out about 3 hours. If Alfie shows up, or if no cops come calling, leave the light on in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it from the street. I'll know everything's okay.
What am I going to do here in the meantime?
You gotta pack our stuff.
How long can that take?
After you get finished, then work some of your crosswords. You got enough of them around here, and don't forget the light, if everything's okay.
I won't.
So long, Angel. I'll see you in about 3 hours.
That's all I know, I tell you. Oh, listen, I give you the guy's name, and I just give you the address of the apartment, didn't I?
Where were the two of you planning to meet if something went wrong?
Who figured on something going wrong?
This girl, this Angel, she's at the apartment?
Yeah, I guess so.
What's she doing there?
How should I know what she's doing there? Maybe she's working one of her crossword puzzles.
Puzzles, huh?
Yeah.
And where were you going to meet Luke?
How many times have I got to say it? No place, no place.
Okay, Ryan, that's enough with him. Mackie.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Take him upstairs.
Come on, boy.
Okay.
We'll let you rest a while.
Honest, guys, I told you what I know. We had no place else we was going to meet. Only the apartment.
All right. Get him out of here, Mackie.
Yeah. Through that door, Alfie. Go on.
Okay, Ryan. Take a couple of men down to the apartment. See if Luke's shown up.
If he hasn't?
Then talk to the girl. Maybe she knows where he could have gone.
Okay, boss.
And watch out for this Luke guy. He's got one gun wrap hanging over him. He won't think twice before he pulls that trigger again.
All right, just a second. Yeah, who is it?
A friend of Alfie's.
Don't you know it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
Come on, Angel, open up.
Okay, just a second. Now, what? Oh. You're the law, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, come in.
Angel? You're an angel.
Alfie's in the clink, huh?
How'd you guess?
Figured.
Where did Luke go?
Luke?
Yeah.
Why don't you ask Alfie? He's seen him since I have.
Oh, no, Angel. There's a party downstairs that saw Luke go out an hour ago. Out of here.
Ain't neighbors nosy.
Well, mind if I make myself comfortable, do you?
Make yourself whatever you like.
Oh? See, you're all packed. You going to meet Luke someplace?
I guess I'm not.
Where were you going to meet him, Angel?
In Chicago, on the corner of State and Madison at 2:30 Friday afternoon. What else would you like to know?
Where were you going to meet him?
Look, why don't you just haul me in?
What's your hurry?
I'm going to get hauled in tonight. I might as well get locked up in time to get a little sleep.
Ah, you mean Luke's coming back here?
I didn't say that.
Look, Angel, he's got a lot of trouble now. You don't want to see him get any more, do you?
His trouble is his business.
Well, I think I'll just stick around a while.
Okay. Have it your way. Just let me turn out a few of the lights around here.
Leave those lights alone, Angel. Come here.
What do you want?
What have the lights got to do with it?
Electric bills are big enough.
Well, just leave them on.
Say, whose apartment is this?
Just leave them on. Uh-oh. Who's the crossword puzzle fan?
Me. That's all I got to do, crosswords.
No kidding. I love the puzzles myself. Yeah. You do this one?
Yeah. But I couldn't finish it. I got stuck.
Oh, this is a cinch. Sovereign. That's a king.
No kidding.
And Canadian city, A-L. That's Alberta.
Hey, you're good.
You know that big puzzle in the Times on Sunday?
Yeah, I tried it once. I didn't get to first base.
I finish it. All the time.
You mean you fill in everything?
Every word. Been doing it for 15 years. My hobby.
Gee, I wish I could say that. Every week in the Times?
Sure. Nothing to it. He's going to show back here, isn't he, Angel?
I don't know.
You wouldn't want to see him hurt, would you?
Yeah, Luke's coming back here.
When? And what's the lights got to do with it?
He's coming back about 4. If everything's okay, I got to leave the light on in the living room. You can see it from the street.
Okay, you'll see it.
How'd you get to know all those words? Even with a dictionary must be hard.
Oh, sometimes it is, Angel. You just got to get to the bottom of the puzzle.
You start the bottom, I always start the top.
We'll talk about puzzles later, Angel. I got to get ready to welcome Luke home. Okay, boss, I got Mackey and Adler planted in the hallway across the street. Those two men from the main office squad are inside a door downstairs. They're following us.
Good work, Ryan.
Now, what about Angel?
She's in there in the bedroom.
Don't you think we ought to have her out here to answer the door?
Yeah. Go on, get her.
Hello, Angel.
Hello.
The lieutenant wants you to answer the door when Luke knocks.
Okay.
Here she is, Lieutenant.
You've been a lot of help so far, Angel. Luke's probably in a pretty desperate state right now. If you continue to help us, you might prevent some more shooting.
I'll help him. What do I have to do?
Well, it's about time now. He'll be knocking on the door any second. Now, when he does knock, I want you to walk over and say everything is fine. And when you open up, we'll grab him. You jump back.
Okay.
All right, now I think we ought to keep quiet for a while. He may listen in the hall.
Okay. Sergeant, do you get those crossword books?
Quiet, Angel.
Oh. Okay. Hey, Sergeant, if it's not asking too much, sometimes
Quiet.
That's his knock.
Okay, go to the door. Ryan, you ready?
Yeah. Go on, Angel.
Luke?
Everything okay?
Yeah, okay.
Open up.
All right.
Stand back, Angel.
Look, Angel, they got Alfie.
Grab him.
Hey, hold still, Luke. Hold still.
Angel, you're right.
Get him. Yeah.
Oh!
Well, that's that.
Maybe I shouldn't have done it. Maybe I should have stuck by him.
You did right, Angel. He wouldn't have stuck by you. Come on, Ryan, let's get him in.
That, Don, was the end of another gang of stick-up men who operated in New York City last spring. These killers are now serving life sentences in Sing Sing.
Well, thank you, Chief Sullivan, for telling us this case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the New York detectives who participated in the investigation leading to the arrest and conviction of these killers. And now, as a special feature, Gangbusters presents the courageous taxicab driver who aided New York City police in apprehending the criminal Alfie Riga in tonight's case. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ernest G. Lance.
Thank you, Don Gardner, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners.
Well, Mr. Lance, I understand that you're a former technical sergeant in the Air Force and the holder of the Air Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters and 7 battle stars. Tell me, how did you feel when you halted your taxicab and helped capture this gunman?
Well, Don, it all happened so quickly that I didn't have time to think how I felt.
Well, why not tell us about it, Ernie?
All right, Don. I was cruising in my cab when I saw Alfie Riga hurrying from the scene of the shooting and holdup. I noticed he had something that looked like a gun in his pocket. He got into the cab. I drove off, and when I saw the police officer in the patrol car, I signaled him to follow me. He did so. When I got the chance at an intersection, I stopped. Then the policeman ran up, his hand on his gun, and arrested Riga. I didn't have time to get worried, at least until we all reached the police station. I got a good look at the gun that Riga had been carrying.
Well, thank you, Ernest G. Lance, for coming tonight and telling our millions of listeners about your thrilling experience. And Gangbusters, congratulations to you for your alertness and courage. Gangbusters! Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Mandel Kramer and Elspeth Eric in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Gunman, who didn't believe in honor among thieves until he nearly lost his life, or in love and law until he lost his liberty.
Gangbusters has asked Captain of Detectives Henry J. Criss, Commanding Detective Bureau, Baltimore Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Captain Criss, you said the leading criminal in tonight's case was one of the most surly and vicious hold-up men to put in an appearance in the Baltimore-Washington area in some years.
That's right, Don Gardner. And besides maltreating his victims, he was just as rough with his accomplices. And that's what finally brought this case to a head.
Well, suppose you tell us about it, Captain Criss.
All right, Don. I think it would begin shortly before noon about a year ago. 2 men were riding in a car which was pulling to a stop in front of a house in East Baltimore.
Okay.
Listen, Mac.
Tell me about it later. Dump the car.
But, Mac, we're going to
Get rid of the car. We'll talk about it. Don't. What I got to put up with? Kitty! Kitty!
All right, I'm here.
Well, come in here, will you?
Putting up my hair. Did you have any trouble, Mac?
Not with the job. Stuck a gun on him and took the dough. That jerk Lewis almost queered everything. There.
Is that it?
Yeah.
How much?
Haven't had time to count it yet. About 3,000, I guess.
Then I can have that new coat, huh, Mac?
You can have nothing.
Oh, honey, you promised me. You said as soon
Get your hands off me.
I knew it. I knew you were lying to me.
Okay, so you knew it.
Mac, if you don't give her up, I swear I'm going to fix her so you'll never take another look at her.
Fix who?
I know her. I know who she is.
There's no her. And leave me alone about it.
Oh, you lie about that, too. Lewis said the two of you were the...
Forget about what Lewis said. You don't know the right time of day. I went in and heisted the joint. All he had to do was sit around at the wheel. He couldn't even do that right. But don't listen to him.
She's a blonde, isn't she? You were always a sucker for blondes.
No blonde and forget about
Lewis
it. Look,
said...
cut it out, will you?
You're playing around with some washed-out blonde. You expect me to keep my mouth shut?
Yes.
Well, nobody's going to beat my time.
What's tying you down? Pack up and get out.
Listen,
Go on,
Mac.
pack up. Who's stopping you?
You make a good score next time? I can have the coat, huh?
Maybe.
Okay, that's a promise.
I said maybe. Now finish that hair. You look like a slob.
Who's that?
Take it easy. It's Lewis. Okay. Yeah?
Me.
Get in here.
Come on, let's cut the score.
I thought I told you to dump the car.
What do you think I did?
Where? Around the corner?
It was in the next block.
How much better is the next block? Cops will be swarming around that car in an hour.
Well, I figure like this. They'll dope it out we wouldn't drop the car close to home. So they start looking on the other side of town. See?
Always got an angle, haven't you? Go on, get in there.
You said it. I want my end of the score. Oh, hi, Kitty.
Hi.
What were you telling her about some blonde?
The blonde? Oh, well,
It was business, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's what it was, business. Didn't I say it was business, Kitty? This little dish works in the joint Mac and me figure on taking soon.
Okay. Get going, Kitty. Get that hair fixed. You look like something out of a wrestling match.
Business, huh?
Get busy, will you?
Just wondering what kind of business. Blonde.
Why did you have to open up your yap about that blonde?
Yeah, we were talking, and I just mentioned you.
Who asked you to mention anything?
No harm was intended, Mac. Hey, is that the score?
Yeah.
Well, come on, cut it up.
Sure, I'll cut it up. 20, 40, 60, 81. 20, 40, 60, 70, 80, 92. $200. Take it. It's yours.
What about the rest?
You get the $200.
Oh, now, Mac, there's $3,000 there at least.
Listen, I ought to throw you out the door. I would have been better off flagging a cap.
But the deal was...
The deal was nothing. I did all the work, and you came near getting me nabbed. Now, take the $200 and be happy with it.
Oh, Mac, this ain't right. You know it ain't right.
Isn't it? I should have started this after the last Washington job. I can get car pushers a dime a dozen, so consider yourself well paid.
But, Mac, I did my job.
You want the 2 bills or don't you?
Now, listen.
Do you want it?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a deal you contribute something to, we split. As long as you're driving a hack, you get paid like a hack driver.
This ain't no way to treat me, Mac.
Isn't it?
I'm entitled to
I'll tell you what you're entitled to. Go on. Get your carcass out of here before I really let go.
Yeah, okay. I'll be seeing you, Mac.
Hello, Lieutenant Kelly.
Sergeant Meyer, Lieutenant. I think maybe I got an identification on that stick-up artist.
Yeah?
Yeah. The guy they want pretty bad down in Washington for payroll robberies at a couple of printing plants. I showed his picture to the victims here. They're pretty sure it's the guy, Mac Wilson Fierst.
Mac Wilson Fierce. We've handled him here in Baltimore, haven't we?
Yeah, we had him on a stick-up a couple of years ago, Lieutenant. He's got a record as long as your arm.
Well, come on in here, Sergeant. We'll see if we can figure out a way to locate him. If he's still in Baltimore.
Ain't no use crying to me, Louis. I told you what Mac was like. Told you all along. I come in here to have a drink, not to hear your grief.
But 200, Sig. A lousy 200. And the score came to nearly $4,000, believe me.
Well, my advice, Louis, figure your 200 to do good. Break off with the guy and make some new connections.
I got a lot of dough coming to me, and Mac or no Mac, I'm going to get it.
You talk like a kid in 3rd grade.
Somewhere in that house of his, he's got 10 or 15,000. I know. I was on those jobs. And he ain't spent a nickel of it, believe me.
Yeah, I believe you. So what? What do you want me to do, shed a few tears for you?
Listen, how'd you like to split it with me, Sig? 50-50.
Split what?
All that sugar Mac has laying around.
Look, maybe you ought to get home. This stuff is going to your head.
We wouldn't have a bit of trouble, Sig.
You bet your life we wouldn't. Because I ain't going out looking for it.
You mean to say you're not interested in nearly $8,000?
I'm interested, but let's get it the easy way. Let's go heist a bank with guards.
We couldn't have it any easier. Not the way I got it doped.
Listen, I don't want to hear about it.
$8,000, Sig. And we rid society of a menace.
You mean?
How else?
I don't know. Is it possible?
You don't think I'd try it if it wasn't? Look, Mac's heard about your job. He's heard you're a guard at that crap game down there.
Yeah?
Well, if I know him, he'd jump at an inside track to knock it over. I'll tell him you know the setup, and we're a cinch to walk away with 20 or 30,000.
Yeah, but one look inside, he'll know it ain't a cinch.
He won't even get a look. We drive down there, but we take a stop and away.
Listen, it'd take more than 2 of us, you know it.
He wouldn't give too much trouble. One crack out of a 45, and he'd be quiet enough.
You know, I love dough, but who needs a miter rap?
We drop him in the woods someplace down there. Who's going to know? You'll never even find him.
You see, you're running away with yourself. He's dead. How are we going to get the dough?
Don't worry, it's around the house someplace.
Yeah, but what about that dame? That, what's her name?
Kitty? I can handle her. All we gotta do is get Mac out of the way.
You talk like that's no project.
The way we do it, it won't be. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. I want another drink. Hey, waiter. Waiter, here you are.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, I was just about to put a call into your house, Sergeant.
I know the desk man said you wanted to see me. What's doing?
Mac Wilson Fierce.
Oh.
The forgery squad. They got a check artist back there. And, of course, questioning comes out he's a friend of Fierce.
Yeah? Does he know where we can locate him?
Well, he's not that good a friend, but he's sure Fierce is in Baltimore. Saw him a couple of weeks ago. They had a drink together. Then Fierce dropped him off downtown.
You think our boy is staying in Baltimore?
That for sure. Maybe something better. The car they rode in, Fierce told the check artist was his, that he had just bought it.
Here in Baltimore?
Presumably. It's a 1946 Oldsmobile, 4-door, painted gray. Let's get a couple of men to take Fierce's picture around the used car dealers.
He probably made the buy under an alias.
Yeah, but maybe he still owes money on the car. And he had to apply for plates. There's an address involved someplace that might be just the address we're looking for.
It's as easy as that, Mac. Sig says there ought to be 20 or 30 grand just waiting to be picked up.
Who wanted beer?
Me.
Mac?
Just set it down. Sig says there's only one guard on Sunday nights, huh?
You can ask him yourself.
I mean to.
I hear somebody mention $30,000.
You didn't hear anybody mention a thing. If you want to stay in here, keep your mouth shut.
Well, here's to all that dough we cut up.
I didn't know that crap game was that large.
Yeah, Sig says the play is enormous.
We'll see.
You ask me, even one guard is too many.
Nobody asked you.
Well, how about it, Mac?
I want to talk to Sig.
Sure, talk to him. But, look, Mac, one thing's got to be understood.
I want to talk to Sig. Run out and locate him.
Now?
When do you think? Next week? Go on. Bring him back here.
Well, at least let me finish the beer.
I'll put it in the icebox.
Get moving, Louis.
Don't see why I can't wait till the night.
Just get him here.
Okay, I'll get him here.
Well, guess this one will do it.
Do what?
Get me that coat.
You get a coat when I'm ready to give it to you.
But that blonde can have anything she wants.
There's no blonde, and if there was, it wouldn't be any of your concern.
Wouldn't it?
No, now go on. Get out of here. Gotta think about this thing.
So all you do is think.
Wait a minute.
What?
Take these beer glasses with you.
Oh. Okay, for me to wash glasses when I need them.
I'll see you later. Go on.
So, Don, as Baltimore detectives were trying to get on the trail of the bandit Mac Wilson Fierce, one of his disgruntled associates planned his murder. But as you will see, trails can be hard to follow, and plans are only plans. Now back to Gangbusters.
Now, you were telling us, Captain Chris, that Hunter Lewis, an accomplice of the hold-up man, Mac Wilson Fierce, was dissatisfied with what Fierce gave him as his share, and with another man, planned to entice the leader into the woods of southern Maryland and murder him.
That's right, Don. But in the meantime, Baltimore detectives learned that Fierce participated in a local holdup, and they were attempting to locate him. Following one line of their investigation, Lieutenant Leo Kelly hurried to the lot of a used car dealer, Happy Harry, in response to a call from Sergeant Joseph Maurer, who was waiting as the lieutenant's car pulled to a stop.
Lieutenant?
How's it look, Sergeant?
Well, Happy Harry took one look at the picture and said he sold the guy a car.
Fierce didn't use his right name?
No, it's not on the books. But we've been checking back sales 5 or 6 weeks since I phoned you, and I think we found the Oldsmobile.
Oh?
It was bought on the name of H. McDuff. Gives an address over on East Baltimore Street. I'll introduce you to Happy Harry.
The car bought on time or for cash?
Cash. Lieutenant Kelly, Happy Harry.
How are you?
Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Lieutenant. You know something, Sergeant? Association. I'm sure of it because of association.
You're sure of what?
Well, I'm sure the guy that bought the Olds is the same one in the picture. Association. Now, you take the guy in the picture. I knew he had gray eyes before you told me even. A gray Olds. I remember like it was yesterday.
Well, let's hope the association works out. Can I see the papers?
Oh, yes, sir. I always keep my papers in order. Books and papers. Happy Harry always keeps them in order. Yes, sir. Here you are. What's the matter?
Nothing at all. What do you say, Sergeant? Let's check the address.
Right. Thanks a lot, Harry.
Don't mention it. If you ever need a good car, don't forget Happy Harry.
We won't.
Well, Sergeant, looks pretty good. We'll check the State Department of Motor Vehicles and the tag number.
What about East Baltimore Street? Sounds like a rooming house.
Tell you what. We'll keep our eyes on it a couple of days. If that gray Olds shows up around there, then we know we've got something. If it doesn't, we'll knock on the door and ask some questions on the inside. Come on.
Hello?
Sig?
Yeah?
Lewis, it's all set for the night.
Listen, you think we ought to go ahead?
Sure, we oughta. Now get this. We'll meet at Mac's. If he don't see us together, he won't suspect anything. Now, here's the deal. Mac will be driving. I'll manage to get in the back seat and you in front with him. I can't hang on the phone all day. We're out in the country, see? There's a place he has to slow down. The road ain't so hot. I'll say, how about turning up the heater a little? It's freezing back here.
So?
That means it won't be but a couple of seconds before I give it to him. Okay?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. I'll see you at Mac's. So long.
Lieutenant Kelly.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Maurer. We went inside that East Baltimore Street address.
Yes?
McDuff was Mac Fierst, all right. The landlady made him from the picture. But he moved about 3 or 4 weeks ago. No forwarding address.
Okay, I didn't expect any miracles out of it, but he still must be driving that car around town. Let's keep a special lookout for it.
Listen, how far is this place? You said a mile from the crossroads.
It's just down the road, Mac. Ain't that right, Lewis?
Yeah, just down the road.
But watch it here. The road's kind of rough.
Yeah, okay. Now listen, the two of you.
What?
Yeah, Mac?
We'll take it just like I figured we'll take it. Going in, coming out, and getting away. Have you got that straight?
Sure, we've been all over that 10 times. Hey, it ain't exactly summer tonight, you know. It's freezing back here. How about turning that heater up a little?
You can stand it. We're nearly there.
Yeah, Lewis. Nearly.
Maybe, but this is as far as you're going, Mac.
Hey.
Just stop the car.
Get that gun out of my head, you cheap little punk.
Stay there.
I think that finished him.
Now,
Think again. I'm getting you.
hey, wait for me.
Shoot me, will you?
Sick.
Here. Let go me, Mac. Let go.
Punk. Lousy punk. Shoot me in the back. You get away with something, huh? What do you think you'll get away with? What? What? Okay. Get out of here. Sig. Sig.
Mac?
Come here. Hurry.
Mac?
Come here.
Okay.
Hurry, will you?
What happened, Mac? What happened?
What's it look like happened?
You don't point the gun at me, Mac. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Tell me, Sig. Who are you with now?
I'm with you, Mac. I was always with you.
We'll see. I need help. And we'll shut up some off.
Yeah. Well, what do you want me to do, Mac? What?
Get him out of there. Drag him into the woods.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Mac.
Wait a minute.
What?
Maybe I'll pass out while you're gone. If I do, you take me home. Straight home, you got it?
Yeah, straight home, Mac.
Okay. Now get rid of him.
All right, okay. I'll be there. Yeah?
Open up, Kitty.
Who is it?
Sig and Mac.
All right.
He's hurt.
Hurt? What do you...
Hello, Kitty.
Let me get him in.
Yeah, get me in.
What happened?
He and Lewis.
Had an argument.
In the bedroom. Go on.
Come on.
Give me a hand, Kitty, will you,
Yeah,
please?
sure.
Oh, boy, it hurts. It's bad.
Take it easy, Mac.
Get the door, Kitty.
On the bed.
Don't pull me, will you?
Okay, easy now.
On the bed, Mac.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta get going.
Sig,
Yeah, Mac?
were you with me or him?
I was with you, Mac.
I'll bet.
I was, honest. Well, I'll be going.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Stick the car in the garage, will you?
But...
Stick the car in the garage, will you?
Okay.
Don't ever show your puss around here again. Now get moving.
Yeah. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah. Hiya, Kitty.
Hi.
How bad does it look?
You need a doctor, Mac.
I want no doctor.
There's a bullet in your neck.
I can feel it. I can feel them all.
Oh, Mac.
Oh, I'll live, Kitty. I'll be okay. If you'll take care of me. Will you?
I'll try.
Baby. You do a good job. You get that coat. Coat like you never dreamed of.
I'll do what I can, Mac. Everything I can.
Sergeant Morrow.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
One of the boys out in Southeastern just called in. He thought he spotted that Oldsmobile of Fierce.
No kidding.
Yep. Was coming at him down a busy street. By the time he turned his car around, it was gone.
Was he sure? It's been 6 weeks since we heard a peep out of Fierce.
Well, he was sure of the license number. Come on. Go down in that district and have a look for ourselves.
Kitty. Kitty, over here in the booth.
Mac, I found the coat. It's gorgeous.
Sit down.
Sure.
How about a drink?
Well, I gotta run put a deposit on the coat. Really, it's what I always wanted.
Yeah? How much?
The coat?
What do you think I'm talking about?
Not much. $450.
$450?
Well, you know how things are these days.
Forget about it.
Mac, you promised.
I didn't promise any $500.
Don't you think I earned it? I took care of you for 6 weeks. Doctor couldn't have done a better job. Saved you from dying.
Thanks.
Now I know how Lewis felt.
Shut up about Lewis.
I feel like killing him myself.
Wouldn't that be a little crazy? You just spent 6 weeks saving my life.
Well,
where you going?
Where do you think? Home.
Stick around. I'll drive you.
No, thank you. I'll walk.
Well, Sergeant, doesn't look like we'll have any luck today.
At least we got an idea he's still in town.
Let's just check up to Lakewood and back. We'll call it.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Up there. Parked at the curb.
That's the car, all right. There's a parking space past it. Pull in.
Yeah. This ought to be a good spot.
Now, let's sit here and wait for him. We've been waiting here 3 hours, Sergeant.
Yeah. I'm just hoping you didn't suddenly get an idea to abandon the car.
Keep your eye on it.
I don't know where else I could keep it, Lieutenant.
Who's that coming out of the bar?
It looks like that guy's really banged up. But he's got the same build as Fierce.
Yeah?
What's the matter with his face?
Got me. He's headed for the car.
Yeah.
There he goes. Right for it.
That's him.
Come on, Sergeant.
Right with you.
Keep him covered. He's a gunman.
I'll get the door.
All right, fist with police officers. Come out of there.
Hey.
He said come out.
Look, you guys are making a mistake.
What's happened to your face? Who shot you up?
This is ridiculous. My name is McDuff. I have identification to prove it. Look,
Stay out of that pocket.
I got him. Let go of me. Yeah, plenty of identification. 45.
Okay, Fierce, get moving. Our car's right down there.
Now,
He
listen,
said get moving. Now go on. So, Don, Mac Wilson Fierce, one of the worst desperados in Baltimore history, was under arrest. Within a short time after he got to detectives' headquarters, the whole bizarre story of the killing of his accomplice, Hunter C. Lewis, was known to authorities. Fierce was placed on trial, and within a little more than a month, he began to serve a 20-year sentence in the Maryland Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Captain of Detectives Henry J. Criss, for this revealing case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the Baltimore detectives whose fine work landed this dangerous criminal. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Frank Reddick and Elspeth Eric in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Bandit brothers who rode a crooked trail of death and robbery over the plains until vigilant and fast-shooting Western peace officers straightened them out.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Homer Casey, former sheriff of McLennan County, Texas, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Let's start tonight's case in a small town in the ranch country of Colorado a few years ago. It was late on a Saturday night, and most of the ranch hands in for entertainment had headed home. But in front of a small house just off the square, a man dressed in boots and Levi's leaned against a streetlight smoking a cigarette. Finally, he threw the cigarette into the street and walked up the front porch.
Waiting all night. Come on, will you?
Yes, who is it?
Me, Randall, open up.
Oh, okay. He ain't here. How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, where is he?
How should I know where he is?
He said he was coming here.
Listen, what your brother says and what he does are two different things. You ought to know that by now.
Okay, if you see Obie, tell him I went back to Turr's cabin. I went back to get some sleep.
If I see him, I'll tell him.
Good night. Don't forget, it's important.
Good night.
Who was it, Randall again?
Yeah, it was Randall again.
Why don't he go home to sleep?
That's where I sent him.
Some brother I got me. Follows me around like a beagle dog.
Ah, let's forget about your brother. Huh, Obie?
Sure, baby.
Come on, sit down.
Sure, baby.
Nice and comfortable.
Yeah.
Give me a kiss, Obie.
How about it, May? Suppose we forget Randall, you and me. We're starting traveling right now.
No, honey, that wouldn't be any good.
Oh, why wouldn't it? It'd be swell.
Oh, you wouldn't want me to get mixed up in your business now, would you? You wouldn't want me to get too involved in anything?
No. Guess it wouldn't. Wouldn't be fair.
So, like I was saying, you just go out with Randall and do what you have to do. I'll be sitting and waiting for you to come back. There's nothing else for me to do. Just sit and wait.
Oh, no, it ain't that bad, May. This ain't such a bad town.
What's good about it?
Well, I got an idea.
What, honey?
Home. How'd you like to go back to Texas? You'd have plenty to do there.
You mean you'd send me?
Sure, I'd send you. Take a little visit, you come back here to Colorado. Then everything's okay.
Oh, but visits take money.
Well, I got money.
And I need money for clothes and everything. If I'm going to visit home, I got to have good clothes.
Well, you got pretty good clothes, haven't you?
Yeah, but, you know, there's all kind of expenses.
How much do you think you'll need, May?
Oh, I don't know, honey. $500 or $600.
Well, we're kind of low ourselves right now. Randall and me, we only have about $400 altogether. We ain't been out on the job in a couple of weeks.
Well, I guess $400 will have to do.
But May,
It's all right. It's perfectly all right, honey. I'm sure I can get by on 400. That is, if it's okay with Randall.
Look, we don't have to worry none about Randall. I carry the money. I always have.
Oh, babe. You're a darling. A real darling.
Frank Henderson.
Yeah?
Telephone. In the booth there.
Who is it?
Long distance. Colorado. Sometime out there.
Okay. Colorado. If she... Hello?
Frank, darling?
I thought I told you not to waste any more dough on long-distance calls, May.
Frank, honey, I'm coming back. I'll be there in Waco the day after tomorrow.
Hey, now, let's get something straight, baby. If I gotta pay your way, you stay up there.
Oh, I got my way paid all right and plenty to spare.
Yeah? Who's the chump?
A guy named Thornberry. Will you meet me at the train, honey?
You know where to find me. I'll see you when you get in.
Oh, please.
I said I'll see you when you get here.
All right, honey. I love you.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Yeah, but every cent you got to give her.
Will you shut up about it, Randall?
Half of it was my dough. You could have thought of that.
Listen, brother, no, brother. I'd just as soon throw you out of this car as look at you.
Okay. And to top it off, we got to put our guns in soak to buy gasoline.
I told you to shut up.
Well, okay, what happens now? We got no money, we got no guns. What happens?
I'll tell you what happens.
Yeah, you tell me.
I heard some talk about an old sheep herder lives out there near Hayden.
What do we want with a sheep herder?
He gets good pay every month. He ain't spent a cent of it in years. Must have a couple of $1,000 around his shack.
Just where'd you hear all this?
I heard it. And he's got guns.
Well, that's something we can use, all right. How'd you figure on handling them?
Easy enough. We start out friendly. We ask if he knows of any work around.
Uh-huh. How much money you say he's got?
A couple of $1,000.
Okay. Now listen, I want my half plus the 200 of mine you gave to May.
We'll see.
We'll see nothing. I get it or nothing do.
Now listen, Rand, you get what I want to give you. You understand that?
I get what's mine.
In a minute, I'll stop the car and let you know what is yours.
Okay, go on. Find the sheep herder. We'll talk about it later.
So low, head high, hear the wind blow, hear the wind blow, dear, hear the wind blow. Hang your head. Hello, mister.
Howdy.
Saw your shack here on the hill. Our car's kind of heated over. We were wondering if you could spare some water from your well.
Yeah, help yourself. The only thing is we ain't got a thing to carry the water in.
Oh, you ain't, huh? Nope. Well, there's a bucket inside you can use. Come ahead. Obliged. Well, go on in, strangers.
Yeah, thanks.
There's the bucket hanging.
Okay, I'll get it.
Yeah. You boys from around here? No, we're Texans. Oh, Texans.
Yeah, we're looking for work.
You won't find much work in this part of Colorado. You don't know any of your friends can use a couple of hands. Sheepman don't have no friends. Or rather, a sheepman don't want no friends. Well, you got your bucket, get your water, and don't forget to bring the bucket back.
Yeah, we'll bring it back. Thanks.
Grab him. Hey,
I got it.
Turn me loose. Turn me loose. Shut up, old man. Rotten good for nothing prairie dog. Shut up. Now you shut up. All right, listen to me, old man. Where's your money? I ain't got no money. You got thousands. Let me go.
Hold still.
Where's your money? I got no money except what's in my pocket. Well, let's see what's in your pocket.
You stay out of there. I told you to hold still.
It is.
How much? How much is it?
20. $40. Where do you keep it, old man? That's all I got. Set him down over there.
Come on, old man. Come on.
Turn me loose. You turn me loose, will you?
Now sit down.
There's some rope over there. Get it.
Yeah, okay, I'll get the rope.
Now listen to me, old man. Where's your money? You got it. The real money. Where'd you hide it? I ain't got no more. Oh, you ain't.
This rope you wanted, Hey, what do you want to knock him out for?
Don't ask me questions. Get him tied up. And we get what we came for.
Map says stay on 40, and it takes us right into Salt Lake, Obie.
I don't think I want to go to no Utah.
No? Where do you want to go?
Back to the tourist camp.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. Might be a wire there from May saying whether she got home okay.
She got home okay. She could get any place on $400.
We're going back to the tourist camp, Randall.
Honest. We tie up that old man and leave him to die, we get $40 and an old rifle. You got to see if there's a telegram, and the thing we should be doing is getting out of Colorado as fast as we can.
We'll get out. Don't you worry about it.
What else is there to worry about?
Now, listen, Randall, I told you not to give me no trouble. Now, don't.
How could I give you any more trouble than we got? Go on, get your telegram. Then let's get out of this state while we still can.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, these brutal killers, the Thornberry brothers, felt secure on the assumption that they left no clues for the authorities. But when they left their victim to die, the most important clue of all they took with them.
Now back to Gangbusters. Here again is the narrator of tonight's case, Sheriff Homer Casey of Waco, Texas.
As I was saying, Obie and Randall Thornberry killed and robbed a helpless sheep herder in Routt County, Colorado. By the time the crime was discovered and the alarm spread, the two killers had left the state of Colorado and crossed into Wyoming, where they appeared in the town of Rawlins. The two brothers had parked their car in front of a hardware store and were walking to the door carrying an old rifle.
We ain't far enough away, Obie. Wyoming's not near far enough.
What are you scared of?
What do you think? Shouldn't have wasted all that time going back to get a wire that wasn't there.
Now, don't give me no more headaches. I've got enough. Go on in.
Okay. Ought to wait a while.
Morning, fellas.
Howdy.
Can I get you something?
Yeah,
I'll tell them. We want some cartridges of this here rifle. 3 or 4 dozen.
What caliber?
It's a 32-40, I think.
You think?
Yeah, we just bought it. Off an oil man out near Saratoga.
Uh-huh. What make rifle is that?
Winchester. Let him see, Randall.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can get you something that fit it. Hey, this is an old-timer. How do you like that homemade sight? Couldn't have paid too much for this rifle.
No, not too much. Well, can you fit it with cartridges, or do we have to go someplace else, huh?
No, you don't have to go anyplace else. Yeah. Here's some that fit. All right, the two of you get your hands in the air.
Hey.
Get 'em up.
What's this all about?
I'll tell you what it's all about. I'm a deputy sheriff of this county.
So what have we done?
Just keep those hands up.
Okay.
I saw a report this morning of the killing over in Colorado. They found an old sheep herder murdered. This rifle answers the description of the one he owned. You two are going to spend a little time in the county jail till we find out for sure.
Now, look,
Just
mister.
keep them up. Now, both of you march out that front door. Go on, march.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that rifle was identified as the one taken from the murdered man. Obie and Randall Thornberry were charged with murder and taken from Wyoming to the Routt County, Colorado jail in the basement of the county courthouse at Steamboat Springs. A few weeks later, while they were waiting their trial, the two brothers were in their cell. Randall, on his cot, was reading a magazine as Obie walked over to him.
Randall.
What?
Give me that magazine.
I'm reading it, can't you see?
You had it long enough. Give it here.
Listen, I had enough of your bossing around. You see where it landed us, don't you?
I want that magazine.
Why don't you go read the letter you didn't get from me?
That's enough, Randall.
Sure, we're in jail. They're going to try us for murder. She'd send us some money because we're in trouble.
She didn't get my letter.
She got it all right. She's nothing but a rotten little
Okay, Randall, you asked for it.
Get your dirty hands off me.
You asked for it.
Lay off.
I'll show you.
Get away from me, Obie. Get away. Get away.
Oh. Hello, Sheriff Parker.
Matter. Can't you two get along?
Well, we get along all right. I want to be moved out of here, Sheriff. Put me someplace else.
Well,
We're all right, Sheriff. Just a little family argument. Now, listen, Obie. Everything be okay. Believe me, Sheriff.
Okay, boys.
Don't give me any more trouble. We won't, Sheriff. What's the idea, Obie?
Now, listen. Whatever's between us, we can settle later. Just figured out how we can get out of here.
Yeah? How?
We start a big fight. The sheriff will come in to break it up. I'll grab him. You slug him.
Yeah, but how we get outside?
2 deputies are going out on a call. I heard them leave. The sheriff's all by himself. All right?
Yeah, guess so.
Then let's go. Give me that magazine.
Lay off! Lay off, me, will you?
Magazine. Give it here. Come on, give it here.
Lay off, Obie.
I'm going to kill you. You just try. Let me loose. Let me loose. I'll show you. You show who.
Cut it out.
Okay.
Break it up. I'll turn him loose.
Jump him, Obie.
Fight.
What are you doing? Let go.
Slug him. Yeah. Again. Hit him again. Yeah. He's out. Let's look for his car keys.
Got a 45 automatic.
Good.
And some money. Here's a roll of money. Yeah, and his car keys.
Let's get a move on. Now, wait a minute.
Come on, if we're going.
Those deputies won't be back for a while. We lock him in.
Lock it with the key.
We need to. Snap lock. Go on. Usually parks his car right out in the yard there.
Okay. But listen, Obie.
What?
We ain't going to Texas.
What's the matter with Texas?
Because if you go to see May, we'll wind up right back here in a jailhouse.
Texas is an awful big place. We'll settle it later. Let's get out of here first. Come on. There's nothing to it. We got a fast car. We got good guns. We walk in and take their money, and then we head back towards Dallas.
We ought to head out of Texas. I didn't want to come back to Texas in the first place.
Well, we're here.
You know, I begin to think something.
What?
You didn't drag me down this way to pull no job at all. You drug me down here so you could see May.
Okay. I drug you down here so I could see May. What are you going to do about it?
We're going to get this settled right now.
You bet we are. Go on, get out.
Obie, take that gun off me.
Get out.
Look, I'm your brother.
I could still spit on you. Get out, you yellow-livered little punk. Get out.
Yeah. Well, listen, Obie. You wouldn't kill me.
Wouldn't I?
You need me. You need two to work the way we've been working.
I'm sick of your yapping. Go on, walk.
Yeah, but you need me, Obie.
That's what you think. I'm going to the town of West. Jack Bush is just itching for the chance to join up with me. Now, walk.
Listen, Obie.
Walk. Straight into them woods.
Obie,
Shut up.
You give me a chance, won't you? You wouldn't kill your own brother without a chance.
Okay, you got a chance. Start running.
Obie.
Start running before I change my mind.
Yeah.
Yellow-livered punk. Brothers, huh?
Answer that, will you, May?
Sure, Frank. Right away. Hello?
May?
Yeah. Who's this?
It's Obie.
Obie.
Yeah, baby. Did you hear about me breaking out?
Yeah, I heard.
I got a surprise for you. I'm back in Texas. I'm right here in Waco.
Yeah?
Yeah. How about me coming over?
No, you better not do that. I think the police are watching the place.
Uh-oh. Well, where can I meet you?
Look, you know that chili parlor over in West?
Yeah, I know it.
Well, we'll make it there. How 3 o'clock?
Okay, I'll be there. I missed you awful, baby. When you didn't answer my letter from the jail...
Listen, Obie. Better not talk on the phone too long.
Yeah, honey. 3 o'clock in West. Goodbye.
Who was that on the phone, May?
Nobody, Frank, honey. Just for me.
Well, don't keep the phone tied up all day. I got important calls coming through.
All right, honey, I won't. The book. Yes. Sheriff's Department, Waco. Operator, Waco 471, please. And hurry.
Sheriff's Department, Waco. Sheriff Casey speaking.
Look, you want a tip?
What kind of a tip?
You ever hear of Obie Thornberry?
You'll have to speak up louder, lady.
I can't talk any louder. Obie Thornberry. They want him in Colorado for a killing.
What about him?
He's going to be in West, 3 o'clock at that chili parlor, Ellis's.
Who is this talking?
Never mind who. I did you a favor. Ain't that enough? Well, that's that.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Oh, hello, Sheriff Casey. I ain't seen you in the cafe for some time. And Deputy Owen.
How are you, Mr. Ellis?
Mr. Ellis? Yeah, fine, fine. How about you two sitting down for a nice lunch? Nettie's cooked up some awful good chili today.
Well, we don't have time today, Mr. Ellis. See, we're looking for a fella. He's supposed to come in here at 3 o'clock.
Oh?
We'd like to sit in the kitchen until he walks in.
Why, sure, fellas. Is it anybody I know?
No, I don't think so. This is a guy from out of the state. A guy named Obie Thornberry.
Did you say Obie?
That's right.
There was a fellow in here a while ago. Huh? He asked could he use the phone to call Waco, and I said sure. I heard him say his name was Obie.
Is that so?
He rushed out of here as mad as a Brahma bull.
Is this a picture of that man?
Why, yeah, Sheriff. That's him.
He rushed out of here mad, huh?
That's right. Said he had a date for later. He wanted to use the phone to call his girl to ask her to come earlier. I think he called her and got a man on the phone.
How long ago?
Oh, not 15 minutes back.
Which way did he go, do you know?
No, he didn't. Hey, his car was parked right out in front.
What make was it?
Pontiac, I think. Yeah, a maroon Pontiac with Oklahoma plates.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Ellis. Owen.
Yes, Sheriff?
Get the car started. I'll phone in a radio alarm, then we'll take out after it.
Sure thing.
It don't look too good, Mart. He might have taken out the other way.
Well, maybe one of the state highway patrol cars will spot him up the line.
Maybe. But I'd sure like...
Sheriff.
Yeah, I see him.
That's the car, all right.
Yeah, Oklahoma plates and everything. I'll try to get up to him.
That won't be hard.
He's all alone. I'll give him the siren.
Why not hold it a few seconds, Sheriff? He still might be able to pull away from us.
Yeah. Siren now.
Picking it up.
We'll stay right with him.
Might be too fast for us.
I'll keep on top of him. You try a shot. Try again. You got him. He's going in the ditch. Hold on. Come on.
Watch him. He's got a gun.
Yeah. Drop that gun there.
It's dropped.
Let's get him.
Okay, I'm all shut up.
Take it easy, or you'll be more shot up. Oh, it's just his hand, Sheriff.
I tell you, I'm all shut up. I'm dying.
You're not dying, Thornberry. Not yet. Come on now. Get out of the car.
Yeah. All right.
We got to get you in shape for that nice long trip you're going to take. That trip all the way back to Colorado. Now go on. Walk to the car.
Didn't you hear the sheriff? He said walk.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that was how the killer Obie Thornberry was apprehended. His brother Randall was arrested by FBI agents later on a farm where he'd gone to hide. Each of these murderers is now serving a term of 43 years imprisonment at the Colorado State Penitentiary in Canyon City.
Well, thank you, Sheriff Homer Casey, for this case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the law enforcement officers who participated in putting these notorious Thornberry brothers behind bars. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweet, with Ralph Bell and Art Carney in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the appointment with death. When a courageous policewoman waited for a deadly killer whom police didn't even know.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Frederick H. Block, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's case.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Let's start tonight's case in a second-floor room of a dingy rooming house near the bay section of a large eastern city. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and persistent pounding on the door of Vicky Chester was needed to awaken her. She was by trade a night spot hostess and had retired only an hour before. For a moment, Vicky sat on the edge of the bed. Then, as the door pounding persisted, she slipped on a light negligee and went to the door.
Oh, all right. Take it easy. 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, who is it?
Come on, let me in.
Who is it?
You don't know me.
Well, then a fine chance you got. I'd think twice before I let in somebody I know. Now, it's 5 o'clock. Go on away. I got a lot of sleep to catch up on.
I'm a friend of Pinky.
Oh. Yeah?
That's right. Come on, open up.
Pinky who?
Waldo, Pinky Waldo.
Just a second. Come in.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Excuse me for not being more formally dressed.
Don't bother me any.
Company was the last thing I expected at 5 o'clock in the morning.
You know, Pinky's sort of a magic word around here, huh?
Pinky and I meant a lot to each other. Did you see him in? Were you cellmates or something? How's he look?
I didn't even know Pinky was doing a bit until I tried to look him up tonight.
Oh?
You see, Pinky owes me a lot. He said if I ever got to this burg, he'd pay off. Looks as if I got to town too late.
Yeah, about a year too late. Or about 3 years too early, whichever way you want to look at it. Now, go on. I don't get much sleep as it is.
Did Pinky ever mention, Slim to you?
Slim?
Yeah.
You want Slim?
I'm Slim.
Well, sit down, Slim. Make yourself at home. Listen, if it weren't for you, I'd never even have met Pinky. He'd have been stuck away in some can in West Virginia.
It was in Ohio.
Yeah, that's... Say, who told you about me?
I heard about you.
Well, couldn't you wait until noon or sometime? Do you have to go pounding on doors at this hour? And incidentally, how'd you manage to get in the downstairs door? That's always locked.
I managed. Ain't that enough?
Yeah, I guess it is. What you want with Pinky?
I'm broke.
Well, don't look at me. I ain't no good for a touch.
No, it's not a touch I'm looking for. I just want somebody with connections to get me a heater.
Oh.
Who do you know?
Listen, Slim. You look like a nice guy, but I don't want to get mixed up in anything.
Well, what are you going to get mixed up in? All I want you to do is to tell me where I can get my hands on a gun, cheap.
Well,
Now, look, I'm trying to make enough to get to Arizona. There's a good deal waiting for me there. I had a bundle, but I was chump enough to get in a crap game in Jersey City. Took my last nickel to come here and look up Pinky.
Well, Pinky can't do you no good now, not from where he's sitting.
No, but you can. Come on, now, how about it? Where can I get my hands on a gun?
All right, okay. I work at a joint called The Barrel over on...
Yeah, I know. I was there. It was closed.
Well, they got laws about closing, you know.
What about the heater?
You come around to The Barrel about 10 o'clock tonight. There's a guy I'll introduce you to.
He can take care of me?
If I recommend you, yeah.
Good.
You know, you ain't bad looking, you know.
I don't want to waste any time.
How long you going to be around here, Slim?
Not any longer than I can help it.
Oh, yeah. Arizona.
You're sure that this connection can furnish me a gun?
Relax, Slim. You'll get your heater. Just come around to the joint tonight.
Listen, Vicky, I got no more dough to spend on drinks. Where is this clown?
You're always in a hurry, Slim. Sit still. He'll be here.
You're sure that he can take care of what I want?
You'll get to Arizona. Don't... Uh-huh. Didn't I tell you to have patience? There he is.
Him?
Yeah, him.
You don't look much like an operator.
Well, what do you care how he looks as long as he's got the goods? Wait till I give him the... Oh, he spotted me. Here he comes.
When I give you the high sign, blow.
Listen, you don't have to tell me. I don't want to get involved in any deal.
Hello, Vicky. How goes it? Selling lots of rot gut for the house?
I sell my share. Jack, Slim.
Hi.
Sit down, Jack.
Thanks. My feet are killing me.
Jack.
Yeah?
Slim's a friend of Pinky's.
Ah, you don't say.
I do say.
Well, any friend of Pinky's a friend of mine. Put it there, Slim.
Slim's got some business for you, Jack.
What can I do for you?
Look, boys. You'll excuse me. The boss is getting peeved, my sitting at one table so long.
Yeah, go ahead, kid. And, thanks.
For what?
For a lot of things.
Okay. I'll float around later.
Nice girl, that Vicky. Sweet as they come.
We could talk about that all night.
Not me. Early to bed, early to rise. It's my motto. What can I do for you, Slim?
I want a heater. Cheap.
Cheap?
You heard me.
What I got was all hard to come by.
What have you got?
Anything you want. I aim to please.
What, for around $20?
$20?
Yeah, that's all I'm going to spend.
Well, I got an old beat-up Colt 38 special. It ain't much good.
I'll take it.
I wouldn't recommend it to my worst enemy.
I said I'll take it.
Okay. The customer is always right.
That's what you always say, huh?
Always. When do you want it?
Right now. Let's go.
You're in an awful hurry. Slim, ain't that right?
Yeah, that's right. Now, where's the gun? Gotta make me some dough beginning tonight.
Why rush? Haste makes waste. Why don't we have a drink on it?
Come on. Let's get the gun.
Okay. You're the doctor.
Say we take a turn up 80th, Sarge.
Sure, Ed. Up and back, and we'll call it a night, okay?
Yeah, I got... Hey. Look at that.
Yeah. Kind of late for anyone to be huddled in a doorway.
Let's have a peek at him, eh? Stay here and cover me, Sarge.
Right, Ed.
Hey, buddy. We're police officers, man.
That's far enough, copper. Watch him! Halt! Police officer! Halt! Halt!
All right. Take it easy. Yeah, what do you want?
It's me, Slim. Open up.
Oh. How many times do I have to tell you? 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm asleep like all these...
Yeah. I was in the neighborhood, Vicky.
Well, it's a fine reason.
Well, I'm in a jam. I want to stay here a few hours.
What kind of a jam?
The worst kind. Believe me.
Oh, well, then, look, you better get out of here.
I can't go out on the street. Not right now.
Now, listen, Slim, Pinky or no Pinky, enough's enough. I don't want trouble.
What kind of trouble can you get keeping me here a few hours?
Well, I don't know. What kind?
What do you say we sit down?
All right, why not? I guess you'll be leaving for Arizona a lot quicker now, huh?
What makes you think so?
Well, you get a gun, you get in trouble. The worst kind of trouble.
Suppose we forget about my trouble.
Okay, Slim. I hate trouble anyway.
Come here, Vicky.
Oh, Slim. Well. What do you think Pinky will have to say about that?
Who cares? Let him say anything he likes.
So, Gangbusters listeners, as police were searching the neighborhood for the killer, the murderer, John Slim Patterson had found a place to hide for a few hours. As he enjoyed the company of one woman, he had no idea another would be called upon to play an important part in bringing this case to a conclusion. As the search began and the alarm spread, Sergeant Earl Howard was standing in the corridor at the hospital, where the detective's body was taken. He heard steps approaching and looked up to see Detective Captain Frank Delaney.
Hello, Sergeant.
Captain, he's dead, Captain. He was dead on arrival.
Yes, I heard. What about his family? They've been notified?
Yes, they're all in there.
I'd like to talk to them. Come on.
Helen Branch. She's a policewoman attached to the forgery squad. She's a friend of the family, Captain. She brought them.
Yes, I know her.
Maybe it'd be best if I took you back home. There's nothing you can do here. Oh, excuse me, dear. Hello, Sergeant. Have you heard? Did they get the killer yet?
No, not yet.
How are you, Captain?
Helen, do you think it'd be all right if I talked with her a minute?
I think so. I think she'd appreciate it.
Suppose we step outside, Helen.
All right, Sergeant. That's an awful thing. For them to wake her in the middle of the night. For them to tell her husband's dead.
Yes, I can imagine.
Every time he went out on duty, she was afraid it would happen. For years, every day she was afraid. Now she doesn't have to be afraid anymore.
Look, Helen, when you go back in, would you tell her we're doing everything we can to get the killer?
I wish I could be assigned to it. I wish I could do something.
It's going to be a tough job.
If there's ever anything I can do, call on me. Promise you'll call on me, Sergeant.
All right, Helen. I promise.
Captain Delaney. Oh, yes. What does it look like? Was that so? Come in, Sergeant. That old, huh? Okay, if you run into anything else, give me a call.
Hello, Captain.
Sit down, Sergeant.
Thanks.
That was a report of the bullet that killed Ed.
Oh?
It was a .38 caliber slug. Apparently it came from a Colt Special. 40-year-old Colt Special, at least 40. The grooves run counterclockwise in the slug.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't made that type of gun in 40 years. What's new with you?
Oh, nothing much. We spent all day shaking down rooming houses in the neighborhood. Not a trace of him.
Well, I imagine he's still in town, Earl. The publicity this thing's getting ought to keep him pretty close to his room. And pretty scared.
Captain, I'd like to try something.
What?
Well, maybe this guy has a room in that neighborhood. Maybe he hasn't. Seems to me more of a cinch that he's been hanging out in one of the joints down there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, suppose I pack a bag and visit a few of them. Suppose I get the word around that I'm a hot customer from Philly.
Maybe you got an idea, Earl.
I don't think there's anything to lose except a little time. And maybe I can make connections that'll lead me to the right guy.
Okay, Earl. Have a try at it.
And like I was saying, boys, what's another drink? You buy me a drink,
Hey,
and I'll be...
Vicky.
What?
Telephone.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, will you, fellas?
Yeah, sure. Go on back.
Oh, hiya, Jack.
Run over and sit down, Vicky. Once you meet a guy.
I got a call on the phone right now. I'll be right back.
Okay, but don't forget.
Telephone. Some guys ought to know better than call you up during working hours. Hello?
Vicky,
Yeah. Who is this?
Slim.
Slim, I thought you'd be halfway to Arizona by now.
Well, I decided to stick around till things cool off. Look, Vicky, I gotta see you.
Listen, Pinky won't be a friend of yours if he finds out what's been going on.
Forget about Pinky.
Well, look, why don't you drop in here to the joint? Jack's here and...
You think I'm crazy?
All right. I get through here in about another hour or so. How about me dropping around to your place? Where is it?
Never mind.
Well, okay, if that's the way you feel about it, Mr. Slim, goodbye. Fine thing.
Hey, Vicky. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
I'll see you later. Hey, Jack. You know who...
Sit down, Vicky.
Who's your friend here?
This is Earl,
Just Earl.
Glad to see you.
He's hot out of Philly. He's a friend of Big Jake.
Is that so?
Hotter than a $2 pistol.
Listen, I wouldn't go shouting it all over the joint. Now, look, Jack, the guys in Philly said you could help me get a room. I can't go lugging the suitcase all over town.
I told you I'll help you get a room. You know of any place, Vicky?
I don't know of any place. Jack, you know who that was on the phone?
Oh.
Slim.
Slim? I thought he'd be in Arizona by now.
Well, the operator didn't say nothing about long distance.
Hey, you're not going to be like this guy Slim, are you, Earl? I do the guy a favor and he gets himself all jammed up.
Jack.
What's the matter? I didn't do him a favor?
If you call making some dough off a guy a favor.
How much could I make? He wouldn't give me more than 20 for the gun.
Oh, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, room for me, for instance.
Hey, maybe we can get him Slim's room. Slim's leaving for Arizona.
Well, I don't know where Slim's staying.
Ah, come on, Vicky. Don't kid your Uncle Jack. You've been seeing Slim.
I don't know where he lives. What do you want from me?
That ain't the way I heard it.
I don't care how you heard it.
Look, this ain't getting me any place.
The guy's hot around town, Earl. He's got a deal out in Arizona. He wants to get out as quick as he can. If she'll open up and tell me where he is, I'll fix it.
I told you I don't know.
Okay, I can't sit around all night with a suitcase.
Listen, I can't do you no good. If I could, I would. I can't.
Well, what do you say we all take a ride downtown?
I can't go nowheres. I don't get off for another hour. And what am I doing in your troubles anyway? Find your own room.
Oh, you don't get it, Vicky. This is a pinch. I'm a police officer.
What?
I don't want any disturbance. Come on, both of you.
Listen, I didn't do nothing.
What do you want me for? I'm as innocent as a newborn babe.
Let's just go downtown and get it all straightened out.
Straighten it out, all right.
Well, Captain, I'm put away for the night.
Well, I think they've told us everything they know.
Yeah, so do I.
Sit down, Earl.
Thanks.
It was a nice piece of work.
Yeah, a lot of good it does. After I covered all those joints to find him. All I know him by is Slim.
Yeah.
Don't know where he lives. And might be headed for Arizona any minute.
I wonder what this guy has in Arizona.
I don't know, but whatever it is, Captain, he sure wants to get to it.
Yes. He knows he'll have a tough time getting out of this town. Earl?
Yes, Captain?
I think I'll have a policewoman assigned to this case.
Helen Branch?
Didn't she tell you she'd like to do something?
She practically begged to help.
Okay, get her on the phone. Maybe there is something she can do.
What's that, Captain?
This Slim, whoever he is, wants to get to Arizona. He knows we've got a good idea of what he looks like. He knows we've got the railroad stations and the buses watched. He's read about the roadblocks. Chances are he's too scared to step out of his room.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with Helen Branch?
He gets the papers, for sure. And holed up in that room, he probably reads every word. If you were wanted for killing a policeman, you were trying to get to Arizona, what would you do if you read an ad in the paper that went something like this? Wanted, young man to drive new automobile to Arizona. Phone Mrs. Helen Branch, Central...
Hey, Captain, that's the ticket.
Okay, get hold of Helen and tell her what we've got in mind.
You betcha, Captain, right away.
What do you think, Sergeant? You think he didn't see the ad?
Maybe, Helen.
It was in this morning's paper. If he hasn't seen it by now... Oh, well, I guess it's too much to hope for.
And you know how it is in this business. You've got to wait and wait and then wait some more. And if nothing comes of the idea, we try something else.
And you think it's no use?
Well, we'll let the ad run tomorrow, too. If that...
That's it.
All right, now, take it easy.
I will.
If it's him, hand it like we planned.
All right.
Okay, pick it up.
Hello?
Oh, is this Mrs. Helen Branch?
Yes, talking.
You're the one who put the ad in this morning's Times?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'll be glad to drive your car to Arizona. The ad didn't say, are you going along or is it going empty?
Oh, I'm going along. I just didn't want to do all the driving.
Oh, when were you counting on leaving?
Tomorrow sometime.
Well, that's okay with me.
We'll have to exchange references, I suppose. Why don't you come over? I live at...
I can't make it just now.
Oh, well, can we meet someplace?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to.
Do you want to give me your name and phone number?
Well, suppose we meet at 7 o'clock. Downtown on the corner of Main and Commerce. You know, in front of the drugstore.
But how'll I know you?
Well, what's your car look like?
Oh, it's a new Pontiac four-door, green.
Pontiac four-door green. Okay. All right, then I'll see you. Main and Commerce, 7 o'clock. My name is Slim.
Hello? Hello? He said his name was Slim.
Good work, Helen.
I'm to meet him on the corner of Main and Commerce, 7 o'clock, in front of the drugstore.
He'll be met, all right. Well, that's probably the captain. But you better answer it just to make sure.
Hello?
This is Captain Delaney, Helen. Would you let me talk to Sergeant Howard, please?
He's right here, Sergeant.
Thanks. Hello, Captain.
I heard the conversation. Looks like the boy.
How about it? Were they able to trace the call?
Well, it hasn't come through yet, but... Just a second. What was that? Okay, there's a squad of detectives down there. Have them take a look around. Earl.
Yeah?
Call came from a pay station in the B section.
Well, that doesn't help much. He's probably gone by now.
Tell her she'll have to meet the killer tonight. But tell her not to worry. We'll have every man we can spare in the neighborhood.
In the darkness of that winter evening, the policewoman, Helen Branch, drove to the busy corner to keep her appointment with a killer. However, she was not entirely alone. The neighborhood swarmed with detectives on the alert for their man, and Sergeant Earl Howard was out of sight on the floor of the car, behind the seat, as she reached the rendezvous.
We're lucky. There's a parking space.
All right, pull in. Now turn off the motor.
I don't see him, Sergeant.
Well, if he's here, he'll take a little time to look around.
Just doesn't seem... Sergeant, there's a man. He's coming.
Does he fit the description?
I can't tell yet. Yes, he does.
Okay, don't talk to me anymore. Lady.
Just a second.
I'm Slim. You the lady that's going to Arizona?
Yes, I'm the one.
Well, move over. I'll get in. We can talk about it.
Well, suppose
All
we...
right, Slim. Hey, police officer, don't move.
Now, look out. Never mind you, Slim. Take it easy.
Yeah, well, I ain't...
Watch him. Oh, you don't.
That's good. That ought to hold him, Captain.
Take care of this guy, man.
All right. Come on, you.
Nice work, Helen.
Thanks, Captain.
All right, men. Let's get him in.
That, Gangbusters listeners, was exactly how this killer was apprehended. He was tried for the crime of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. The man who sold him the gun, an almost equal menace to society, is now serving a life term as an habitual criminal.
Well, thank you, Assistant United States Attorney Frederick H. Block, for this enlightening case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the detectives who participated in the investigation and to the brave policewoman who was of such great assistance in trapping this murderer. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Miss Leslie Woods and Chuck Webster in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Grape Nuts, the heart of your BEV, presents Gangbusters.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Hey, mister, you sitting in front of your radio, and you, madam, do you feel droopy in the morning? Wouldn't you rather feel on your toes, full of zip, and ready to go?
Hey, who wouldn't?
Then what you need is BEB.
B-E-B, 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 wow!
And the best BEB includes Grape Nuts.
Gangbusters presents the case of the surprise safecrackers who looked for an easy fortune in stolen cash, but who didn't know that vigilant police officers had a preview of everything they plotted.
Gangbusters is happy to return to the Columbia Broadcasting System, where it started the first of its 565 broadcasts exactly 13 years ago. During the past few days, scores of telegrams and letters have been received wishing Gangbusters continued success in the part it plays in dramatizing the war against the underworld. Mayor Elusive S. Morrison of New Orleans, president of the American Municipal Association.
It is a genuine pleasure to congratulate Gangbusters on your 13th anniversary on the air, and through you, the many local and federal heroes of the never-ending fight against crime whose achievements have been dramatized on your program. Gangbusters has rendered an important public service to the nation and to law enforcement agencies everywhere.
Police Commissioner Thomas F. Sullivan of the city of Boston.
The Boston Police Department desires to express its appreciation of the cooperation you have given us over the years in which Gangbusters has been broadcast. Your radio presentation each week has been extremely effective in assisting all law enforcement officers.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan of Boston and Mayor Morrison of New Orleans. And now Gangbusters presents the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department, to narrate tonight's case. Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Tonight's case deals with a highly specialized police technique called surveillance. This consists of skillfully training a known criminal for days, weeks, or even months until that criminal commits or attempts to commit a crime. A small group of detectives, part of the New York City Police Department and known as the Safe and Law Squad, are recognized experts at this work. A typical case in which this famous group of investigators was involved had its beginnings one afternoon last spring at a race course on Long Island. A man and woman were sitting on the clubhouse lawn between races. The man was studying his only Bible, the daily racing form, and she listened to an announcement on the public address system concerning the next race.
In the fourth race, a change of jockeys. Jay Lewis will be up on number 5, half-track, instead of Divine as listed in your program. Post time of the fourth race, 3:07.
Change of jockeys. That means something?
Yeah, it means this kid'll ride the 5 horse instead of the other one. Now, let me alone, will you? I'm trying to come up with the figure horse. 4, 11, 16, 24, carry the 2.
Al,
What?
I like this one, this Uncle Jack here.
What's the matter? Can't you read? He's 30-1.
I like him.
Why?
Because it says here, what does out of mean?
That's the name of the horse's mother.
Well, the horse's mother is named Blue Jersey, and I look good in blue jersey.
That's the reason, huh?
That's as good as any reason you got. All those figures and everything. Well, you play horses, you had to get an A in arithmetic.
Look, if you like this horse so much, Mona, just take your $2, walk up to the window, get yourself a ticket, that's all.
Place a show.
Or be a sport for your $2. Play him to win. Now, leave me alone. 8, 11, 19, 30.
Hello, Al. How you doing?
Well, Ryan, what do you say?
Nothing much. Didn't know you were out yet.
Oh, yeah. I joined the Sing Sing Alumni Association 4 months ago.
Haven't seen you around, Al.
And you won't see me around either. I'm a square John now. I got a used car lot in Brooklyn.
What's the matter? Don't you like the other?
I like the fresh air.
My name is Mona.
Oh, yeah, Mona. Meet Ryan.
Glad to know you.
Pleasure's all mine.
Well, how about it, Ryan? You got any information on any good things this afternoon?
Have you? Well, glad to hear you're out.
Thanks. And give my regards to all the boys. You lousy, no-good clown.
What's the matter? Looks like a real nice guy to me.
No, he does he? That's the guy that stuck me away for 3 to 5. He's a cop, a sergeant.
Oh?
Coming around here with that glad to see you, how you doing routine.
Can't blame him for having an interest in his past clients.
I'll give him an interest. Now, look, don't say nothing to Tommy about me running into a cop.
What's the matter? Tommy ain't too young to know the facts of life.
Just don't say nothing to Tommy. I don't like him to worry. This Ryan guy's asleep on his feet. That was pure luck he grabbed me before. Pure luck.
Horses in the fourth race.
Now, come on, we better get our bets done.
Okay.
Safe and Law Squad, Captain Hanson.
Sergeant Ryan, boss.
Oh, hello, Ryan. Where are you?
I'm out at the track, checking around.
What's up?
Ran into an old friend of ours, boss.
Yeah, who's that?
Al Gardo.
Oh, yeah. When did he get out?
4 or 5 months ago, he says. Says he's been playing it square. Says he's got a used car lot in Brooklyn.
You think it's so, Ryan?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. He's been patronizing that $100 mutual window all afternoon. And the used car business ain't that good, unless he's the smiling Irishman, which he ain't.
Yeah. Where is he now?
Adler's got his eye on him, and the girl. The clubhouse yet. From Sing Sing to the clubhouse out here.
Say, Ryan, that gang that's been giving us the trouble lately. You think Al has any connection?
Well, Al's a safe man, and those weren't cracker boxes that got busted into.
All right, Ryan. You and Adler stay with him a while. See where he goes.
Can you imagine? This horse has got a mother named Blue Jersey. That's all I know about him. Ask Al. So I put
Mona,
Yeah, Tommy?
go out in the kitchen and fix some drinks. Yeah, Mona, I could stand a drink.
Hey, since when have I been a barmaid around here?
Go on, will you, baby? The bottle is on the sink. The ice is in the icebox.
Thanks. I'd never think of looking for ice in the icebox. Imagine ice in the icebox.
Didn't I tell you to take a look around down in Greenpoint this afternoon? Well, Tommy, I started. So you went to the track instead. I'm sitting here waiting to hear that you got a box to crack and you're out in the sunshine at the races. Listen, either you're a safe man or a sport. Now make up your mind, Al. I got no time to kiss away. Okay. I'll have a look around tomorrow afternoon. What's the matter with the morning? Now, listen, Tommy, I got to put in some time at the used car lot. If I got a front, I got to take advantage of it. All right. Locate that safe. Didn't I say I would? Boys are getting anxious. Ain't had a touch in a week now. Last one wasn't as big as we figured.
I'll line up something. I need to do myself.
Bad day at the track, huh?
Wasn't good. Only Mona hits. Out of the dark, she picks this 30-to-1 shot, and only $2 she had on it. A lousy $2 ticket.
Okay. Now, scout up something, will you? Watch out for those safe and loft cops. Could be 2 feet behind you. You never know they were there.
Tommy, if you worry about cops, you die young.
Those safe and loft cops you got to worry about. Now, you're sure nobody's been behind you?
Now, look, wouldn't I have said something if there was? I ain't seen a cop since I got out, not even one on a motorcycle. Now, don't worry about it.
Listen, Al. Anytime you figure yourself smarter than those guys, you're a dead pigeon. Believe me. Those safe and loft guys are operators.
Hey, Giano.
Yeah, Sergeant Ryan, what?
Captain in there?
Yeah, Ryan, he's been asking for you.
Hello, Captain.
Come in, Ryan.
Well, Captain, Al and the girl went right from the track to this house on 111th. Adler and I stuck around until the relief came to take over.
Mm-hmm.
Al's still in there.
Did you find out anything about the guy Al's visiting?
Well, the mailbox says Tommy Fay, but you can't go by mailboxes, and what the janitor said.
Tommy Fay. Doesn't ring a bell with me.
One of us will get a look at him when he steps outside.
I don't think we ought to wait that long, Ryan. Did Adler come back with you?
Yeah, he's out there.
Yes, Captain.
Tell Adler to step in here.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've got some information on Al for you, Ryan.
Yeah?
Yeah, that used car lot of his. Couldn't support a guy that drinks nothing but milk.
Uh-huh.
It's a 2x4 affair. This morning there were just 2 jalops and a beat-up panel truck on sale, that's all. The Motor Vehicle Bureau says he registered sales on only 2 cars out of there since the 1st of April.
Well, that settles it for me, boss. Al's out on the make again.
With this Tommy Fay?
Yeah, whoever he is.
All right, Ryan. Keep somebody on Al around the clock. He's our key man until we find out who this Tommy Fay is.
Yeah, Captain.
Come in, Adler.
What's up? I got to go back and take over from Donahue tailing Al.
We'll send somebody else, Adler. Well, look, tomorrow morning I want you to go out on the 111th and knock on the door. See if you can get a good enough look at this Tommy Fay to make him.
How?
How about the magazine subscription routine?
No, he wouldn't even open up the door.
The Giuseppe Garibaldi Society?
Well, we don't know for sure he's Italian.
Janitor said he might be.
Okay, Adler. Try that. But watch your step.
Yeah? What do you want?
Io rappresento la società di Giuseppe Garibaldi.
No. Go home, will you? I got no interest in society.
La nostra società.
Speak English, will you?
This society is in the desperate needs of funds for its work, neighbor. We would like a pledge from you.
Get your pledges off somebody else. I don't believe in charity.
Please.
No. Now go on home.
Captain Hanson.
Adler, Captain.
Did you get in?
I didn't get in, but I saw him. Tommy Fay is Tommy DeLucia.
DeLucia?
I'll take an oath on it.
Get in here as fast as you can, Adler. Ryan. Sergeant Ryan.
Yeah, boss. What is it?
Adler just called. Fay is Tommy DeLucia.
Well.
Yeah. I'll detail 4 or 5 more men to work on this thing. Tell them to report in my office in half an hour for instructions.
You betcha, Captain. Right away.
Well, gangbuster listeners, Tommy DeLucia was a well-known safecracker, and the Safe and Law Squad had lost track of him for many months. Now, though it took a gun battle in a darkened corridor, they were never again to lose track of him.
Madam, I wouldn't be so bold as to ask how old you are. But tell me, round 11 o'clock in the morning, how old do you feel? About twice as old? Do you wilt? Then what you need is a BEB.
B-E-B, 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 wow!
BEB means Basic Energy Breakfast. The kind of breakfast food experts say everyone should eat every morning. The kind of breakfast that gives you energy and zip, that makes you feel like licking your weight in Wildcats. What should a Basic Energy Breakfast consist of? Fruit or juice, toast and your favorite beverage, and cereal. And that's where Grape Nuts comes in. Grape Nuts is a cereal that gives you Nourishment Plus. Why, it's a fact that just one serving of Grape Nuts with milk and sugar gives you more nourishment than an egg and a slice of bacon. Plus a wonderful flavor that says, give me more. Give me more Grape Nuts. Grape Nuts, the cereal that's different, with those satisfying little kernels that stay crisp to the last spoonful. Remember, Grape Nuts give you plenty of healthy nourishment and a fine, tempting flavor you can really enjoy. And if you want to beat that mid-morning letdown, be sure you get your BEB and make Grape Nuts the heart of your Basic Energy Breakfast. And now Grape Nuts takes you back to Gangbusters. And here again is tonight's narrator, the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Chief of Detectives and Deputy Police Commissioner of the City of New York.
As you know, the famous Safe and Law Squad of the New York City Police Department had picked up the trail of Tommy DeLucia, alias Tommy Fay, one of the most notorious safecrackers of recent years. So Captain Hanson of the Safe and Law Squad ordered detectives to keep him under surveillance, waiting for a move. After several nights of inactivity, police followed Al Goddard and Tommy DeLucia to a bar in the Coney Island section of Brooklyn.
Should have taken Mona with us tonight, Tommy. She'll be mad.
Yeah, let us stay home one night. Rest will do her good. Besides, we got to talk about how we're going to take that warehouse.
Oh, yeah. That watchman they got. I don't like watchmen. Suppose I scout around for another safe.
Yes, what's a watchman? There'll be 4 of us, and we'll have heaters. He's old, ain't he?
He's not young.
So he won't be a problem. The problem is, will there be much dough in the safe?
There usually is.
How do you know?
The drivers make collections. Where they're going to put the dough until the bank opens in the morning in a sugar bowl.
Uh-huh. When's payday there?
Fridays.
Okay. Safe ought to be loaded Thursday night. That's when we take it.
Oh, not Thursday night, Tommy.
Why not Thursday night?
Well, the Dodgers got a night game with the Braves. I promised Mona.
Listen, there's a baseball game every day.
Yeah, but Tommy, this game's important. It's a crucial series.
Uh-huh. Okay. Get 5 seats.
5? Why 5?
Ebbets Field's a good place to have the boys meet us.
Yeah, that's right, it is. But what about Mona?
What about her?
Well, I promised to take her to the game.
And take her.
How about the job?
So, she can give us a little help.
How?
She can sit in the car outside the joint with Nick. Anybody comes along, think they're a couple of lovers part.
I don't know if she'll go for it, Tommy.
She'll go for it. She's been riding the gravy train long enough. Better start shoveling some coal into the boiler. Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, Captain, don't look like tonight's tonight.
Oh, Ryan, I guess they're headed home.
I ain't sorry either, boss. Not that I wouldn't like that Tommy nailed as fast as we can, but my feet are killing me.
Watch it now. I think they're going to turn to the 110th.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, all right.
Yeah. Hal's taking Tommy home. I guess they won't crack into any place tonight. But keep behind them, Ryan, just to make sure.
Okay, boy.
Hello?
Al,
Yeah, hello, Tommy.
where you been? I called this number 3 times.
You wanted me to give the ball game tickets to the boys, didn't you? That's where I've been.
We all set?
Didn't I tell you it was a crucial series that tickled to death?
I don't mean about the game. I mean about the other.
Yeah, Tommy, that's it.
Vince will bring the tools.
Yeah, he's got 'em. We'll drive to the ballpark in our car and leave it. Vince will meet us at Ebbets Field. He'll have his car parked on Bedford Avenue. We'll use that for the job. It's all worked out. But I don't see no sense to it.
Listen, there's plenty of sense to it. These safe and loft guys are everywhere. How about Mona?
Well...
You told her, didn't you?
Yeah, Tommy. I told her, but she don't care too much for the idea.
Well, tell her again and make her care for it. You got her around enough, she ought to help out once in a while.
Okay. She'll help out. I'll see you at Ebbets Field, tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I got 8 to 5, says the Brooks take the Braves.
I ain't interested in the ball game. Just be there.
You don't have to worry about me, Tommy. I'll be there for the batting practice.
Number 6, batting in place of Hodges. For Brooklyn, Torello, number 6, batting in place of Hodges.
Ryan, keep your eye on Tommy.
We won't lose him, Captain.
Well, this will probably be the last batter. Get set to take out after them.
You know, you think they'd leave early if tonight's the night. Especially with Brooklyn so far behind and 2 out in the ninth.
Yeah, well, maybe tonight isn't the night. Where's Adler?
He went down closer to them. Uh-oh. He's going to pitch to him.
There it is. It's a pop-up. It's all over.
And there they go, boys.
Okay. After
Hey. They've got out across the field.
the car's on this side. So maybe they're changing cars. Come on. Pardon us, please.
You see Adler?
Well, I don't see him. Can you still see Tommy?
Yeah. Yeah, I can see Tommy, but I don't think we can get to him. Pardon us, please. Excuse us.
Hey! Take it easy.
Excuse us, please. Coming
We're
through.
gonna lose him. Coming through here, please. Coming through.
What do you suppose they're up to?
This must be it, Brian. Here, coming through here, please.
Excuse us, please.
Coming through, please.
Coming
through. Coming through.
Excuse us, please.
Honest, Tommy, I couldn't enjoy the ball game thinking about changing cars and all this crazy business.
At least we're sure there's no safe and loft guys behind us. Right, guys?
That's right.
And speaking of the ball game, Al, how about paying off your little bet with me? The Brooklyns can't be beat. Ha!
Okay, I'll pay it off later. We got more important things on our mind tonight.
Listen, now, don't you try to Welsh on me,
He'll
Al.
pay you
because
off later. Now, you all set on what you got to do, Mona?
I'm all set, but I don't like it none.
All you got to do is sit in the car with Nick and get a little close. Now, that's all.
I don't see why you have to drag me into it.
You're in it, so that's that. All right, boys. You got it straight how we're going to take care of the watchman? Then do it just like I told you. We got nothing to worry about, except how we're going to spend the money.
No. No sign of them, Captain.
Well, they must have switched cars. That means tonight's the night. Have you seen Adler?
No place. That's tough we lost him after all this work.
Yeah. All right, look, Ryan. You stay here and watch the car Tommy left. I'm going to get the office on the phone. As soon as Mackey shows up, meet me in that candy store.
All right. You betcha, Captain.
Okay, old timer.
Hey.
Now, don't try nothing unless you want a lead slug in your belly.
I'm not going to try anything.
That's the way to cooperate, old timer.
We're after the safe, and we're going to take it without any trouble from you.
All right. I won't give you any trouble.
Okay, boys. Get them tied up.
But I got to ring in on my calls. If I don't, the alarm company will be down here.
All right. Just be sure you don't ring in anything phony. You get that slug in the belly for sure.
Yeah.
Which way's the next call box, old timer?
It's straight down there.
Hey, you go with him. So you don't pull anything.
Yeah.
Go on, mister.
All right, I'm going. Don't have to push.
All right, come on, boys. Safe's in there. Who's got the tools?
I got it.
Then let's go get it.
Ravenloft Squad, Detective Jono.
Hello, Jono. Adler, listen.
Adler, Captain Hanson's calling in on the other phone. He wants you.
And I want him.
Well, hold on. I'll cross-connect you. Captain Hanson.
Yes?
Adler just called in on the other phone. I'll cross-connect you.
Good. Make it snappy.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Captain.
Where are you, Adler?
Listen, Captain. I managed to stay behind him in a cab.
Good. Where are they?
They broke into the Atlantic Terminal Company warehouse, 362 Maspeth. You got it?
Got it.
They're still inside.
Okay, we'll be there in 5 minutes.
Now, listen, Captain. The girl and one of them are parked on Maspeth as lookouts. You better come down, Stewart.
Can you handle those two?
Sure.
All right, take care of them. We'll be along in about 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are two things you want in a breakfast cereal. Lots of nourishment and a wonderful flavor. Grape Nuts gives you both. Why, just one bowl of Grape Nuts with milk and sugar gives you more nourishment than an egg and a slice of bacon. And that's why Grape Nuts is the best cereal for your BEB, your basic energy breakfast. The kind of breakfast that gives you more energy to beat that droopy morning letdown. And you'll like the taste of Grape Nuts tremendously. They have a malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut flavor that brings you back for more. So if you droop before noon, if you don't feel lively in the morning, make sure you get your BEB. And make sure you make Grape Nuts the heart of your basic energy breakfast. Ask your grocer for Grape Nuts tomorrow.
Tomorrow is Sunday.
Oh, so it is. Go to church tomorrow and buy Grape Nuts on Monday. And now, Grape Nuts takes you back to Gangbusters.
There's Adler, Captain, right by that car.
Okay, Ryan, pull up alongside. Come on, boys.
Right, Captain.
Everything okay, Adler?
Just perfect, Captain. What do we do with these two?
I didn't do anything. Honest, I didn't do anything.
We'll see about that later, sister. Mackie, keep your eye on these two. Come on, men.
Right. They got in through the freight entrance, Captain. I think we can make it the same way.
All right, hold it here. You. Go around, cover the other side of the building.
Right.
Okay, Ryan, let's go. Adler.
Yeah, Captain.
We'll go in first. You back us up, okay?
Right. Watch it going up on the freight dock, Captain.
Yeah. All right, go on up.
All right.
Adler?
Yeah.
All right, here I come. Okay, let's go. Watch this Tommy, fellas. He's always carried a gun on jobs.
Don't worry, boss.
That door there.
Okay, open it up. All right, let's go in.
There's a light back there.
Yeah, that's them. Let's take them. Okay.
Come on. Can't be all night with this box.
They're in there. Let's get them. Open the door.
All right, get him up, cops. Get him up, all of you.
Not me, copper.
What? Okay, that's enough.
All right. All of you, stay where you are. Get your hands in the air. Come on. Watch them, Ryan.
Don't worry, Captain. Ah, here's Tommy. Looks like he's through.
And I'm hit. Help me, will you, guys?
Sure, we'll help you, Al. Right back to Sing Sing, where you came from.
All right. Now, all of you, get over against that wall and sit down. You got to see what's what around here.
Go on, he said. Against the wall.
Well, gangbusters listeners, that was the end of this syndicate of dangerous safecrackers. Their leader, Thomas DeLucia, is dead, and the second in command seriously wounded. All convicted members of this gang are now serving long terms in Sing Sing.
Thank you very much, Commissioner John J. Sullivan, for this memorable insight into the work of the famous Safe and Lot Squad of the New York City Police Department. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the courageous and hardworking officers who participated in this investigation. Now, Gangbusters is proud to present the Honorable Fred A. Roth, Chief of Police of Morristown, New Jersey, and past president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police.
Thank you. I congratulate Gangbusters on its 13th anniversary and wish it continued success in dramatizing in an authentic manner the achievements of our nation's police forces. Today, face to face with a mounting wave of crime, America's police need as never before the understanding and the enlightened cooperation of the citizens of our country. Those who are tempted to break the law must be convinced that crime does not pay. Those who are law-abiding must learn generously and wisely to give full cooperation to their police forces. Earlier in this program, you have heard messages from Police Commissioner Thomas F. Sullivan of Boston and Mayor Delaceps S. Morrison of New Orleans. Now, a message from the Honorable Thomas D. Alessandro, Jr., Mayor of Baltimore.
As Mayor of the City of Baltimore and Chairman of the Standing Committee on Legislation of the United States Conference of Mayors, I heartily congratulate Gangbusters radio program on its 13th anniversary and wish it continued success in informing our citizens of the splendid work of the federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who so zealously guard our safety. With enemies boring from without and within, we must be ever alert to the danger to our national security, and our nation is fortunate in having fearless, efficient, and vigilant protection by the duly constituted law officials of the nation.
And from the Honorable Edmund G. Brown, District Attorney of the City and County of San Francisco.
Congratulations on the 13th anniversary of Gangbusters and continued success in bringing to the attention of the public the splendid work of the nation's police and other law enforcement bodies.
And here is a telegram from the Honorable Donald S. Leonard, Commissioner of the Michigan State Police.
Congratulations to Gangbusters on the 13th anniversary of its series of programs dedicated to proving the truth of the oft-repeated warning that crime does not pay. The influence which this has exerted in behalf of law enforcement deserves the commendation of enforcement officials.
I know these fine messages to Gangbusters express the considered opinion of many other law enforcement officials in all the 48 states, their counties, and their cities.
Thank you, Chief of Police Fred A. Roth of Morristown, New Jersey, past president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police.
Next week, the case of the Masquerading Gunman, who staged the biggest bank robbery in Oregon history, but who found that when the masks were down, the prize for the best performance went to the men in police uniform.
Listen next week, same time, same CBS station, to the amazing facts in the case of the Masquerading Gunman on Gangbusters. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Frank Reddick and Larry Haynes in leading roles. Jay Jackson speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters has been presented by Grape Nuts, the delicious malty-rich cereal that gives you Nourishment Plus. So make Grape Nuts the heart of your BEB, the heart of your basic energy breakfast. Grape Nuts. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Grape Nuts, the heart of your BEB, presents Gangbusters.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Hey, mister, you sitting in front of your radio. And you, madam, do you feel droopy in the morning? Wouldn't you rather feel on your toes, full of zip, and ready to go?
Hey, who wouldn't?
Then what you need is BEB.
B-E-B, 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 wow!
And the best BEB includes Grape Nuts.
Gangbusters presents the case of the Masquerading Gunmen, who staged the largest bank robberies in Oregon history, but who found that when the masks were down, the prize for the best performance went to the men in police uniform.
Do you know the next stranger that you meet on the street, or sit next to on a bus, or follow in line at the movies, may be a fugitive from justice?
Yes, that's true. As a private citizen, you may help identify a badly wanted criminal by listening to descriptions given on Gangbusters later in the program. The Honorable J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, urges you to note these clues carefully. So, if the occasion arises, you may be able to give valuable assistance to law enforcement officers who are searching for these criminals.
For instance, here is a telegram just received from Muncie, Indiana. As a direct result of Gangbusters' broadcast December 25th, 1948, we were able to trace and apprehend Henry Pettigrew in Houston, Texas, as wanted by this department for kidnapping and armed robbery. Thanks a million for your cooperation, and congratulations on the good work you're doing. Signed, Harry Nelson, Chief of Police, Muncie, Indiana.
And now, tonight's case, which Sheriff H.A. Southard of Lynn County, Oregon, will narrate by proxy.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Let's start tonight's case in the spring of a year ago in the busy city of Bakersfield, California. On a side street downtown was a tavern where many assorted characters spent most of their time. On this warm spring afternoon, the jukebox was going full blast as one of the patrons stood at the wall telephone dialing a number.
Hello, Janie, baby. It's Sam. Hey, listen, honey, I gotta see you.
Oh, I told you I'm going out tonight, and I'm late now.
Now, what a driller, huh?
I don't think it's any of your business, Sam.
Listen, baby, I'm leaving town for a while.
Well, that's nice, Sam. Have a nice trip. Goodbye.
Janie. Hello. Janie. Drillers. Her and that...
Say goodbye to her, Sam.
Now, listen, Pops, don't go kidding me about this. I got enough trouble with her without being wrote about it. Driller from the oil field she's got to go for. Pops, a driller.
Well, maybe she's just after what his bankroll can do for her.
Oh, bankroll or no bankroll. If I ever run into that driller, I'm going to kind of plow a trench between his ears.
That's all. Have my letter for tomorrow, and we'll be on our way to Oregon. Then you can have a bankroll of your own.
Yeah, I might take the trip and still wind up broke, depending on that fatso.
You can depend on Fatso, the way I put it to him.
Well, where do we stay in Oregon? Not at Fatso's house. I can't stand that Ella day.
No, we don't stay at Fatso. Not the way I got it worked out. Come on. Long trip. You ought to get some sleep before we start.
Fatso, wake up. Wake up, Fatso.
Oh, what's the idea?
Get up.
What time is it, anyway?
9 o'clock.
In the morning?
You got another letter from Pops.
Where is he? Give it to me.
Yeah, I thought that would get a stir out of your big carcass.
Give me the letter, Ella.
Pops is bringing Sam Scribner here to Oregon and wants you to meet them in Eugene.
You opened it.
If you got any sense, you'll stay clean away from Pops.
Don't you know it's against the law to open somebody's mail?
You'll get in more trouble.
Give me the letter, Ella.
He says for you to drive down to Eugene Sunday night and meet him. If you do, you're a dope.
Let me read my own letter, will you?
Here.
Much obliged.
He'll use you, and then he'll hand you the short end again like last time.
Hey, look, will you? Let me see what he says.
I don't trust that Pops as far as I could throw you. And that wouldn't be very far.
Okay. I'm going to Eugene and meet Pops.
Look at him. Big as a house, but nothing upstairs in the attic.
I'm going to Eugene. That's all there is to it.
That's my call to Janie. I'll get his Pops.
Make it short, Sam. Fatso is due up here in the room any minute.
Hello, Janie, honey.
This ain't Janie.
Where is she?
Out.
Is this that driller?
Yes, I'm a driller. What's on your mind?
What are you doing there? Where is Janie?
I told you she was out.
Ooh, listen, if I wasn't 1,000 miles away, I'd be over there to rap on your skull. Goodbye. How do you like that? It was the driller answered her phone.
Well, that's what you get for trying to waste money on long-distance calls and women.
The minute I get back to Bakersfield, Pops, Janie and me are going to have a showdown. One way or another, that driller has got to go.
Well, you worry about that when you get back to Bakersfield. Right now, we're going... That's Fatso. Let him in.
Hello, Sam. How you been?
Great.
Hiya, Pops. Welcome to Oregon.
Well, hello, Fatso. See you put on another pound or two.
I did.
More than a pound or two, if you ask me.
I've been dying.
On what?
Beer. How's everything back in Bakersfield?
Couldn't be better. That's why we're here.
Sam, how's Janie getting along, okay?
Great. Never better.
That's good. Ella's fine, too.
Okay, we didn't come 1,000 miles for this. Let's get down to business. You got a bank, Fatso?
Yeah, Pops.
Where?
In Oakland.
Oakland?
Listen, we don't want a bank in California. We want one here.
It's Oakland, Oregon.
Oh, okay.
And it looked just like the ticket.
What do you mean, looked?
Well, I found out something yesterday. It ain't so good.
What's that?
Found out they're going to have a pioneer celebration there all week.
So what's a pioneer celebration?
Well, you know, the folks in town put on beards and get all dressed up like 100 years ago. Business and everything as usual, but they wear six-shooters, ride horses. Town is on its ear all week long.
Oh, great. It's a fine time to find this out.
Well, I didn't know. I just...
Wait a minute.
Well, it wasn't my fault, Pops. How am I supposed to guess at such a
I'm
thing?
glad you didn't guess at it. It's better this way.
Better?
Sure, it's better. Now, listen. If everybody in town has got on costumes and is wearing guns, that's exactly what we do.
Yeah, but Pops...
What kind of better break can we ask for, huh? We get a good disguise, nobody can identify us, and when we walk in the bank wearing guns, nobody sits up and takes notice.
What do you mean, we? I ain't walking in. Disguise or no disguise, not so close to home.
You don't have to. You got plenty to do. First, tell me where there's a good spot in the woods. Someplace where we can hide out 24, 36 hours after the job.
Well, no. Up near Sweet Home, Pops, you got the...
No. I don't want to go up near Sweet Home. We're doing the job in Oakland. I want the spot as close to Oakland as possible. I'm going to be riding in a hot car, and I want to dump it as fast as I can. Let them find the car, and then let them search every jalop on the road, and we'll be laying out in the woods until the heat's off.
And there'll be plenty of heat.
Well, Fatso, you know such a spot?
I can find out, Pops. I can look around. Say, I think I do know.
Where?
A little north of Oakland. There's the Goodrich Road. There's good, thick brush all around for miles.
Okay. Sounds all right. We'll have a look at it. Then, after the job, Fatso, we'll hide out in there, and you'll come and pick us up the next night.
Oh, Miss Peterson.
Yes, sir.
You can start on the... You can start on the Warner Dairy payroll.
Yes, sir.
Well, do I really look that funny?
Well, haven't you looked in the mirror? I've always imagined you with a beard, but...
I love a pioneer celebration. Boots, beards, horses. Fine custom, partner.
Okay, everybody, this is a stick-up.
Now, boys, fun's fun, but you're carrying this thing a little too far. You can't joke about a holdup, you know.
This ain't no joke.
Everybody, get 'em up. We're not fooling.
Oh, please.
Go on, get the back room.
In the back room, everybody. Do as they say. I don't want anybody hurt.
All right, keep quiet. All right, you.
Me?
Where's the president?
He's not here.
All right, then you go. Stay right there.
All right, the rest of you in the back. Go on, hurry.
Now, you, take me to the money.
But
take me to the money, I said.
Yeah, it's this way.
All right, stay there. I'm coming over. Okay, lead the way.
There it is, in the safe.
Okay, take all the dough and stick it in this bag.
All right.
Go on, make it snappy.
I'm doing it as fast as I can.
All right, get that, too. Get that stuff.
Yeah.
That's the last of it?
Yeah.
All right, give me the bag.
Here.
Now, go on in the back there. March. Too bad the president wasn't here. Like to have met him. Here's another customer for you, pal.
All right, Pioneer. Inside the covered wagon with the rest of the engines.
Go on. Shut the door. Now lock it. Put the key in your pocket.
Got it.
Let's go.
How'd we do?
Fair enough, Sam. Fair enough.
Well, gangbusters listeners, the bank bandits, Henry, Pops Tollett, and Sam Scribner, got away with more than $30,000 and headed for their hideout in the woods. Oregon State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation were soon on the job to demonstrate what cooperation between law enforcement agencies could mean to a conspiracy of bank bandits.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've probably never met up with a bank bandit, but have you ever felt something was robbing you of energy in the middle of the morning? I mean, do you run down like a car out of gas? Then what you need is BEB.
B-E-B, 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 wow!
BEB means Basic Energy Breakfast, the kind of breakfast everyone should eat every morning. It's the kind of breakfast that knocks mid-morning letdown into a cocked hat. And what should a Basic Energy Breakfast consist of? Fruit or juice, buttered toast, your favorite beverage, and cereal. And the best cereal for your BEB is Grape Nuts, because Grape Nuts gives you more nourishment, more flavor. Why, just one serving of Grape Nuts with milk and sugar gives you more food value than an egg and a slice of bacon. And you'll like the flavor of Grape Nuts. It's really wonderful. It's the kind of flavor that keeps you coming back for more. More Grape Nuts. Grape Nuts, the cereal that's different, with those fresh, satisfying little kernels. So if you want to beat that mid-morning letdown, make sure you get your Basic Energy Breakfast. And make Grape Nuts the heart of your BEB.
B-E-B, 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 wow!
And now Grape Nuts takes you back to Gangbusters. And here again is tonight's narrator, Sheriff H.A. Southard.
As you know, bandits had robbed a bank at Oakland, Oregon of more than $30,000. A quick report from witnesses gave police the opinion that the hold-up men had driven north out of town in a 1947 Chevrolet Coupe. At nearest troop headquarters of the Oregon State Police, Lieutenant Bailey was directing operations, which at the moment were concentrated on closing in the area to entrap the suspected car. As officers worked feverishly at telephones and teletype machines, the lieutenant was giving instructions to his troopers.
Stover.
Yes, Lieutenant. I was just speaking to the sheriff at Coos Bay. He's got 2 cars of deputies headed toward Sitcom, just in case they took the back roads and doubled that way.
How's the junction at Goshen, man?
Oh, the marshal there sitting on that.
He can't handle that himself.
We just contacted our car on 58. That's Duncan and Riddle. They were on an investigation at Dexter, and they'll get to the junction as fast as they can, Lieutenant.
If we catch him on the road, that's as likely to be the spot as any. You better dig up another car and send him over there.
Yes, sir.
And then I went... Yeah?
Special Agent Haynes, the FBI, is calling from Portland. Pick up number 4.
All right. Get on that, Stover.
Right away, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Bailey's talking.
Haynes, FBI, Lieutenant. What's the bank job down there?
I was at Oakland. 2 men. Number 1, 40 to 50, about 5'7", 160 pounds. Number 2, 28, maybe 30, 5'8", 150 to 160. That's about the best we can do on descriptions. They're dressed in costumes and beards.
In what?
There's a pioneer celebration in Oakland. A couple of people on the street saw them get into a 1947 car, Chevrolet maybe, painted gray, Oregon plates. They drove north out of town on 99.
Are you going to be around there long, Lieutenant?
Until it breaks one way or another. We're trying to hem in the car.
Okay, a couple of us are starting down from Portland now.
Hold on, Haynes.
We got the car, abandoned.
We got the car, Haynes, abandoned. Where?
4 miles south of Yonkala. It was driven 100 yards into the brush.
Hello, Haynes. 4 miles south.
I heard him. What do you think? They had another car laying there?
It was pretty rough country. They must have.
That's going to make them tough to spot, Lieutenant.
Stover.
Yes, sir?
Get out a radio and a teletype. Stop all cars at all junction points, north and south on 99. Right. Question occupants and hold for questioning anyone answering those descriptions. Is that okay with you, Haynes?
Perfect. So long, Lieutenant. I'll see you there.
Right. Come on, Stover. I want you to run out with me and have a look at that car they abandoned.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Ella.
Well, Fatso. Good afternoon.
Have you got any beer on ice, Ella?
No.
I was sure I saw some in here this morning.
Stay out of the icebox. There's no beer.
Oh, Ella.
Well, they got what they came after, didn't they?
Who?
Who? Pops and Sam.
What did they get?
The bank at Oakland. Was on the radio.
Is that so? How do you know?
A little birdie gave me a hint. A fat little birdie.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say a thing, and it wasn't them. They wasn't anywhere near Oakland.
Do you want to bet?
What's the matter? You got no beer on ice.
Stay away from that icebox. And where were you? Sitting out in the car waiting to drive them away?
I was not.
Where were you?
I was at the bowling alley. All morning I was there. You can ask anybody. Listen, Ella, they're laying out in the woods down there in the young coal until the heat's off. I'm supposed to go for them tomorrow night.
Didn't I advise you not to get mixed up in any of Pop's
Well,
deals?
I am mixed up in it. Do you think the heat'll be off by tomorrow night? I rode over to Cascadia with Joe for some tires he wanted, and we were stopped 4 times. 4 times by cops in 10 miles.
Did Joe get the tire?
Listen, Ella, this is serious. I gotta go pick up Pops and Sam. Tomorrow night I gotta go, and cops ain't the only thing that's worrying me.
Get out of the way and let me in that drawer there.
Oh, yeah, sure. You know, I'm scared to go for him, and I'm scared not to.
Stop foaming at the mouth and run down for a loaf of bread. We're out.
There's a lot of money involved, Ella. 30 grand. They wouldn't think nothing of killing me for my end.
I'll give you a nice funeral.
This is serious, Ella.
Well, you got yourself into it. What do you want me to do about it?
Look, when I go to get them, you come along.
So they can shoot me, too?
They won't do nothing to me if you're along. They'll give me my end and they'll forget about it.
No.
Ella, baby, I must mean something to you.
Not that much.
I can't go get them alone. Got to drive them all the way back to Bakersfield. That's a long ways, Ella. He'll give me the business someplace on the way. You gotta come along.
No.
Wait until tomorrow night, Ella. Be plenty safe, believe me.
No.
You change your mind, won't you? I need you along. Honest, baby, I need you along.
If you want bread for supper, you better go and get it.
Yeah, I'll get it. But think about it, Ella. Please think about it.
I know it's kind of hopeless, Lieutenant, but we ought to take the witnesses up to the Portland office to look over a few pictures.
Well, I don't think they could identify those two if they saw them. Those disguises just about covered every feature. But you never can tell.
But I'll arrange to have them transported tomorrow.
What about the getaway car? The owner's kind of anxious to have it back.
I talked to the special agent in charge. He's sending down a laboratory man. I know you fellas gave the car a good going over, but a double check won't hurt.
No, nothing will hurt. Well, aside from that, Haynes, you have any other ideas?
Just one. Just an idea. They got away from us.
Hey, Pops.
What?
Wasn't another half a sandwich left?
I ate it.
You think Fatso will bring some more?
Well, I told him to.
You know, that Fatso makes a lot of dough for doing no work.
An awful lot, Sam.
Him all comfortable in the bed last night, us laying out here in this brush all night, all day.
What are you going to do with all your money, Sam?
That ain't no problem. As soon as I get back into Bakersfield, I'm going to call Janie. I'm going to tell her I'm back and to get ready for a good time. And then I'm going to go out and I'm going to buy the biggest, ugliest rattlesnake I can find. I'm going to look for that oil well driller. And when I find him, I'm going to take the rattlesnake out of the box and I'm going to say, okay, bite him. Bite him good. What time is it? Shouldn't Fatso have been here already?
Yeah, it's about due. Now, listen, Sam.
Yeah?
Fatso's liable to cause us a lot of trouble. And you and me, we know how to keep our mouths shut. But not Fatso.
Yeah, you think when he gets here we got to plug him?
Yeah, Sam. I think so. I think
Hey,
it'll
Pops. It's a car.
The Fatso?
I can't tell yet, Pops. Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, that's him.
Let me plug him, Pops.
Okay, Sam, if you're that anxious.
But I can drop him with one shot. Some target.
Bet you 1,000 you can't do it in one shot.
All right, you're on.
Pops.
Get that 1,000 ready, Pops.
Hey, Pops. Sam, it's me.
Get it ready.
Yeah, hold it.
Why? What's the matter?
Where are you? We need that car. Maybe he's got the keys in his hand, and if he drops them, we'll never find him. Pops! Fatso? Yeah. Over here. You can plug him after we get the key.
Where are you, Pops? I can't see you.
Right here, Fatso. Right here.
Hi, fellas. Hey, that was certainly a high-class job. 31,000, the paper said. Was it that much?
You're not disappointed, are you, Fatso?
Oh, me? No. I think it's great.
Well, you all set for the drive to California?
I'm raring to go.
Grab the sack, Sam.
Well, I got it.
Now, let's get moving. Give me the keys to the car, Fatso. I'll start out driving.
Oh, Ella wants to drive a ways.
Ella?
Is she in the car?
Yeah.
Why'd you bring her along?
Well, listen, there's still plenty of cops on the road. I figured with a woman in the car, things will look better. You know, more like a family affair.
I'll let you have it right here and now.
Hey, let go. Pops, make it let go.
Sam.
Rotten over.
Sam, turn him loose. Turn him loose.
Listen, you shouldn't do that, Sam.
What do you say, Pop? Shall I plug him?
Hey, no.
No. Go on. I'll get in the car. We wasted enough time now. We're heading for California. All of us.
Where's this place you want to get off, Pops?
Keep on going. I'll tell you where.
It's in the next block.
For 1,000 miles we've been going. Oregon to Bakersfield. I want to go back. Now.
All right, well, take it easy, will you?
Now, stop at the next corner there, Fatso.
Listen, Fatso. When they get out, I want you to turn right around and head back to Oregon.
Gonna stay in Bakersfield overnight.
Yeah, we got some business.
What kind of business?
You know that bar, that Harry's Plate? Meet us there at 10, both of you.
Why me?
I said both of you meet us there.
Well, hey, how about my cut of the dough?
You'll get it tonight. Now, just meet us there. Go on, Sam.
Now, listen, we got to get
If
back...
you want your dough, be there, both of you. Come on, Sam.
I want to get to a phone. I want to talk to Janie.
Now, wait a minute.
Listen, if she's out with that driller, I want to know about it.
Janie can wait. You, know why I asked Fatso and Ella to meet us tonight, don't you?
Yeah, I got an idea.
You don't think it'll be too tough a job, do you? For both of them?
Why should it be? We take them out in the country. Even if they're found, they're so far away from home, nobody will ever know who they are.
Okay. Go call your Janie. But don't make no dates for tonight. We got more pressing business.
You know, if you want a proper, nourishing breakfast in the morning, you want to make sure that you get a BEB. BEB stands for Basic Energy Breakfast, the kind of breakfast everyone should eat every morning to beat the droopy, let-down feeling. And friends, be sure you make Grape Nuts the heart of your BEB, because Grape Nuts is the cereal that gives you more nourishment. Yes, just one serving of Grape Nuts with milk and sugar gives you more food value than an egg and a slice of bacon. Just think of it. And when you taste your first spoonful of Grape Nuts, you're going to say, this is a swell cereal. Yes, you'll like Grape Nuts. They have a really wonderful flavor, a flavor that's sweet as a nut, rich and satisfying. So every morning from now on, make sure you get BEB. And be sure to make Grape Nuts the heart of your BEB. Ask your grocer for Grape Nuts tomorrow.
Tomorrow is Sunday.
Oh, yes, so it is. We'll go to church tomorrow and buy Grape Nuts Monday. And now Grape Nuts takes you back to Gangbusters.
Listen, Pops, 10 o'clock to Fatso ought to mean 10 o'clock.
He'll be here, Sam.
You don't think Ella pounded some sense into his fat, dumb head? You don't think she knows what's going on?
They'll be here. You think she's got $5,000 coming?
Yeah, well, I'm not counting on it. I gotta...
Now what's the matter, Sam?
There's Janie.
Huh?
And she's with that driller.
Oh, now sit down, Sam.
Sit down, nothing. Here's where I get this settled. Greasy jerk thinks he can get my show.
And then he says to her, Janie, he says to...
What does he say, driller?
Sam.
Yeah, this is for you, baby.
What's the jam?
Come on, driller.
Put away that knife.
I'm going to put it away.
Put away from me.
Right between your ribs, I'm going to put it away.
He's got a knife.
Yeah, I got a knife. There you are.
Sam,
I
come
got
on.
business.
Here. A cop. Come on, here comes a cop.
I'm finishing this.
All right, so long, you crazy jerk.
Okay. Get up out of there.
Let go of me.
Come on, get up. Now, hold still.
Let me go.
Okay, buddy, you asked for it. All right. Bartender, call an ambulance. Yeah. And the rest of you, it's all over now. Come on, move back out of here. Move back. Come on, move back. Give us a little room. Come on, everything's all right. Move back, will you? Come on. All of you move back.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, police soon learned that Sam Scribner in jail on a charge of attempted murder, was also a badly wanted bank robber. But the leader of the gang, Henry Pops Tollett, was to reorganize his gang and cause federal officers and authorities of several states considerable trouble before his day of reckoning approached.
And you'll be back next week, Sheriff Southard, to tell us all about it?
I certainly will.
Well, thank you, Sheriff H.A. Southard, for bringing us the facts in this case history from your files. And all of us will be looking forward to your return next week. Now, Gangbusters' Nationwide Clue, broadcast every week as a public service to assist American police and the FBI in their war against the underworld. But first, a message to Gangbusters listeners from the Honorable J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The private citizen can often cooperate with police in identifying persons badly wanted. The clues broadcast on Gangbusters have assisted in many apprehensions. Therefore, be sure to listen carefully when these clues are given. And if you have information on the person described, notify your nearest FBI office or your local police department.
Thank you, Director J. Edgar Hoover, for sending our listeners this message. Now, tonight's Gangbusters Clue.
Attention, all citizens. Write down the official description of James Edward Burns, wanted for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution for the crime of robbery.
Age 25, 5 feet 10 inches, 145 pounds, slender build, brown hair and eyes, fair complexion.
Burns has the following tattoos. On his right forearm, eagle with letters U-S-N, shamrock with word E-R-I-N. On his right upper arm, numbers 533181965. On his left forearm, tattoo of dagger with words death before dishonor. On the fingers of his left hand, tattoo of words I love you.
Warning. Do not attempt to detain this fugitive yourself. James Edward Burns, wanted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, is considered dangerous and is believed to be armed.
If you have any information concerning this clue, notify your local police, the nearest office of the FBI, or Gangbusters at once.
Next week, more facts in the case of the two-time robbers who struck at one bank, then returned to Oregon to strike again, but who found that in the police league, 2 strikes is out.
Listen next week, same time, same CBS station, to the amazing facts in the case of the two-time robbers on Gangbusters. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Walter Vaughn and John Larkin in leading roles. Jay Jackson speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters has been presented by Grape Nuts. Grape Nuts, the heart of your basic energy breakfast. The heart of your B-E-B.
B-E-B, 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 wow!
This is CBS, where you hear Jack Benny every Sunday, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
which printed more than $500,000 in bogus bills, until an alert farmer and a hot turkey helped hard-working Secret Service agents close the case.
Gangbusters presents as narrator by proxy of tonight's case, the Honorable U.E. Bauman, Chief of the United States Secret Service, Treasury Department.
Thank you. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Our case tonight begins last spring in the city of Chicago. It was early in the evening in an apartment house near Douglas Park when a slightly built man, carrying what was obviously a box of flowers, bounded up 2 steps at a time toward the door of a second-floor apartment.
Pearl? Hello, Andy.
Gus, hiya.
Oh, where you been, Andy? 2 hours I've been sitting there cooling my heels waiting for you.
Ain't Pearl here?
Well, who do you think let me in? She's fine company. Where you taking her tonight? Her hair, her nails, her works. When are you celebrating? Pearl! What, you got there, flowers? I thought only college boys brought flowers.
Hey, Andy, relax. I'm here. I'm just getting ready for the big night out.
Yeah, okay, Pearl. I got some flowers for you.
That's nice.
You see, you got all the trouble to bring violets.
They're orchids.
Okay, orchids. What does it get you? That's nice. Bang.
Well, she's getting dressed.
Now, listen, Andy. We've been associating business a long time. That Pearl don't care no more for you than that. She's out after what she can get.
Gus, I don't want no discussion of this again.
As soon as something better comes along with more dough, she'll drop you head first. She's a social client.
I don't want to hear nothing else about it.
Okay, you bought your shoes, walk in them. Anyway, I came here for a conference.
About what?
Here. Get rid of these.
Oh, listen, Gus, I still ain't unloaded half of the last.
That's the trouble. The boss says you ain't producing.
Who ain't producing? I'm out breaking my back every day.
Listen, you got the best go of all the guys. There ain't one of the boys wouldn't grab your territory in a minute, Andy. You got the best counterfeit since Lusty.
The counterfeit may be okay, Gus, but do you know how far I got to ride between farmhouses? How many turkeys can I buy, and how many farmers got change in the house for a 20 or a 10?
Listen, Andy, them's your problems. The boss says produce or you lose your franchise.
I want to talk to the boss.
Now, don't you know better than that, Andy?
I want to get this thing straightened out.
Look. You've got a good deal.
Yeah.
If you get nailed, you don't know the boss or they can't touch him. If he gets nailed, vice versa. So you're better off.
I'll tell him I'm getting tired of working the farmers. Tell him I want to work bars or someplace.
Listen, we got plenty of guys working the bars. We got too many. Ah, you got a good thing, Andy. Now just produce. Well, you and Pearl have a good time tonight.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, get to work.
Get to work.
Pearl?
Well?
Oh, what?
Did you tell him you want to meet the boss?
Yeah, I told him.
How you like the hair this way? Check, huh?
Yeah.
What'd he say? Look around my neck there, see if I missed any hairs putting it up.
No, you didn't miss none, honey.
Well, what'd he say?
Oh, the same old story. I'll be better off if I don't meet the boss.
How do you expect to get ahead in this world if you don't know who you're working for?
Tell you the truth, Pearl, I don't care.
Well, I do.
Why?
Because I want to see you get ahead. You'll never get ahead dealing through Gus. You got to go to somebody higher up, get a better deal. Gus can't give it to you. Listen, that counterfeit costs you 15 cents on the dollar. Right or wrong?
Oh, that's good stuff, honey. Best I ever seen.
And you got to go out and buy chickens and eggs and turkeys with it to get change in the hard stuff. Right or wrong?
Well, that's my territory, baby. The farmers.
Okay, you take $10 in counterfeit. Costs you $1.50. You invest a couple of bucks more in eggs or something you got to throw away, plus gas and oil. How much do you make out of the deal?
Well, it ain't so terrible, Pearl. We live so bad.
And supposing some guy you buy a turkey from, instead of a farmer, he's a Secret Service agent. Then you really bought yourself a turkey.
Well, in this business, you got to take risks. That's the nature of it.
Button me up the back, will you?
Yeah, baby, sure. Oh, they ought to make these things with zippers.
Now, next time you see Gus, you put it on the line about where you stand. If you don't tell him, I will.
Okay, Pearl, I'll tell him.
Didn't you say you bought me some flowers?
Oh, yeah, I'll get them.
No, never mind yet. Just finish the buttoning. Now, I want you to act like a gentleman when we get to the Tally-Ho Club, because that's a
Who
very...
said we're going to the Tally-Ho?
I did.
Well, they soak you an arm and a leg there.
That's where I want to go, to the Tally-Ho.
To Chief, Secret Service, Treasury, Washington. From Supervising Agent, Chicago District. Counterfeit $10 and $20 Federal Reserve notes in circulation, Chicago area, increasing daily. Counterfeit appearing so many different places, unquestionably work of dozens of passes and indicating well-organized operation. Investigation so far, fruitless. Suggest temporary assignment to this district, as many agents as can be spared. Signed, Neeson.
Hello, boss.
Well, Gus, you're up early this morning.
Yeah, I got a big day ahead of me.
What's the matter? You got troubles?
No, not exactly troubles, but a few of them shovers ain't moving the queer as fast as they could.
That's your job, Gus, to make them move it fast. But sooner or later, they're going to grab one of these shovers.
I don't see how they can miss.
And when they do, that's when you and I will have to pull up stakes.
Anything you say, boss. Well, I'll see you later.
Now, just a minute.
What?
This chap that you have working the farmers, this Andy, what's his name?
Oh, Trojek, Andy Trojek.
Yes, find out if he was at the Tally-Ho Club last night.
I don't know whether he went there, but he was going out someplace. Why?
Does he have a girl? Blonde?
Yeah, Pearl. Hey, how'd you recognize Andy? You never met him.
You pointed him out to me once.
Oh, yeah.
That blonde is quite a dish.
She ain't bad.
Andy works the farmers, huh?
Yeah.
All right, you tell Andy the Secret Service is getting pretty close to him around where he's working.
Are they?
Tell him he ought to take a trip. Southern Indiana. He should do all right down there. He can take all the time he wants. A couple of weeks.
Hey, what is it?
Just tell him to take the trip. Work down there. And then, about Pearl. Bring her around to meet me. I think she'd be nice company.
Trips I gotta take. Trips.
So for how long is it?
That's for long enough, Guts.
Oh.
What's Pearl gonna do without me? She don't like it none, you know.
Pearl? Well, she'll be all right.
Yeah, maybe. Will I be all right?
Pearl! Now, listen, Andy, the boss says...
I'm getting good and sick of what the boss says. Ready to leave, baby.
Yeah, he's ready.
Well, don't forget to change your socks.
That's all you gotta say to me? Don't forget to change your socks.
Watch out for the cops.
Oh, baby, come here.
Andy.
Honey.
In front of people.
Nut people. Now, go on, grab your bag, Andy. Come on, get going.
Yeah. Well, I'll write to you, baby.
Yeah, write to me. Well, Gus, sure shipped him off in a hurry, didn't you?
Well, you know how it is, Pearl. Things are getting hard around here. We've got to make the best of a good thing.
Yeah? The boss told you?
Sure, he told me.
Well, you got rid of Andy. What's on your mind? As if I didn't have any idea.
Well, there's nothing on my mind, Pearl.
Look, Gus, let's get something straight. Don't make a play for me. I don't go for your type.
Who was going to make a play for you? We're just going to ask you out to have dinner out, that's all.
That ain't a play?
Well, now, listen, I got my own girl. Just thought maybe you'd like to meet a friend of mine.
Who's your friend? The boss?
Nah, just a friend. You want to go or don't you?
No.
Well, what are you going to do sitting around here?
Is he good looking?
Well, he ain't bad looking. He's got dough. Got plenty.
Okay, Gus. You're right. What am I going to do sitting around here?
I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock.
Well, gangbusters listeners, you can see that complications were developing within this smooth gang of counterfeiters. And agents of the United States Secret Service are the first to take advantage of such complications.
And now back to Gangbusters. And here again, by proxy, is tonight's narrator, the Honorable U.E. Bauman, Chief of the United States Secret Service.
As I was telling you, agents of the United States Secret Service, Treasury Department, were troubled by a gang of well-organized counterfeiters in the Chicago area. In the Chicago office of the Secret Service, Supervising Agent Jack Easton and Agent Al Manners were talking over their problems.
And if that's not enough, Al, Washington says he'll send me every agent that can be spared from every district in the country. Well, these extra men ought to help some, Mr. Easton, but that counterfeit's just a little too good. Just a little too good.
We'll get them, Al.
Yeah, I know we'll get them, Mr. Easton, but in the meantime, there's a lot of merchants who are getting nicked.
Yes, and farmers. Don't forget the farmers.
How can I forget the farmers?
You know, when those extra men get in here, I think we'll start concentrating on the farmer angle.
That's a lot of territory to cover.
I know, but I come from a farm family myself. If there's one thing a farmer does, that's read his mail. Now, we've got to get ourselves up a nice bulletin to send out. We've got to tell the farmers to watch out for strangers using 10s and 20s to buy chickens, eggs, turkeys, and so forth. We've got to tell them how to detect this counterfeit and what to do when they see it.
Yeah, maybe that's the angle.
And we'll have men stationed all over Illinois and Indiana. They can follow up any leads the farmers give us, and fast. What do you think, Al?
It's as good as anything.
Okay. Start plans to get this warning notice rolling. And map out the locations where you're going to station the men.
What'd you drag me into, Gus?
You'll have a good time, Pearl, believe me.
Supposed to go out to dinner with a high-class friend of yours, and where did we wind up? Joint with a jukebox.
Oh, there he is. Come on.
Him?
Yeah. Excuse me?
Hey.
Me, please.
Looks nice. Dignified, kind of.
Didn't I tell you? Well, I'm sorry we're a little late, Ralph. We got caught in traffic.
That's all right. Pearl?
Ralph. Ralph, Pearl.
Pleased to meet you.
Good. Why don't we sit down?
Thank you.
Gus?
Well, I think I better go get my girl, Ralph. You don't mind, huh?
I don't mind.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Well, meet you later.
Now, what'll you have to drink, Pearl?
Whiskey? Soda on the side. Boss?
Yeah. Waiter, whiskey, soda on the side.
Right.
Well, now that that's settled, would you like to straighten me out on something, Ralph?
Of course. Anything.
Just how did all this come about? You and me and everything.
Well, it's really very simple. Gus is a good friend of mine. He's been describing a certain gorgeous blonde to me, and I said I'd like to meet her.
So here we are.
Not sorry?
No, not me. I'm the last person in the world to get sorry. By the way, what line of work are you in? I always like to know what my gentleman friends do.
You're not really interested, are you?
Okay, if you're ashamed of it.
There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm a bookie.
A bookie?
I take bets on racehorses.
I know what a bookie does. Where's that waiter with my drink?
He'll be here. I'm sorry to bring you to this place, but it was most convenient for Gus. We'll have dinner downtown someplace.
Gus didn't go to get his girl, did he?
He said that's where he was going.
He won't meet us later, will he?
Mind?
Fine. Tickled to death?
You want to know something? I think we're going to get along fine.
I'll go you one better. I think we're going to get along great.
Good, good.
We just got another wire, Mr. Easton.
Oh?
Some more of the counterfeit showed up down in Sullivan County, southern Indiana.
Who have you got working there, Al?
Miller.
Uh-huh. Well, looks like somebody is trying to make the best of a good thing down there. Look, why don't you take a run down to Sullivan and work along with Miller?
Okay.
And you better get going right away, before the shover moves on.
I've got my car right over in the lot. I'll be on my way in 15 minutes.
Let her ring, baby.
Oh, I really ought to answer, Ralph.
Why?
I wonder all night who it was. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is that all you got to say to me? How are you? Where you been for 3 nights? I'm burning up the wires trying to get you.
Andy, where are you?
In Sullivan, Indiana, honey. I've been working the countryside around here. Oh, I'm making a mint. You miss me, sweetheart?
Of course.
I'll be home Sunday.
Well, if you're doing so well, Andy, why don't you stay out?
Well, I want to see you, baby. I want to talk to you. I'll call you again tomorrow night.
You'll be here Sunday.
Yeah, but I...
Look, Andy, I haven't eaten any dinner. I got my hat and coat on. I just got to go out and eat. I'm starved.
Pearl, what are you giving me? What kind of brush is this?
Call me tomorrow, huh? Bye, Andy. Huh?
Don't look so disgusted.
Now you see what I got to put up with.
You can handle him, can't you?
I don't know, Ralph. may need a little help.
What do you mean?
I mean, now's the time for us to put our cards on the table. Okay?
All right.
I presume you are interested in me, more or less.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about that. You want me to do something about Andy?
Well, you are his boss, aren't you?
Pearl, you won't have any trouble with Andy. First, you'll move where he can't find you. And second, if he becomes too insistent, Gus will have a little talk with him.
7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 20. Here's change, mister.
Thanks. How do you keep one of these turkeys quiet?
Well, you bought him from me. That's your problem now.
Yeah. Well, I'll manage.
Hey, it's a funny thing, mister. Just the other day, I got notice from the United States Secret Service in the mail. Hey, wait a minute. Where? Hazel! Hazel! Where's that circular from the Secret Service? Hazel!
Hello?
Pearl, baby.
Oh, hello, Andy.
Oh, sweetheart, I didn't sleep all night. You were kind of short with me on the phone. What's the matter? Weren't you feeling good? You lonely?
I'm all right. Look, where are you? You still in Indiana?
Yeah, Sullivan in a booth in a drugstore. Listen, honey, I don't like this traveling at all.
You don't, huh?
No, when I get back Sunday, I'm going to tell Gus to give it to the boss straight.
Well, let me tell you something. I've been asking you for months to find out who the boss is. I know him.
You do?
You bet I do, and we're the best of friends.
Pearl.
The very best of friends, and you might as well stay in Sullivan, because if you come in Sunday, you'll find me going and packing right now. Goodbye.
Pearl! Pearl! The boss. The best of friends.
All right, mister.
Hey.
Secret Service.
What do you want with me?
Just a few words and a little of your time. Is that your car parked outside the Chevy?
I don't have a car.
We'll see about that. That car was used by a man answering your description to shove a few counterfeit bills and farmers. One of them got your license number. See what you're carrying.
Stay out of my pockets. You got no right. Okay, you nailed me.
Sure. A stack of counterfeit 20s in your pocket, and then you make an admission. Now go on. Walk out of here. You're going back to Chicago. It's got me worried, Mr. Easton. I don't too much like the idea of trusting that Andy, even if he is sore about the girl.
If he made a break, he wouldn't get very far. We've got every door covered.
That's not what I mean. I mean, what's he telling Gus over there? What we told him to, or is he telling him this place is loaded with Secret Service agents?
That's a chance we have to take, Al. We've got nothing on anybody except Andy. He says this Gus is the contact man, and Gus can lead us to the boss.
I don't like doing business this way.
Well, I don't think Andy will pull any fast one. He's too burned up about the boss stepping in and taking over his girl.
Well, maybe... Uh-oh. Gus is getting up.
Yeah.
There he goes out the door.
Okay, Al. Get behind Gus and stay there.
Yeah. I'll phone you later. Keep your fingers crossed.
On both hands, Al. On both hands.
Okay, Mr. Easton. I've done your job for you.
Sit down, Andy.
Thanks.
Did you tell Gus you wanted some more counterfeit?
Yeah, I told him.
What did he say?
Said he'd get it for me.
What about Pearl? Did you ask Gus if he knew where she was?
Yeah. Said he had no idea. Look, Mr. Easton, when you get him, don't let me near her or this boss, whoever he is. I'll tear him apart.
You don't have to worry about that. We'll keep you plenty separated. Okay, let's get going. I think it's safe enough now. Supervising Agent Easton.
This is Al.
Were you able to stay behind Gus?
You bet, all the way. He went to an apartment house on Ithaca, 6722, and he went upstairs to the third floor to an apartment occupied by one Ralph Walters, and he's still up there.
Ralph Walters?
Yeah. I checked on him with the janitor. Walters owns an offset print shop downtown.
Print shop, huh? That could be our man.
Could be. I'd swear to it.
All right, Al. I'll round up the boys and we'll be right over. I want to have a talk with this Mr. Ralph Walters.
And now back to Gangbusters.
And then Andy tells me, boss, he tells me, Gus, if you run into Pearl any place, tell her I gotta see her.
Fine chance he's got.
Well, Pearl, you want to go back to Andy?
Is that a joke?
Hey, how about another drink? What's the matter? You got prohibition back around here or something?
I'll fix it.
All right, baby.
How about you, honey? The same?
Yes, the same.
Okay.
Great girl, Gus.
Yeah. Only just watch out, boss. She don't do the same thing to you she did to Andy.
I'm not worried.
Well, there are guys around with more money than you got, you know.
Gus, you're a pretty smart boy.
Yeah?
You've been sticking your neck out long enough. You work on the inside from now on. We'll get somebody else to contract the shovers.
Well, a promotion. Thanks, boss.
We've got the best set of plates ever. We can go on for years. Never get touched. We can... Pearl.
Maybe she got her head caught in the icebox.
Pearl.
Okay, I'll be in there.
Guess she didn't.
Well, hurry up, Pearl. We...
Uh-oh.
That's it, boys. Be smart. Don't make a move.
He knocked on the kitchen door. They said it was the janitor.
We're Secret Service agents.
Now listen here, quiet for a while. We want to do a little talking first. When we get finished, you can gab all you want. We'll be all ears.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, before that night was over, agents of the Secret Service had recovered hundreds of thousands of dollars in bogus money and the plates from which it was printed. The names of a dozen or so passers of counterfeit were also known to them, and the general roundup began. Members of this gang are now serving terms ranging from 4 to 14 years in various federal penitentiaries.
Well, thank you, Chief U.E. Bauman, for this insight into the work of the United States Secret Service Treasury Department. Now, you've told me that there are still thousands of bogus $10 and $20 bills in circulation. So, in place of our regular clue tonight, here is a detailed description of these bills. Anyone who handles money should take a pad and pencil and write down this information.
Attention, all citizens, retail merchants, and cashiers in particular. To save yourself money, be on the alert for counterfeit $10 and $20 bills on the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. Letter G, G as in George, in a seal on the face of the bill, left side.
If you have such a $10 bill, check the portrait of Alexander Hamilton. On the counterfeit, the hairline has an unnaturally white appearance. If you have a $20 bill with letter G in the seal, look for one of these numbers on the face of the bill in the lower right-hand corner. G110, H110, I110, J110, K108, or L108. For further details, consult your bank or the nearest office of the United States Secret Service.
Warning. When you accept counterfeit money, you are the loser. These counterfeit $10 and $20 notes on the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago are very deceptive and are expertly reproduced. The silk threads found in the paper of genuine bills are simulated by red ink marks or cannot be found at all. If in doubt, carefully compare a suspected note with a genuine one, or telephone police or the U.S. Secret Service.
If you are given one of these counterfeit $10 or $20 notes, attempt to delay the party and notify your local police or the nearest office of the United States Secret Service at once. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Nitz and directed by William Sweets, with Mandel Kramer and Elspeth Eric in leading roles. Jay Jackson speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters presents the case of the date with death, when murder linked an old coat, a woman in the rain, and angry police officers out to avenge a slain comrade.
M. Joseph Wallace, Chief Inspector, Baltimore City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Inspector Wallace.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Suppose we begin tonight's case on a Sunday afternoon in late November 1947. A huge crowd had gathered in the Baltimore Municipal Stadium to watch the Baltimore Colts in a professional football game. The weather had been threatening all afternoon, and during the third quarter, the skies opened up. Many of the fans scurried out of the rain for cover beneath the stands. One of these was an attractive young woman who ran down a ramp toward the first shelter where a man was standing.
Room enough.
Oh, thanks. Oh, football.
The greatest game in the world.
Maybe on television. Look at my hair.
It's very nice.
Nice and wet. 50,000 idiots. 50,000 idiots watching a few men dribble a ball up and down out there in the pouring rain.
How about a cigarette?
Yes. Thanks.
Light?
Thanks.
Yes. Very nice.
What?
Your hair.
Oh, you should see it in pin curls.
I'd love to.
Well, thanks for the cigarette.
So you're not going back into the pouring rain, are you?
Oh, I've got a date out there.
He's more interested in football than in you.
Looks that way.
Not very smart, is he?
He just likes football.
So what do you say you and me find some place to have a drink?
Oh, I couldn't run out on him.
You won't even miss him.
How do you know I won't miss him?
Well, that's another story.
Do you know of some place nearby where we can get a drink?
Sure.
I suppose we should have been introduced proper.
I'll introduce us. My name is Wood, Roy Wood.
Very pleased to meet you, Mr. Wood.
Roy.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Roy. I'm Helen.
Just Helen? That's nice.
Helen Denny.
Well, what are we standing here for? Shall we go?
Okay, why not? Oh, football.
You see, I told you I'd find a place where we could have a drink.
Well, here's to the Baltimore Colts. May they be victorious, wet or dry.
Say, what made you run out of the rain and right into me?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's the way it was meant.
Yeah, it was meant, Helen. You and me. We were meant.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
It is that way. You know it.
Roy, how crazy can we get? Known each other 20 minutes.
I couldn't be the liquor. We haven't even finished our first drink yet.
And what is it? You know, this is funny. I'm 28 years old. I feel like a schoolgirl. Like a kid in saddle shoes.
You want to hear how I feel?
I hope I know.
You do, baby.
Tell me all about yourself. Where do you live? What do you do? Everything.
Oh, I live out on 33rd.
You do? I live out that way myself, on Pratt, near Broadway.
We're practically neighbors. It's made to order.
Well, what do you do? For a living, I mean.
Oh, odd jobs.
What do you mean, odd jobs?
Oh, just that. I don't believe in tying myself down from 9 to 5 every day. When I need money, I work for it.
Oh.
You look a little bit disappointed.
Well, I just took it for granted that everybody had a job.
Well, let's just say that I'm more in the professional line. If there's anything I need, I just get it.
Nice to be able to get anything you need.
Is there anything you need, honey?
Nothing I can think of right now.
Well, don't let it worry you, Helen. I get along.
I'm sure you do. I think it stopped raining now.
Now, then we'll celebrate. We'll have another drink, huh?
All right, Roy. Let's have another drink.
Waiter. Waiter. Hey, waiter.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, during the next few weeks that Roy Wood and Helen Denny became better acquainted, he was the subject of considerable thought in another part of Baltimore. But the man thinking about Roy Wood was not so fortunate as Helen Denny. He knew neither Wood's name nor his whereabouts. He was Detective Lieutenant George G. Bryan of the Baltimore Police Department. And as he sat at his desk one afternoon, the door to his office opened.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, Sergeant Mayer, come in here. I want to talk to you.
I thought you swore you'd take a Sunday or two off.
Well, not this Sunday, Sergeant. Sit down.
Thanks.
How was Cleveland?
We got a conviction.
Yeah, I read about it. Well, are you ready to go to work?
Have you got trouble?
Yeah. Some stick-ups out of North Baltimore. Cab drivers. 7 of them so far. Between 9 o'clock at night and 2, 3 in the morning, this boy hops in a cab, asks to be taken someplace, puts a gun on the driver.
Only in North Baltimore?
So far, only in North Baltimore.
Any information on him, Lieutenant?
Only the description given by the victims. 25 to 30, 5'8" or 9, 150 to 60 pounds, good-looking, dresses well.
I see. Want me to get on it?
Yep. Have a look at the report, Sergeant. And, the uniform men out there are pretty much on the watch for this boy. They're taking a good look at every taxicab in the street at night. Talk to the uniform commander out in Northeast tonight. Maybe you can be of some help to each other.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Hop in, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, what a night.
Yeah, looks like we're in for a big snow tonight. Thank heavens I'm through in another hour. Boy, I hate that driving that snow. Old man Winter should drop dead. Where to?
Alameda and 33rd.
Right? Yeah, every winter I say to myself, Ernie, they got taxi cabs in Florida. Go to Miami, get yourself a job for the winter. Will you ever do it? Look at me. I got flat feet. Hey, did you ever hear of anybody getting flat feet pushing a hack? I swear.
Shut up.
What?
Look, mister, I don't want any more talk out of you. All I want is your dough. And keep your eye on the street, but remember, this is a gun sticking in your back.
Well, take it easy now.
You take it easy if you ever want to get to Miami. Where's your dough?
Right here in this pocket.
Keep your hands on the wheel. I'll reach for it.
Yeah, that's the pocket.
That's all you got?
Well, look, I had a bad night. It ain't my fault I had a bad night. Want me to pull over so you can get out now?
Alameda and 33rd.
Yeah, Alameda and 33rd. I hate to remark about it now, buddy, but in my rear view mirror it comes up a squad car. You know, cops.
Just keep on driving.
Yeah. They're still there.
I see them.
There's a red light down there. You want me to stop for the red light or go on through?
Stop for it.
Yeah. Right alongside. They're pulling right alongside.
Don't give them any high sign.
I won't. Not me. Uh-oh, one of them's getting out to have a look. Here he comes.
Keep your mouth shut.
Okay. There's
everything all right, driver?
Yeah, officer,
You.
Me?
Step out of there. Let me have a look at you.
It's snowing, officer.
Step out here.
Oh, all right. You can have a look at this.
Hey! Halt! Stop that man! Stop him! He's got a gun! Come on now, let's go. Come on! I'm right with you here.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, honey. Roy, let me in.
Roy. It's after 2 in the morning.
Please, let me in, please.
All right.
Thanks, Helen. Thanks a lot.
What's the matter with you, Roy?
Never mind, I'll be all right.
Where's your coat? You should have more sense than to go out on a night like this without your coat.
I should have had more sense than to go out, period.
What's the matter with you, Roy?
Don't you have any idea?
When you wake me up at 2 o'clock in the morning and practically break into my room, I don't care for riddles. I'm entitled to an explanation.
Helen, you love me?
What's that got to do with it?
It's got plenty to do with it.
All I want is a reasonable explanation.
All right. You hear those sirens? That's your explanation.
You're in trouble.
You bet I'm in trouble.
I'm sure you can straighten it out.
Not this kind of trouble you can't straighten out.
Were you in a fight?
Sort of a fight, yeah. Only worse.
Well, what happened?
They were chasing me. It's a break. You live right in the neighborhood. They're probably looking for me on the street right downstairs.
Not the police.
Now, who else do you think?
Oh, Roy.
That's not that much of a shock, Helen. You know it.
Yes, Roy, I know it.
Look, you let me stay a while, won't you, baby? Let me stay here.
Yes. As long as you want.
Good girl. Now, look, there's something you have to do for me.
What?
My overcoat. I couldn't run with it. I threw it in the alley next to the tavern around the corner. I want you to get dressed and go get it for me.
But, Roy...
Oh, please, honey, if they find the coat, they can find me. They have ways. Please, baby, if you love me.
All right. I'll get dressed.
Lieutenant Bryan.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Mayer.
Patrolman Benedict was dead on arrival at the hospital.
Yeah, we heard, Lieutenant.
Any sign of this man out there, Sergeant?
No, he probably ducked in someplace. But we found an overcoat in an alley off Pratt Street. It might be his. He might have shed it to make better time running.
Well, that may be a break, Sergeant. Bring the coat in here right away.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, Baltimore detectives finally had their first tangible lead toward the identity of the hold-up man, Roy Wood. But unfortunately, it didn't come until the hold-up man became the murderer of a policeman. Detectives still had a long way to travel in the case, but they were able to take shortcuts because of a news vendor and a curt telegram.
Gangbusters. And now we hear again from tonight's narrator, Chief Inspector M. Joseph Wallace of Baltimore.
Thank you. As you know, Roy Wood, a hold-up man, shot and killed a Baltimore policeman who sought to question him. The killer escaped on foot, although pursued by the policeman's partner. It was about an hour later when the girl, Helen, came in the front door of her house and walked down the hall toward her room where the killer, Roy Wood, was waiting.
Baby, I thought you'd never get back. I thought you... The coat. Where's the coat?
I looked in the alley, Roy. It wasn't there.
I guess they got it. Guess the cops picked it up.
Roy.
Huh?
You killed that policeman, didn't you?
Listen, baby.
Did you or didn't you?
Yeah, it was me.
The whole neighborhood is up. There are police cars all over.
Listen, honey. You won't say anything to anybody about this, will you?
How could you do it, Roy?
I did it, that's all. You won't say anything, will you?
Why didn't you leave me alone? Why'd you have to bring me all this?
Baby, I love you. You know what'll happen if they get me, you know, don't you?
You weren't fair to me, Roy. You should have let me know what I was getting into.
I know I should have, but I didn't. Honey, you won't say anything, will you?
No, Roy. I won't say anything.
Thanks, Helen. Thanks a lot.
What are you going to do, Roy?
I don't know. I gotta think.
They got the coat. You said they might be able to find you through the coat.
Yeah. I'll have to get out of town for a little while. I better go back to my room now and get some things.
But, Roy, the streets are full of policemen. If they see somebody without an overcoat...
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Can I stay here a little while longer?
All right. But you mustn't go back to your room, Roy. You mustn't go back at all.
Hey, Johnny, Lieutenant in there?
Yeah, he's in there, Sergeant.
Thanks. Hello, Lieutenant.
Come in, Sergeant.
Well, I guess we can put this overcoat in cold storage.
No luck, huh?
I traced it from the manufacturer to the retailer, the United on Fayette Street. They keep records of names and addresses of customers only when there's alterations. No alterations on this coat.
Well, how about their memory? Doesn't anybody there have a good memory?
Yeah, they remember having coats of this style in stock. That's about all. Nobody remembers selling this one.
Any cleaner's marks in it?
No, the coat's never been cleaned. Well, we at least know the guy is a perfect 40.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
It's pretty much of a sure thing this guy lives or did live in North Baltimore.
From the way he operated, yeah.
You want to waste a little time?
How?
Well, if he does live in North Baltimore someplace, there's somebody that's seen him and knows him. I think we ought to take this coat and visit every store and bar between Monroe and Hanover, north of Franklin. The coat's not the most ordinary ever made. Maybe somebody will recognize it and know the guy.
Maybe.
Don't you think it's worth it?
Sure, Lieutenant. I think it's worth it. Anything's worth it.
Son! Late. What do you read? Sun, News Post? Paper, buddy?
No, not just now. I'm a police officer.
Yeah? Sun, News Post? What do you read? What do you read? Paper?
Hey, look, the shopkeepers around here tell me you know most everybody in the neighborhood.
They can read, I know 'em. Sun, News Post, all eight.
You know the owner of this coat?
That coat there?
Yeah.
I don't look at people's coats. Hey, that could be Roy's.
Roy? Roy who?
How should I know Roy who? He buys the paper from me once in a while. I call him Roy.
Who calls him Roy?
The guys. He hangs out in that bar down the street, Casey's.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
For what? What do you read? Paper, all late, Sun, Post. What do you read?
Hey, bartender.
Yeah? What'll it be?
Are you Casey?
I am.
I'm from the police department.
Oh, well. Have a drink on the house.
You got a customer, Roy?
I got lots of customers. Some of them's named Roy.
Coat.
Sweet suffering chipmunks. What's happened to Roy?
Nothing yet.
Well, he ain't been in here in a week.
What's Roy's other name?
Roy Wood, Woods, something like that. What's the matter with him?
Is he about 25 to 30 years old? 60?
Yeah, that's him.
Where does he live?
Well, I don't know exactly. Over on 33rd someplace, but he ain't been in here in a week. Sweet suffering chipmunks, what's he got himself into?
Who knows? We just want to have a little talk with him. Thanks, Casey. Thanks a lot.
Deposit 45 cents, please.
Yeah. Here you are.
There's your party.
Helen?
Yes, Roy. How are you?
Miserable, baby.
Me too.
Honey, listen. Nobody's been around to see you. You know who I mean.
No, nobody's been around.
Ah, good. I guess everything's okay then. I'm coming back to Baltimore.
I don't know, Roy. It's too soon.
I've got to come back.
Roy.
I know what I'm doing, baby. I'll be in touch with you.
All right, Roy. Goodbye.
Bye, honey.
Why, you gentlemen are certainly mistaken. Roy Wood is a fine young man. I wouldn't have rented a room to him unless he was a fine young man.
But he hasn't been home in a week.
I told you he's a fine young man.
Mrs. Porter, you're positive this is his coat?
Well, I can't be positive, but he has one like it.
It wasn't in his room.
Well, if he went away, he must have taken the coat with him.
You say that Roy never brought any friends here?
Never.
You never saw any of his friends?
No. I asked him not to have company, and he didn't. He's a very respectable young man.
Oh, what about women? Did you ever see him with any women?
No, I never saw him with any women. But those that he did go out with were very nice girls.
How do you know they were very nice girls?
Well, this last one, she sounded like a very nice young lady over the phone.
You spoke to her?
Of course, several times. I took messages for Roy.
What kind of messages?
Well, this girl, this Helen, she called and left a number 2 or 3 times. She sounded like a very nice girl.
What'd you do with the number?
Oh, now, what would I do with the telephone number? I scratched it on the telephone book.
May we see the telephone book, Mrs. Porter?
If you insist, this way.
Thank you.
But Roy Wood is a fine young man. A very fine young man.
Here she is, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Bryan, Helen Denny.
Sit down, Miss Denny.
You have no right to drag me down here to the police station and keep me waiting so long. I think I'm entitled to some explanation.
She says she hasn't seen Roy Wood in a week.
That's true.
Exactly how many times did you see Roy Wood altogether?
I don't know. I didn't stop to count.
You heard from him in the last week?
No, I haven't heard from him.
Where is he now?
I told you I don't know. I don't know.
You know what we want him for?
No,
We think he killed a policeman.
that's not so.
We wish it weren't. Now, the more you try to cover up for him, the more trouble you're going to get yourself into, young lady.
I'm not trying to cover up because there's nothing to cover up.
All right. I know you've been in touch with Roy Wood.
Please.
I know it. Matter of fact, while the sergeant was bringing you down here, a Western Union messenger boy knocked on your door. You didn't know that we have a couple of men watching your house day and night, did you?
I don't know anything.
And that Western Union messenger boy, when there wasn't any answer, he slipped a telegram under your door. Would you like to read it? Here. Go on, open it up, Helen. And you still tell me you haven't been in touch with Roy?
All right. I just don't want to see him hurt. That's all. I don't want to see him hurt.
If you don't want to see him hurt or anybody else, then you'll help us.
How?
He sent you a wire to meet him on the corner of Broadway and Pratt tonight. You will meet him.
Please. Can't you do it some other way? Do you have to get me involved in it?
You said you didn't want to see him hurt. This is the easiest way we can take him. For him, for us, and for you.
But All right. What do you want me to do?
You go home now. You'll wait until 10 minutes after 8. Then you'll walk out the front door. You'll walk down Pratt Street to Broadway. Then you'll stand on the corner in front of the drugstore.
Please, Lieutenant,
You'll stand on the corner in front of the drugstore. We don't know whether he'll drive or take a cab or walk, but we do know for sure he's got a gun on him. We'll be all around there. When Roy Wood shows up, you'll drop your purse.
Drop my purse?
That's the sign to us that it is Roy Wood. I'm warning you, Helen. There'll be our men all around. You don't want to see Roy hurt. He won't get hurt if you carry off your part as you're supposed to.
To Gangbusters. Well, Gangbusters listeners, at precisely 8:15 that night, the girl Helen waited in front of the drugstore on the busy corner of Broadway and Pratt. The eyes of several teams of detectives were fastened on the approaches to the intersection, waiting for Roy Wood to appear. As the minutes passed, she stood firm until finally she saw the fugitive crossing the street.
Hello, honey. How are you?
Hello, Roy.
Well, what's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
Yes, I am glad.
Look, I've got a car parked on the block. Let's go, huh?
Roy, listen to me.
Well, come on. We can't stand here all night.
Roy, I don't want to see you hurt.
I won't. Here, I'll pick up your purse.
No, that's all right. I think it's best, Roy. I really do.
You think what's best?
All right, Wood, don't make a move.
Hey, what are you
doing? We're police officers.
Let me go, will you?
Hold still there. Uh-huh. Is this the gun you used to kill him?
You turned me in, didn't you, you little
No,
rotten...
Roy. Honest, I didn't. I just didn't want you hurt.
Go on home.
Don't you worry about her, Wood. You just come with us.
That, Gangbusters listeners, was exactly how this killer was taken by detectives of the Baltimore Police Department. He was placed on trial a short time later and convicted of first-degree murder. Roy Wood is now in a death cell, at the Maryland State Penitentiary, awaiting hanging.
Thank you, Chief Inspector M. Joseph Wallace, for this insight into how Baltimore police conducted a difficult murder investigation. And congratulations to Captain of Detectives Henry J. Criss and all the officers who participated in the investigation leading to the arrest of this killer. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Les Damon and Deli Ellis in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
It's 8 o'clock. Welcome to Van Cristo Radio Theater.
And now, Gangbusters presents the case of the Sledgehammer Handicap, in which a hot horse, an open drawbridge, a phone call from a locked and bolted drugstore, and a woman's way parlay each other into days of dangerous determination for New Orleans detectives.
Gangbusters, the only national program to bring you authentic police case histories.
Let's join radio's great comedian, Fred Allen, for a visit to Allen's Alley.
Well, let's see what a knock here will start.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You're expecting maybe two la bankhead.
No. Tell me, Mrs. N, have you had any calls in your house?
Mine husband Pierre is sick.
Oh, really?
They are maybe sending him to a clinic. The Meyer brothers.
Oh, the Meyer brothers.
The inimitable Fred Allen and Allen's Alley. Recall the golden days of radio whenever you like with your own phonograph. Introduce your young people to some of the wonderful programs of the pre-TV era. Van Cristo offers you great moments in radio, a chance to sample some of the best, the funniest, the most dramatic of radio's golden days. Jack Benny narrates nearly an hour of radio recollections in the actual voices and sounds from the great shows. Great Moments in Radio is yours for just $4.95. Send check or money order to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. Please yourself and help support the Van Cristo Radio Theater at the same time. Remember, that's $4.95 in check or money order to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116.
Tonight, Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Joseph Charing, Superintendent of Police, New Orleans, Louisiana, to narrate by proxy the case of the Sledgehammer Handicap. Superintendent Charing.
Thank you. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Suppose we begin tonight's case in the old quarter of New Orleans, one morning last winter. A man about 30 hurriedly entered the downstairs door of a rundown apartment house and ran breathlessly up 2 stairs at a time toward the dimly lit second-floor hall.
Fran! Where are you, Fran?
Quiet, will you?
Hey, did you hear what, Fran? Robbie got out. They had him working in the fields. He ducked in a sugar cane away from the guards and jumped in the river. He swam downstream a couple of miles. I just heard it on the radio.
I know.
Yeah, the
Leo.
last thing they found, you know. How do you know? It was just on the radio, just now.
Robbie's in there shaving.
You're kidding.
Wish I was. He walked in just after you left.
Hey, Fran, this is no place for me. I better get going.
You stick around.
No, but Fran,
You're a friend of his, aren't you?
Yeah, but if Robbie ever gets an idea what's been going on between you and me, oh, brother.
Who expected him to escape?
Listen, don't say a word. I've been here, Fran. I'll just say goodbye. It's been nice and lots of luck.
You'll stick around. Robbie's been asking for you.
Yes?
I told him you were coming back.
Oh, Fran.
Don't off-friend me. I don't want him around. It was all over when he went away, as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, but what about as far as he was concerned?
Everything will be all right. Did you get a scratch sheet?
Oh, how can you think about horses at a time like this? How long's it take him to shave, anyway?
Did you bring back a scratch sheet?
Yeah, I brought a scratch sheet. Here's your rotten scratch sheet.
Hello, Leo.
Oh, Robbie. Hi.
Thought I heard your voice. Come here, Leo.
Fran was telling me, Robbie.
Come in here, Leo. I want to talk to you.
He can wait until you finish shaving.
I said come in here.
Yeah. I'm sure glad you made it, Robbie.
I knew you would be. Fran, get me some coffee ready when I'm finished.
Coffee?
Yeah, go on, coffee.
Boy, you can imagine my surprise, Robbie.
You didn't think I was going to wait around in there for the whole 10 years, did you?
No, but I hear that ain't such an easy place to crack out of, Angola.
It isn't.
What do you count on doing?
What did you say?
I said, what do you count on doing? You know, I was just wondering.
What brings you around here so early?
Well, nothing, Robbie. I just picked up a scratch sheet. Me and Fran usually go over the horses together.
So she's still a horse player.
Yeah, me too.
How you doing?
Well, you know how it is, Robbie. You win one day, you blow it the next.
I don't mean with the horses. I mean with Fran.
Hey, now, Robbie, you got the wrong slant. There's nothing between me and Fran.
No?
No, I take a note on it. We're just a couple of friendly horse players.
A lot of stories come drifting back to me up there.
No, you got my word for it, Robbie.
Like I don't like to be sitting alone up there and hear those kind of stories.
Now, Robbie, listen to me.
Listen to me. You can have her.
I can?
I took one look at her, and you can have her.
I wouldn't want to do you out of anything. You know me.
I told you can have her.
That's awful nice of you.
I consider you doing me a favor, Leo. It's settled.
Yeah. Maybe I ought to go out and tell Fran there's nothing to worry about.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, she's entitled to stop worrying.
Let her worry about something else besides the horses for a few days. It'll do her good.
Yeah, but Robbie, you...
Stick here. I'm going to talk to you some more.
Oh. About what?
You been working lately?
You mean working or working?
You know what I mean.
No, Robbie, not much.
All right, Leo. You work with me. We're a team.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's settled.
Captain Gilliard.
Oh, Captain, I was able to locate Detective Paul Poisonell. He's right here now.
Good. Ask him to step in.
Yes, sir. Go right in, Paul.
And Baker.
Yes, sir.
Call the Bureau of Identification. I want some more recent pictures of Robbie Bertram.
Yes, Captain.
Come over. Sit down, Paul.
Sure, Captain.
Listen, Baker.
Yes, sir.
The most recent picture identification sent down was made in 1944 when he was arrested on the last offense. Ask them to check the penitentiary. Maybe they've got something made later.
Yes, Captain.
Okay, get on it. Well, Paul, I suppose you heard the news.
You mean about Robbie Bertram, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it. He figured to break out sooner or later, Captain. Robbie was always a hard boy to hold down.
You think you can find him?
He's in New Orleans, maybe.
Well, if he is, we can expect to break out all over in safe burglaries.
You're telling me, like a plague.
I've got our old reports out on...
Huh?
It says here he used to go with a girl, an inveterate horse player.
That's right. Fran something.
Liggett. Fran Liggett.
Yeah.
Look, I want you to locate her, Paul. If you do, you'll probably locate Robbie.
Fran, come here, Fran.
Oh, Leo.
Gee, where you been, Fran?
If a person wins on a horse, they're entitled to collect the bet, aren't they?
What, did that 10-to-1 shot win it?
He did, and he closed at 12-to-1.
I knew I should have laid in a bet.
I told you, didn't I? Well, aren't you going to invite a lady to sit down?
Yeah, sit down.
Much obliged.
Why I can't get up nerve enough to go in on them good things, I'll never know. All the dogs I could have bet on.
It's technique, that's all, a system. Where's Robbie?
I got to meet him.
Oh, well, then let's go.
No, Fran, you better stay here. You see, this is the big deal. We're going to look over that safe we got to rip open tonight, you know?
What's the matter with me going? I used to go, you know.
I know, but Robbie thinks it's better to be careful.
How careful can he get? He sees you, don't he?
Well, Robbie and me are working together.
You'd think I was poison.
All right, friend, baby. I don't know. I guess it's all right to let you in on it now.
Let me in on what?
Robbie knows all about us.
He does?
I didn't tell him. He heard it in the penitentiary.
Uh-oh.
I was scared to death, baby, and then he tells me it's okay with him. He don't care.
He don't?
We got his blessings.
What? Well, that's a lot of nerve.
I think it's good. It's wonderful, baby. Suppose he was mad. Look what he'd do to the both of us.
I never heard of such a thing.
What do you mean you never heard of such a thing? It worked out fine.
That's no way to treat a lady.
Listen, I thought I was the one you wanted.
That's so, but the least he could do would be to make an effort.
Oh, Fran, what are you complaining about?
Oh, nothing at all.
Well, for crying out loud, you don't have to get mad at me.
Who's mad at you?
Frankly, this whole thing's got me puzzled. Listen, we talk about it later. I gotta go and meet Robbie.
Well, go meet him. Who's stopping you?
Honest to goodness.
Go on. I got plenty to do. I gotta dope out tomorrow's horses.
Okay, honey. I'll see you later.
4, 3, 7, 2, 1.
Hello, taxi cab.
I want a cab.
Yes, sir. Where at?
Corner of Mirabeau and Paris, in front of the drugstore.
Yes, sir. The corner of Mirabeau and Paris in front of the drugstore. Right away. Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it.
Come on, Robbie, let's go.
All right, Leo, take your time.
Take my time. We break into a drugstore. We knock open the safe. We make enough racket to bring the house down at 2 in the morning. We got the dough. We're ready to go, and you want to make a phone call. Can't you make your phone calls from someplace else? From home, for instance?
Relax. I was calling a taxi.
A taxi?
What do you want to do? Take a streetcar?
Robbie, for crying out loud, we just been into the safe here, remember?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. I want to get out of here. I got the tools already. Let's go.
Leave the tools lay.
Leave them lay. Where are we going to get another extension Jimmy like that one?
We'll get it. Leave the tools lay. You want to get picked up with tools on you? Okay. Out the way we came.
Oh, I don't have to be coaxed. Let's go.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, the criminal, Robbie Bertram, simply called a taxicab to get away safely from the first burglary after his escape from Louisiana State Prison. Similar ingenious and daring getaways mounted as the weeks went by and the reports of burglaries increased. But it was the last getaway for which police waited.
Back to Gangbusters in a moment.
Say, folks, next time you want a real Hi, sports fans. You know, a pro athlete needs lots of vim and vic.
Say, speaking of good things to eat.
Back-to-school outfits for that special summer.
Ever get the feeling that most radio commercials sound the same? You're right.
Like a big cat around curves. And hell...
Unless your commercial is created by people who really know their radio.
Rich tomato goodness in every bite.
Around here, if there's one agency that knows radio, it's the one that knows enough to bring you the great vintage radio of the Van Cristo Radio Theater. Van Cristo Associates Advertising.
Great warehouse sale. Save 10, 20, 30% and more on famous names.
If you're a radio advertiser, why don't you give us a call? You might end up with some commercials that don't sound like all the others.
And if you like chicken, you'll love.
Ask for it by name.
Van Cristo Associates Advertising, Boston.
Do it today.
You'll be glad you did.
Now we take you back to Gangbusters. And once again, we hear from tonight's narrator, Superintendent Charing.
One afternoon a few weeks later, Detective Paul Poisonot walked into a thinly camouflaged horse betting parlor just across the river from downtown New Orleans. This was only one of dozens of similar calls he had made in search of the girl Fran. As usual, he stood at the rear of the place for a moment, scanning the patrons who were listening to the call of the race, then walked into the crowd.
Linda. Come on. Come on,
Boy, what a load he's carrying.
Come on, Linda.
That's the guy up. I don't know.
Come on, Linda. That's my Linda. Stay there, Linda. Stay there, Linda. Stay there.
Oh, you said it, lady. Stay there, Linda.
Have you got Linda?
Have I got Linda? I got a wad.
She'll win it, all right. She's a...
Oh.
By 2 lengths.
Atta girl, Linda.
Scope and double scotch are head and head for second, and coming up on the inside of fourth position, Stainless.
She'll take it. She'll walk in now.
Oh, I hope so. I could use the winner.
Who couldn't? There's nothing to worry about. She's
And
in.
the results of the 6 at Hot Springs.
Here it is.
The winner by neck. Number 4, Stainless.
Oh, no.
Second and double scotch was third.
What happened to Linda?
That's what I'd like to know.
She died. She was leading all the way around and she died. How do you like that?
I don't like it any more than you do.
Hey, Fran, you have to sit here all afternoon. You realize I've been waiting out in the car for you?
Listen, Leo, I had a horse that almost won the race. What do you expect me to do? Drop everything and come running?
Well, Robbie's waiting for me on the street corner. You know Robbie's waiting for me.
Robbie? Who cares about Robbie? Let him wait on 4 corners. Linda W. almost took it and dies in the stretch. Ain't that right, mister?
Oh, you said that's right, lady. That cost me a wad myself.
Chicago, the horses are going to the post.
You got anything good in the next to Chicago, mister?
No, not a thing. Have you?
Oh, I got a little bet on Uncle Jack. I think the horse can win it.
Uncle Jack, that's a 20-1 on the line.
Ain't that enough for you, mister?
Come on, Fran, let's go.
Listen, Leo, the horses are at the post practically. It'll be another 5 minutes. Robbie can wait another 5 minutes.
Fran.
Uncle Jack, huh?
That's right, mister. Uncle Jack.
Uncle Jack, maybe. Hey, I'll go take a look at the form.
Yeah, you do that.
The 6 at Hot Springs is now official. The winner, number 4, Stainless, paying $6.80.
Captain Gilliard.
Hello, Captain Paul. I located the girl.
Oh, good. Where are you?
Well, I found her in a horse room across the river.
Uh-huh.
She's with a guy, Leo something or other. And they were talking about driving to meet Robbie someplace over there in New Orleans.
Well, do you think they'll be around long enough for me to get there?
No, not more than 5 minutes. Leo's in a hurry.
Well, you can't stay behind them yourself.
I'll tell you what, Captain. Now, I think they'll take the Jackson Street ferry back over to New Orleans. Can you run down to the foot of Jackson Street and wait?
Okay, Paul. I guess that's the only bet. If they come across some other way, you stay behind them as best you can.
Hi, Robbie, get in.
How long do you expect me to stand waiting on a street corner?
Well, it wasn't our fault. There was something wrong with the ferry. It got delayed.
Besides, I had a horse.
You've always got a horse, haven't you?
At least a horse you can depend on. He may not win all the time, but he always gives you a run for your money.
And who was that meant to be a dig at?
That was meant for me, Leo.
Well, why should she be taking digs at you?
Still a free country, ain't it? I can take digs at anybody I want.
Straight over the bridge, Leo.
Wait, over the bridge? Look, we ain't going all the way out there for another look at the place we're going to take, are we?
Get all the look you can at it in daylight, then you know it in the dark. Go on, over the bridge.
Hey, I don't like to be cause for alarm, but take a look at that car back there, the Chevy.
Oh, what's the matter?
You just drive.
What do you think, huh?
Leo, pull away a little bit.
Yeah.
They're keeping up with us.
Are the cops?
Did I know whether it's cops?
They're coming up more.
Give it a gun, Leo.
Right. A lot of traffic here. You can't.
It's cops, all right.
Go on, head straight for the drawbridge. We'll lose them on the other side.
We're pulling away from them some.
Okay, we'll make it. Take a right and you're on a bridge.
I know.
Hold on.
We're okay.
Robbie, the bridge.
Holy, they're raising the bridge here.
Go on through. You'll make it. Go right through.
Robbie, you
go on.
We can't make it.
Give it the gun and take the jump. You'll have them on 10 feet.
Here we go.
Oh, brother. That's the best long shot that's ever come in for me.
All right, take it easy. We're okay now.
I phoned in the description of the car, Captain.
Yeah, I heard it over the air. Get in.
Well, maybe one of the squads will grab them over on the other side.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Yeah, we can get after them as soon as they lower this bridge.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, we just had a bad break, that's all. Who'd have figured they'd be fools enough to try and jump an open bridge?
Say, Paul, you think this Leo and the girl realized who you were? In the horse room, I mean.
No, I don't think so. I stayed out of sight on the ferry, and I think we were far enough away in the car not to be recognized.
All right, Paul. Suppose you become an habitual horse player.
You think she'll show up there again?
Well, why not? If they don't put 2 and 2 together. She likes to play the horses, doesn't she?
Okay, Captain. I will become an habitual horse player. Oh, the bridge is down.
Oh, yeah.
All right. That's enough, Leo. Shut that drill off.
Yeah. So what do you think, Robbie?
Safe will be open in 10 minutes.
No, I don't mean about the safe. I mean what I asked you about, Fran.
Look, I'm here to rip a safe, not to give advice to the lovelorn. Hand me that Jimmy.
Yeah. Here. After all, you could help me out. You know her so many years. She used to be your girl.
Lean on this thing, will you?
Yeah.
All right, use your muscles.
All I want is to know how to handle it. She ain't been the same since she got back, Robbie.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah. Now, will you talk to her?
All right, I'll talk to her. I'll talk to her tonight. Let's just get the safe ripped.
Thanks a lot, Robbie. You don't know how I appreciate this.
Don't mention it. Yeah, we got to cut away some more. We'll never get in the safe.
Now, you sure you're going to talk to her?
Didn't I tell you I would? Come on with the drill.
Yeah. The drill.
Well, boys, all in all, I'd say it was a big day.
Yeah, plenty big, Fran.
A narrow escape from the cops today, and tonight a good haul in the safe. So I guess both of you are ready for another drink, huh? Robbie?
Fix me a short one of the same.
Right. Leo?
You relax, Fran. I'll fix the drinks.
What suddenly come over you?
I'll fix them. Now, you stay there and talk to Robbie, huh? You two talk. You know what I mean.
Well, how should we know what he means?
Fran, Leo's not the happiest guy in the world.
Yeah? Well, I'm not the happiest girl.
It comes down to this. I'm not interested anymore.
Oh. You're not?
I told Leo not to consider me competition.
Well, I like that.
You know, it's kind of generous of me. I come back and see what's going on between you two. If I was another kind of guy, I could have raised a fuss.
Well, why didn't you raise a fuss, huh? You think a girl like me has nothing to be proud of?
It's like a horse race, Fran. When a horse is young, she runs in big company. And when she loses some of her steam...
Now I'm a horse, huh?
Fran, that's just a comparison.
Well, you've got a lot of nerve comparing me to a horse. You, of all people, a lousy safecracker, comparing me to a horse.
Now, Fran.
Hey, what's all the screaming about?
What's all the screaming about? The screaming is about the fact that I refuse to be tossed around between you two like I was a bale of hay. Goodbye to both of you. And good luck.
Hey, Fran.
Yeah. How do you like that?
Robbie, I thought you was going to talk to her.
I did, Leo. I guess I ain't so good on that kind of talking.
And in a third race at New York, a change of jockeys. Jay Lucky will ride number 6, Ramona.
Hi there.
Jay Lucky
Oh,
will ride
hello.
number
Hey,
6,
you got
Ramona.
anything good today?
Nope, nothing.
Hey, I want to thank you for that horse you gave me the other day, that Uncle Jack.
Don't mention it.
You know, I bet him. He paid a nice price. Did you and your friend have a good bet on him?
Yeah, we made.
Hey, you sure you got nothing good today? Not even a hunch?
I told you, I got nothing.
Ah, come on. Now, you ain't sitting around the horse room all day and all yesterday and all day before if you got nothing.
I like the atmosphere.
Well, you mind if I take a look at your scratch sheet?
Yeah, I do mind. Go get your own scratch sheet.
At least you could be sociable. See you around. Lady horse players.
First to Chicago, the horses are going to the post.
That a match, bud?
Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. Keep an eye on her, Baker. I want to call the captain.
Yeah, you bet, Paul. You got anything?
No, not a thing.
Looks to me as if she broke off with Robbie now.
Maybe.
Yeah, she sits all week now. She doesn't move out of here all day and out of her apartment all night.
Well, I know it's a grind, but we got to stick with her. Watch her while I call the captain.
Yeah, go ahead.
At 30, in the first at Chicago, the track is clearing.
Hey, Robbie.
What?
Robbie, I just ran into half pint as I'm coming out the hash house.
So?
He's got a great tip on a horse in the 6th of New York this afternoon, a horse called Vampire, and it's going to be at a price.
We got other things to do.
No, but the half pint says this is a good thing. It's a cinch.
Look, we're knocking over another safe tonight, and we got to think about making that a cinch.
No, but this is a tip horse, Robbie. You should never fail to be on a tip horse, even if it's only $2.
You know how the half pint tips are.
Oh, but Robbie, this horse is 30 to 1.
Listen, the half pint hasn't given you a winner yet. The horse don't have a chance. He can't win it.
Well, all right, so he can't win it, but tell me, where else can you get 30 to 1?
Forget it, Leo.
Oh, please, Robbie.
Look, you don't care about betting the horse, Leo. All you want to do is go there and see Fran.
No, but Robbie,
Isn't that right?
Okay, it's right. I want to see Fran. What's wrong with wanting to see Fran?
You're well rid of her.
Yeah, sure, you can say that. You don't have no feelings for her.
It's no good for you. She threw herself at me, practically.
Oh, Robbie, I'm miserable. I feel like a fish out of water. I need her. I can't keep my mind on my work. You know I got to go and get her.
It's not a good idea, Leo.
Look, Robbie, I'm eating my heart out. To think of her sitting there all alone in that horse room.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh, thanks, Robbie. You don't know what this means to me.
Well, some good might come of it. Maybe the half pint's tip horse will turn out okay after all. This is against my better judgment, Leo. You ought to find yourself a new dish.
Robbie, can I help it how I feel?
Okay, it's your decision to make. At least I got a horse to bet on. Go on inside.
I hope she's here.
Yeah, you can count on it.
Post time for the 4th to New York, 3:43.
I see her. There she
They're
is.
going into
Hey,
the
take it
stretch
easy.
at
She ain't going
Maryland.
no place.
Yeah. Oh, she looks worried, don't she, huh?
Probably lost every race.
Hello, Fran.
What? Oh. I'd be grateful if the two of you got out of my sight.
Oh, Fran, baby,
Order,
speak to me.
Oh, quiet.
That's more margin. Second is Esplanade, and Royal Dad is third.
Atta baby, you're in a good spot.
You betting Esplanade, Fran?
I'm not talking to you unless you get that man out of my sight.
I still don't see what I did to you.
Robbie didn't mean nothing, honest.
Comparing me to a horse.
Oh, how could anybody compare you to a horse?
The winner by a hedge. Number 2, more margin. Royal Dad was second, and Helpful Harry was third.
Well, what happened to Esplanade?
That's tough luck, Fran. I tell you, I got a swell tip from halftime.
Never mind the tip, Leo. You won't need it now.
Cops.
All right, none of you move.
Okay, I'm not through. I'm not through.
Okay, watch your fall.
You're not going anyplace, Robbie. Let go of me.
Hey, who are you swinging
Let
at?
go, I said.
All right, Robbie.
Let go.
You want to get rough? I'll show you rough.
Is everything under control, Paul?
Yeah, everything is fine.
All right, Baker. Bring those two along.
Listen, I can't go anyplace. I got another horse running.
You three have another race to worry about, and I wouldn't take any bets on that one. The odds are with us.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that's how these criminals were taken in a horse room across the Mississippi River from downtown New Orleans. Robbie Bertram has been returned to Louisiana State Prison with a life term in addition to what he was already serving. His companions have received appropriate shorter sentences.
Thank you, Superintendent Joseph Charing, for this most absorbing case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the New Orleans detectives whose investigation brought these criminals to justice.
Well, it's time now for our Radio Buff contest. Each week following our presentation on Van Cristo Radio Theater, we conduct a Radio Buff contest and ask you some questions concerned with old-time radio. Last week, our question concerned a daily adventure series about newlyweds who ran into trouble when they had a radio child who proved unpopular. And we asked you to name the theme music, which we played for you. The theme was Salud d'Amour. And the winner, drawn from all correct entries received last week, Mr. Martin Nakashian of Bradford Street in Everett, Massachusetts, who soon will be receiving his copy of Orson Welles' famous production of H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds. Now, for your opportunity to win a copy of this famous Orson Welles show, listen carefully to this week's contest question. The music we're going to play for you was the theme for a daytime serial which was described as endearingly and purposely funny. A couple were the stars, and they lived with their son in, quote, the small house halfway up in the next block. The actual performers, Arthur Van Harvey, Bill Idelson, and Bernadine Flynn, became the favorite neighbors of millions of radio listeners. Will you tell us, please, either the name of the show or the name of this theme music? Please tell us the name of that theme music or the show for which it was themed. Mail your answer before this Tuesday midnight to the Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. We will draw one winner from all the correct entries received, and the judge's decision is final. Mail your answer now to the Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116.
Tonight's case was dramatized by Stan Linus and directed by George Zachary, with Bill Smith, Gene Ellen, and Ken Lynch in leading roles. Olin Ty speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
And it comes to you every Sunday night.
Thank you for tuning in to Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
It's 8 o'clock. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome again to Van Cristo Radio Theater, featuring vintage radio drama.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
And be sure to stay tuned to tonight's program for the Radio Buff contest and a special record announcement.
Bandit brothers who rode a crooked trail of death and robbery over the plains until vigilant and fast-shooting Western peace officers straightened them out.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Homer Casey, former sheriff of McLennan County, Texas, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Let's start tonight's case in a small town in the ranch country of Colorado a few years ago. It was late on a Saturday night, and most of the ranch hands in for entertainment had headed home. But in front of a small house just off the square, a man dressed in boots and Levi's leaned against a streetlight smoking a cigarette. Finally, he threw the cigarette into the street and walked up the front porch.
Waiting all night. Come on, will you?
Who is it?
Me, Randall, open up.
Oh, okay. He ain't here. How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, where is he?
How should I know where he is?
Said he was coming here.
Listen, what your brother says and what he does are two different things. You ought to know that by now.
Okay, if you see Obie, tell him I went back to Turr's cabin. I went back to get some sleep.
If I see him, I'll tell him.
Good night. Don't forget, it's important.
Good night.
Who was it, Randall again?
Yeah, it was Randall again.
Why don't he go home to sleep?
That's where I sent him.
Some brother I got, May. Follows me around like a beagle dog.
Let's forget about your brother. Huh, Obie?
Sure, baby.
Come on, sit down.
Sure, baby.
Nice and comfortable.
Yeah.
Give me a kiss, Obie.
How about it, May? Suppose we forget Randall, you and me. We're starting traveling right now.
No, honey, that wouldn't be any good.
Well, why wouldn't it? It'd be swell.
Oh, you wouldn't want me to get mixed up in your business now, would you? You wouldn't want me to get too involved in anything.
No. Guess it wouldn't. Wouldn't be fair.
So, like I was saying, you just go out with Randall and do what you have to do. I'll be sitting and waiting for you to come back. There's nothing else for me to do. Just sit and wait.
Oh, no, it ain't that bad, May. This ain't such a bad time.
What's good about it?
Well, I got an idea.
What, honey?
Home. How'd you like to go back to Texas? You'd have plenty to do there.
You mean you'd send me?
Sure, I'd send you. Take a little visit. You come back here to Colorado. Then everything's okay.
Oh, but visits take money.
Well, I got money.
And I need money for clothes and everything. If I'm going to visit home, I got to have good clothes.
Well, you got pretty good clothes, haven't you?
Yeah, but, you know, there's all kind of expenses.
How much do you think you'll need, May?
Oh, I don't know, honey. $500 or $600.
Well, we're kind of low ourselves right now. Randall and me, we only have about $400 altogether. We ain't been out on the job in a couple of weeks.
Well, I guess $400 will have to do.
But May,
It's all right. It's perfectly all right, honey. I'm sure I can get by on $400. That is, if it's okay with Randall.
Look, we don't have to worry none about Randall. I carry the money. I always have.
Oh, baby. You're a darling. A real darling.
Frank Henderson.
Yeah?
Telephone. In the booth there.
Who is it?
Long distance. Colorado. Some town out there.
Okay. Colorado. If she
Hello?
Frank, darling?
I thought I told you not to waste any more dough on long-distance calls, May.
Frank, honey, I'm coming back. I'll be there in Waco the day after tomorrow.
Hey, now, let's get something straight, baby. If I gotta pay your way, you stay up there.
Oh, I got my way paid all right and plenty to spare.
Yeah? Who's the chump?
A guy named Thornberry. Will you meet me at the train, honey?
You know where to find me. I'll see you when you get in.
Oh, please.
I said I'll see you when you get here.
All right, honey. I love you.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Yeah, but every cent you got to give her.
Will you shut up about it, Randall?
Half of it was my dough. You could have thought of that.
Listen, brother, no, brother. I'd just as soon throw you out of this car as look at you.
Okay. And to top it off, we got to put our guns in silk to buy gasoline.
I told you to shut up.
Well, okay. What happens now? We got no money. We got no guns. What happens?
I'll tell you what happens.
Yeah, you tell me.
I heard some talk about an old sheep herder lives out there near Hayden.
What do we want with a sheep herd?
He gets good pay every month. He ain't spent a cent of it in years. Must have a couple of thousand around his shack.
Just where'd you hear all this?
I heard it. And he's got guns.
Well, that's something we can use, all right. How'd you figure on handling them?
Easy enough. We start out friendly. We ask if he knows of any work around.
Uh-huh. How much money you say he's got?
A couple of thousand.
Okay. Now, listen. I want my half plus the 200 of mine you gave to May.
We'll see.
We'll see nothing. I get it or nothing doing.
Now, listen, Rand. You get what I want to give you. You understand that?
I get what's mine.
In a minute, I'll stop the car and let you know what is yours.
Okay, go on. Find a sheep herd. Talk about it later.
Hello, mister.
Howdy.
Saw your shack here on the hill. Our car's kind of heated over. We were wondering if you could spare some water from your well.
Yeah, help yourself.
The only thing is we ain't got a thing to carry the water in.
You ain't, huh?
Nope.
Well, there's a bucket inside you can use. Come ahead.
Let's slide.
Well, go on in, stranger.
Yeah, thanks.
There's the bucket hanging.
Okay, I'll get it.
Yeah. You boys from around here?
No, we're Texans.
No, Texans.
Yeah, we're looking for work.
You won't find much work in this part of Colorado.
You don't know any of your friends can use a couple of hands.
Sheepmen don't have no friends. Rather, a sheepman don't want no friends. Well, you got your bucket, get your water, and don't forget to bring the bucket back.
Yeah, we'll bring it back. Thanks.
Grab him. Hey, I got it. Turn me loose. Turn me loose.
Shut up, old man.
Rotten good-for-nothing prairie dog. Shut up.
Now you shut up. All right, listen to me, old man. Where's your money?
You got no money.
You got thousands.
Let me go.
Okay. Where's your money?
I got no money except what's in my pocket.
Well, let's see what's in your pocket.
You stay out of
I told you to hold still.
Here it is.
How much? How much is it?
20. $40. Where do you keep it, old man?
That's all I got.
Set him down over there.
Come on, old man. Come on.
Turn me loose. You turn me loose, will you?
Now, sit down.
There's some rope over there. Get it.
Yeah, okay, I'll get the rope.
Now, listen to me, old man. Where's your money?
You got it.
The real money. Where'd you hide it?
I ain't got no more.
Oh, you ain't.
This rope you wanted? Hey, what do you want to knock him out for?
Don't ask me questions. Get him tied up. And we get what we came for.
Map says stay on 40, and it takes us right into Salt Lake, over.
I don't think I want to go to no Utah.
No? Where do you want to go?
Back to the tourist camp.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. Might be a wire there from May saying whether she got home okay.
She got home okay. She could get any place on $400.
We're going back to the tourist camp, Randall.
Honest, if we tie up that old man and leave him to die, we'll get $40 and an old rifle. You got to see if there's a telegram, and the thing we should be doing is getting out of Colorado as fast as we can.
We'll get out. Don't you worry about it.
What else is there to worry about?
Now, listen, Randall, I told you not to give me no trouble. Now, don't.
How could I give you any more trouble than we got? Go on, get your telegram. Then let's get out of this state while we still can.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, these brutal killers, the Thornberry brothers, felt secure on the assumption that they left no clues for the authorities. But when they left their victim to die, the most important clue of all they took with them.
This is the Muse. Think about it. The Muse composes and plays music for you instantly, limitlessly. Think about it. The Muse is a computer, a portable computer about the size of a small TV set. You don't have to know about computers to play. You don't even have to be a musician. You just have to need a new adventure, a new experience and self-expression. Most of the music you'll make with the Muse has never been made before, until you. Some of the pieces you'll compose will be 30 years long. 30 years. The Muse costs $300. It's available only at Audiolab. The Muse. Think about it.
The Muse is a product of Cryodex Incorporated, the computers for people. Experience the Muse now at Audiolab Cambridge, 16 Elliott Street, Harvard Square.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Here again is the narrator of tonight's case, Sheriff Homer Casey of Waco, Texas.
As I was saying, Obie and Randall Thornberry killed and robbed a helpless sheep herder in Routt County, Colorado. By the time the crime was discovered and the alarm spread, the two killers had left the state of Colorado and crossed into Wyoming, where they appeared in the town of Rawlins. The two brothers had parked their car in front of a hardware store and were walking to the door carrying an old rifle.
We ain't far enough away, Obie. Wyoming's not near far enough.
What are you scared of?
What do you think? Shouldn't have wasted all that time going back to get a wire that wasn't there.
Now, don't give me no more headaches. I got enough. Go on in.
Ought to wait a while.
Morning, fellas.
Howdy.
Can I get you something?
Yeah,
I'll tell them. We want some cartridges for this here rifle. 3 or 4 dozen.
What caliber?
It's a 32-40, I think.
You think?
Yeah, we just bought it. Off an oil man out near Saratoga.
Uh-huh. What make rifle is that?
Winchester. Let him see, Randall.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can get you something to fit it. Hey, this is an old-timer. How do you like that homemade sight? Couldn't have paid too much for this rifle.
No, not too much. Well, can you fit it with cartridges, or do we have to go someplace else, huh?
No, you don't have to go anyplace else. Yeah. Here, son, that's it. All right, the two of you get your hands in the air.
Hey.
Get 'em up.
What's this all about?
I'll tell you what it's all about. I'm a deputy sheriff of this county.
So what have we done?
Just keep those hands up.
Okay.
I saw a report this morning of a killing over in Colorado. They found an old sheep herder murdered. And this rifle answers the description of the one he owned. You two are going to spend a little time in the county jail till we find out for sure.
Now, look,
Just
mister.
keep them up. Now, both of you march out that front door. Go on, march.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that rifle was identified as the one taken from the murdered man. Obie and Randall Thornberry were charged with murder and taken from Wyoming to the Routt County, Colorado jail in the basement of the county courthouse at Steamboat Springs. A few weeks later, while they were waiting their trial, the two brothers were in their cell. Randall, on his cot, was reading a magazine as Obie walked over to him.
Randall.
What?
Give me that magazine.
I'm reading it, can't you see?
You had it long enough. Give it here.
Listen, I had enough of your bossing around. You see where it landed us, don't you?
I want that magazine.
Why don't you go read the letter you didn't get from me?
That's enough, Randall.
Sure, we're in jail. They're going to try us for murder. She'd send us the money because we're in trouble.
She didn't get my letter.
She got it all right. She's nothing but a rotten little
Okay, Randall, you asked for it.
Get your dirty hands off me.
You asked for it.
Lay off.
I'll show you.
Get away from me, Obie. Get away from me. Get away.
Oh. Hello, Sheriff Parker.
Matter? Can't you two get along?
Well, we get along all right.
I want to be moved out of here, Sheriff. Put me someplace else.
Well,
We're all right, Sheriff. Just a little family argument.
Now, listen, Obie.
Everything be okay. Believe me, Sheriff.
okay, boys. Don't give me any more trouble.
We won't, Sheriff.
What's the idea, Obie?
Now, listen. Whatever's between us, we can settle later. Just figured out how we can get out of here.
Yeah? How?
We start a big fight. The sheriff will come in to break it up. I'll grab him. You slug him.
Yeah, but how we get outside?
2 deputies are going out on a call. I heard them leave. The sheriff's all by himself. All right?
Yeah, guess so.
Then let's go. Give me that magazine.
Lay off. Lay off me, will you, Obie?
Magazine. Give it here. Come on, give it here.
Lay off, Obie.
I'm going to kill you.
You just try.
Let me loose. I'll show you.
Hey, cut it out.
Okay.
Break it up. I'll turn him loose.
Jump him, Obie.
What are you doing? Let go.
Slug him. Yeah. Again. Hit him again. Yeah.
He's out. Let's look for his car keys.
Got a 45 automatic.
Good.
And some money. Here's a roll of money. Yeah, and his car keys.
Let's get a move on. Now, wait a minute.
Come on, if we're going.
Those deputies won't be back for a while. We lock him in.
Lock it with a key.
No need to. Snap lock. Go on. Usually parks his car right out in the yard there.
Okay. So listen, Obie.
What?
We ain't going to Texas.
What's the matter with Texas?
Because if you go to see May, we'll wind up right back here in a jailhouse.
Texas is an awful big place. We'll settle it later. Let's get out of here first. Come on. There's nothing to it. We got a fast car. We got good guns. We walk in and take their money. Then we head back toward Dallas.
We ought to head out of Texas. I didn't want to come back to Texas in the first place.
Well, we're here.
You know, I begin to think something.
What?
You didn't drag me down this way to pull no job at all. You drug me down here so you could see May.
Okay. I drug you down here so I could see May. What are you going to do about it?
We're going to get this settled right now.
You bet we are. Go on, get out.
Obie, take that gun off me.
Get out.
Look, I'm your brother.
I could still spit on you. Get out, you yellow-livered little punk. Get out.
Yeah. Well, listen, Obie. You wouldn't kill me.
Wouldn't I?
You need me. You need two to work the way we've been working.
I'm sick. Sick of your yapping. Go on, walk.
Yeah, but you need me, Obie.
That's what you think. I'm going to the town of West. Jack Bush is just itching for the chance to join up with me. Now, walk.
Listen, Obie.
Walk. Straight into them woods.
Obie,
Shut up.
you give me a chance, won't you? You wouldn't kill your own brother without a chance.
Okay, you got a chance. Start running.
Obie.
Start running before I change my mind.
Yeah.
Yellow-livered punk. Brothers, huh?
Answer that, will you, May?
Sure, Frank. Right away. Hello?
May?
Yeah. Who's this?
It's Obie.
Obie.
Yeah, baby. Did you hear about me breaking out?
Yeah, I heard.
I got a surprise for you. I'm back in Texas. I'm right here in Waco.
Yeah?
Yeah. How about me coming over?
Oh, you better not do that. I think the police are watching the place.
Uh-oh. Well, where can I meet you?
Look, you know that chili parlor over in West?
Yeah, I know it.
Well, we'll make it there. How's 3 o'clock?
Okay, I'll be there. I missed you awful, baby. When you didn't answer my letter from the jail.
Listen, Obie, better not talk on the phone too long.
Yeah, honey. 3 o'clock in West. Goodbye.
Who was that on the phone, May?
Nobody, Frank, honey. Just for me.
Well, don't keep the phone tied up all day. I got important calls coming through.
All right, honey, I won't. The book. Look. Yes. Sheriff's Department, Waco. Operator, Waco 471, please. And hurry.
Sheriff's Department, Waco. Sheriff Casey speaking.
Look, you want a tip?
What kind of a tip?
You ever hear of Obie Thornberry?
You'll have to speak up louder, lady.
I can't talk any louder. Obie Thornberry. They want him in Colorado for a killing.
What about him?
He's going to be in West, 3 o'clock at that chili parlor, Elusive.
Who is this talking?
Never mind who. I did you a favor. Ain't that enough? Well, that's that.
We'll return for the finale of tonight's exciting episode of Gangbusters in just a few moments. But right now, how'd you like to be able to turn on some of the great moments in radio whenever you chose? Moments like this.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Yes, sir, one of the most famous characters from the golden days of radio. Or perhaps if you were turned on by some of the music of the past, you might enjoy listening to this fellow.
Linger a little longer in the twilight with me. We'll dream our cares away. Somehow in the twilight.
The Vagabond Lover, as he was called, Rudy Valley. There are so many great moments in radio available to you through a special collection of records that Van Christo is offering for the special price of just $3.98 each. You can choose from great moments in radio in 2 volumes. Jack Benny is your narrator in some of the marvelous times that were spent by families all over America before their radios are recreated in actualities on these recordings. Also, you can pick up W.C. Fields on radio with Charlie McCarthy, some of the funniest moments that ever happened on the air. And there's a wonderful collection of old-time radio which features such great moments as the Rudy Valley song to which you were listening. Any of these 4 recordings are available to you at $3.98 each, or all 4 of them that you like at the special price of just $3.98. So send your check or money order in the amount necessary, $3.98 for each recording, and specify which recording, or all of them if you like, to Van Christo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. Remember to specify which recordings you want, or all 4 if you choose. They are Great Moments in Radio, Volumes 1 and 2 with Jack Benny narrating, W.C. Fields on radio with Charlie McCarthy, and Old Time Radio. Any one of the 4 at $3.98 each, or all 4 if you like, again at $3.98 each. Send your check or money order to Van Christo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Sheriff Casey. I ain't seen you in the cafe for some time. And Deputy Owen.
How are you, Mr. Ellis?
Mr. Ellis? Yeah, fine. How about you 2 sitting down for a nice lunch? Nettie's cooked up some awful good chili today.
Well, we don't have time today, Mr. Ellis. See, we're looking for a fella. He's supposed to come in here at 3 o'clock.
Oh?
We'd like to sit in the kitchen until he walks in.
Why, sure, fellas. Is it anybody I know?
No, I don't think so. This is a guy from out of the state. A guy named Obie Thornberry.
Did you say Obie?
That's right.
There was a fellow in here a while ago.
Huh?
He asked could he use the phone to call Waco, and I said sure. I heard him say his name was Obie.
That's so.
He rushed out of here as mad as a Brahma bull.
Is this a picture of that man?
Why, yeah, Sheriff. That's him.
He rushed out of here mad, huh?
That's right. Said he had a date for later. He wanted to use the phone to call his girl to ask her to come earlier. I think he called her and got a man on the phone.
How long ago?
Oh, not 15 minutes back.
Which way to go, do you know?
No, he didn't. Hey, his car was parked right out in front.
What make was it?
A Pontiac, I think. Yeah, a maroon Pontiac with Oklahoma plates.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Ellis. Owen.
Yes, Sheriff?
Get the car started. I'll phone in a radio alarm, then we'll take out after it.
Sure thing.
It don't look too good, Mark. He might have taken out the other way.
Well, maybe one of the state highway patrol cars will spot him up the line.
Maybe. But I'd sure like...
Sheriff.
Yeah, I see him.
That's the car, all right.
Yeah, Oklahoma plates and everything. I'll try to get up to him.
That won't be hard.
He's all alone. I'll give him the siren.
Why not hold it a few seconds, Sheriff? He still might be able to pull away from it.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give him the siren now.
Picking it up.
We'll stay right with him.
Might be too fast for us.
I'll keep on top of him. You try a shot. Try again. You got him. He's going in the ditch. Hold on. Come on.
Watch him. He's got a gun.
Yeah. Drop that gun there.
It's dropped.
Let's get him.
Okay. Okay, I'm all shut up.
Take it easy. You'll be more shot up. It's just his hand, Sheriff.
I tell you, I'm all shut up. I'm dying.
You're not dying, Thornberry. Not yet. Come on now. Get out of that car.
Yeah. All right.
We got to get you in shape for that nice long trip you're going to take. That trip all the way back to Colorado. Now go on. Walk to the car.
Didn't you hear the sheriff? He said walk.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that was how the killer Obie Thornberry was apprehended. His brother Randall was arrested by FBI agents later on a farm where he'd gone to hide. Each of these murderers is now serving a term of 43 years imprisonment at the Colorado State Penitentiary in Canyon City.
Well, thank you, Sheriff Homer Casey, for this case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the law enforcement officers who participated in putting these notorious Thornberry brothers behind bars.
It's time now for our Radio Buff Contest of the Week. Each week, following our presentation of Gangbusters on the Van Cristo Radio Theater, we hold a special Radio Buff contest. The winner receives a copy of Orson Welles' famous production of The War of the Worlds. And last week, we asked you a question about the straight man working with W.C. Fields in an excerpt from a great moment in radio that we played for you. That was none other than Don Amici. And our winner was Mr. Walter Curley of Border Road in Natick, who will soon be receiving his copy of Orson Welles' famous production of The War of the Worlds. Congratulations, Mr. Curley. Now, you may be the winner of a copy of this famous production, so listen carefully to tonight's Radio Buff contest. We want you to listen closely to this theme music which we're going to play. It introduced a daily radio drama dealing with the medical and marital adventures of an attractive young woman and her adopted son. Ann Shepard starred in the title role. Please identify either the show or this music. Tell us either the name of that music or the name of the show for which it served as a theme, a show starring Ann Shepard in the title role. Mail your answer before this Tuesday midnight to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. One winner will be drawn from all correct entries. The judge's decision is final, so mail your answer now to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116.
Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweet, with Ralph Bell and Art Carney in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning in to Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
And now, Gangbusters presents the case of the Metropolitan Motor Mob, which challenged persistent police in an endurance contest involving a wire snake, a rubber stamp, and $50,000 in cold, hard cash.
Tonight, Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the Police Department of the City of New York, to narrate the case of the Metropolitan Motor Mob. Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. I'd like to begin tonight's case in the Williamsburg section of Brooklyn. Early one evening, just about a year ago, in a small, unkempt neighborhood candy and stationery store, an attractive but overpainted blonde sat at a tiny fountain, drinking a soda and reading a magazine. A few steps away, the proprietor stood counting some of the small change, which made up a good part of the store's receipts.
George.
What?
You made the soda too sweet. Will you put in a little Vichy?
Put it in yourself. I'm busy.
I don't know the Vichy from the plain water.
For crying out loud, I'm trying to count up some money.
Nickels and dimes. 10 years you got a candy store. You don't know how to make a soda yet.
Hey, try that. And leave me alone.
George.
What?
Why don't we sell a joint? There's a lot of other things we could be doing nights, you know.
Listen, Belle, it's always a good policy to have a nice little business to fall back on.
Yeah, but a lousy candy...
Hi, Belle.
Hi.
How you doing? Hiya, George.
Call your mother, Cookie. She's at your Aunt Carrie's.
Oh, is that so? When did she phone?
About an hour ago.
George, give me 2 nickels, will you?
Listen, your old lady can wait a minute. What'd you do with the car?
What do you think I did with it? I parked it around the corner.
You want to get it stolen?
Well, how's somebody going to steal it?
Just like you did.
Nobody can steal it. They took the jumper off the ignition.
Well, get it in the garage. You ought to open and let a hot car lay on the street. Some cop's liable to trip over it.
All right, give me a chance.
Give him a chance. It takes him 3 hours to go out to Bensonhurst and lift the car and bring it back here. He wants me to give him a chance. Get it in the garage, Cookie. I want to get it registered in the morning and move it for a fast sale.
George, just let me call my mother. Give me a couple of nickels for a dime, will you?
Here. Call your mother and get the car in the garage.
All right. A few minutes, George.
What's with his mother all the time, anyway?
Oh, it's psycho, whatever they call it. It's got something to do with Freud.
What's Cookie and his mother got to do with anybody like Freud?
I read it once in the paper, the Mirror, on Sunday morning, a big article in the magazine section.
You think a guy who was long past the 30 mark and has already had 1 or 2 bits in Sing Sing behind him could send his old lady a buck or two once in a while and forget about it?
Well, according to Freud, you get attached to something. It's a proven fact.
Because it was in a mirror?
In Cookie's case, it's his mother. With you, it's this lousy candy store. You're a big-time operator in hot cars. You got to set up with forged registrations and special keys and a whole crew of guys. The money's pouring in from all sides.
So what's that prove?
It proves you got no business spending 12, 15 hours a day in a joint like this. 3-cent newspapers and 5-cent candies. Your ego's attached to it. It's plain psychological.
What do you want me to do? Check in at Bellevue for observation?
I want you to get rid of this chicken feed business and start enjoying the money we've been making.
Listen, Belle, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times.
How do you like that?
How do we like what?
My mother wants to know if it'll be all right if she stays overnight at my Aunt Carrie's.
I don't see what's wrong with it if your Aunt Carrie's got an extra bed.
She's worried there won't be somebody to fix me breakfast in the morning. Ain't she sweet?
Yeah, like sugar candy.
Listen, Cookie, get the car put up, will you?
Okay, I'm going. Have patience.
Patience. You know, you got a lot of nerve, Belle. Making a comparison between this candy store and Cookie's mother.
Lieutenant Hanson.
Adler, Lieutenant. Sergeant Ryan is out here with one Happy Harry Harris.
Is that the used car dealer?
Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant.
All right. Tell Ryan to bring him in.
Yeah. Lieutenant says step right in.
Okay, Abby, in there. I want the lieutenant to meet one of the prize chumps of our day and age. Go ahead.
Listen, Sergeant, it was a perfectly honest mistake.
Boss, this is Happy Harry Harris. Happy Harry, Lieutenant Hanson.
It's a pleasure.
Sit down, Happy.
Thanks. But I can't stay long. I got to get back to the lot, you understand?
What did his records show, Ryan?
Oh, his records are all right, boss. He just got stung like the rest of them.
Sure, I got stung. These two guys drive the car up into the lot, you understand? They say, you want to buy it? I say, sure, I want to buy it. That's what I'm in business for. Registration is perfectly okay with a stamp on it. But to me, it's perfectly legitimate deal. Nothing illegitimate, you understand? What am I supposed to do? Pass it up and let them go down the block to see my competition?
You should be more careful, Harry. You dealers gotten plenty of warning this bunch is operating all over New York and Brooklyn.
Listen, Lieutenant, I'm plenty careful, you understand? Who's out the $1,600 in this deal? Me, that's who. I check every angle. Look, when all a bunch of thieves need is a rubber stamp with the numbers, being careful ain't enough.
Yeah, there's one consolation, Harry. You're not the only one who's been hit.
Yeah, thanks. It's going to make me sleep nights. But it ain't going to get me back to 1,600 I'm out. That's gone, you understand?
What did you remember about this pair, Ryan?
Not much, Lieutenant. Just while they were making out the papers, the little one asked to use the telephone.
Who'd he call, Happy?
The guy, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, sounds to me like he's talking to his mother. But I can't hear very well. I'm here, he's there. I'm making out the papers, you understand? I'm not paying particular attention. But he calls her Ma, over the telephone, that is.
I've been over this angle with him, Lieutenant. We got everything we need on him.
Okay, Harry. If we want you any more, we'll be in touch.
Yeah, thanks.
And you'll be more careful from now on, huh?
Careful? From now on, I investigate every deal from top to bottom, you understand? Every customer's got to bring his birth certificate. So long.
What number was that, Ryan?
22, boss. And there's no telling how many more we haven't heard about yet.
Don't you think that's just about enough?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Then suppose you start getting a line on those thieves.
Listen, boss, I got Adler and Mackey and myself, all of us working overtime. We can't even get a smell. These people jump from Brooklyn to New York to the Bronx and back to Queens. They pick up a car here, they sell it to a dealer there.
Okay to come in, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Adler, come ahead.
Well, was Happy Harry any help?
Yeah, a lot of help, Adler. One of the thieves has got a mother.
No kidding.
You fellas better start making some progress on this. Chief's beginning to put the pressure on me, and I'm passing it right along to you. I want those thieves.
Ryan, how did Happy Harry know that one of them had a mother?
Called her on the telephone from the shack on the used car lot.
Huh?
Come to think of it, that's sort of a strange thing for a thief to do.
All the thieves I know are strange people, boss.
You know, I once handled a guy 5 or 6 years ago. We talked to him about car thefts, burglaries. He talked to us about his mother. What was his name? Copped the plea, got 2 to 5 years out of it, I think.
Oh, it couldn't be the same guy.
You could check him.
Dallas. Cookie Dallas. Yeah, Cookie Dallas.
Well, come on, Adler. Let's see what we can dig up on Mr. Cookie Dallas.
Hey, what are you doing with my car?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. What are you doing?
Now, look, pal, don't get excited. I was just admiring.
I know what you're up to. I'm going to call the police.
Oh, no, you're not. What do you think I was doing?
Hey, what's going on there?
Holy...
Halt, police officer! Halt, you!
Hello, candy store.
Hello, George. This is Cookie. Did my mother call?
No, she didn't.
No, huh? Well, if she does, will you tell her I won't be home to sleep tonight?
What's the matter?
Listen, George, I had a little trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, I was working on a brand new Roadmaster seat net, like off the floor.
So?
So the owner walks up out of the dark. I had to bounce him one on the head. Then a cop walks around the corner.
Did you get away okay?
Well, I ain't talking for no police station. You know, he shot at me a couple of times. Lucky it was dark enough, I ducked down the subway station.
All right, now listen, we're laying off for a while. Get in touch with the boys. All of you stay away from here and stay away from the garage till I give the word.
Well, George, it ain't necessary. Nobody could identify me. It was too dark.
I said we're laying off for a while. Now go on home to Mama. I'll call you when I want you.
Who was it, George?
It's Cookie. He had a narrow squeak. You know, I've been looking for something like this, Bill. Good excuse to keep Cookie and the boys from coming around. We're stopping the operation.
So what happens to the business?
Well, if the business goes on, the store stays open as usual.
I don't mean this lousy penny's worth of this, penny's worth of that business. I mean the automobile business.
Oh, baby, there is now something like 50 grand in the kitty. Right or wrong?
Right, but the kitty ain't all yours, you know. Half belongs to Cookie and the boys as well, and me.
I decided it's all going to be mine. And yours.
So? What made you decide that?
It stands to reason. The man with the brains is entitled, don't you think?
Maybe. Maybe you're right, George. We could get rid of this candy store even if we have to give it away and travel. In luxury, we'll travel.
Oh, Belle, baby, how can I get rid of the candy store or go in business?
You sell it or you give it away or count me out of the deal. I'm tired of going through life with a candy store around my neck like a milestone.
Okay, Belle, I'll get rid of the candy store. But I gotta get my price.
So, gangbusters listeners, detectives of the New York City Police Department were getting their first lead in their investigation of an annoying auto theft ring. The leader of the gang, who was planning to cut other members out of their share of the loot, anticipated trouble, but they didn't know just how much.
And now, here again is tonight's narrator, Commissioner John J. Sullivan.
Well, New York detectives were just getting a start on their investigation into this auto theft ring. It was the next afternoon when Sergeant Ryan walked from a restaurant toward a car parked on Union Avenue in Brooklyn.
Cookie's coming out, Lieutenant.
Good.
Just paying his check.
All right, Happy. I'll point out this man when he passes. His name's Cookie Dallas. He's an ex-convict with a record for auto theft. We think he may also be the one at whom a patrolman fired 2 shots last night. We don't know. I want you to take a good look at him and tell me if he's one of the men. The one that used the phone.
Yeah, Lieutenant. I'll take a look. But I don't have much recollection for the guy, you understand? The other one does all the transacting. The little one is just along for the ride.
Here he comes, boss.
Look him over, Happy. That one.
Yeah, you bet. I'm looking.
Well?
When he gets a little closer, my eyes ain't so good, you understand? I need glasses, but I kind of feel it print my personality, you know what I mean?
He's plenty close now.
Yeah.
Is he the guy?
He looks familiar, that much I'll say.
But is he the guy?
Well, I can't say definitely one way or the other, but he looks familiar, you understand? Like I know him from someplace.
That's not enough, Happy.
There goes Adler and Mackey right behind him.
And keep him there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I wish we'd picked up his trail last night. We might have had him already.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but if I could identify him, I would. You know me. But the little guy I don't pay much attention to, you understand? But I know I recognize the other guy.
Okay, Happy. If he's one of them, sooner or later he'll lead us to the man you can recognize.
George. Shut that thing off. Shut it off.
Okay. It's off, Belle.
6 o'clock.
Well.
6 o'clock on a Sunday morning.
I gotta get the store. Customers will be down wanting the Sunday papers.
Let them get them elsewhere. Who cares?
Belle, honey, I'm sorry. It ain't in my heart to sell the store.
Yeah, well, it's in my heart.
Like you said, it must be psychology, the same as Cookie's mother.
A man with brains enough to work out a perfect racket stealing cars don't have to peddle newspapers at 6 o'clock Sunday morning.
I'm sorry, Belle. I can't sell the store. If I gotta give up the car-stealing racket and keep the store, I'll give up the racket.
And what if you gotta give up your wife?
Oh, now, Belle, don't force me to make such a choice.
Oh, look at him. The big martyr standing there expecting somebody to shed tears for him.
Belle, I can't.
If you stick around the store, how long do you think it'll be before Cookie and the others will want their dough? How long can you stall?
I'll think of something to tell them.
Okay, George. You keep the store.
Oh, honey, baby, I'm glad you can see it my way.
I can't see it your way, George. I just got plans of my own, and they don't include any candy store with newspapers at 6 o'clock Sunday morning.
Sergeant Ryan.
Hello, Ryan. Adler. Is the lieutenant around?
Not right now, Adler. What's doing?
Mackie and I are still behind Cookie.
Yeah? Anything?
He took his mother out for an evening.
Oh, that's nice.
They left home about 8 o'clock. He took her right to the Paramount.
You go in?
Yeah, we sat a couple of rows behind him.
How's the picture?
I've seen better. One of those high-class westerns.
Where's Cookie now?
He's buying his mama an ice cream soda.
Well, what flavor?
Listen, Ryan, how about talking to the lieutenant? I think we ought to give up on Cookie. Been with him since last Thursday, and all we've seen is his mother.
Your idea, Adler.
I regret opening my mouth.
The boss says stick with Cookie, so you stick with him. Maybe his mother will steal a car.
Hello, pal. Hope I ain't too late.
Oh, don't let it bother you, Cookie. There's nothing I like better than waiting in a saloon all alone. Sam.
Yeah, thanks.
What do you want to drink?
Oh, no, not a thing, Belle. I just finished an ice cream soda not half hour ago.
What flavor?
Strawberry.
And you keep me waiting because of an ice cream soda.
Well, it wasn't the ice cream soda. It was a long picture. You can't expect somebody to take his mother out without buying an ice cream soda or something after, can you?
No, Cookie. I guess you can't.
Well, what's the deal? George ready to start operating again? It's about time.
No, George ain't ready.
Well, listen, what's the matter? I don't see you getting so hot with cops. We got a good thing. We got to milk it. Boys are getting impatient. Not to mention me.
George says no.
All right, George says no. What about the dough I got coming? What's holding that up? I could use it.
Listen, Cookie. If George is so stubborn, we could start right up operating again without George.
Well, sure we could. Without George?
Yeah. You get the boys to lift the cars. I'll take care of making up the registrations and the license plate.
Now, wait a minute, Beth.
I know how it's done. I've seen him do every one of them. There's no trick to it.
Yeah, but George ain't going to be very happy.
Oh, he'll be happy enough with his candy
Fred,
store.
you're
You
sick of-
want dough, don't you, Cookie?
If George would give me what I got coming, I'd be okay.
He won't give you what you got coming.
Who says he won't?
I do.
That ain't no way to do.
He won't give it to you unless you and the rest of the boys get together and get tough. Awful tough.
Whose side are you on, anyway?
I've had enough of George and that lousy candy store. I want to live, Cookie.
Yeah?
Oh, he dreams in nickels and dimes. Well?
Give me some time to think it over.
I'm anxious to get started. Start thinking right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Mackie just called.
Where is he?
He and Adler were behind Cookie. Cookie took his mother home, then went to this bar in Flatbush. There was a woman waiting there. He went right over to a table and sat down.
Who was the woman?
Mackie didn't know, boss. He talked for a half hour or so, and then Cookie left alone. Apparently went home and to bed. Mackie followed him there, and Adler stayed in the bar with intentions of following the woman. But then...
Stay here, Ryan.
All right,
Lieutenant Hanson.
Hello, Lieutenant Adler.
Yes, Adler.
Did Maggie call in?
Yes, we know all about the woman. Who is she?
Well, she left the bar right after Cookie did. She took a cab, went right to this apartment house on the bay. She used the key on the street door, went upstairs on the self-service elevator. Stopped on the 4th floor, and that's where she apparently got out.
Any idea who she is?
Yeah, I think so. I woke the superintendent, and he said the only woman of that description living on the 4th floor is a Mrs. George Rossi. Husband operates a small candy store in Williamsburg.
All right, Adler. Go on home and get some sleep. We'll start checking up on this couple in the meantime.
Good morning, George.
Good morning, Belle.
How's every little thing?
Where were you till nearly 2 o'clock this morning?
I told you, George, if your heart's all in this candy store, we're through. I'll make my own arrangements.
And from a good source, I understand you started making such arrangements.
What do you mean, a good source?
How do you like that, George?
Cookie, what?
Hello, Belle.
George, whatever he told you is a lie. It's a plain lie.
Cookie, watch the store a minute. Belle and I are going in back and talk this over.
Yeah, George.
Now listen, George.
In back, go on.
Watch who you're shoving.
In back, I said, in back.
All right.
Now go on.
Now listen, George. Oh, you're going to believe me or a party like Cookie?
You should have known Cookie would come running back to me. I
George,
would have gotten
you can't-
away with it. Now I got to give the boys the money. I got to start operating all over again.
Yeah, but that's good,
All
George.
because you're too high class for a candy store, huh? Let's see if this is too high class for you. I'll show you too high class, huh? Too high class. Now sit down here. Sit down and think it over. From now on, maybe you'll act like a good wife should. A good wife should stay out of her husband's business affairs. Now, Cookie, I think everything is now straightened out.
Yeah, well, let's hope so, George. One of the boys and me get our money.
Tonight, Cookie. Tonight we start operating again. I'm now convinced the cops got no line from your little incident.
Good, I'm glad to hear it.
Like I said, Cookie, sometimes women get like that. She's what's called a psychological liar. She can't help it, you know. Makes up these stories out of thin air. I read about such a case in the Sunday Mirror. Big article in a magazine section.
All right, Happy. We'll walk by the store again. Take a good look in the window. I've got to know definitely whether that's the man.
Yeah, Lieutenant. If I can identify him, I will. I want to help the law, you understand?
Okay. Take your look. Well?
That's him, Lieutenant. The one behind the soda fountain is him. I know him anyway. He's got that peculiar look, you understand?
Okay, hold it here.
Yeah.
Ryan, come here.
Well, you know, I've been in the automobile business since Plymouth was a rock. But from where I sit, you never think cops work this hard.
Yeah, Lieutenant. How'd it go?
Happy sure George is the guy.
Well, positive.
Good.
I want men on both Cookie and George 24 hours a day. If and when they grab another car, we got them right. And that's the way I want them. Right.
George.
How's it look, Cookie?
It's a new Cadillac sedan.
Doors and windows?
And locked. There won't be no trouble.
Where's the owner?
In that bar for a drink.
We got time?
Can he have his drink in 20 seconds? What are you so nervous about?
Oh, it's a long time since I worked on the streets.
Well, so what? You never forget.
All right, let's go.
Lean on the no-draft ventilator, and I'll slip the loop through.
Okay, I know.
All right, lean on it.
Yeah.
That's it.
How you doing?
Hold it.
Hurry it up, will you?
There she is.
All right, get in.
See? I'm an expert.
How are you on the ignition?
Now, just let me handle it, George. Don't get nervous.
All right, then handle it.
You know, George, I'm surprised at you. Considering you taught me this business. Just goes to show you how rusty you can get.
Cut out the conversation, will you?
There it is.
All right, get going.
Oh, what a sweet motor.
Yeah.
You know, George, someday I'm going to lift one of these caddies for my own personal use.
Yeah, looks like we're okay.
There's nothing to worry about, George. It was like lightning.
Yeah. I guess I was just a little upset about Belle. Who'd ever think a wife of 7 years standing would suddenly lose her head like that?
You know, for a while I believed her.
Ah, Cookie, I wouldn't do a thing like that, not me.
Yeah, and then I got to thinking. George wouldn't do a thing like that.
Don't waste any time. Get this thing into the garage.
Yeah, I want to get home. I promised my mother I'd hang some pictures. You know, I got a mother that just...
Cookie.
They're right in back of us.
Gun it. We can leave them in this boat.
Coming up on us.
Drive.
It's down to the floor now.
Take the corner.
Hold on. Watch it. I can't hold it.
Watch him. Maybe they're faking.
Oh, that ain't faking.
Adler, get an ambulance.
Yeah, it's a call box on the corner.
Well, boss, I guess we got them.
I guess so, Ryan.
Hey, look at that mess.
You mean the thieves or the car?
The car. The thieves can be patched up.
Yeah, and they'll have a long time to mend.
Well, gangbusters listeners, these car thieves were taken to the hospital and eventually recovered from their injuries. The whole gang was arrested, tried, and convicted. Its principal members are now serving their terms in Sing Sing.
Thank you, Commissioner John J. Sullivan, for this most interesting case history. And congratulations to all the New York detectives who participated in this difficult investigation.
Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by George Zachary with Vandal Kramer and Eileen Palmer.
Thank you for tuning in to Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. And now, Gangbusters presents the case of the Red Hot Readers and how New York detectives cooled them off. Despite a $2 pearl necklace, a teenage transgressor, and a misused ice pick. The International Association of Chiefs of Police begins its 56th annual conference in Dallas, Texas tomorrow. The splendid work of this fine organization is best exemplified by the growing cooperation of federal, state, city, and village police departments in holding crime to a minimum. Congratulations and best wishes for the coming year from Gangbusters. The Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Chief of Detectives and Deputy Police Commissioner of the City of New York, who was scheduled to narrate tonight's case, is attending this meeting of the nation's top law enforcement officers. So suppose we begin tonight's case in the city of New York one Saturday morning in September just about a year ago. A boy and a girl of high school age wander aimlessly through the aisles of a huge 5 and 10 cent store on the Upper West Side. They were just looking, and at the moment the jewelry counter seemed to catch their attention.
Hey, look at these pearls.
Oh, come on.
Well, they're beautiful.
They're fake. Put them down, Ellie.
Of course they're fake, but they look real.
Come on, Ellie, will you?
Price tag says $2. Hey, aren't they gorgeous, Mike?
I don't notice anything particular gorgeous. Come on.
I want them, Mike.
Oh, Ellie.
I want them.
This ain't fair, Ellie. We could swipe something we can both use.
I want the pearls.
Ellie.
Is the coast clear?
Yeah, the coast is clear.
All right. Let's go, Mike.
Oh, ain't fair, Ellie. Everything we swipe is for you.
Easy. Don't walk so fast.
Yeah. It ain't fair.
Okay, then, Mike, from now on, you don't have to come with me. I'll swipe things for myself.
Oh, now, Ellie, I didn't mean it. Oh, you know what I mean. Once in a while, couldn't it be something I could use?
All right. Next time. Go on, Mike. Get on the street.
Yeah.
Go on, Mike.
Okay, all right. I was just being polite. Oh.
Well, chalk up another job.
Let's get away from here.
What are you afraid of?
Come on.
Honest to goodness, Mike, you think
That's
this
a
was
fast sack, kid.
Wait, a cop.
Let go of me.
Come on, Ellie, run.
Mike!
No, you don't.
Mike!
Hold still, kid.
Let go of me.
Let's have those pearls.
What pearls?
Ones you took out of the store. Come on, give.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let go of me.
Hey, you've got lots of fire, haven't you, kid?
I don't know anything about any pearls.
Come on, I saw you lift them off the counter.
Okay, Mr. Store Detective. You don't scare me. I've been in jail before.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, a couple of times. So what? Here's your pearls. Go on, lock me up.
What's your name?
Supposing I don't want to tell you.
You called Jelly.
Ellie, yeah. Ellie Smith.
That's original.
Go on, lock me up if you're gonna. Don't stand here.
You have got lots of fire, kid. Lots of fire. A 15-year-old.
16.
All right, come along.
You don't have to pull me, copper.
Oh, let's get one thing straight right now. I'm not a cop.
I know you're not a city cop. You're a lousy, crawling store dick.
I'm not even that.
No?
No.
And what are you sticking your nose in?
Because I'm interested.
Well, I ain't interested. Let me go.
Now, watch out for kids like you. When I see one with such fire and little guts, show them how to do okay.
Yeah?
Do you want to make some real money, Ellie?
What do I have to do?
Nothing much. It's not even as hard as snatching pearls from a dime store.
No?
Yeah. Here's your pearls back. You can keep them.
Well, thanks. You haven't told me what I gotta do for all this money.
It's not much, I told you. Come along, Ellie. It'll all get explained to you.
I don't know whether I trust you, mister.
Pops. All the kids call me Pops.
Oh, what kids?
You'll find out.
Okay, Pops. Let's go.
Ellie, I think you're a find. A real find.
I agree with you.
Come on. I'm dying for Sarah to meet you.
Who's Sarah?
Ah, Sarah. Sarah's the apple of my eye. Right this way, Ellie.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Pops. And a friend.
All right.
Hello, Sarah.
Get in there.
Go on in, Ellie.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Sarah, this is Ellie. Ellie, Sarah.
How do you do?
Go on over and sit down.
Isn't she a pretty young thing, Sarah?
That's not the point.
She wants to make some money. Isn't that right, Ellie?
That's right, Pops.
Pops, come in here with me a minute.
Sarah.
Come on.
You wait here a minute for me, Ellie. We got to discuss a thing or two.
All right. But hurry.
Just make yourself comfortable, Ellie. I won't be long.
Okay, get inside.
What's the matter with you? Ain't you a sweet young thing, Sarah?
Too sweet.
Oh, Sarah.
We need 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds for this job. They're not suspicious of 13-year-olds. You know that.
She's young, Sarah. She's just well-developed.
Too well-developed.
Listen, I caught her shoplifting. She's got no folks. She lives with an aunt. She's just right.
For who?
Sarah, believe me. I got no personal interest.
Oh, all right. I suppose she'll have to do. Kids are getting scarce.
She'll be all right, Sarah. Believe me. She'll be one of the best we ever had.
Hello, Daly.
Clark, just get in?
Yeah, just stepped off the train.
How was Hollywood?
Very Hollywoodish, Daly. Inspector in?
Yeah, he's here. Go on in.
Hello, Inspector.
Well, welcome home, Mr. Clark. You ready to come back to work on the forgery squad? Or do you want another vacation visiting Hollywood royalty?
It wasn't any vacation, Inspector. I had to be in court every day of the trial.
Well, let's compromise and say you were forced into a vacation by means of a subpoena. But you earned it, Mr. Clark.
Oh, thanks, Inspector.
Now, here's what I want you to do.
Oh, wait a minute, Inspector. I just got off the train. I haven't been home.
Well, leave your suitcase here and pick it up later. I want you on this right now.
Oh? Something heavy?
Heavy enough. Do you happen to remember those express money orders that were stolen in Philadelphia last spring?
Yes, I think I do. It was some load of them, wasn't it? A couple of thousand blanks?
4,000 in some blank money orders. They're being forged and shoved all over New York.
Oh?
Man and woman seem to be the ringleaders. They've been working all over the 5 boroughs. They pick up kids in one neighborhood at a time. Kids cash the money orders and they move on. We've gotten several of the kids, but they can't help us.
Not at all?
Just with the descriptions. It seems this Pop and Sarah, that's the couple, operate on the theory that we'll grab the kids they use so they don't use them very long.
And there's no other lead?
We've been working, Mr. Clark, all of us. But I'm afraid we're now too close to the forest to see the trees. It's my feeling that perhaps a New York detective who has spent the last 6 weeks on the Hollywood front might be the one to see a few trees. What's your feeling?
Well, maybe you're right, Inspector. I'll try.
And, Mr. Clark, please take along any ideas you happen to have acquired from either Metro, Goldwyn, or Mayer.
Look for a place to park, Sarah. Any place around here.
You didn't answer my question, Pops.
What question was that?
You know what question.
You mean about the girl, Ellie?
I mean about the girl, Ellie.
Oh, now, Sarah, she's working hard. Better work a few more days.
The rule we made was we don't have the kids push the money orders for more than 2 days before we get rid of them. That was the rule we made. So get rid of her.
There. Pull into that spot.
Well?
She's got fire, Sarah. You have to admit she's got fire.
She's also got big brown eyes and pretty legs.
Oh, now, Oh, Sarah, I'm old enough to be Ellie's father.
You're also old enough to be my father.
That may be so, but I don't show it. Listen, Sarah, the girl is smart. She's an operator. She shoves those checks like she was doing it all her life.
Her time is up. Get rid of her.
I think it'd be a good idea to make Ellie a permanent member of the organization.
You will over my dead body.
Sarah, I do believe you're jealous.
I'm jealous, all right, and get that silly smirk off your face.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Jealous of a schoolgirl.
She goes, Pops. That's all there is to it.
All right, I'll think about it.
There's nothing to think about. She goes.
Listen, Sarah. Oh, there she is. Drive the car once around the block and pick us up.
Why?
Policeman. Did you ever hear of policeman? Will you drive the car around a block? Ellie! Hello, Ellie.
Hiya, Pops.
How'd it go, my dear?
As good as yesterday. Better than the day before.
No questions asked?
What kind of questions? Hey, mister, my father said run down and get a pack of cigarettes and ask the man to please cash his money order for him. It's an express money order, mister. It's a cinch.
Ellie, you're truly a wonder.
Am I, Pops?
Have you got all the dough?
Every cent.
Ah, you're a wonder, all right, Ellie.
Do I become a permanent member of the organization like you said?
Well...
Do I, Pops?
There's lots of things to consider, Ellie. You're so young, and you need a lot of experience.
But I'm pretty. You said so.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you're pretty. But there's still lots of things to consider.
Like Sarah.
Well, Sarah is kind of stubborn.
I don't care a hoot for Sarah, neither do you.
Oh, of course I care for Sarah.
But not so much as you care for little me. Isn't that right, Pops?
Ellie, if we're going to work this thing to make you a permanent member of the organization, I mean, we're going to have to be smart about it.
Oh, I can be smart, Pops. Awful smart.
Yeah, Ellie. That's a good girl. You be smart about it. And leave Sarah to me. Come on, let's get in the car. We mustn't keep her waiting.
Of course we mustn't.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, a gang of criminals has little enough chance for success when everything goes smoothly. But when two members are in conflict, their chances diminish still more. Detectives of the New York City Forgery Squad were quite busy attempting to trace the gang which forged stolen express money orders and passed them at neighborhood stores. A few mornings later, Detective Clark walked into the office of Inspector Hayes.
Morning, Inspector.
Good morning, Mr. Clark. You been able to see any trees yet?
Maybe, Inspector. We think we've got a lead.
I don't say. What, for instance?
The 32nd Squad had a report of a girl missing from home for 4 days. She answers the description of one of the kids who's been shoving money orders this week.
I don't see any trees, Mr. Clark.
Well, this girl has been picked up a couple of times for shoplifting. Been a hard-to-handle kid, no folks. Lived with her aunt.
That's still rather remote.
Yes, I know it is. The aunt gave detectives in the precinct a picture of this Ellie Parker. We borrowed it from them. Kelly's out now showing it to some of the merchants who got bitten this week.
I wish you luck, Mr. Clark. But this Pop and Sarah have been dropping the kids after a day or so. Excuse me a second.
Of course.
Inspector Hayes speaking. Yes, I see. He's right here. Do you... All right. I'll tell him. Bye.
Was that something for me, Inspector?
Yes, Mr. Clark. That was Mr. Kelly. He's seen the trees.
Oh?
He wants you out to the 32nd Precinct squad room right away. He has a merchant there who identifies the picture of the girl as the one who shoved a check on him. Don't let me keep you, Mr. Clark.
120, 130, 140, 45.
Good work, Ellie.
50,
Hey, that's swell, Sarah.
Wonderful. $154.11. Now, can you order me a drink?
What kind of trouble are you looking for? They don't serve drinks to kids.
You didn't have any trouble in any of the stores. Nobody questioned the checks.
Who questions money orders? Can I have my part of it now?
Yes, Ellie, my dear, of course.
Just a minute, Pops.
What's that?
Tell her.
Oh, Sarah.
Tell her.
Tell me what?
This time, Sarah.
Tell her now.
Yeah, tell me now. I'd like to hear it.
Well, Ellie, my dear, we decided it's getting a little dangerous.
What's getting a little dangerous?
1 or 2 days at most is all we ever had a kid shoving the checks.
Oh. Suppose I don't want to quit.
It's for your own protection, Ellie. You wouldn't want to land up in jail, would you?
And that's where you're headed if you keep it up. That's where we'll all be headed.
Yeah, you've got to be smart about this, Ellie.
Sure, Pops, I gotta be smart. Well, I told you I know how to be smart. I had enough. I'm through.
Yeah, didn't I tell you, Sarah? She's a quick kid.
Yeah, awful quick. You better go home and stay there, Ellie. That's the place for you.
First, I want to get paid off. I want what I got coming.
Go on, Pops. Give her what she's got coming.
Sure. I'll give her.
I want my things. I got my things at your place. I want to go there and get them.
That won't be necessary. I'll get them for you. You wait here. I'll bring your things back.
Sure. I'll wait.
Won't take me 20 minutes.
You don't know how I hated to do this, Ellie, my dear.
Just give me what money I got coming, Pops.
Sarah, I can't see it my way. Young blood, I say. Young blood is what puts life into an organization.
Well, I was willing to go along. You were willing to have me.
Sarah can be a stubborn woman.
If you ask me, she's just plain jealous.
You think so?
Of course I think so. I know so. Let's have the money, Pops.
It's ridiculous. She has nothing to be jealous about. Or, has she?
What do you think, Pops?
But I'm old enough to be your older brother.
I know, Pops, but I happen to like a mature type of man.
Oh, nonsense, my dear.
But it can never be. There's Sarah to consider. Isn't there Sarah to consider?
Well, yes, Ellie, my dear. There's always been Sarah to consider.
It's a shame that she's such a tired old thing. And you're so loyal, isn't it?
Ellie, if there's one thing I am, that's loyal. I'm loyal to my last breath.
Yeah, I know, Pops. That's why I wouldn't even consider suggesting it.
Suggesting what, my dear?
Well, no, it's silly.
What's silly?
Oh, I just had a crazy idea that you and me, the two of us, could work this check racket. You've got plenty of the money orders, haven't you?
Well, of course I got plenty. I broke open the safe in Philadelphia that... Without Sarah, you mean?
Yeah, without Sarah. But it's silly, isn't
it? Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's silly.
Because I'm so young. Maybe I'm too young. I haven't had the experience that Sarah's had.
But you're smart, Ellie. I told you were smart. And being young is a good thing. There's nothing like youth.
You think we could do it?
Of course. If we wanted to. Under my guidance.
Pops, I'd love to have your guidance.
Ellie, suppose we do.
No, Pops, it wouldn't work. And there's Sarah to consider.
I considered her, Ellie. Nuts to Sarah.
There's the kids to line up and everything.
You can line up the kids. You can give them the lowdown, Ellie. You're smart.
I don't know, Pops.
You could. You could line up that boy you were telling me about, that Mike.
Him? He wouldn't be much help. He's just a dumb kid.
He helped you in the shoplifting, didn't he? I could teach him. I could teach him everything.
You think we can make a team, Pops?
Of course, Ellie, of course.
What about Sarah?
Sarah. I'll tell you what, my dear. We're moving again this afternoon. You know how we move all the time, so if any of the kids talk, we can't be traced? You go home. Go back to your aunt's. In a day or two, I'll be ready to disappear.
How can I go home?
Well, you gotta go home. You're gonna line up this Mike, don't you?
I don't know, Pops. Why can't you just disappear with me now?
Well, my dear, Sarah's been the treasure of the organization. She has all the money. I couldn't let her keep all that money, could I?
Oh, no. That wouldn't be fair.
All right. I'll give you the address of our new place. If I don't get in touch with you by Thursday night, you meet me there.
Pops, it'll be wonderful.
Yes, Ellie, my dear. Wonderful. You pardon me if I have a drink on it. Waiter, over here.
He's not going in, Inspector. He left Ellie off at the door.
All right, Mr. Clark, get him. This is as good a time as any.
Yes, sir. Kelly's behind it. Oh, he's going to walk back this way.
Very thoughtful of the boy. Nail him as he comes by, Mr. Clark. We'll give him a quick spin.
Right, Inspector. All right, Mike.
Hey, let go.
In the car.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get in there.
Okay, don't shove.
Good evening.
Move over.
What's going on here anyway? I didn't do nothing.
I'm glad we stopped you in time, Mike. Police officers.
Police?
What did Ellie say to you tonight?
Ellie?
Did she tell you she was passing forged and stolen money orders?
Did she?
Now, listen.
What'd she tell you?
Where's she been the last week?
Who was she with?
Hey, fellas.
What do you know about stolen checks?
Wait a minute. You get me all mixed up.
All right, Mike, we won't get you mixed up. Just tell us the whole story.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'm willing to tell you.
Have you been working with Ellie, shoving checks?
No, I haven't. I ain't seen her in a week. Until tonight.
Did she tell you that she was passing stolen checks?
Yeah, she told me.
Somebody named Pops?
Yeah, for somebody named Pops.
And Sarah?
Yeah, and Sarah.
Does she know where they are?
I think so, yeah.
What makes you think so?
She's gonna go back to them. Or him, rather. She wanted me to get into it, too, but I said no. Honest, I said no.
Well, that was the proper attitude, Mike. I hope you'll continue the proper attitude by cooperating with us.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll continue the proper attitude. I'll cooperate. I'll do anything you want.
Good. Now, Mr. Clark, if you will join Detective Kelly.
Okay, Inspector.
Two of you keep a watch on the girl's house, the view toward following her as she leaves.
We'll be in touch with you, Inspector.
Good. And you and I, Mike, we'll take a ride to Center Street. Talk some more about your proper attitude.
Pops,
Oh, hello, Sarah.
What are you doing with my suitcase? What'd you expect to find in there?
Cufflinks, Sarah. Cufflinks. I didn't know where we packed the cufflinks.
Where are you getting dressed to go? You need cufflinks.
No place, Sarah. I just thought I might need them sometime.
So you're trying to get the lock open with an ice pick. My new $40 suitcase, and you're breaking the lock open with an ice pick to get cufflinks you don't need.
I was bothered where they were.
Give me that ice pick.
Oh, Sarah.
Give it here.
All right. Take it.
Hey, is that your furniture? You can stick an ice pick in it?
Oh, Sarah.
If you wanted to find your cufflinks, why didn't you look in the top drawer where I saw you put them?
Is that where they are?
Yeah. The cufflinks are in the drawer, and the money is in the suitcase.
It is?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's strange, Sarah. I always wondered where you kept the boodle.
And right now, you were looking to take it and run away with that punk kid Ellie.
Oh, now, Sarah.
I had an idea what you were up to.
All right. You and I are through, Sarah. I'm tired of being tied down to an old hag.
Hag?
That's what I said. I'm taking what's mine and leaving.
A hag, am I?
Sarah.
You want young stuff, do you?
No, Sarah.
Let's see how your Ellie likes you stuck up with an ice pick.
Please, Sarah.
How, huh? How would she like you now?
Well, that was the fate of one criminal. But New York detectives still had a time of it, keeping a tigress from the throat of a vixen.
Why didn't you answer, Pops?
Come in, Ellie.
Oh. Hello, Sarah.
Come in. Pops let me know he was expecting you.
Oh, he did? Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah, very nice. I know the whole story. You do? I was just packing to get out. I was going to leave Pops for you.
Oh, where is he, Sarah?
In there.
Oh, can he come out?
I think it would be better, Ellie, if you went in.
Well, I can wait out here.
Oh, it's all right, Ellie. Come on.
Okay, it's all right.
In there.
This is really very nice of you, Sarah. Understanding everything, I mean.
Oh, I understand everything perfectly, Ellie. Go on in.
Sure. Hello, Pops.
Well, he's yours. Go on in.
You did it.
Sure I did it. How do you like him now?
Well, I guess I better...
You're not going anyplace, you punk kid. What did you have to mess things up? I'll show you, you punk kid. You smart Alec punk kid. You didn't need any help before, did you? Something, I'll show you. I'll show you.
Come on, get up.
Punk kid. Smart Alec punk kid.
All right. Sit down there.
Smart Alec punk kid.
She killed him. In there, she killed him.
All right, Ellie, calm down.
She was trying to kill me.
Calm down. Nobody's going to hurt you now. At least not any more than you already hurt yourself.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that was how the final arrests were made in this case. The woman, Sarah Royal, was given a life sentence for second-degree murder. The girl, Ellie, was sent to a reformatory for a term of 5 years. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by George Zachary, with Santos Ortega, Deli Ellis, and Betty Finesse in leading roles. Olin Tice speaking.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
It's 8 o'clock. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Van Cristo Radio Theater. And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. And now, who knows what evil lurks at this spot on your dial?
Why doesn't it come?
Were you waiting for me, Dan Malley?
Who's that? Who spoke?
The Shadow.
The Shadow?
There isn't much time, Malley. They're coming after you to take you to the chair. Speak quickly. What have you to say?
Plenty.
I can't save you, you know. You killed a man, Malley.
Yeah, I know. But it wasn't my idea, Shadow. Honest, it wasn't.
There was no evidence against anyone else.
Yeah, don't I know it. He's too clever for that.
Who is too clever?
The bird that got me into this.
The Shadow, one of the most famous characters from the golden days of radio. A character radio could call its own, for the Shadow was truly an adventure in your mind. Relive those exciting days of mystery, drama, and great comedy with The Shadow, the Lone Ranger, a classic on-the-spot news broadcast. Fred Allen and the inimitable occupants of Allen's Alley return to those golden days of yesteryear with Jack Benny as your narrative guide. Whenever you want to, with your own copy of Great Moments in Radio. It's now just $4.95 from Van Cristo Radio Theater. Send your check or money order to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. Your purchase will not only bring you this intriguing living record of radio history, but help to keep Van Cristo Radio Theater on the air. Send your check or money order for $4.95 to Great Moments in Radio, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston 02116. Order today.
Presents the case of the Elusive leader, in which a ready gun is a must, lead is for squealers, and a handkerchief is a deceptive clue as California police attempt to shoot holes in an airtight alibi.
Tonight, Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Fletcher Bowron, Mayor of the City of Los Angeles, to narrate by proxy the case of the Elusive leader. Mayor Bowron, while most of our listeners know a lot about your great city of Los Angeles, I doubt that many are aware of the huge law enforcement problem that confronts your police department.
Well, Roger Forster, the 4,300 authorized sworn personnel, plus several hundred civilian employees, the Los Angeles Police Department, are charged with enforcing the law in over 450 square miles of territory. Day and night, our police patrol over 5,000 miles of improved streets in this, the third largest city in the nation, based on estimated population. Our police have to be ready to face any sort of emergency at any instant. And tonight's case is one example of the problems involved.
We're anxious to hear the facts, Mayor Bowron.
The case begins in Los Angeles during the war year of 1943. In the public interest, the names of the principal characters involved in this story, along with those of the police officers, are fictitious. It was just after dark. Two men stood in the doorway of an underworld haunt. They were watching some young hoodlums.
Tony.
Yeah, Hooker?
What's Whitey and Shrimp doing over there? Picking that lunch?
Whitey's supposed to be at the hideout. I told him to
Hold
be.
it. Cop's coming.
Hey, you guys, what do you think you do?
Holy smokes, why'd he beat the cop with his gun?
That stupid fool. That cop may recognize him the next time. He should have killed him. How many times have I told you,
There goes
guys?
Whitey around the corner. He's getting to the hideout that way.
I'll fix his wagon. You got the rest of the boys waiting?
Yeah, Hooker, that's what you said. They have him at the hideout. They have him waiting. That's what you said.
Shut up, Tony. Come on, let's get in there.
Yeah, boss, yeah.
Okay, man, the boss, line up. All right, everybody. Put your guns on the table for inspection. This gun's okay. Whose gun's this?
Let's see. That's Whitey's.
Yeah, Hooker, that's mine. What's your idea hitting me? A lot of reasons, Whitey. One's for bungling that job with that cop. Grab him, boys.
I got him, Hooker.
Now, look, Whitey, I got certain rules in this gang.
Yeah, Hooker, I know.
Don't interrupt when I'm talking. First rule is never let a cop get away alive.
Yeah, Hooker.
Second rule, Whitey, have your gun oiled and ready for shooting at all times. Your gun's rusty. Look at the dirt get on my handkerchief when I wiped it. Ruined a brand new pocket handkerchief on me.
Well, I didn't
Suppose
know.
I was in a spot I told you to shoot and your gun jammed because it was rusty.
Yeah, well, I...
String him up, men.
No, Hooker, no. No, don't torture me. I won't forget the next time. I swear I won't.
Whitey, next time you forget is the last. Okay, the third rule is if you're ever caught by the cops, don't talk. You ever do talk, Whitey, I'll get you no matter what prison they put you in. You'll die a worse death than you ever dreamed of.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All of you understand that?
Sure, we got you.
All right, then come up around the table here. Hear my plans on some new jobs.
Hello? Police! Police! Get here quick. Some gunmen just robbed and shut up the place next door. There were about 5 of them. Yeah, they drove off in a black car. Get here fast. Hurry.
Urgent. Second holdup reported. Liquor store. Gunman escaping in black sedan. Are armed. Approach with caution. Time, 12 o'clock midnight.
All right, turn right on the next corner.
Right, Hooker, yeah.
Pull up the middle of the block.
Uh-huh.
The other boys are robbing that gas station. We'll take this place.
Okay.
I'm allowing you just 2 minutes for this job. Got your guns ready?
Sure.
Right here.
You stay at the wheel, Jake. All right, let's go. It's a stick-up. We mean business. Get that thing. Get it.
Oh, my wife! You hurt my wife!
Out from back of that counter, you.
What'd you do to her? What'd you do to her? A murderer?
That's the way to shut these people up. Get the money, boys. I'll see if there's anyone in back. No? No one back here? Okay, you got the dough?
Yeah, I'll say we have, boss. And it didn't take 2 minutes.
That's the way to do it. Throw the fear of death into them. All right, let's go. Watch it. Don't trip on that dame.
They killed him, Captain. They killed him.
Now, take it easy, Madeline. The doctor says he has a chance. They're carrying him out to the ambulance now.
Brute. Murderers.
Lady, can you describe the gunman who came in your store here?
We were closing. We would have been closed in another minute, and then...
Well, you're badly hurt yourself. I won't ask you any more questions. Now, Frank, help this woman out to the ambulance. Go to the hospital with him. If you get a description, phone it to headquarters. I'll be in touch. Okay, Sergeant. What did you find out?
Oh, nothing much, Captain. Some people across the street heard the shots, saw 3 men run out and jump in a black car. They moved so fast they didn't get the license or anything.
I have an idea who pulled this job and all those other recent ones, but not a bit of proof.
Hooker?
That's the one, Sergeant. Hooker. Has all the earmarks of his gang. Fast-moving, efficient, brutal.
Well, we pulled him in 4 or 5 times, Captain, but we can never pin anything on him. Gang murder, the gas ration robbery.
Even when we have witnesses, they shut up as soon as his name is mentioned.
Well, he's bound to make a slip sooner or later. If we can get one piece of evidence that'll stand up in court against him, we'll have... Wait a minute.
What is it, Captain?
Handkerchief on the floor by this counter. Looks like rust on it.
Oh, yes?
Man's. Could be the owner's. No, it's too fancy. More like a pocket piece. Maybe one of the gunmen.
That would be a break.
Hey, there's a laundry mark we can trace.
Hey, let me run it down, Captain.
All right, Sergeant. Get going on this fast. I'll drop you off at the lab. I'm getting back to headquarters and see if the squads have rounded any suspects. Let's go.
You can't hold me for no hold-up, Captain. I was having me beauty rest at Sam's flop house when these crumb bumps of yours pulled me in.
That's enough out of you. Take him outside. Bring in the next suspect. Captain Durham speaking.
Captain, Sergeant Johnson. I've had a look on that handkerchief. I checked the police files and laundries, found the right laundry, and checked the records. The handkerchief belongs to Hooker.
Nice work. This is the first concrete evidence we've had on Hooker. This puts him right on the scene of that hold-up and shooting. Let's get him.
The police were moving fast, gangbusters listeners, to round up this vicious gang leader and his mob. But they're about to run into something they never expected.
Say, folks, next time you want a real Hi, sports fans. You know, a pro athlete needs lots of vim and victory.
Say, speaking of good things to eat.
Back-to-school outfits for that special something.
Ever get the feeling that most radio commercials sound the same? You're right.
Like a big cat around curves. And hell...
Unless your commercial is created by people who really know their radio.
Rich tomato goodness in every bite.
Around here, if there's one agency that knows radio, it's the one that knows enough to bring you the great vintage radio of the Van Cristo Radio Theater. Van Cristo Associates Advertising.
Great warehouse sale. Save 10, 20, 30% and more on famous names.
If you're a radio advertiser, why don't you give us a call? You might end up with some commercials that don't sound like all the others.
If you like chicken, you'll love.
Ask for it, by
Van Cristo Associates Advertising, Boston.
Do it today.
You'll be glad you did.
And now back to Gangbusters. And once again, we hear from tonight's narrator, Mayor Fletcher Bowron of Los Angeles.
As soon as the police got evidence on the gang leader Hooker, they moved quietly into the area where he was hiding out and surrounded the whole neighborhood. It was 2 o'clock in the morning.
All right, men. This is the gang hideout. Keep in the shadows. Someone may be watching.
Right, Captain.
Have your guns and flashlights ready. I don't know what we'll run into. Okay, now careful stairs. It's the door at the head of the landing, spread out flat against the wall. Sergeant, try the door.
It's open, Captain.
Open? I don't like that. On your toes now. Okay, Sergeant, push the door.
Empty.
There's another room over there. Come on. This is it, boys. I hear someone in there.
We're police. Get those hands out. Get the light switches.
No, you don't, Hooker.
Let go of me, will you? This one.
Get the cuffs on it.
Here's the last one right here.
There you are, Captain. All three of them, cuffed and waiting.
What do you cats think you're doing anyway?
I'll tell you, Hooker. We've got you for assault and armed robbery. Lucky for you, that storekeeper didn't die. It'd be murder.
You guys brought me in before. You couldn't hold me. You won't hold me now.
This time we've got the goods on you.
That's what you
That's
said.
enough out of you, Hooker. All right, men, take them down to the squad cars.
Hooker was brought to trial, gangbusters listeners, and as I said, the unexpected happened.
Calling Captain Durham, car 32. Captain Durham, car 32. Come in, car 32.
This is car 32, Captain Durham speaking. What is it, dispatcher?
Captain, this is Johnson. The Hooker case. It's out the window.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, I've just come from the courtroom. 2 of the gunmen pleaded guilty, but they swear Hooker wasn't with them.
But the handkerchief, how about that?
One of the gunmen says he stole the handkerchief from Hooker, that he was wearing it and dropped it, not Hooker.
He's lying.
Sure, he's lying, but it's that fear angle again. He'd rather go to jail than squeal on Hooker. We haven't any corroborating witness. Storekeeper couldn't identify Hooker.
Good Lord.
So the two gunmen are going to jail, but Hooker's going free. Captain, are you there?
Okay, Johnson. I'm coming over to the court right away. Meet me.
Shall we go in the courtroom, Captain? No, we'll wait here in the corridor. They're coming out. Captain, look. Here comes Hooker, scot-free. The smirk on that face.
Well, officers. Told you couldn't hold me. And you went to so much trouble.
I know how you feel, Captain. I know just how you feel. No, you don't, Sergeant. We've still got a surprise for that rat. Let's stop at the Federal Building a minute and then get out to Hooker's place before he gets there himself. Put him up, Hooker. You're under arrest.
Hey, what is this?
Put the cuffs on him, Sergeant.
With pleasure. What is this? You guys again? Judge just turned me loose. You guys know that. Are you crazy?
We want you on a different charge this time, Hooker. Federal offense.
What?
For stealing government property.
You're nuts.
80,000 gas coupons were stolen from U.S. government offices. We found them hidden here in your apartment, and there's a brand new warrant for your arrest.
Huh?
So turn yourself around, Hooker. You're going right back to jail. Hey, Captain, listen. Bulletin 305. Ernest Hooker, criminal, tried today in federal court on charges of conspiracy and receiving stolen government property. Found guilty. Sentenced to 7 years U.S. penitentiary, McNeil Island, Washington.
Relax, Hooker. You can't open them cell doors. After a year, you ought to know about cells. We got no plush rugs, no lace curtains. But the bars is the finest steel in the country. Take it easy and get acquainted with your new cellmate. Shut up, you mug. Get off that bed. That's my spot. Says who? Get up, I said. I'll kill you for that, Hooker. You get that knife. I'll cut your throat. You cut my throat. You. Ow! My arm. Drop the knife. Drop it. How easy does it, guy? You're okay. You're the guy I'm looking for. Huh? I knew I'd find someone tough enough in this prison to fight back. Make a break with me.
You can't break out of here, Hooker. This place is right in the middle of Puget Sound.
I'll get out of this prison or run blood.
I don't know.
Afraid?
Do I look afraid?
Good. Here's your knife. We may have to kill some of the guards.
I'd like to kill them all.
Now just take it easy. Gotta wait for a foggy night. Next night, a heavy fog rolls in. We're rolling out. We've done all right so far. Now we gotta move fast. They'll be checking our cells, find out we're gone.
I'm right in back of you, Hooker.
This fog was made to order. We gotta be careful of the searchlight on that tower. When it swings this way, fall down.
It's coming this way.
Fall down. Don't move. Don't breathe. Okay now. There'll be a prison guard at the end of the building. I'll take a quick look. There is.
He's got his back turned. I'll get him.
Nice work. We'll make for the walls and for the water. Come on.
Attention, California State Patrol and West Coast Police. Ernest Hooker has just escaped McNeil Island Penitentiary. Hooker extremely dangerous. May attempt to return to Los Angeles.
All right, officers. Hi, Captain. Now, this meeting is short and to the point. If Hooker tries to sneak back here to Los Angeles, he's not going to last 1 week. Special squads are watching all honky-tonks, pool rooms, bar rooms, shady rooming houses, every place he may show up. We're cracking down on the underworld without let-up. They were afraid to testify against Hooker before. Well, this time they're going to be afraid to hide him out.
Hi there, pal. How about buying a drink for baby? As long as your name ain't Hooker, it's okay. The way the cops are looking for that guy, I don't want no part of him.
What's going on? Quiet, we're police. This is a raid.
Now, you officers take that side of the room, check everyone. Come on, Sergeant. Let's look these people over. We're bound to find Hooker in one of these joints.
Okay, Tony, come in fast.
Why don't you open the door right away, Hooker?
Well, I wanted to be sure it was you.
I give you the code now.
I know, but I ain't taking any chances. It might have been cops.
I don't blame you, Hooker. They're ripping this town apart looking for you.
Yeah. I know all about that. I've been listening on the radio. Here, I shut this thing up. Now, get the dough?
I couldn't get none, Hooker.
What do you mean you couldn't get none? I gotta have dough. I'm broke, don't you understand? I gotta get out of this town. I can't stay hid up here like I've been the past 2 weeks.
Take it easy, Hooker. You should never come back to Los Angeles.
Don't tell me that. I'm going nuts. Every sound I hear, cops. I look out the window, cops. Cop cars going by, cops on the radio. I can only stand so much of this.
You got it bad, Hooker. You ain't helping yourself.
You should have got that money. You should have seen Link.
I did see Link. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, then where's the dough?
He won't give it, not 1 red cent. He don't want no part of you. Says you're too hot.
The dirty skunk. I made that guy. I made him what he is. Now he gives me the cold shoulder.
You don't have to tell me. You're on the spot, Hooker. I'm sticking with you, but I'm taking a chance.
You mean the cops trail you here? You mean they're coming here?
No. Let up, will you?
We got to change this hideout. I don't trust
now,
that.
Don't get on that merry-go-round again. This is the best place we could be, a ground floor. If we got to move fast, we duck out the window.
Yeah, I guess so. I just don't know. Look, Tony, I got to get some dough. Now, go try Barney.
Barney?
Sure, he's my pal. He'll help me.
I don't know.
You gotta.
Okay. Only it'll take some time. I may not get back till midnight.
Midnight when we used to go to work. Now they ratted on me. But I'll get out of this. I'll get them yet, Tony. You'll see.
Easy, will you? You'll have the hotel people in here.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Now, look, I'm going, Hooker. I'll be back as fast as I can.
Yeah, get back fast, Tony. Get back real fast. I don't like to be alone.
Okay, Sergeant. Now, cut into the curb.
Yeah.
Get him up, Tony. You're covered.
Cops.
Yeah, we spotted you a block back. Where's Hooker?
I don't know.
Never mind. We'll get Hooker. Okay, Sergeant. Frisk him.
Yeah. Here's something, Captain. A hotel receipt.
So what?
I ain't staying there no more.
We'll see about that, Tony. Check up on this hotel, Sergeant, and if Hooker is hiding out there, don't try and take him alone. I'll come right out with the squad.
Tony ought to be back. Plenty of time. Guy can't live this way, closed in by 4 hours. He said be back by midnight. He said... Maybe I'll hear something on the radio. Maybe he ain't coming back. Maybe he's run out on me, too. What the...
Car 19, investigate corner house, Ocean Road. Man came home late, his wife is hollering, that is all.
That's nothing about Tony. Everyone's left me. A whole bunch has left me. If I ever get out of this... What's that? It's you, Tony? Tony, is that you? Who's out there? Someone's outside that door. Cops! Cops, I'm getting out of here!
He's not here, Sergeant.
Get out that window, Captain.
Past him.
Hi.
There he is.
Halt, Hooker! Halt!
Look out, Sergeant. He's going to shoot.
Okay?
Yeah.
Come on.
He ran back to those cars.
Yeah, I can see him. You get him?
I'm not sure.
Stop!
Take careful aim.
Think we got him.
He's back of that auto, but he may be playing possum. Careful. Okay, Hooker. Had enough?
Yeah. Yeah, I've had enough. Send me back to jail. I've had enough.
Well, it's time now for our Radio Buff contest of the week. Each week following our Van Cristo Radio Theater presentation of Gangbusters currently, we present a Radio Buff contest in which you may be the winner of a copy of Orson Welles' famous production of H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds. Last week, we asked you a question concerning a brief introduction to a famous radio adventure series. We asked you to tell us what was the name of that series. The answer was Terry and the Pirates. And our winner, drawn from all the correct entries received, Mr. Robert Horton of Bennett Street in Woburn, who will soon be receiving his copy of The War of the Worlds. And now to tonight's contest. This familiar concert melody you're going to hear introduced a daytime radio serial which dramatized the story of a United States woman senator who succeeded her husband, who, believed dead, was actually fighting under an assumed name with American forces in North Africa. Will you please tell us what is the name of this theme melody? Can you identify that melody? If you can, mail your answer before this Tuesday midnight to Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. One winner will be drawn from all correct entries. The judge's decision is final. So mail your answer now to the Radio Buff, Van Cristo Radio Theater, 18 Newbury Street, Boston, 02116. And now a final word from our Gangbusters participants on this evening's broadcast.
Yes, Gangbusters listeners, it was the fine work of the Los Angeles police and their relentless searching for Hooker that finally drove him out of hiding. There's no telling how many innocent lives were saved by his recapture. Hooker went back to prison, and he's there tonight as you listen to this case.
Thank you, Mayor Fletcher Bowron of the city of Los Angeles, for this stirring case history. And Gangbusters congratulates to all the Los Angeles and California police officers who helped end this criminal career.
You're indeed welcome, sir. Gangbusters is doing a good job in supporting the efforts of our law enforcement officers.
Tonight's case was dramatized by John Mole and directed by George Zachary, with Chuck Webster and Bill Zuckert in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
And it comes to you by delayed broadcast every
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the hue and the cry, in which detectives were challenged by the killer of a cafe owner. A killer who struck like this.
Hey, how about my coffee? Black. All right.
Okay, everybody. Everybody get him up.
He's got a gun.
That's the stick up. Open that cash register, pal.
Now, listen.
Go on.
But you...
I said move. Everybody stay still or you'll get the same. You too, lady. So long.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable C. Floyd Edens, Chief of Police, Birmingham, Alabama, to tell us by proxy of the investigation into this killing. Chief Edens.
Thank you. This killing was not a mystery murder of the story writing type, but it was a mystery, and typical of at least 90% of the homicides detectives of American cities are called upon to investigate. For Detective Captain C.L. Pierce, it began late one night in Birmingham, somewhat more than a year ago, when his car responded to a radio call to the West End hamburger shop, where, despite the lateness of the hour, a considerable crowd had been attracted by the presence of 3 or 4 police cars and an ambulance.
Stick with the car, Mac. Right, Skipper. All right. Police officer. Coming through here. Police officer.
Going home now, folks. There's nothing for you to see. Hello, Captain. What is it, Patty? The stick-up, sir. One guy shot and killed the owner of the restaurant, a man named Goatley.
Who's inside?
Jim Norell's in charge. Stand back there. Now, where do you think you are?
Okay, McDowell's in the car. Tell him I said to give you a hand with the crowd.
Right, Captain. I told you to stand back there. Get out of the way. There's nothing for you.
And show me just
Hello,
where
Jim.
Come in, Captain.
Are you a captain? Is a captain higher than a detective?
Now, Sarah.
I make a perfectly straightforward statement, Captain, and this detective here won't believe me.
Sarah, yeah.
Don't Sarah me.
We'll go over it again, Mrs. Trexler, if you'll just have a seat for a minute.
Well...
Over here, Captain. He's covered up. He's lying right where he fell. You want to see what he looks like?
No, not now. Are those people eyewitnesses, Jim?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You got a match?
Sure.
Oh, will you have a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Well, what's it look like?
The man came in, flashed a gun, announced there was a holdup.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Goatley didn't move quick enough for him. The man fired 2 shots and ran out. Goatley fell where he's lying.
The killer didn't enter the cash register himself.
The witnesses said he didn't, and it's all there.
Mm-hmm. How many witnesses were there?
That Mr. and Mrs. Trexler, they're regular patrons, and that fellow there.
Well, let's talk to him first.
I'm afraid he's not in a talking condition.
What's your name, mister?
What's my name got to do with it? All I want is another cup of coffee, black. Service around there is still... Oh, excuse me, Chief.
What's your name?
My name is Arthur J. Bell. The J, believe it or not, is for January. That's right. I was born...
All right. You see what occurred here tonight?
Well, yes and no. No and yes, that is. You see, all I want is a cup of coffee. Black.
All right, sit here a minute, mister. Come on, Jim.
Where's my coffee? Black.
See that he gets home, Jim. Signed, Patty.
Yeah.
Let's talk to the couple. All right, Mrs. Trexler, now we can talk.
It's certainly about time.
Sarah.
I told you not to Sarah me.
Now, Mr. Trexler, how old would you say this man was?
Well, I couldn't say exactly, Captain. Somewhere between 25 and 35.
Closer to 25.
And you said he was 5 foot 8 or 9 inches tall.
I did not. I distinctly said he was at least 6 feet. My husband says he was 5 foot 8 or 9.
But that's all he was, Sarah.
He was 6 feet if he was an inch.
He weighed about 160?
I couldn't say what he weighed.
About 160.
Blonde hair?
Yes. It's sort of balding, very thin on top.
Sarah, it was my impression he had a full head of hair.
Where did you get that impression?
Well, I saw him. He wasn't that far from me.
He was balding. I made a distinct point of remembering.
But, Sarah,
it's getting kind of late, Mrs. Trexler, and I realize this has been pretty much of a strain on you, witnessing a murder.
I've got stamina, Captain. I may not have much else anymore, but I've got stamina.
Yes, well, we certainly appreciate your help. And we'd like to have you down at headquarters in the morning. I'm sure we'll have some suspects for you to look at in the lineup.
And I'd like to have you go through our file of photographs of known criminals.
Any way we can help, any way at all.
Thank you. I can have one of my men drive you home.
No, thanks. We have our car parked across the street. Come on, Sarah. Good night.
Good night.
See you in the morning.
When I say he was balding, why do you contradict me?
Oh, Sarah,
If you had one half the powers of others.
Well, there go our star witnesses.
Well, at least they agree it was a man. He'll be all right. Can I have those matches again, Jim?
Yeah, sure. Here, keep the pack. I got plenty.
Oh, thanks. Jim, ask the coroner not to start or disturb anything until the laboratory boys get here and have a good look around. And make some pictures.
Okay.
Hey, where's my coffee? Black?
Oh, hasn't Patty seen that lush home yet?
The press has got him and Mac in a corner, Captain.
Oh, yeah. Jim, go out and bring those reporters in, will you? I don't know what I can tell them now. At this point, they know as much as we do.
That, Gangbusters listeners, was a typical beginning to a typical murder investigation. Those were the things Captain Pierce faced. And the prospects weren't much better the next morning when Officer Patty walked into the captain's office.
The other witness is here, Captain.
All right, Patty. Take him into the lineup room with the Trexlers.
I don't think it'd be such a good idea, Captain.
No?
No, sir. You better talk with him yourself. He's sitting right outside.
All right. Oh, where's Jim Norrell?
He's up waiting for the laboratory and ballistics reports. He'll be down as soon as he gets them.
Okay. Oh, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Morning, Chief. Wonderful morning. Wonderful.
Ooh. See what I mean, Captain?
Mr. Bell, you were a witness to a killing last night. Why didn't you do the decent thing and sober up this morning to help us out?
My dear Chief, if I was like this then and I was sober now, how could I remember what happened when I was like this? How could I, huh? I think it's my patriotic duty to stay drunk.
All right, Mr. Bell. You can go home now. We'll call you when we need you.
You mean I gotta stay this way until you need me? Oh, fine.
Captain,
Yeah, come in, Jim.
I got the report.
Oh, good. Patty,
Yes, sir.
see that one of the boys drives Mr. Bell home.
Oh, listen, that won't be necessary. I got my own car.
See that one of the boys drives his car home. Come on inside, Jim.
Yeah.
Listen, I can drive. I've been driving for years.
Me.
Rough, huh?
Yeah, plenty rough. You got a match, Jim?
Yeah, sure. Plenty of them.
Help yourself to a cigarette.
Thanks.
Oh, what's in the reports?
The preliminary ballistics report says the gun used to kill Goatley was a Colt .38 special revolver, apparently.
Mm-hmm. What about the lab?
They turned up a few odd items sweeping the floor, nothing of special significance, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I brought them downstairs. Couple of bobby pins.
Well, I don't think the killer would be wearing those.
A penny, that's not much help.
Say, what's this little bolt?
I don't know. The technician said they swept it off the floor with the other stuff.
What is it, nickel-plated?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Maybe it fell out of some piece of equipment in the lunch stand.
Maybe.
We're all finished with the lineup, Skipper. The Trexlers looked over everybody brought in last night.
Nothing, Mac?
Nothing.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Captain Pierce.
Yeah, Patty, Captain. There's a man on the phone here says he has some information on the killing. He won't talk to anybody but the boss.
All right, put him on. And get busy, Patty. See if you can find out where that call is coming from.
Right, sir. Hold on, Captain.
Hello?
This is Captain Pierce talking.
Are you the boss?
That's right, of this squad.
I want to give myself up. I killed that restaurant man last night.
What's your name?
Oh, no.
Well, how can I
You let me do the talking.
All right, you do the talking.
Now, you go to the Woodrow Wilson Park and sit on the first bench facing 21st Street. I'll meet you there in a half an hour and give myself up. Goodbye.
Hello? Hello? Well, boys, maybe the case is washed up.
Yeah?
That man says he's the killer. Wants to give himself up. I have to meet him in half an hour.
Well, you never know, Skipper. Sometimes the tough ones do somersaults on you.
Yeah, Mac, sometimes. Jim, let me have those matches again, will you?
Yeah, sure. Catch.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that's how things go in a murder investigation. But events took a stranger turn when Captain Pierce met the man who confessed he was the killer.
And once again, we hear from tonight's narrator, Chief of Police, C. Floyd Edens of Birmingham, Alabama.
Well, as I was telling you, at the appointed time, Captain Pierce seated himself on the proper bench in Woodrow Wilson Park in the heart of downtown Birmingham. Other detectives were at strategic points along Park Avenue and on 20th Street, where they could watch the whole affair and move in quickly if necessary. The captain sat on the bench alone for some minutes before a carelessly dressed man approached him.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
You mind if I sit down?
Well,
If you're that captain, I'm the man you're waiting for.
Oh. All right, sit down.
Thank you. I want to give myself up. I don't know how I could have done it. I come from such a fine old family.
What's your name?
My name is William Selden. I couldn't sleep last night. My conscience kept gnawing at me. It was a compulsion, see? A compulsion. I felt I had to kill him. That poor innocent soul in a pool of blood. Oh, I must be punished.
What did you do with the knife?
What knife?
The knife you stabbed him with.
Oh, that? Yeah, I threw it in the sewer.
You remember how many times you stabbed him?
You stabbed him? Oh, again and again and again. I don't know.
And you should remember.
Say, who are you waving to?
Oh, just some friends of mine.
I stabbed him again and again and again, and I was covered with blood.
Is everything okay, Captain?
Yeah, fine. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Seldom.
How do you do?
Mac, Mr. Seldom says he committed a murder. Suppose you take him to jail.
You mean to that nice jail, Skipper, the white one?
Uh-huh.
I know where you're sending me. You're not sending me to jail. You're sending me to the psychiatric ward.
Come on, Mr. Seldom.
But I've been to the psychiatric ward before. Yes, I know.
Well, Captain?
Well, yourself. Come on, let's get back to the office and work on this thing the hard way. I got a hunch about that gun. Jim.
Sure, I've got a match.
Thanks. I don't know how it'll work out, but we can try it anyway. Come on.
Of course, the police are always interested in help from citizens. But sorting the useful from the well-intentioned but irrelevant and crackpot often takes hundreds of man-hours of investigation. Not more than half an hour later, Captain Pierce was back at his desk reconstructing the crime with the help of one of the two halfway reliable witnesses, Mr. Alfred Trexler. Present also were Detective Jim Norrell and G.S. Patty, but not the contradicting Mrs. Sarah Trexler.
The proprietor didn't move fast enough to suit him. Now, to the best of your recollection, Mr. Trexler, that's when he fired the shots. Huh?
Well, yes, Captain, to the best of my recollection. But last night, Sarah said that he fired the shots
Mr. Trexler, your wife is upstairs looking over photographs in the Rogues Gallery. When she gets finished, we'll get her conception of what happened. Right now, we want yours.
Yes, sir.
Jim, may we see your gun, please?
Sure, Captain.
Hold it up so Mr. Trexler can see it. That's it. Now, Mr. Trexler, was the gun the Bandit had anything like that gun?
No, nothing like it. The Bandit had a revolver. That gun is an automatic, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
All right, Jim. Patty?
Yes, sir.
Let's see your gun.
Sure thing, Captain.
Well, Mr. Trexler?
Now, that's a revolver, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not like the revolver the Bandit had.
All right, Patty. That gun is a Smith & Wesson, Mr. Trexler. I've got another gun in my desk drawer, another make of revolver. Is this anything like the gun the Bandit had?
It's the gun. It's the very gun he used to kill him.
How do you know it's the very gun?
It just occurred to me now. That little silver screw was in the side. I just remembered. I couldn't keep my eyes off it. The little silver screw.
That's my gun, Mr. Trexler, my personal gun.
But...
I know. The Bandit had an identical gun. A Colt 38 Special. We found that little bolt on the floor of the restaurant. We didn't know where it came from. Now we know, don't we?
Yes, I suppose we do.
Yes, I found the one place on a Colt 38 that the little bolt fit. Right forward of the trigger guard. It must have come loose and jumped out when the killer fired at Mr. Goatley.
That's wonderful, Captain.
Well, not so wonderful, Mr. Trexler. And when you get right down to it, all we've got is a little nickel-plated bolt.
Yes, Gangbusters listeners, that's all Captain Pierce had. A little nickel-plated bolt. And in a criminal investigation, you go to work with what you've got. So begins the checking and the rechecking. Same questions asked over and over again to hundreds of people. Holders of gun permits, pawn shops, sporting goods stores. The inches of worn shoe leather. This is the unseen part of a murder investigation. The routine, the drudgery, and the honest-to-goodness toil. But sometimes it pays off.
Captain Pierce.
Hello, Skipper McDowell.
Hello?
Yes, Mac.
I don't know, Skipper, but maybe I got something.
What?
Well, they made a call out in Ensley on a guy who holds a gun permit.
Yeah?
Well, he's not home. He's at work. But I got to talking to his wife about the gun. She couldn't find it any place in the house, but she told me there was a bolt missing, and her husband replaced it with a nickel plate bolt he had around.
Mac, what's the name of the man?
His name is Andrew Jennings. He works as a puddler at Southern Steel. He's working right now on the 8 to 4 shift.
Okay. Bring the woman in here. In the meantime, we'll take a run out to the mill and talk to the husband.
They got him waiting in the foreman's office, Captain, right here.
Oh, good, Jim.
Are you Andrew Jennings?
Yeah, I'm Jennings.
We're police officers.
Police? Oh, what's the trouble? My wife. Something's happened to my wife.
No, nothing has happened to your wife. We want to talk to you.
To me?
You hold a permit for 38 caliber Colt special revolver?
Yeah, I hold a permit. I needed the gun. We had prowlers in the neighborhood last summer.
Where's the gun now?
Well, I sold it. I sold it to a fellow last week. What's the trouble?
What's the fellow's name?
Pilly. Steve Pilly. Hey, Steve didn't get into a jam with it, did he?
Where does Steve live?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. I just happened to meet him in a cafe.
What cafe?
In Johnny's, out in Ansley, near where I live.
Where does he work?
Well, I don't know. I don't know him that well. What's the trouble? Has he gotten in a jam with it?
Well, we don't know for sure. But we think that was the gun that was used to kill that restaurant man.
Oh, no. Steve wouldn't do a thing like that.
The gun might have, and Steve might have been holding it. Incidentally, where were you Monday night?
Me? Oh, look, I was at home, asleep. You can ask my wife.
We will.
There's one more thing I want to know, Jennings.
Hey, yeah, sure, anything.
When did you last fire that gun?
Well, a couple of months ago, I guess. I took it out to my brother's place. He's got a place near Bessemer. We're doing a little target practice.
What were you shooting at?
Oh, nothing. Just tin cans and stuff. We laid them against a shed and are shooting at them.
Did any of the slugs hit the shed?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Lots of them, I guess.
All right, come on, Jennings. Let's take a ride out to your brother's place. I'd like to dig one of those slugs out of the shed.
Yeah, but I'm working.
It's all right. I'll fix that.
Oh, okay. Say, I couldn't have one of them cigarettes, too, could I? I could use one.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Much obliged.
Match, Captain?
Naturally. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
Jim, get started on tracing the Steve Pilly. Jennings and I will have a run out to his brother's place and take a look around.
Okay, Captain. I'll try to have him in tow by the time you get back.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, there's a problem for you. Given just a name, find the person from among 400,000. The files of the Bureau of Identification were checked. No luck. The city directory. No Steve Pilly. The telephone company, the electric light company, the general post office, the auto registration and driver's license bureaus. No Steve Pilly. And they were still looking late in the afternoon when Captain Pierce returned to the office with the erstwhile owner of the gun, steelworker Andrew Jennings.
All right, have a seat there, Jennings.
Hey, Captain, I ought to get home. My wife's got dinner.
Your wife knows you'll be late, Jennings. Hello, Captain.
And Jim?
She does?
She was here almost all afternoon.
Oh. Look, Captain...
Sit down there, Jennings.
But I went all the way up to my brother's with you. I lose a day's pay. Now, what else do you want?
The slugs we got are now being compared with the ones we took out of the murdered man. If they match up, that means your gun did the killing. And in that case, we'll have a lot more talking to do.
Oh, I see.
Oh, good. Now, sit down.
Captain.
Yes, let's go inside, Jim.
We haven't been able to find a trace of any Steve Pilly yet.
No?
I'm beginning to have a faint suspicion there is no such party.
Well, why should Jennings say there is?
For the best reason.
Well, he was at home. His wife said he was.
Wives aren't always the most reliable thing in the world. I think we ought to give the Trexlers a look at him. Maybe we'll get a make.
Yeah, sure, Jim. Why not?
I'll call and get him down here right away.
I'll get it. Captain Pierce.
Patty, Captain.
Yes, what do you got, Patty?
There is a Steve Pilly.
Oh? Where'd you get the line?
Unemployment Compensation Office. A man named Steve Pilly, address given as 8722 2nd Avenue, a rooming house there. He got his final unemployment compensation check a week ago Thursday.
And he had just time enough to run out of money.
Well, they tell me, yeah, he's been in and out of this office every other month for the last year. Never held a job longer than that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Patty. Bring everything you can on him and get in here.
You bet, Captain.
What's up?
There is a Steve Pilly.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Skipper.
Yes, Mac.
The slugs you brought in come out of the murder gun.
Uh-huh.
Didn't need to take more than one look.
Well, we're getting close, I guess.
Yeah, awful close.
I got one, Captain.
Oh, thanks, Jim. As soon as Patty gets back here, I want a stakeout at 8722 2nd Avenue. There's a boy lives there I'd like to talk to. 4 o'clock in the morning is probably the most satisfactory time of day to make an arrest.
The subject in question is generally at home, and usually too sleepy to get himself hurt or to hurt any police officers. So at 4 o'clock the next morning, 2 city cars pulled up in front of the rooming house at 8722 2nd Avenue. They were greeted by a figure who stepped out of a nearby shadowy doorway.
There's Patty, Skipper.
Okay. We're all set here, Captain.
Who's around and back?
Thatcher and Moore from the district.
Okay. Mac, come on.
That's you.
I'm with you.
I got it all fixed with the landlady. Front door is open. We can just walk right in.
Hi, Captain.
Okay, Jim. Let's go.
Sure, I'm ready and waiting.
Mac, plant yourself across the street and watch the windows. Right, Skipper. You park yourself on the front stairs, Patty. Right here.
Okay, Captain. Take it easy.
Front door's open. Walk on in.
Yeah.
Second floor front, Jim.
My new car was delivered today.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah.
Did you get a 4-door?
No, a club coupe. It's as big as I need.
Mm-hmm. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Okay. Try the door. Easy.
It's not locked.
Okay. Open it all the way.
Oh, he's got it on a chain.
Well, lay on it. Come on, together. Hit it. Yeah. Again. Yeah. Come on, again.
Stay away from me!
There he is. Police officers, Tilly.
Get away from that window.
Oh, so love. Come on, downstairs, fast. Go on. Where to go? All right, I got it.
Yes, Skipper.
How is he? Dead?
No, Captain. The guy was lucky. He fell through that awning on the way down. I think he's going to come out of it.
Here's the gun, Skipper. Had it when he jumped.
Go call an ambulance, Mac.
Sure, Jim, right away.
Oh, he's a nice-looking boy, Captain.
What's that supposed to get him?
Cigarette, Patty?
Yeah, Jim. Much obliged.
Captain?
No, thanks, Jim. I've been smoking too much lately. Got to cut down.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that was the end of this murder investigation. And not long afterwards, the killer, Steve Pilley, was executed in Alabama's electric chair.
Well, thank you, Chief of Police C. Floyd Edens of Birmingham, Alabama, for this telling insight into police work. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the Birmingham officers who participated in the investigation leading to the solution of this brutal crime.
Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by George Zachary, with Les Damon and Art Carney in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters!
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Tonight, Gangbusters celebrates its 14th anniversary. Since its beginning in 1936, Gangbusters has presented over 600 actual police case histories and aided in the apprehension of over 350 wanted criminals.
Tonight, Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John C. Hilley, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's Case of the Golden Touch. Mr. Hilley.
Thank you, Roger Foster. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners.
Tonight's case began rather inauspiciously late one night, not too many months ago in a diner on the Lower West Side of New York. This diner was frequented mainly by dock wallopers from nearby piers and drivers and loaders from the nearby truck terminals. A wiry young man in work clothes was sitting at the counter over a cup of coffee when a heavy-set man walked toward the empty stool beside him.
Hello, Ralph. How's the coffee?
Oh, Victor. Hi.
Cup of coffee. Black?
Kid, roll.
Where you been keeping yourself, Ralph?
Been working.
Good. Glad to hear it. Where?
At Woods Trucking.
Yeah, doing what?
I'm checking loads. I gotta get back, Victor. See you around.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll walk part of the way with you.
What about your coffee?
The coffee here stinks. Hey, Bud. Forget the coffee, will you? You're looking great, Ralph.
Yeah. Was feeling great, too.
After you, Ralph?
Thanks. I go this way.
I've been looking for you, Ralph.
That's so?
Yeah. Want you to get me a load.
Well, don't look my way, Victor. I had enough.
Well, I got everything set. I got a big buyer uptown, lots of dough.
Look, I like dough as well as the next guy, but I don't want to take another fall, so that's that.
No, you won't take any fall. Nobody will take a fall. You get me a load of Scotch whiskey, we'll make a nice piece of change. A buyer will pay $25 a case for all we can get.
Look, I don't want to get jammed up again, Victor. It ain't worth it. I like breathing free air.
Well, think it over, kid, and let me know. Can I meet you someplace after work?
No, not tonight. I gotta meet Dee Dee for a drink after.
Oh, date with the wife, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, Ralph, I'll be in touch with you. You think it over, huh?
But I don't...
Just think it over. You'll get 2.5 G's for doing nothing. So long, Ralph.
Yeah. So long. Really, baby, I didn't come here to talk foolish. I came to enjoy a drink.
Look, Ralph, it stands to reason. You gotta get that load for Victor. What have you got to lose?
What have I got to lose? I'll tell you what I got to lose. Got another several years off my life to lose.
Has Victor taken a fall yet? Has he?
I ain't worried about Victor. I'm worried about myself. These FBI's ain't dumb, you know. Truckload of liquor out of my terminal gets hijacked, I'll be the first guy they talk to.
So what good of talking get him?
No.
How do you ever expect to get anywhere in this world if you don't take a chance?
Say, listen, baby, whose side are you on anyway? Who... Has Victor been talking to you?
To me? Why should Victor be talking to me?
How did he find out where I was? How did he find out I was working again in a truck terminal?
Well, don't ask me. There are millions of ways of finding out those things if you want to find them out.
Yeah.
Ralph, I'm telling you, you're passing up the opportunity of a lifetime. It's like money in the bank. Victor already has a buyer lined up.
Oh, if I had any sense, I'd go right to the FBI with this thing. Right to the FBI and tell them all about it.
Now, wouldn't that be just lovely?
But I guess I got no sense.
Oh, Ralph, I knew you'd do it. I just knew it.
Special Agent Service, talking.
Oh, Mr. Service, I don't know if you remember me. You had me up on hijacking a couple of years ago.
What's your name? I'll remember you.
Well, that can keep for a minute, Mr. Service. But would you FBI's like to break up a hijacking before it starts?
I think we would. What's it all about?
Well, a certain party has come to me and asked me to line up a load of liquor. I don't want to get jammed up again, Mr. Service. I'm clean. I want to stay clean.
Why don't you come here and tell me about it?
Oh, well, look, Mr. Service, how about City Hall Park, huh? City Hall Park in a half an hour.
Okay. But who is this?
Well, it's Ralph Sarek, Mr. Service. Remember?
Yes. Okay, Ralph, City Hall Park in half an hour. Hello, Ralph.
Oh. Well, Mr. Service.
Come on, let's sit down on the bench there.
No, I think we better walk.
Sure.
Maybe this wasn't such a good place to meet after all, in broad daylight like this. Huh?
You don't think anybody's behind you?
I don't know about that. I wouldn't put it past Victor.
Victor Rossi?
Yeah, Victor Rossi. He's the one.
Hold it here.
Hey, taxi! Where are we going?
We can talk riding around. Get in, Ralph.
Okay, yeah.
Head up down, driver. So it's Victor who wants you to get him a load.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Service. Ain't that good information for you? I always knew you wanted to make, Victor.
This isn't a make, Ralph.
Well, isn't it? I
Tell
thought...
me something. Why didn't you get him alone?
Oh, look, Mr. Service, I don't want to do any more time. I had enough in there.
Why didn't you just tell Victor no and forget about it?
Well, you know how it is, Mr. Service. By not getting him the load, I passed up a 2.5G touch at least. I figured it... Well, you know, if the government's so anxious to get a make on Victor, to collar him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Ralph, I know what you mean. But the government doesn't pay out money to anybody unless they work for it.
Work? Work how, Mr. Service?
You find that load for Victor. We'll let him hijack it.
We will?
We will. That's the only way we'll get a make on him.
Well, but Mr. Service...
It's settled, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it's settled.
And keep your ears open.
Keep my ears open.
I want all the information you can bring me about the buyer. My boss wants the buyer as bad as he wants Victor. Worse than he wants Victor.
Yeah, the buyer.
Well, Ralph, how do you think you'll like working for the government?
It's going to be hard to get used to, Mr. Service. Awful hard.
Yes?
Me, Victor. Val.
Okay, just a second.
Oh, Victor.
Well?
Got your load, Victor.
Yeah. What?
1,150 cases of scotch. How's that?
Yeah, that sounds all right. When's it coming in?
The ship docks tomorrow over in Jersey, Hoboken.
How's it come over? Through the Holland Tunnel?
No, on the Cortlandt Street ferry. When something lands in Hoboken, we always bring it over on a ferry.
Well, it ain't much of a ride from the ferry up to your terminal. Yeah, we'll have to grab the truck on the ferry.
Hey, can you do that?
Well, sure, why not? How many men on the truck?
2, driving a helper.
Yeah, that won't be any trouble. You're sure it's 1,100 and some cases?
Listen, I seen a manifest.
Okay, Ralph. It's a deal.
10%?
10%.
Yeah. Is this one buyer going to take it all at $25 a case?
Every drop.
Can he handle it all?
Yeah, he's a big operator uptown. He's got a string of small clubs. He can handle it all right.
Do I know him?
What are you so interested in the buyer for?
Me? I don't know. I just want to be sure.
Sure of what?
Well, listen, I'm a part of this deal. I'm entitled to have the facts, don't you think?
I'm telling you the facts.
Okay.
So don't worry about it.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Well, stop wondering. Everything's taken care of. Now, how about a drink on it?
No, thanks. I got to run along. I got to meet Dee Dee.
Oh? Well, have a good time.
Don't I always?
Give my regards to Dee Dee.
Yeah, I will. So long, Victor. You'll hear from me when I get the information.
All right, Ralph. I'll be waiting.
Yeah, tomorrow sometime. Just sit tight.
Yeah. Baby.
Is he gone?
Yeah, he's gone. Gone to meet you.
I forgot to tell him. I'm tied up.
Yeah, you're a smart kid, Dee Dee. Roping him in like that when he didn't want to be roped.
I got a system, Victor.
Give me a kiss, baby.
No.
Come on.
Please, Victor.
Listen, what are you getting, coy?
It's all part of my system. You'll get your kiss when I'm ready.
You're a smart kid. You're too smart for Ralph, huh?
You said it, Victor.
You're too smart for me. I want something, I want it. Now, come here.
Oh, Victor.
But I like you, baby.
I like you, too.
Too bad you're married to Ralph, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough.
After we make this touch, we'll get around to doing something about it. Okay?
Okay.
Well, gangbusters listeners, that's how this case progressed. An FBI informant was in on the plans of the liquor hijacking as the conspiracy got underway. But even the best laid traps are in danger of springing too soon or snaring the wrong game.
And once again, here's tonight's narrator, the Honorable John C. Hilly, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York.
Well, as I was telling you, FBI agents of the New York field office had an informant planted in a ring of liquor hijackers. And as information came to him, Special Agent Larry Service brought it to his supervisor, John Humphrey.
John, Ralph just phoned. He said Victor took the bait. He'll go after the load on the ferry.
Good.
The buyer's supposed to be a nightclub owner. No information on the drop.
I wonder if Ralph knows his wife has been seeing Victor.
I doubt it.
What do you think he'll do when he finds out?
I'm just as worried about what he'll do if he doesn't find out. Whatever he tells Dee Dee's going to be relayed to Victor as fast as she can get there.
Yeah, I know, Larry.
He said he hasn't told a soul about his connection with us, but there aren't many secrets between a man and his wife.
Well, maybe we won't have anything to worry about. The touch will come off tomorrow.
John.
Yeah?
Ralph keeps warning me Victor might get rough with the drivers.
We'll take care of that, Larry. You and I are going to be the drivers.
Oh, that takes care of it all right, doesn't it?
Yeah. Takes care of it fine.
That drive onto the ferry's awful narrow, John. You sure you can wheel this trailer through there?
I'm going to try, I'll tell you that.
Where'd you learn to push one of these things anyway?
Never even been in one until yesterday.
Oh, great. You're doing okay.
Take a look through that mirror, Larry. See how our friends are doing.
They're still back there. The car and all four of them.
You got to hand it to Victor. He knows his business.
Okay, try that rig on a boat.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah.
Watch it. Watch this side. Easy there. Okay, go ahead.
Not bad, huh?
Not bad. I thought you were going to take a bulkhead with you.
Oh, no, it wasn't that close.
It was close enough. Whew, I'm telling you, I'm going to feel a lot safer in Victor's hands than I felt riding in this thing with you.
Keep your fingers crossed anyway. If he wants to be, he can be plenty tough.
You're telling me.
But if we're as meek as lambs, he won't bother with any rough stuff.
John, you never saw a meeker lamb.
Well, here we go.
Hey, John. Over there. A couple of our men. Mac and James.
Good.
They're the ones who are going to tail the truck, right?
That's right.
Oh, that's a tough assignment. Thank goodness that didn't happen to me.
Come on, let's go out and get a smoke, huh?
Yeah, I could use something.
Go on.
Victor's boys are getting out of their car.
Yeah, looks like the moment.
Did you know that they were crying for help in the Bureau of Census, the Department of Commerce?
Is that so?
Yeah, I just happen to have an application here in my pocket.
Take out your pack. Give me a cigarette.
Oh. Here comes Victor. Yeah. Have a cigarette?
Thanks.
Hello, boys. Nice day on the river, ain't it?
Yeah. Smells better today.
Now, listen to me. A truck of yours. I'm going to take it.
What?
Who are you kidding?
I got 4 boys standing around here. They all got guns, and they're all itching for target practice. You understand me?
That's pretty plain.
So I'm taking the truck.
Oh, now listen.
Look, bud, I got nothing against you. All I want is that load. But if I have to kill you to get it, you're going to get killed. Now, you wouldn't want to die over a lousy load of Scotch whiskey, would you?
You got a point.
Okay. Walk on back past your rig. There's a sedan there right behind it. Go on, watch.
Yeah.
Keys in the truck?
Yeah, they're in there.
Okay. Keep watching. You're doing fine, boys. You got lots of sense. Okay. Pile in.
Hey, look.
Get in.
Come on, Johnny. Won't get any place arguing.
Yeah, I guess I won't.
That's the attitude, boys. Now, here. There's some goggles for you. Put them on. Don't try to look out through them. It won't do you any good. The glass is painted over. So just sit there and relax. For relaxing, there's nothing like a ferry ride across the Hudson.
There.
Hey, Dee Dee, be careful with that coffee. It's hot.
You're lucky I don't pour it over your head.
What's the matter with you, anyway?
I'd just like to know why you're sitting here at 11 o'clock in the morning drinking your 3rd cup of coffee when right now the load is being delivered to the drop.
Listen, baby. First of all, I worked at the terminal till 1 o'clock this morning, so I'm entitled to drink as much coffee as I want at 11. Second, I done my part. Victor don't need me anymore. Besides, I don't know where the drop is. Pass the sugar.
Brother, are you small potatoes? Here.
What do you mean I'm small potatoes? Don't throw things around like that.
You're the key man in the operation, and you get a stinking 10%.
Ain't 10% enough for you?
You want to know the truth? No.
Okay, do it out then.
What kind of a big dealer do you think you are? I don't need you, Mr. Small Potatoes.
Oh, now,
I
babe.
can go where the big money is. Why should I wait around for you to get up a little nerve?
Dee.
You're through, Ralph. And you don't know it.
Huh?
It's me and Victor. Victor? You heard what? Victor. It's been going on for months.
You're kidding.
Am I? We were just waiting for this touch to make it final.
Yeah? Well, you'll see how final it is. You'll see where Victor winds up.
He'll wind up 3 notches above you.
Yeah, you can go visit him in Atlanta.
Where?
Oh, come on, Dee Dee. Sit down and let's be like a man and wife should be.
Where did you say I could visit Victor?
Now, Dee Dee...
Have you sung to the FBI on this deal?
Oh, baby.
You have, haven't you? I should have known you would. Victor will kill you.
Dee Dee, where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I'm going to find Victor.
Dee Dee!
Next floor, boys. Just hang on to the railing and you'll be okay.
Listen, I can't see anything.
That's just the idea of the goggles. Hang on to the railing. Okay, you up front. That's the last step. Follow that railing around.
Yeah. Railing.
Okay, stop here. Inside.
Inside where?
Come on. This way. Now sit down on the floor. Both of you.
Yeah, but what...
Sit down. Now, listen. I'm leaving one of my boys outside the door for 10 minutes. I want you to keep those glasses on and stay still. You get me?
Yeah, we get you.
Now, you've been pretty good boys, both of you. So here's a little something for your trouble. Don't spend it all in one place. Remember, 10 minutes. I'll see you.
You okay, John?
Yeah, Larry. You can take the glasses off. That 10 minutes routine was just a bluff.
Hey, look. He handed us $20 apiece.
Generous guy, isn't he?
Yeah. Where are we, anyway?
I'd say it's a condemned tenement house.
Well, let's get going.
Now, we better wait a few minutes anyway, just in case. Then I want to call the office and see if they followed the truck to the drop okay.
Special Agent Dean.
Hello, Dean. John Humphrey.
Hello, John. Everything okay?
Yeah, fine. Where's the drop? Where'd they take the truck?
A small garage on Murray Street, number 653. Mac and James are keeping it under surveillance.
I see.
Something's going wrong, though.
What?
Oh, Ralph phoned a few minutes ago. He said Dee Dee accidentally found out he was singing, and she's on her way to Victor.
Oh, no.
That's what he said.
Look, get hold of Mac and James. Tell them if she shows up at the drop to pick her up quietly and bring her in.
Right, okay.
Meantime, Service and I'll try to locate her elsewhere. We've got to grab her before she sees Victor. If we don't, we'll never make that buyer.
Yeah, who is it?
Victor home?
No, he isn't. What do you want?
Well, look, I got business with him. I'm buying some stuff off him. Some stuff that just come in today.
Okay. He's down unloading the
Hiya,
stuff. Now,
Dee Dee.
listen.
Special agents of the FBI.
I don't care what you are. You can't come busting in here.
We're in. So you haven't seen Victor yet.
What's it to you?
It's plenty to us. You just come along, you'll find out.
Get your hands off of
Dee
me.
Dee, don't get stubborn.
Come on, let's go. We're getting you out of here before Victor comes back, and we have to carry you. You might just as well come along like a good little girl.
Ralph. In the doorway.
Hello, Mr. Service.
Step in here.
Look, I'm sorry I'm so late. I can't find Dee Dee any place. She must have gone to Victor. They must have skipped together.
Don't worry about Dee Dee. We've got her.
You have?
We found her at Victor's place before she had a chance to talk to Victor.
How do you like that, Mr. Service? Look what she does to me. After I give her the best years of my life.
Yeah, it's rough.
I could murder that Victor. But Dee Dee, I still love her. Ain't that strange? I could go back to her on bended knee.
Well, you've got a little something else to do for us first.
Yeah? What, for instance?
We'll know who the buyer is when he takes delivery. Then we can nail him.
Yeah, that's what a guy gets for buying merchandise with heat on it.
But we'll get Victor when he pays you off.
I was thinking, is there any chance I could keep the money? After all... No, I guess not, huh?
You guessed right, Ralph. That's our evidence against the buyer. But you just wait till the job's finished. Now, where do you think your payoff will be?
I don't know. I got no idea.
Well, try to make it some public place, a bar maybe. Some place where we can watch the transaction and step in as soon as the change is made.
And now, Gangbusters.
Hello, Ralph. How are you?
For crying out loud, Victor. How long do you want me to sit and wait for you?
How are things going, Ralph?
Come on, give me my end of the score. Let's get out of here.
What's the matter? Dee Dee waiting for you someplace?
What do you got Dee Dee so much in your mind for? Come on, pay off.
Look, Ralph. I could find a market for all the loads you line up.
There ain't gonna be any more loads. I pushed my luck far enough.
You and Dee Dee going on a vacation?
I ain't seen Dee Dee in 3 days.
You haven't?
No, she run out of me.
Oh, no, that's too bad, Ralph. But here, this ought to cheer you up.
Thanks.
$2,875. It's all in that envelope.
Yeah, it better be.
Now I got a big piece of news for you, Ralph.
Hmm?
I got a wire from Dee Dee. She's in Atlantic City waiting for me. Here. How do you like that?
Yeah. I got a big piece of news for you. You're gonna get this...
Victor. Hey, what's going on here?
The special agents of the FBI.
So, well, watch him. He's got a gun. Sure, I got a gun.
Give me that. Go on.
Beautiful, John. Let me at him. I'll tear him apart. I'll break his back.
Okay, Ralph, now take it easy.
Stealing Dee Dee like that, stealing a man's wife, I'll tear him apart.
He's had enough for now. Let him sleep this off.
Yeah. Yeah, let him sleep this off.
All right, you people, stand back. Come on, it's all over. There's nothing to see. Come on now, there's nothing to see.
Hey, Mr. Service, you know something? I kind of like this working for the government. Hey, there must be something to this civil service business.
Sure, Ralph. There's a lot to it. You don't make much money, but there's always plenty of laughs.
That, gangbusters, listeners, was how this hijacking syndicate was broken up. The leader, his accomplices, and the buyer of the stolen merchandise were all tried in federal court and received the maximum penalties. It was the hard work of agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in skillfully using an informant that wrapped this case together.
Well, thank you, Assistant United States Attorney John C. Hilly, for this most amazing case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the FBI agents who participated in this difficult investigation.
And now we take you back to Gangbusters. Tonight marks the 14th anniversary of Gangbusters in its crusade against crime. At this milestone, it is indeed a great pleasure to bring you a message from the Honorable James A. Pride, Chief of the Washington State Patrol.
Hearty congratulations to Gangbusters on its 14th anniversary of splendid service. The long history of the program and the enthusiastic response of listeners everywhere are proof of success. May this anniversary be more than a recapitulation of past accomplishment. May it mark a milestone of success, which may continue for many years to come.
The next message comes from the Honorable Carl G. Bachman, Mayor of the city of Wheeling, West Virginia.
Congratulations to Gangbusters on its 14th anniversary. Gangbusters has done an outstanding job of helping the American people to understand more fully the work police officers and enforcement agencies are doing for their protection.
And finally, the Honorable Homer Garrison, Jr., Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, has this to say.
Hearty congratulations to Gangbusters for its 14 fruitful years of enlightenment and entertainment to the public, and its aid to the cause of law enforcement and justice. No better justification for its continued existence can be offered than that it may persevere in advancing in the public's conscience the individual responsibility of each citizen in the perpetual war of law and order versus crime.
Thank you, Director Garrison, Mayor Bachman, and Chief Pride, for these fine tributes to Gangbusters on its 14th anniversary. Your words will serve as a great challenge throughout the years to come. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by George Zachary, with Carl Eastman and Chuck Webster in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more excellent entertainment coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040.
And now, Gangbusters!
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Gangbusters presents the case of the 4 feathers, in which fists found a willing mark, and a gun made trouble without firing a shot.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Lester J. Devine, Chief of Police, Oakland, California, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Devine.
Thank you, Roger Foster. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Suppose we begin our case tonight in the city of Oakland, California, one evening about 2 years ago. In a dingy cafe which advertised itself to be a nightclub, a man and woman sat at a corner table. He was dressed in a loud sport jacket with a wool shirt open at the neck. She had on a black taffeta evening dress. He drank beer. She sipped a pink lady.
Least you could do, you come to my place of employment and look like something.
What do you want me to look like?
You could wear a tie at least. What do you think you are, a Turkish bath? This is a nightclub.
Drink your pink lady, Lila.
I've been so humiliated.
I'm warning you, baby.
I do nothing but brag about you around here, and you come in looking like something they dragged out of the bay.
Baby, I bought you a pink lady. Now, you better keep your mouth shut and drink it, or I'll pour it down your throat with my fist along with it.
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I? I'll show you whether I dare or not. Now,
just try it and see what it gets you.
Shut up.
Listen,
Shut
you.
up. Reach under the table. I'm handing you a gun. Grab it.
What's the matter?
Grab the heater, will you? A cop that knows me just walked in.
What am I going to do with it?
Do anything with it. Sit on it.
Okay, Don, okay.
All right, now make some pretty conversation.
I like pink ladies. Don't you like pink ladies? I think pink ladies are wonderful drinks.
He spotted me, Lila. Here he comes.
They make pink ladies with gin and something else. That's what little pink ladies are made of.
Hello, Baker. Out for a good time? It just got ruined. Like they say, you're only young once. Like who says? Was it Longfellow? No, I don't think so. What do you know that's new, Baker? If I told you, you'd get a promotion.
Well, if you'll excuse me.
What's your hurry?
I'm supposed to circulate. I'm not supposed to sit in one place too long.
You're not with him?
No, I go with the joint. Well, thanks for the pink lady.
I'll mention it. Cute kid. Yeah, class. Well, it's a pleasure to run into you, Baker. We've been thinking about you lately. Yeah? Who's we? Lieutenant and myself. Oh, how is the lieutenant? He's better. Mm-hmm. Stand up. Ah, now listen. Come on, stand up. Ah, fuck. You guys take your work too serious. Sure, let's see what you got on you. You won't find anything. Okay, let's go. What do you want with me? Look, if you were half as innocent as you act, this would be a much happier world. Now go on. What do you want to take me in for? You know you can't hang a thing on me. You can't hold me. Maybe not. But any inconvenience I can cause you will give me a lot of pleasure. Haven't you guys got enough to do helping school kids across the street?
See you, big boy.
Yeah, Lila, take it easy. Like I said, she's class. 1 in a million. Straight on through, Baker.
How can he be such a jerk to carry a gun when he don't need it?
All right.
He's a burglar. What does a safe burglar need a gun for? For target practice?
Okay, Icky, forget
it. Forget it. If I packed the gun, Lila, you know what he did to me? He kicked me clean across the bay, called me all kinds of stupids.
If Don wants to carry a gun, Icky, he knows what he's doing. What's there for you to be concerned?
What's there for me to be concerned? I'll tell you what, then. I'd be down there to the police station with him, that's what, then. Carrying a gun like that.
Okay, lay off, will you?
Suppose he wasn't able to pass you the gun when you were sitting in the club, huh? Suppose he was walking on the street when the cop collared him. Where'd he be if it happened like that,
Will
huh?
you stop beating your brains out? He knows what he's doing.
Oh, well, now he's a great guy with you, huh? He slaps you around like you was a handball, and now he's a great guy with you.
Yeah, he's a great guy with me. Vicky. They got him down there an awful long time. You don't think they got him made on something. You don't think they're holding him.
This weight can make you hungry. You got something in the icebox for a sandwich, Lila?
No, what do you think this is, a delicatessen? Icky?
What?
You think they got something they can make stick? I'm worried.
Well, how should I know if they got something they can make stick? What am I, a Superior Court judge or something? Why don't you keep some delicacies around here? After all, Lila, we could...
That's Don.
Wait a minute.
That's his knock. Let me go.
So we could have told the cops his knock. I'll get behind the door.
Okay, all right.
Ask.
Who is it?
Open the door, will you, Lila?
Well, was beginning to wish they threw away the key.
Hello, baby.
Don't give me no hello baby routine.
Hi, Don.
What are you doing behind the door, playing games?
Well, we didn't know what to expect, Don.
All you had to expect was me.
Don't get so cute just because they let you go.
What happened, Don? You didn't do any talking, did you?
Oh, sure. I had a regular conversation. This Inspector Brown, he took me in, introduced me to the lieutenant. We sat down, had a chat. I told them how I crack safes. They told me how they pass civil service exams.
Yeah, but you didn't tell them nothing.
Oh, sure, Ricky. I told them about 22 different safe jobs. They told them how we rip open safes, then write Kilroy was here on a wall.
Oh,
they were so happy to clear the books. That's why they let me go home.
I don't see what you're trying to be funny about. It isn't funny to me.
If you'd quit that lousy job of yours, I wouldn't have had to visit you there. I wouldn't have gotten picked up.
Oh, it's my fault. Like carrying the gun. That's my fault, too.
All right, they turned me out. Let's forget it.
What a stupid trick, walking around with a gun in your hip.
We were going to do some work.
Since when do you crack safes with a gun?
Oh, yeah, Don. When Lila told me you was picked up, I got in touch with the boys called off the caper.
What'd you want to do that for?
Like a kid playing cowboys and Indians with a gun.
I said forget it.
Forget it? I'll remember it as long as I live.
Hey, come on, let's go down and get a sandwich, huh?
What would have happened if I wasn't in the joint sitting there next to you?
Okay.
If I didn't have sense enough to know what to do.
Will you close that yap, Lila?
No, I can't even talk. Did you ever hear the Declaration of Independence?
Oh, come on, this ain't getting us
Didn't you?
If you don't cut it out, I'll give you a Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, it's just like you, isn't it? A cop does his job and drags you in so you want to slam me around.
That's a good thought.
Don?
You want some more?
Hey, Don, what are you doing?
You can't hurt me.
No, I'll show you whether I can hurt you.
Hey, Don.
Let me go, Icky.
Enough's enough.
Hey, you mind your own business.
Get out of here, Lila. Get out of my sight before I kill you.
Talk big, don't you?
I'm telling you to get out of here.
It's pretty dull around here anyway.
You don't shut up, I'll show you, dull.
Good night, Lila. Tell me something, Don. Do you have to slam her around like that?
I could kill her. She... you figure it out. I can't.
Well, maybe if you didn't get so rough with her. Maybe
what are you, Emily Post or somebody?
Okay, but if you treat her different, Don, a little nicer, maybe.
What do you know about it? Come on, let's get going. We wasted enough time already.
Get going where?
We got a safe to get into tonight.
Well, listen, you just been to the police station.
All right, so I'm back. We got work to do.
Oh, for crying out loud. Don, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I told all the boys the caper was off.
We don't need the boys. This is a cracker box.
Well, I'm not going all the way over to San Francisco at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I said we're going to get into that safe.
What about the watchman, huh? We need the boys to take care of the watchman. No, it's nuts.
What's nuts? We've been figuring to go into this safe for a long time. We're going into it tonight.
Lieutenant Wilson.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Brown.
Yeah, Browning.
I lost him.
That's too bad. What happened?
Well, I stayed behind Don after we released him. He went home, and about half hour later, he left with another guy in a car. They were pretty cautious. Looked to me like they might have been on their way to make a touch. I think they were headed for the Bay Bridge.
Oh?
Yeah. I guess the boys in San Francisco will have another safe job to worry about in the morning.
You're pretty sure this Don Baker's right for all these Kilroy jobs?
Aren't you?
Yeah. When a safe burglar like him's on the loose and there's nearly 100 jobs between here and Bakersfield in the last year, I suppose it's a pretty good guess. He's just the kind of a wise guy that would leave that Kilroy was here trademark on his jobs.
Well, guessing won't be much good, Lieutenant. We'll have to catch them in the act.
Yeah. What'd their car look like? I'll phone it over to San Francisco. Maybe they'll have more luck than us.
Oh, it's a beautiful ride. Even at night. This is the natural place to build a bridge. You know that, Don?
Yeah. Because Oakland is on one side and San Francisco is on the other. That didn't have nothing to do with it, Icky. They just put the bridge here because this is the natural place.
Oh, you know what I mean.
You got other things to think about besides the scenery.
Look, don't get sore at me because you don't know how to handle Lila.
I know how to handle her. Every time she gets wise like that, she gets what's coming to her.
Suppose you kill her, huh? You could, you know. There's been cases of guys taking one sock and poof, I go to light.
Keep your nose out of it, will you?
Look, why don't you try taking my advice?
Will you stop annoying me? This caper is on my mind. It should be on yours. We've got a big problem handling a watchman with just the two of us.
That's not news to me. We got a big problem. I told you we need the boys.
All right. Now listen. The guy goes across the street to that cafe every couple of hours for coffee.
Yeah.
Now, we'll nail him coming out of there. I just got to figure out how, that's all. I got to figure how without him getting in the way. Now, let me figure.
Sure, go on. Figure. Not stopping you. Well, Gangbusters listeners, these two experienced safecrackers, Don Baker and Mark Ickenberry, were on their way to staging their next crime. In the meantime, San Francisco and Oakland police worked hard to make it their last.
And now, Gangbusters.
And once again, we hear from tonight's narrator, Chief of Police Lester J. Devine.
It was just a little later, about 4 o'clock in the morning, that the safecrackers Don Baker and Mark Ickenberry were on a narrow street in the San Francisco waterfront district near the warehouse they intended to enter. For them, the problem of opening the safe was not nearly so great as the disposal of the watchman on all-night duty in the building. So they waited in the shadows of a streetlight for the watchman, whom they knew came outside for a cup of coffee between his rounds.
He'll come out the freight entrance and walk through the alley.
I suppose he sent you a letter, he would.
All right, Icky, relax.
Relax? How can I relax? We got a tickle here. It'd be a risk for 4 men. We're trying to do it alone. How can I relax?
We'll be okay.
Go ahead, convince me. Yeah, but one question.
Hold it.
Huh?
Here he comes.
You sure?
It's him. I will walk him in the alley and lay one on the back of his head.
Yeah, but what if he...
Shh, quiet. Okay, get him.
All right, Pop, that's far enough.
Don't turn around.
Yeah, all right.
Walk back to the alley.
Listen.
Walk.
Yeah.
Head up the alley. And don't look back here. Walk up to that loading platform.
Yeah.
When you get to the loading platform, stop.
And don't look around. If we catch you trying to take a look at us, we'll kill you.
Listen, I got no money.
We know you got no money, Pop. We want to give you something. Yeah. We want to give you something good. Something real good.
Hey, Don, cut it out.
I want to make sure he's asleep.
He's asleep. You don't have to kick him to death. Who do you think he is, Lila?
Look, don't you give me any trouble.
Oh, hey, Don. The car's turning up the alley.
Roll him under the platform, quick.
Yes. Go on, Pop. Go on.
A little more.
He's heavy.
That's it. Okay, now get low.
It's a proud car. Shut up.
Potrero and Army Street made a complainant. 101 at the corner of Potrero and Army made a complainant in regard to a stolen automobile.
Oh, well, what a way to make a living.
How's the old guy? Out?
Out. He's not only out, he's lucky if he's alive.
I'll work on the door. Has he got any keys on him?
I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. He's got plenty of keys. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get the door open. You go to the car after the tools.
Yeah, we should have planted the tools here.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm going.
Here's some more, Pop.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm just making sure he don't wake up till we get that box open.
He'll never wake up if you don't stop kicking him.
Get the tools.
Yeah, get the tools.
Yeah, Lieutenant? Brownie, what time did Don Baker get back to his place in Oakland this morning?
A little after 6. He and that other guy, Icky.
Inspector Johnson of San Francisco just called me. They had their safe job earlier this morning. They knocked a watchman over the head, got into the warehouse, and took $2,200 out of the safe.
Can the watchman identify them?
The watchman's pretty badly beat up. He can't identify anything right now. It's touch and go whether he'll pull out of it.
Now, what do you say? Shall I go get these two and bring them in here?
No, not yet, Brownie. You have the boys keep an eye on them till we find out how that watchman is. Then we'll see where we go from there.
Icky, here.
What are you, crazy, Don?
Sit down, I'll buy you a drink.
I don't want no drink, not here. Do you have to leave word for me to meet you at the same joint a cop picked you up at last night? Don't you have any consideration for me?
It's as good a place as any.
Well, if you want to see Lila, can't you see her at home? Do you have to come here?
Lila ain't here tonight.
She ain't?
No.
What's the matter with her?
She ain't feeling so good.
Oh, no?
No. She ain't looking so good either, especially around the eyes.
Oh, Don, for crying out loud. Can't you control yourself?
I thought I told you Lila was my problem.
Listen, she's my problem, too. Every time you slug her, she gets sore. Someday she's going to get sore enough to do a lot of talking. What kind of trouble are you looking for?
I don't want to hit her, Ricky. She practically asks for it. I'm telling you, I go there with nothing but peaceful intentions. And as soon as she opens her mouth, she makes me mad enough to kill her. Yeah, most dames are bad enough. This one I can't figure for anything.
Okay, you can't figure it, but I can figure it. Don, look, there ain't a woman alive that don't like a guy to be sweet to her. Sweet, that's what she's looking for. Now, be a nice guy. Be considerate. Bring her presents.
Don't be a jerk.
I think you're a bigger jerk. If she ever gets mad enough and gets a notion in her head, we're dead. There ain't nothing she don't know.
All right. I didn't ask you to talk about Lila. I asked you to tell you to get the boys together for a touch.
Then you'll give it a whirl, be a nice ass slug, and they'll never get you any place.
Well, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Now, look, can you get the boys together? I want the work done tomorrow night.
What job is this you're talking about?
I want to track that auto parts joint.
Auto parts? That's right here in Oakland.
What's the matter with that?
But did you forget something? Did you forget you was picked up and questioned by Oakland cops just last night?
Look, if I let a little thing like that stop us from working, we'd starve to death.
Yeah, I could see your point. Well, I'll take that drink now, if you don't mind.
Sure, Ricky. Hey, waiter. Hey, how about a little service around here?
Inspector Brown.
Lieutenant Wilson, Browning. San Francisco just called. They showed the pictures of Don Baker and Icky to the watchman.
So?
He couldn't make them.
Do you think the watchman could identify them in person?
No, not a chance. We'll just have to nail him the hard way, catch him in the act.
Well, that won't be so easy, Lieutenant. They're full of tricks.
Well, they don't have a monopoly on tricks. Maybe we'll try a trick or two ourselves.
Come in.
Lila?
Well, come in. The door's not locked.
You want to come in the living room a minute, Lila? I got something for you.
I'm busy. I'm trying to put my hair up. I'm going to work tonight.
Oh, come on. See what it is.
I've got no time.
Okay. I'll bring it in here. Hello, honey.
Don, cut it out, will you? Ow!
All right. Don't get excited. But you want to see what it is?
Trying to get my hair up.
Okay, I brought it in here. There.
What?
Well, the man said those orchids are flown in special. Best orchids in town.
Who needs orchids?
Okay, sweetheart. You don't want orchids? What do you want? I'll get you whatever you want.
What's come over you all of a sudden?
What do you want? Would you like a new coat? Furs, maybe?
I would like to finish my hair.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Here, Lila, here's some orchids for you. You don't want orchids? Okay, get anything you want. You want furs, Lila?
Well, do you, sweetheart? Name the kind of fur.
Where'd you get that sweetheart routine? I got a name.
I'm sorry about the orchids.
Listen! Don't you run away from me.
Lila.
Honey, this, dearie, that. What's the matter with you anyway?
Well, baby, I suddenly sat down, baby, and I realized how much you mean to me. You mean a lot to me.
So that's it. I mean a lot to you. What's her name?
What's whose name?
You know what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
If I find out who she is, I'll tear her limb from limb.
There's nobody, baby.
Don't call me baby.
Listen to me, you little...
Well, go ahead. Hit me. Why don't you hit me? Well?
I'll see you later.
Don!
What?
Here. Take her the orchids.
I told you there's no her.
Then where are you going?
We got a job to do tonight.
It's early. You said you were going to pull it late.
We're pulling it early.
Don, I'm warning you. If I get my hands on her, you'll never look at her again.
I told you there's no her. We're working tonight. We're taking the auto parts place.
I'll bet.
Well, I swear I'm going to... good night.
Don? Don? You think I care? Do you? Here's a present for you. Orchids.
Get in, Don. Okay, move. Well, how'd it work out with Lila? The presents, I mean. You mention one word about that, I'll break your back. What happened? The less said about it, the better. You got the tools? Yeah. Okay. Go after the boys. Use the regular routine. If there's any cops behind us, I want to be sure we shake them. Hello. Can I buy you another one of those pink ladies?
Sure. That's what I'm here for. Sit down.
Thanks. My name is Brown. I
know who you are. He's not here.
Yeah, I know it. I keep pretty good track of him. I want to talk with you.
Go ahead and talk. Talk all you want. Talk is cheap.
Yeah, I know it is. That's why... Hey, that's a nice orchid.
Goes with the dress.
Well, what happened to it?
I don't know. It came like that.
You ought to send it back and get a whole one. That looks like it came off Omaha Beach.
Just like me. Little doodle, something better comes along.
Something better for Don?
Who, for instance?
How long you been his girl?
Long enough.
Where'd he go tonight?
How should I know?
I did think he'd spend his spare time around here.
Look, if you're fishing for something, mister, I don't bite.
You ought to see her, Lila.
Who?
The redhead.
Oh, you're nuts.
Yeah, she's tall, got flaming red hair, like a fire.
Don't kid me. I don't like kidding.
Yeah, she's tall, red-headed, and young.
Who's old?
You can't blame Don. Can't blame any guy like him. They're all living with the first mortgage on their time. They want to get in everything they can before they take the fall they know they got coming someday.
I never heard of no redhead.
Who'd tell you, Don?
You got a lot of nerve, mister, coming around here handing out those lies. Who told you there's a redhead?
I got eyes. Don and I have been going the same places lately. Him first, me a few steps behind.
Let me alone with you. I got enough trouble without you coming around here. Is she pretty?
Well, if you want my personal opinion... Yeah.
I still think you're fishing.
Okay, I didn't think I was giving you any information. I figured you knew all about her. Hasn't he been a little beside himself lately? I even noticed it, from a distance.
He's been nice to me.
There you are, you see.
Too nice. I figured something like this. Just tonight I figured something like this.
I heard he wasn't so nice to you.
I figured he used to hit me because he loved me.
Doesn't he love you anymore?
Imagine him handing me a story he's going to work tonight. Isn't that great? All the time it's a redhead. Big deal, he said. An auto parts joint on Suffolk with a safe loaded to the gills, he said. Him beating my time with a redhead.
That's a shame.
Big deal he had. All he's got is a redhead.
Come on, Lila.
Come on, where?
Let's go to the station. You can think some more about the redhead while we take a look at that auto parts place.
Now, listen.
Hey, you. Bring this girl's coat. She's leaving.
Lieutenant Wilson.
Brownie, Lieutenant. They just broke into an auto parts place at 8845 Suffolk. They're inside now. You got it?
Yeah, I got it. Where are you?
I'm on my way.
So are we. We'll see you there in 5 minutes. And watch your step. That baker's dangerous. Anything can happen.
And now back to Gang Busters.
Are they in there, Brownie?
Yeah, Lieutenant. They went in through the freight entrance, as usual.
Okay, let's us go in the same way. Mackie, stay on the street.
Right, Lieutenant.
You around and back.
Back's covered, Lieutenant.
More won't hurt. Now take it easy, boys. Johnson.
Yeah?
We'll go in first and you back us up, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's get inside.
Watch this guy, Baker. He always carries a gun on jobs.
Okay. Inside.
Hey, there's a light back there, behind the door.
Come on. We can't be all night on this box.
That's him.
Let's get him. Open the door.
All right, get him up. Tom, got the light.
Get him up, all of you.
Watch him.
Shoot, Brownie.
Hey, stop. We're through.
Roll it, boys.
That's enough. Don't shoot.
Throw that gun down. All right, all of you, stay where you are. Get your hands in the air. Go on. Watch him, Brownie. Don't worry.
I didn't have no gun. He had the gun. I never carried a gun, not in my life.
Shut up, Biggie. All right. Now, all of you get over against that wall and sit down. I want to take a good look at all of you. Go on, he said, against the wall.
All right, we're going.
Well, gangbusters, listeners, that was the end of this syndicate of dangerous safecrackers. All members of this gang were convicted and given long terms in various California institutions.
Well, thank you, Chief Lester J. Devine of the Oakland, California Police Department for this most amazing case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the Oakland and other California police officers whose hard and brilliant work brought a satisfactory conclusion to a difficult case. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by George Zachary with Mandel Kramer, Elspeth Eric, and Larry Haynes in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
You've been watching Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.